Lin Yu frowned as large drops of sweat rolled down her cheeks, slipping into her hair and disappearing. She was restless in her sleep, her face pale as if she were sick, with veins bulging at her temples, trapped in a terrible nightmare. Suddenly, Lin Yu opened her eyes, jerking upright instinctively. She gasped heavily, her damp hair sticking to her face, her black gemstone-like eyes filled with anger. But what she saw was a clean, tidy bedroom, white bed, wardrobe, warm sunlight shining through the curtains onto the bed. This scene didn't look like it belonged to the apocalypse at all. Everything around her made her feel confused. Hadn't she already died at Bai Yan's hands? Selling buns, thin-skinned, juicy buns, soy milk, fried dough sticks, tofu pudding. The shouting from downstairs brought Lin Yu back to reality. She couldn't help pinching herself. The pain in her thigh made her truly feel that she was still alive. She pulled back the blanket and got out of bed, walking straight to the window to look downstairs. The July sky was clear and blue, with fluffy white clouds drifting in the wind. The trees lining the street were lush and green. Cars moved steadily on the road. Everything was in order. From her angle, she could even see the street cleaner sweeping the street. There was no more endless yellow desert, no scorching heat, no mutated plants, and no terrifying zombies with rotten faces. Lin Yu closed her eyes briefly, then opened them again. Nothing had changed. Her heart pounded fiercely. She turned her head to look at her phone on the bedside table, picked it up, and checked the time. It clearly displayed July 1st, 2040, 7:32. 6 days before the end of the world.
Was she
reborn before the apocalypse began? Lin Yu slowly raised her hand, pressing on her chest. The sharp pain from being stabbed by a dagger in her past life, and the excruciating pain from the mutated vines rooted in her heart, as if they were her blood, still echoed in her chest. But now, none of that had happened yet. This time, she would not repeat her mistakes. "Can you get a little closer?" Suddenly, her phone rang, pulling her thoughts back. Looking at the large characters by Bao on the screen, a cold, deadly intent flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. White Treasure is the nickname she gave to her college roommate, Bai Yan. In their past life, during the apocalypse, Lin Yu and Bai Yan were traveling in Yun province. They were lucky to avoid the first wave of infected people who turned into zombies, and they also awakened special abilities. At Bai Yan's invitation, Lin Yu joined her in a team of ability users. During their escape, they heard that Province A's city in Long Country had established the largest base, Sunrise Base. It gathered many ability users and had a very strong armed force, so they planned to go there for safety. On the way, they encountered a tide of zombies and countless mutated plants. Bai Yan was caught stealing food collected by the team during their escape. Lin Yu discovered this, and Bai Yan was afraid she would tell the others, which might cause her to be rejected or abandoned by the team. In a moment of recklessness, Bai Yan falsely accused Lin Yu, pouring all the blame onto her. At that time, Lin Yu had awakened a water-based ability. Everyone thought it was the weakest and least useful ability. It could only gather some drinking water and couldn't cause much harm, so it was considered useless against zombies. Plus, several others in the team also had water abilities. Because a zombie tide was following the convoy, if they were a little slower, the entire team would be caught and torn apart. When Bai Yan suggested pushing Lin Yu into the zombie tide to block the zombies' advance, no one objected. Before Lin Yu could defend herself, Bai Yan stabbed her in the heart and kicked her out of the vehicle like trash. She was immediately torn apart by the approaching zombies and mutated plants. When she woke up again, it was the 6th day before the apocalypse began. The phone kept ringing tirelessly. Finally, on the 9th ring, Lin Yu seemed to remember something. A mischievous smile appeared on her lips as she answered the call. "Hello? Xiao Yu, I called you so many times. Why didn't you answer?" "I was just washing up and didn't hear it." For some reason, Bai Yan suddenly felt that Lin Yu's tone sounded very cold, completely different from her usual warmth. She immediately noticed this and felt quite upset. However, thinking of other things she needed to do, she suppressed her dissatisfaction. "Xiao Yu, we agreed to go traveling in Yun province together. You haven't forgotten, right? Lin Yu sneered inwardly. How could she forget? In her past life, she promised to travel to Yun province with Pei Yan, which led her to be pushed into a zombie horde and torn apart. But this time, things are different. Pei Yan loves going to Yun province for travel, so she can go alone this time. She won't be accompanying her. Lin Yu's eyes are dark and unclear. It would be best if Pei Yan stayed forever in Yun province, or she might have to take action again. Xiao Yu, are you listening? I'm listening. It's just that something came up at home, so I might not be able to leave for Yun province with you. Once I handle it, I'll come directly to meet you there. How does that sound? Pei Yan doubts. You're not lying to me, are you? Lin Yu slightly smiles, of course not. Pei Yan thinks it's okay to go alone first, so she doesn't dwell on the topic. On the other end of the phone, Pei Yan is still talking eagerly about the fun places in Yun province, but to Lin Yu, it sounds annoying. She casually responds a few times and then hangs up. Just as Lin Yu is about to leave and prepare for the coming apocalypse, a cold voice suddenly echoes in her mind. Ding ding. Loading apocalypse farm. Load successful. Verification complete. Does the host, Lin Yu, agree to bind the apocalypse farm system? Yes/no. Lin Yu. What the heck? Is this a hallucination? The host Lin Yu, agree to bind the apocalypse farm system? Once bound, the host will receive a safe zone and a beginner's gift pack from the system. The voice repeats in her mind, confirming she's not hallucinating. She pauses, her mind only focused on the word safe zone. Safe zone. Lin Yu has read many apocalypse novels. Usually, if there's a safe zone, it won't open without the protagonist's permission. Not even a fly can get in without approval. With a system safe zone, she probably won't need to worry about zombies anymore. And with the farm, she won't have to worry about food either. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's eyes brighten, and she immediately agrees. Ding ding. Binding successful. Please confirm the placement of the farm. Lin Yu thinks for a moment, and suddenly, a picture appears in her mind of a 3-story villa her parents bought on Qingchuan Mountain in the suburbs of Linchuan City. Confirmed. Please head to the farm location as soon as possible to accept the beginner's mission. Next, a transparent, glowing panel appears before her, showing the address of the farm. Lin Yu's eyes widen as if in a dream. So, it's really not a hallucination? But upon reflection, even the event of rebirth happened to her, so it doesn't seem strange that a system or something similar might appear again. Lin Yu immediately drove to Qingchuan Mountain. Her parents had died in a car accident last year. Besides the property on Qingchuan Mountain, they also left her 2 apartments in the city and a large insurance payout. Thinking of her parents, Lin Yu felt a bit sad. She forced a smile, grateful that they hadn't experienced the apocalypse and had died as normal people. Ding! Detected that the host, Lin Yu, has arrived at the farm destination. The end-of-world farm has been set up. Please name the farm. The sudden system voice brought Lin Yu back to her thoughts. She thought for a moment and decided to keep the name Qingchuan Mountain, calling it Qingchuan Farm. Safe zone and beginner gift pack have been issued. Please accept. In the next moment, a transparent panel appeared with options to claim the beginner gift pack. She chose to accept. Congratulations! The host has received a safe zone, 5 farmland plots, 1 set of random seeds, and 1,000 gold coins. Immediately, 5 square pieces of black land, free of weeds, appeared outside the villa's wall. Looking at the system panel, Lin Yu couldn't help but think. This farm system looks so much like QQ Farm she played in elementary school. Then, a golden, jelly-like object appeared in Lin Yu's hand. She couldn't help but pinch it. Is this what the system called a safe zone? Just as Lin Yu doubted whether she had been tricked by the system, the luminous panel flashed. The host needs to walk around the villa once to include it within the safe zone. She immediately walked around the villa. Then, she heard a ding sound. The entire villa and the 5 black land plots outside the wall were enclosed by a golden shield. Congratulations! The safe zone has been activated. The system detected that the host's total assets have reached the conditions to unlock the shop. After unlocking, tasks can be received. Would the host like to spend 1,000 gold coins to unlock the farm shop? Unlock. After unlocking, a bright shop icon appeared on the system panel. She clicked to check and found that all the seeds were grayed out and unavailable for purchase. Shop unlocked. Current tasks: 1. Plant 5 farmland plots, 0/5. 2. Harvest 10 gene of rice, 0/10. Task reward: activate storage warehouse. Isn't a storage warehouse just another type of space? Linyu originally planned to stock up on supplies. With a system space, she wouldn't have to worry about storage issues. She quickly took out the random seeds given by the system. When she opened the box, she found a strawberry seedling. After planting it, her task progress instantly became 1/5. Once the strawberry seedling was planted, it was gone, but the system didn't say she had to buy these seeds in the shop. Linyu planted the seeds in the land and then decided to drive to the farmer's market and wholesale market to look around, collecting supplies along the way. After the apocalypse, the houses in the city center became useless. Linyu drove away from Qingchuan Mountain and immediately halved the prices of 2 apartments in Linchuan City, listing them with an agency. She checked her funds and found she still had over 7 million. Besides buying seeds for the system, water and food were essential supplies. Worried she might forget something while stockpiling, Linyu made a detailed list of supplies. Apart from necessary clothes, food, and shelter, weapons were also important. Firearms were now controlled, so she had to settle for cold weapons. She cut her long hair into a short style, then rented a remote warehouse to serve as a temporary storage space before unlocking her system space. She started buying a lot of things. First, she went to the biggest grain and oil store at the wholesale market. She ordered 10,000 gene of rice and flour, 500 barrels of cooking oil, and various candies totaling 1,000 gene. She also bought many instant meal packs, instant noodles, snail rice noodles, self-heating hot pots, multigrain fish noodles, spicy and sour noodles, compressed biscuits, and various snacks. When the apocalypse arrived, the supply chain would collapse, and these instant foods would become impossible to buy, so she prepared early. Next, she drove to the seed company to buy seeds for vegetables, fruits, and grains. Since seeds could be stored, she bought some of each type. She purchased hundreds of water tanks for storing water, generators, solar panels, clothes for all seasons, and various daily necessities like soap, body wash, shampoo, hair conditioner, toothpaste, toothbrushes, cleanser, laundry detergent, and skincare products. She also bought a large amount of sanitary pads, tissues, and wet wipes, more than she could ever use in her lifetime. Additionally, since she had activated a farm system and would need to farm in the future, she bought several sets of farming tools. Linyu checked the list and confirmed that nothing was missing except for cold weapons. Then she went to the warehouse to wait for the delivery. After receiving a batch of supplies from the grain and oil shop owner, it was already dark. She locked the warehouse door, got into her Hummer, and prepared to go home with a load of supplies. Near Qingchuan Mountain, she could see a bright golden light shining from the mountain in the dark night, very eye-catching. On her way over, Linyu had already observed that Qingchuan Mountain was mostly uninhabited. There were 6 days left before the end of the world. Plus, the safe zone feature meant that even if someone noticed the protective shield, there was no need to worry. When she got home, Linyu didn't rest. She immediately unloaded the food and supplies from the car and stored them in the storage room on the first floor of the villa. By the time she finished, it was midnight. She was so hungry that her stomach pressed against her back. She took out 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot. The aroma of the hot pot filled her nose, and Linyu almost cried with emotion. After filling her stomach, a system notification sounded in her ears. Ding, crop maturity detected. Please harvest promptly. Linyu's eyes widened in surprise, as if in a dream. How long had it been since she planted the strawberries? It was less than a day, and they had already ripened. The black soil was prepared in the morning, and the tender seedlings she planted had grown to 20 centimeters tall. One strawberry plant bore about 20 strawberries, all red and large, more than twice the size of market strawberries. Biting into one, sweet juice exploded in her mouth. So delicious. Stronger than any strawberry she had ever eaten in the market. Linyu was overjoyed and immediately harvested all the strawberries. Thinking about the seeds she bought at the wholesale market today, she felt excited. With such rapid growth, other crops should be just as fast. She had bought many seeds for vegetables, grains, and fruits. Considering the system's tasks, she decided to complete the tasks first. After planting seeds in all 5 fields, she finished the task. The system then issued rewards. Task: plant 5 fields, May 5th completed. Reward: 50 gold coins. Storage space activated. Current task: harvest 10 gene of rice, 0/10. Linyu opened the panel and saw a new storage room icon. She tried placing her hand on the strawberries, and all of them were transferred into the system's storage space. If she wanted to take something out, it was very easy. As long as she thought about how many strawberries she wanted to get, they would appear. It was incredibly convenient. Back at the villa, she tried again and found that the storage system awarded by the system had no limit. Whether it was items produced by the system or things she bought herself, she could store them all in the storage. Linyu was so happy, she couldn't stop smiling. The next morning, Linyu drove to the warehouse. As the merchants delivered the goods one after another, she waited until no one was around to store everything into the storage system. Time passed quickly. Before she knew it, it was the 5th day since Linyu's rebirth, and there were only 2 days left before the end of the world. During these days, Linyu completed the second task issued by the system. She collected 10 pounds of rice and earned 100 gold coins as a reward. The system also issued a new task: kill 100 zombies and collect 10 zombie crystal cores. In the past 2 days, Linyu was busy at home, fetching water and familiarizing herself with the routes to the car shop and the cold weapon store. She had no choice. She had spent all her money, and her credit limits on Huabei, Baitiao, and other services were maxed out. Even her credit card was maxed out. She could only familiarize herself with the routes in advance, so she could gather supplies after the end of the world. During this time, Pei Yan called her more than once, asking if she had gone to Yin province, but Linyu just brushed her off. Thinking back to the tragic scenes after the end of the world in her previous life, Linyu bit her lip. She bought a few SIM cards through unofficial channels, inserted them into a spare phone, and posted pre-written messages on major social media platforms. A post titled "End of the World Survival Guide" quickly went viral on all major platforms. The article started with a shocking description: "I come from the end of the world," and described July 7th, 2040, when a red moon covered the earth. The sky was blood red, viruses ran rampant, climate changed drastically, natural disasters occurred frequently, the environment was heavily polluted, humans mutated, countless plants and animals transformed, and the Earth's ecosystem completely collapsed. In addition, the article detailed the pre-end-of-the-world supplies, a series of response measures after the catastrophe, and scientific explanations about humans awakening special abilities. Within one night, the post dominated the trending topics on all platforms. Phrases like "I come from the end of the world" and "End of the World Survival Guide" flooded the hot search lists. Many netizens reacted differently. Some believed it, others doubted it. Some people immediately took action, others mocked and insulted. Some ignored it. Some searched for the IP address of the person who posted the article, and others were explaining legal knowledge about spreading false information. Within just a few hours, the article was shared by major marketing accounts, public WeChat accounts, and popular influencers, each adding their own opinions and analysis. Because of the spread of false information causing public panic, the article was quickly taken down, and related content could no longer be found on trending pages. Undoubtedly, regardless of what people think, this end-of-the-world survival guide left some impressions in their minds. When the real disaster arrives, perhaps these people won't die because they couldn't react in time, being eaten by mutated humans or zombies. However, most people still dismiss this apocalypse theory with skepticism. Linyu had already done what she needed to do. She wasn't concerned about others' reactions. After publishing the article, she threw her backup phone into the sewer. Ding! Another phone vibrated wildly. Seeing the caller ID, Lin Yu frowned but answered the call. Xiao Yu, did you see the survival guide online?
Yes.
Do you really believe it? It's obviously just some hype created by certain people to attract attention. Now it's no longer searchable online. I think that person might already have been taken in for questioning. Pei Yan's teasing voice came from the receiver. Are you scared because of those baseless rumors? We agreed on this. Lin Yu's eyes darkened slightly, and a strange smile appeared on her lips. Yes, don't worry. I've already booked my plane ticket. I'll leave for Yun Province tomorrow afternoon. July 7th, 12:30 p.m. The sky, which should have been clear, was now gray. A faint, strange red glow could be seen in the clouds. The air was thick with a tense atmosphere, like a storm about to break. The weather forecast played normally on the TV. Lin Yu sat on the sofa in the villa, sipping a small bowl of preserved egg and lean pork congee. Waiting felt extremely long. The red moon would cover the earth at 12:48. The red moon would bring not only a strange sight but also a virus that could cause humans and animals to mutate. Some would turn into cannibalistic monsters, while others would awaken special powers. The first group of people infected with the zombie virus would fall into a coma within 1 minute. When they wake up, they become mindless zombies who only chase and bite living humans. Half an hour after the red moon appears, the second group of infected will also fall into a coma for up to half an hour. The chance of these second infected turning into zombies is lower. Many of them instead awaken special abilities.
Lin Yu is one of these people.
Because of this half-hour coma, many who might have awakened their abilities didn't do so in a safe place. Before they could awaken, they were bitten by zombies infected in the first wave and turned into similar creatures. In her past life, Lin Yu also forgot her charger and returned to her hotel room with Pei Yan. Luckily, they escaped danger and she awakened water-based powers. This time, she prepared well and remained calm. At 12:40, Lin Yu turned off the TV, changed into black sportswear, and went to the outdoor balcony on the second floor. She looked out at the Qingchuan mountain scenery, quietly waiting for the end of the world. When the clock's hand pointed to 48, a huge red moon suddenly appeared in the sky. The dull, gray sky was instantly bathed in red light, and the entire earth was filled with a strange, blood-red hue. Outside the villa area, there were a few screams. In the distance, faint explosions could be heard. Lin Yu knew these sounds were caused by chain car accidents triggered as the first infected turned into zombies. Order was collapsing, and chaos was about to take over the world. She took a deep breath, went back to her room, and locked the doors and windows. Half an hour later, Lin Yu, who had been in a coma, opened her eyes. She sat up in bed and checked her phone. It was 1:48 a.m. in 2040, an hour after the end of the world. She put down her phone, focused her mind, and a water sphere appeared in her hand. The water sphere could change shape according to her thoughts. In her past life, when she first awakened her powers, the water sphere was only the size of an egg. Now, it was at least the size of 10 eggs. Lin Yu wasn't sure if this was due to her rebirth. She didn't waste time. She put on her hiking backpack, donned gloves, grabbed a wolf tooth club, and left the room. Because of limited funds, Lin Yu hadn't bought many supplies. She aimed to gather more resources while the zombies' movements were still restricted early in the apocalypse, before most people realized what was happening. Driving a Hummer out of the villa, before reaching the outskirts of Qingchuan Mountain, zombies heard the noise and started rushing toward Lin Yu. Relying on the slow movement and stiff joints of zombies in the early days of the apocalypse, Lin Yu remained calm. She pressed the accelerator to the floor and drove straight at the zombies, crushing them instantly into meat pulp. The quiet Qingchuan Mountain was pierced by the loud roar of her car engine. Some zombie flesh and blood splattered on the windshield. Lin Yu could almost imagine the disgusting smell. This wasn't her first time killing zombies, but it was the calmest and most decisive she had ever been. Pulling back from her thoughts, Lin Yu sped forward in the Hummer. In recent days, she had been gathering supplies and also scouting nearby gas stations. Her target was a station 8 kilometers away. Gasoline is an essential resource in the apocalypse, but it's hard to find before the chaos. Plus, Lin Yu didn't have enough money, so she planned to gather supplies after the world fell apart and order broke down. Fortunately, Qingchuan Mountain is in the suburbs, and when the apocalypse started, it avoided the rush hours of morning and evening, with only a few scattered cars on the road. Looking around, she saw that the people inside the cars had turned into zombies. Hearing the sound of her vehicle, the zombies pressed their faces against the windows, making haha sounds. But they couldn't get out because of seatbelts and locked doors. As long as her car didn't block their path, Linyu ignored the zombies trapped inside the vehicles. Her main goal was to gather supplies, and completing the zombie clearing task from the system could wait. She drove smoothly to Jialan gas station. Her eyes immediately caught sight of a fuel tanker parked there, and her expression brightened. There were also a few cars at the station. Linyu carefully parked outside, observed her surroundings, and confirmed no zombies nearby before taking out the keys, locking the car doors, and getting out with a spiked club. The station was silent. The car doors inside the station were open, and the people were missing. There was a large pool of still wet blood on the ground, clearly from a recent disaster. Linyu's eyes narrowed slightly. She stayed alert for zombies that might suddenly appear while walking toward the fuel tanker. There were 2 tankers at the station. Linyu only took one to her storage, leaving the other untouched. She planned to leave a way out for others. After the oil truck was pulled into the space, the convenience store at the gas station was exposed. I saw 7 zombies lying on the ground at the entrance, feeding. 2 of them were wearing the station's work uniforms. Without the truck blocking the view, the living person scent quickly attracted the attention of those zombies. The zombies, mid-feast, suddenly lifted their heads, revealing grayish faces covered in thick blood. One had a mouth almost torn to the ears, with a piece of undigested intestine hanging from its teeth. The intestines dripped with a mixture of slime and blood, emitting a foul smell, looking extremely disgusting. If I hadn't already seen such scenes before, I would have vomited my dinner on the spot. The clothes of those zombies were stained with blood and torn flesh, with only the shoulders still showing their original color. They stopped eating, slowly stood up, and made low, gurgling growls. Their dead fish-gray eyes fixed on me. They reached out with blood-red hands, trembling as they moved toward me, making excited haha sounds. I narrowed my eyes, took a step back, and swung my wolf fang club at the back of the zombie's head. The zombie rushing toward me was instantly smashed into pulp by the club, with brains and rotting flesh splattering everywhere. It collapsed to the ground. The zombie a step behind was splashed with a mixture of brains and blood, and its fierce, veined face looked even more terrifying. I kept myself from getting any of the mixture on me. With a quick strike, I finished off the remaining zombies. The corpse being gnawed on twitched slightly. Just as I was about to finish it off, I suddenly furrowed my brow, clenched my wolf fang club tightly, and looked cautiously at the convenience store entrance. "Who's there? Come out." But I couldn't see anyone at the store entrance with my eyes. If I hadn't sensed a strange energy fluctuation just now, I wouldn't have spoken so loudly. Hearing my shout, the hidden person at the store entrance held their breath, trying to suppress the urge to, not daring to make a sound. I clenched my wolf fang club with both hands and moved toward the store entrance. As I approached step by step, the person hiding in the shadows suddenly appeared and quickly said, "No, don't. Don't hit me. We're not monsters." Suddenly, a panicked face appeared out of nowhere in front of Linyu, along with a man who was unconscious. Is this a stealth ability? Not a zombie. Linyu ignored it and continued walking toward the convenience store with her wolf fang club. Pei Linlang was terrified but still stepped in front of Pei Yan. Linyu paid no attention to them and used her wolf fang club to deal with a zombie whose chest had been bitten and torn. Seeing that Linyu's target was not her, Pei Linlang finally relaxed and asked in a trembling voice, "Big sister, do you know what's going on with those people?" Linyu glanced at her. She was a pretty girl about 13 or 14, looking a bit naive. The wound on the unconscious man's arm had been temporarily bandaged, likely from a zombie bite. His head was buried on the girl's shoulder, showing only half of his distinct profile. He looked somewhat like the girl holding him, so they probably are siblings. For some reason, Lin Yu felt that the side profile looked familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. But after thinking carefully, she couldn't remember seeing the man or the girl's faces before, so she didn't pay much attention. Pei Linlong's young face showed obvious panic, but her eyes held a determination that didn't match her age. She paused slightly, feeling a bit impressed by the courage of a girl her age to hide from zombies with her brother. Seeing the blood on the man's arm, she kindly reminded her, they've been infected with the virus and turned into zombies. They're no longer human. Also, you'd better tie up your brother. Pei Linlong's heart fluttered. She looked at her red-faced brother, Pei Yan. Could he also turn into a mindless monster? Big sister, do you have a way to fix this? I have money I can. At this moment, Pei Linlong's thinking was still based on a society where order hadn't collapsed. Money no longer worked in the end times. Even if she could pay, Lin Yu couldn't make a zombie bite return to normal. Lin Yu shook her head. That only depends on his willpower to endure. But you can cool him down with water. She paused. If luck is on your side, your brother might awaken a special ability like you. After saying this, Lin Yu went into the convenience store to gather supplies. Superpower? Pei Linlang was stunned. She didn't bother to ask about the superpower. The most urgent thing now was to tie up her brother. She took a deep breath, forced herself to stay calm, and quickly took a rope from the trunk of the car. She tied Pei Yan up tightly from head to toe. Then, following Lin Yu's instructions, she bought a large bucket of mineral water from the convenience store to help Pei Yan cool down. While doing this, Lin Yu took the opportunity to gather some snacks she liked in the space, packed some water and bread into her hiking bag, and then stopped collecting supplies. Lin Yu collected less than a third of the supplies from the convenience store, not taking everything, to leave a way out for future visitors. After helping Pei Yan cool down, Pei Linlang also gathered some supplies with Lin Yu, wisely not mentioning that the oil truck outside was missing one tank or that a third of the supplies in the store had disappeared. Once her hiking bag was full, Lin Yu turned and left the convenience store. At that moment, Pei Linlang called out to her. Big sister, I can't drive. Can you take me and my brother away? I can give you the supplies I just collected as a reward. Lin Yu frowned. Honestly, she didn't want to carry two burdens, especially since she was heading to the city center next. She could manage alone, but with two extra people it would be difficult. She decisively refused. Sorry, the place I'm going to next is very dangerous. I can't take you. Pei Linlang had been insisting for a long time, but her body was starting to feel weak. She also didn't know how to drive, and her brother might not wake up anytime soon. Who knew if these monsters, no, zombies, would come back? Instead of waiting helplessly at the gas station, she'd rather leave with this seemingly capable and well-informed sister. She had already decided to follow her, worried that if she hesitated too long, she would leave without her. She hurriedly helped Pei Yan up from the ground and shouted, Big sister, my special power can help you. I won't hold you back. Please help me. My brother Pei Yan, and I will repay you. Lin Yu's steps paused as she was about to leave. What did she say?
Pei Yan?
Lin Yu was genuinely surprised to hear that name here, because the leader of the Dawn base in her past life was also named Pei Yan. Back in her previous life, when Lin Yu was in Yunnan province, she heard about the Dawn base from other survivors and knew that its leader was named Pei Yan. While she was fleeing from Yun province, the Dawn base had already become the strongest base in the southwest. Lin Yu had not only seen a photo of the Dawn base leader, but also heard many stories about him. Now, the girl in front of her told Lin Yu that her brother's name was Pei Yan. Could this Pei Yan be the leader who founded the Dawn base? Lin Yu paused and looked at Pei Yan leaning on Pei Linlong's shoulder. The man's narrow phoenix eyes were tightly closed, and his pale face showed an unusual blush. His thin lips were slightly pursed, giving off a proud and sharp look. The buttons on his white shirt were fastened all the way to the top. Even though he was unconscious, he still radiated a cold, distant aura. Lin Yu was surprised. This is indeed Pei Yan, the leader of Dawn base. Earlier, Pei Yan had buried half his face in Pei Linlong's shoulder. Lin Yu only saw his profile. She was busy gathering supplies from a convenience store, so she thought his face looked familiar but didn't think much of it. Now, with Pei Yan supported by Pei Linling, his entire face was visible. Compared to the photos she saw in her previous life, Pei Yan looked much more youthful now. He only appeared a bit cold and stern, without the terrifying killing aura she remembered. Pei Linling saw Lin Yu's curious gaze and glanced at the unconscious Pei Yan, then suddenly had an idea. Everyone says a life-saving grace should be repaid with gratitude. From now on, my brother and I will be your everything, your sister's servants, doing whatever she commands. Lin Yu immediately changed her mind. After all, this was the future leader of Dawn Base. It wouldn't be wrong to make a good impression on him. However, Pei Linlong's words about serving like a beast made Lin Yu's mouth twitch. She cleared her throat and said, "No need to serve like a beast. I will take you both away from here." The girl's innocent face showed a calmness that didn't match her age. She hadn't had time to look closely earlier, but now that she was closer, Pei Linlong's skin looked very good, so tender it seemed to hold water. Pei Linling looked at Lin Yu and then at Pei Yan, thinking, this sister looks pretty good, and she's incredibly strong. She'll never forget the shock of seeing Lin Yu smash zombies' heads with a wolf-tooth club. Maybe she could have her brother offer himself in exchange? Unaware that Pei Yan, who was feverish and unconscious, was being sold by his sister, Lin Yu signaled her to follow. Pei Linling withdrew her thoughts, obediently nodded, and used all her strength to support Pei Yan as they followed Lin Yu. The situation was dangerous earlier, and Pei Linling suddenly unleashed strength beyond her age to save Pei Yan. Now that the crisis was over and she had overused her abilities, she was staggering while walking. Lin Yu glanced over and stepped forward to hold Pei Yan's other arm. Pei Linling looked up in surprise, realizing that her sister wasn't as cold as her outward appearance suggested. "Thank you. By the way, sister, I still don't know your name after all this time." "My name is Pei Linling. What's yours?" Her voice was cold. "Lin Yu." Pei Linling nodded, knowing that now was not the time for chatting. After getting the answer she wanted, she said no more. The two supported Pei Yan as they left the gas station and got into the Hummer parked outside. Pei Linling secured Pei Yan in the seat and fastened his seatbelt. To take better care of him, she sat with Pei Yan in the second row of the Hummer. After cooling Pei Yan with water, Pei Linling felt relieved. She suddenly realized she was very hungry. She took a bottle of water and some bread from her bag, eating quickly until she felt alive again. "Have you thought about where you want to go?" Lin Yu drove fast on the highway. She didn't roll up the windows, and the wind blew in loudly, scattering her voice, making it sound a bit unreal. Pei Linlong's heart tightened, and she quickly replied, "I'll follow you." Her parents died in a plane crash when she was 5. Her grandfather, upon hearing the news, couldn't handle the shock and passed away too. Since then, only Pei Linling and her brother depended on each other. For Pei Linling, as long as her brother was with her, anywhere was home. Lin Yu was silent for a moment, and then spoke slowly. "I'm heading to downtown Linchuan City. There will be many zombies like the ones you saw earlier. It's very dangerous. Are you sure you and your brother want to follow me?" In the early days of the apocalypse, zombies moved slowly and were easy to deal with. Because they didn't have enough money, she had only stockpiled food, water, seeds, and some miscellaneous supplies after her rebirth. Many important items like weapons, vehicles, medicines, and gasoline hadn't been bought yet. If she didn't gather these supplies now, during the early days of the apocalypse, it would be very difficult to do so later, when zombies evolved and became harder to deal with. Pei Linling awakened her invisibility power, which indeed could help her. However, she was also carrying a still unconscious Pei Yan. No one could be sure when Pei Yan would wake up. Lin Yu really wanted to help the future base leader, but she couldn't bring these two people into the city for an adventure. "My advice is that you should take your brother somewhere safe and wait for him to wake up before doing anything else." Pei Linling blinked and exclaimed, "Are you saying my brother will definitely wake up? He won't turn into a zombie?" If someone had been bitten by a zombie, Lin Yu wouldn't be so sure he would wake up. But this man in front of her was the former leader of the Dawn Base. Lin Yu not only knew he would wake up, but also knew he would awaken a powerful lightning-type ability. Hearing this, Lin Yu smiled gently. Don't you want your brother to wake up? Pei Linlong's smile froze on her face. She suddenly realized her brother might not wake up, and Lin Yu was just comforting her. Her eyebrows drooped, and her voice lowered several degrees. Of course I want him to wake up. Pei Linlang felt a bit down, but quickly adjusted her mood. Thinking about Lin Yu's words, she fell into deep thought. For a moment, only the sound of the wind remained in the car. After about 10 seconds, Pei Linlang slowly spoke again. Lin Yu, do you know what's really going on with those zombies and my abilities? Her tone was full of confusion and doubt. She looked seriously at Lin Yu, not noticing that Pei Yan, who was tied to the seat, had opened his eyes when she said this. As soon as Pei Yan opened his eyes, he heard his sister's voice. He didn't speak immediately, but looked at Lin Yu sitting in the driver's seat. From his angle, he could see the girl's neat short hair tucked behind her ear, a small mole near her earlobe, fair skin, and a cold-looking profile in the sunset. Pei Yan looked up and glanced at the rearview mirror. In the mirror, the girl's eyebrows were light and distant, her nose high and delicate, her lips naturally red like peach blossoms in March, tempting to pick. Her eyes held a clear, autumn water-like glow, shining like stars. This girl was unexpectedly beautiful. That was Pei Yan's first impression of Lin Yu. Lin Yu has very sharp senses. She noticed immediately when Pei Yanqing woke up. She looked in the rearview mirror and just happened to catch Pei Yan looking at her with curiosity. She raised an eyebrow at him through the mirror. Pei Yan's gaze paused slightly, but he didn't look embarrassed or guilty. Instead, he smiled gently at Lin Yu. His usually cold and stern aura softened a lot because of that smile. Lin Yu wasn't affected by his expression and continued calmly. Did you see the red moon that suddenly appeared in the sky at 12:48? The zombie virus came with that red moon. The first people infected by the virus would faint within a minute. When they wake up, they turn into zombies like we saw at the gas station. Half an hour after the red moon appears, the second group of infected will faint for half an hour. Some will turn into zombies, while others might awaken special powers. Luckily, we awakened our powers, so we are among the lucky ones. Lin Yu briefly explained the zombies' weaknesses and also gave Pei Linlang some basic information about powers. Her voice was clear and pure, like a spring hitting a jade stone, but the wind outside made her words sound a bit distant and unreal. Pei Yan listened carefully, catching every word she said. Sounds like Miss Lin knows a lot about zombies? Maybe because he had a fever, his voice was a bit hoarse. Hearing Pei Yan's voice, Pei Linlang felt happy. She looked at him and saw his face had returned to normal, though it looked a little pale, as if he had been very sick. She reached out to feel his forehead. His temperature had dropped. After asking Lin Yu, who knew the situation well, and confirming he was fine, she finally untied Pei Yan. Thank goodness, my brother didn't turn into a zombie. Pei Linlang cried happily. Brother, you scared me to death. Luckily, you didn't turn into a zombie. Are you feeling okay? Did you awaken any powers? But how could you doubt Sister Lin Yu? She saved us. A series of questions flooded in, making Pei Yan feel both amused and helpless, but he answered each one. I don't feel unwell. Powers? Are you talking about this? Pei Yan reached out his hand, and a silver-white lightning bolt appeared in his palm, surrounded by tiny arcs of electricity, crackling loudly. Pei Linlong's eyes widened in surprise. This
is...
Lin Yu glanced at the rearview mirror and calmly said, it's a lightning-type ability. Sure enough, just like what she heard in her previous life, Pei Yan awakened a lightning ability. However, in her past life, Lin Yu was still with Bai Yanyan in Yun province and hadn't saved Pei Yan and Lin Lang's siblings. She wasn't sure if things would follow the same path as before. Maybe from the moment she was reborn, a butterfly had fluttered its wings, deviating from the planned course and heading toward an unpredictable future. Wow, a lightning ability sounds so powerful. Lin Lang looked curiously at the lightning ball in Pei Yan's hand. Perhaps because Pei Yan had woken up, Lin Lang seemed much livelier than before and talked more. Pei Yan retracted his ability and smiled at Lin Yu, who was sitting in the driver's seat. Thank you for saving me and my sister. I'm just curious how you know so much about zombies and abilities. I mean no harm. Lin Yu didn't sense any malice from Pei Yan. If she were in his place, she would also be curious. Since Lin Yu dared to say this, she wasn't afraid of questions. She looked slightly surprised and asked, Don't you know? Lin Lang? Pei Yan? The siblings sitting in the back looked at each other, sharing the same thought. Do we know something? On July 5th, an unknown netizen posted online that the end of the world would happen on July 7th, which is today. They accurately predicted the outbreak time. After the end comes, we should know what to do. All the knowledge I just shared with you was learned from the internet. After hearing this, Lin Lang couldn't close her mouth for a long time, as if she was dreaming. The events of just one day had completely overturned their understanding of the world. They originally thought that the end of the world, zombies, and abilities were all very fantastical, but now someone was telling them that everything was revealed by someone who had been reborn from the end of the world. It was simply too incredible, wasn't it? Honestly, if it weren't for everything that happened at the gas station today, they wouldn't believe in rebirth, something that only happens in stories. The two siblings, who are reshaping their view of the world, never imagined that the unknown online friend who had returned from rebirth was actually herself. The person behind it all, without feeling guilty or nervous, calmly told them, the internet connection is still active. You can check online. Pei Linlang woke up suddenly. She fumbled in her pocket, then looked disappointed. I think I left my phone at the gas station. Pei Yan narrowed his eyes. His instincts told him things were not as simple as Lin Yu said, but he didn't speak. It's normal for people to have secrets, but if they try to find out everything, it crosses the line. Linlang looked at Pei Yan expectantly. He shook his head. I might have also left my phone at the gas station. Lin Yu held the steering wheel with one hand, unzipped her sports jacket, and took her phone out of her pocket to pass it back. The unlock code is 666666. You can check online. Lin Yu had cleaned up her bank transaction messages carefully. She had set passwords on her photos and some important apps, so handing over her phone was easy for her. After losing internet, phones weren't very useful in this world. They were mostly for entertainment. But this time, Lin Yu had downloaded many novels and TV shows on her phone and tablet, planning to watch them when she was bored later. Linlong's communication device was lost. Now she and Pei Yan were in the dark about everything. All the news came from Lin Yu. Since they now had a way to contact the outside world, they couldn't refuse. Just as Linlang unlocked her phone, a call labeled by Yan came in. The phone was on silent. Linlang looked at Lin Yu and waved her phone. Lin Yu, Jia, Bai Yan is calling. Do you want to answer? Bai Yan? Is she still alive? Lin Yu didn't want to know her reason for calling or hear her voice. She coldly said, Don't answer. Linlang nodded and didn't think much about it. She thought Bai Yan was someone she disliked. After hanging up, notifications from the browser flooded her screen. She checked online and found that chaos had broken out across the country. Zombies that eat people appeared everywhere. Many ordinary people called the police and waited for rescue, but even the police stations had zombies, making it impossible to handle everything. The previous end of the world survival guide had been suppressed by the authorities, but someone took a screenshot. Now, the internet is full of users' screenshots and pleas for help, which are very similar to what Lin Yu described. The two of them remained silent for a while. Pei Linlang returned the phone to Lin Yu. Pei Yan calmly said, What we should do now is gather supplies. She nodded and replied, Yes, the direction we're heading is the city. Lin Yu didn't mention splitting up with them because Pei Yan was now awake. The siblings' special abilities could greatly help their journey. Moreover, Pei Yan was a future leader of the base. Unless she was foolish, she wouldn't let go of this valuable support. After staring at her for a long time, Pei Yan suddenly said, To thank you for saving me, Lin Yu. Let's work together. Sure, Lin Yu agreed happily. Since we're cooperating, I'll be honest. I awaken water and space abilities. I will only take 10% of the supplies we collect. The space ability was probably exposed at the gas station. Lin Yu didn't bother hiding her space power. Instead of waiting for suspicion to grow later, she decided to tell them now. Water ability. Pei Linlong's eyes widened as she looked at Pei Yan and then at Lin Yu. Water can conduct electricity, so are they a perfect match? Pei Yan frowned slightly. 1/10 is too little. Pei Linlang quickly agreed. Yes, 1/10 is too little. Lin Yu, you should think about it again. Lin Yu shook her head. Listen to me first. The 20% of supplies I mentioned include food, clothes, weapons, and similar items. The condition is that I must deliver the final to kill the zombies, and I will take 50% of the zombie cores. If Lin Yu hadn't handled the zombies at the gas station, Pei Linlang probably wouldn't have survived until her brother woke up. Without Lin Yu, she might have already been eaten by zombies. As the person who saved her, Pei Linlang naturally followed whatever Lin Yu said. No problem. Pei Yan looked disapproving. The remaining 50% is hard for me and Linlang to split. Why not give you 60% of the cores? Lin Yu didn't expect such a surprise, but she didn't refuse. After all, the system told her that cores were essential for expanding farmland. Plus, she needed cores to upgrade herself, so her demand for cores was quite high. After discussing the plan, Lin Yu closed the car windows and sped up the vehicle. Knowing a tough fight was ahead, Pei Yan ate some food and water, then leaned back to rest and conserve energy. Pei Linlang also closed her eyes to rest. As they got closer to the city, more cars appeared on the road. The main highway was crowded with vehicles, some emitting black smoke after collisions, and it looked like explosions could happen at any moment. Pei Linlang watched this with fear. There were also zombies eating on the road, which made it very hard for Lin Yu to enter the city. Lin Yu turned to look at Pei Yan in the back seat. Are you rested now? Pei Yan nodded softly. Lin Yu decisively stopped the car, swung her long leg over to the front passenger seat, and took control. Drive ahead. When you see zombies or cars, don't stop, just hit them. I'll handle moving the cars blocking the road before you crash into them. Pei Yan nodded, leaned forward, and sat in the driver's seat. He started the engines smoothly and followed the plan. What happened next was very intense for Pei Linlang. The loud engine noise drew the attention of zombies eating by the roadside. They stopped eating and all looked toward the vehicle. This scene made Pei Linlang feel terrified, almost screaming, but she forced herself to stay quiet. Pei Yan didn't hesitate. He drove straight toward the snarling zombies. Ahead, there were about a dozen cars on fire. If he didn't slow down, he would crash into them and cause an explosion. Pei Linlong's heart was pounding so hard, she thought it might jump out of her chest. She swore she'd never felt her heart race so fast. Just as the car was about to hit the cars in front, those blocking vehicles suddenly disappeared. Only a confused zombie was left, and by the time it realized what happened, it had been hit and thrown several meters away. Even movies wouldn't dare to show such a scene. Pei Linlang broke out in cold sweat, gasping heavily, feeling like she had just been pulled out of water. But she had to admit, Pei Yan and Lin Yu worked together perfectly. If either of them had made a mistake, they would have been in serious danger. Actually, Lin Yu could have chosen a safer, more careful way to enter the city. But stopping to clear zombies and cars would have taken much more time. It's only been a short while since the end of the world. Lin Yu could clearly sense that the zombies, initially stiff and slow-moving, had started to change. They could now perform some simple actions, and their speed had increased significantly. One slow step leads to the next. If she had wasted time entering the city, she could imagine what these zombies would look like after evolving when she finally gathered supplies and broke out of the city. She had no choice but to take a risk. Fortunately, Pei Yan trusted her enough, and their teamwork was very smooth. Usually, it takes about half an hour to drive from Qingchuan Mountain to Linchuan City, but thanks to Pei Yan's fast driving, they arrived in just 25 minutes. Once in the city, they saw cars rushing out in all directions. Even on the main roads leading into the city, vehicles were going against traffic. People were crashing into each other, rear-ending, and everyone ignored traffic rules, afraid of being too slow. The constant honking attracted the attention of the zombies. The terrifying zombies pressed against the car windows, banging on the doors and glass, while the people inside screamed in fear. Some abandoned their cars and ran, only to be torn apart by zombies. Others cried loudly inside their vehicles, desperately calling for help, hoping someone would rescue them. Small truck drivers cursed and, taking advantage of their large vehicles, rammed into blocked cars with their engines roaring. Some people cried while fighting back. A strong man pushed his wife toward the zombies to escape. A young woman chose to sacrifice herself so her boyfriend could survive. An elderly man with white hair reached out with trembling hands to fight the zombies for his children. A man held his wife, now a zombie, and cried loudly, refusing to let go even as she bit into his chest, blood and flesh torn apart. The road was completely blocked. The three of them had no choice but to get out of the car and walk. Linyu got out, stored the car in her space, and her eyes reflected complex emotions. She thought that with her warning, after the apocalypse, things would be much better than in her previous life.
But
she underestimated the complexity of human nature. In life and death situations, humans show their most complicated side. Some will do anything to survive, even abandoning loved ones and friends. Others are willing to sacrifice everything, even their lives, to save those they cherish. Every street in Linchuan City was playing out these kinds of scenes. The most selfish and selfless sides of human nature were fully revealed before the three of them. Linyu and Pei Yan showed no change in expression. Pei Linlang, who had experienced the least, looked angry and sad at times, with a face full of reluctance. Finally, when she saw a mother cornered by her daughter, who had turned into a zombie and was not fighting back no matter what, she couldn't help but speak out. "Brother, Sister Linyu, can you help that aunt?" Pei Linlang, being young and inexperienced, felt compassion easily, which is understandable. Such kindness was rare before the end of the world, but in this situation, it could very well cost her life. Linyu sighed quietly and said indifferently, "Linlang, do you know? Even if you help her, she might not appreciate it." Compared to Linyu's gentle tone, Pei Yan's words were much harsher. "Help her? Do you want me and Sister Linyu to help her kill her zombie daughter? If we really help her kill her daughter, she might resent us for meddling. Killing her daughter could even turn her against us. If you want to survive in the end times, it's best to hide your compassion." Pei Yan's words were quite rude, but Linyu agreed deeply in her heart. Having a kind heart in the end times was not advisable. Linyu didn't interfere with Pei Yan's discipline of her sister. She clenched her wolf fang club, alert to the zombies that could attack at any moment. Pei Linlang was a bit confused and looked somewhat defiant. Seeing her sister's expression, Pei Yan sighed inwardly, knowing that some things wouldn't be understood unless she experienced them herself. "All right, I'll help her. Watch carefully." Pei Yan didn't want to interfere, but he knew that if his sister's personality wasn't corrected quickly, she wouldn't survive in the end times. He waved his palm, and a dazzling white light flickering with electric arcs struck the head of the little zombie, less than a year old. People infected by the virus and turned into zombies could no longer be called human. Even though she was less than a year old, Pei Yan had no hesitation. The little zombie's head was blown off, instantly losing its ability to move. The connection between her head and body was torn apart by lightning, flesh and blood splattering, and a burning smell filled the air. Seeing his daughter, who was not even a year old, dead, Liu Xiaozhou went berserk. He turned around and saw Pei Yan, who had just retracted his supernatural power, with a look full of hatred, glaring at the three of them. Pei Linlang was startled by this gaze. The next moment, she saw the woman rush over like she was going mad. "You killers, you scoundrels, I want you to pay for my daughter's life." Suddenly, a bright light caused chaos on the street where people were fleeing. Li Bo was among them. In a flash, he remembered an article he saw online a few days ago and exclaimed, "It's supernatural power. We are saved." Fortunately, he was only a few meters away from Pei Yan and the others. He rolled quickly to dodge the zombies' attack and turned to run toward Pei Yan. While running, he shouted loudly, "Hey, handsome, you awakened your supernatural power, right? You have such strong power, so please save me, okay?" His shout drew people nearby to gather around Pei Yan and the others. At the same time, the presence of living people attracted a large group of zombies. Lin Yu and Pei Yan's faces instantly turned grim. The zombies Li Bo attracted and Lu Xiaozhou's words happened almost at the same time. Plus, Lu Xiaozhou, in a furious state, awakened his speed power. Unexpectedly, Pei Linlong's neck was grabbed by Lu Xiaozhou's large hand. Pei Linlong's face turned pale as she desperately slapped Lu Xiaozhou. When she saw Lu Xiaozhou's resentful eyes, she realized she had made a mistake. The feeling of suffocation made her smell death, and she deeply regretted meddling. Not only did she not get gratitude, but she also brought unexpected trouble to Sister Lin Yu and her brother. Pei Yan's expression turned cold. He exchanged a glance with Lin Yu, who had instantly gathered her supernatural power. "I'll save Linling. You hold the rear," Pei Yan said. He nodded, lightning flickering in his hand, and bolts of lightning struck the approaching zombies. As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, a thin water curtain appeared on Lu Xiaozhou's face. The water seeped into Lu Xiaozhou's nose, eyes, and ears. The oxygen was cut off by the water curtain, and she felt like she was drowning. The hand that was choking Pei Linling loosened slightly, but didn't let go. Lin Yu intensified her supernatural power output, and Lu Xiaozhou's hand lost strength. Seeing this, Lin Yu kicked her away. Pei Linlong's eyes filled with tears as she coughed heavily, tears and snot streaming down her face. She felt lucky to be alive. Seeing more and more zombies, Lin Yu suddenly shouted sharply, commanding, "Pei Linling, shut up. Pei Yan, come closer to us." Pei Linling knew she had made a mistake. When Lin Yu spoke, she immediately closed her mouth, tears silently flowing despite her sore throat. Pei Yan continued to use his power to kill zombies while moving closer to the two. Meanwhile, Li Bo and others, who had attracted the zombies, had already betrayed them completely and disappeared without a trace. The three of them gathered together. Lin Yu decisively said, "Lin Hang, prepare your special ability." In an instant, the three were covered by Pei Linlong's power and entered invisibility. Their scents were cut off, and the zombie that had lost its target spun around for a while before rushing in a swarm toward Lu Xiaozhou, who was lying on the ground. A creepy chewing sound echoed nearby. The three dared not make a sound and carefully slipped through the gaps between the zombies. They finally reached a quiet alley. Pei Linling, covered in dirt and mess, withdrew her invisibility. What happened today left a deep impression on Pei Linling. Lu Xiaozhou had given her a memorable lesson, making her completely lose her unnecessary sympathy. Pei Linlong's eyes were red, and she spoke sincerely and cautiously. "Sister Lin Yu, brother, I'm sorry. I was wrong." Lin Yu simply responded with a "hmm." "Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's hurry to gather supplies." She paused and added, "I hope this is the first and last time such things happen." After speaking, Lin Yu stepped out of the alley. Pei Linling could tell that if there was a next time, Sister Lin Yu might part ways with them. This was something Pei Linling absolutely did not want to see, especially since the recent events had already sounded an alarm. If it weren't for Sister Lin Yu and Pei Yan being with her, she would have definitely died this time. As Lin Yu said, sometimes kindness isn't appreciated by others. Pei Linling held back her tears and hurriedly pulled Pei Yan to follow. "I promise there won't be a next time. From now on, I'll listen to brother and Sister Lin Yu." Pei Yan looked thoughtful. Lin Yu seemed to be only about 20 years old. When the apocalypse first arrived, she boldly left her home just by reading a survival guide for the end of the world she found online, walking confidently through a city surrounded by zombies. Whether it was her quick decision to save Linlang or her decisive killing of zombies, she didn't seem like a girl of that age. She was too calm. This was Pei Yan's second impression of Lin Yu. Pei Yan chuckled softly and followed after her, lowering his eyelashes. "Sorry, I will take care of Linling." Lin Yu nodded slightly. She led the two of them around a few turns in the alley and then stepped out, moving away from the crowded main road of Linchuan City. Although they had already entered the city, there was still a long way to go to reach Lin Yu's destination. Relying only on foot, it would take at least 2 more hours. After leaving the alley, she decisively took out the Hummer from her space. Once out of the alley, it was clear that many of the blocked cars had been moved, leaving enough space for the Hummer to drive on the road. Because Pei Linlang and Pei Yan had used up a lot of their supernatural powers, Lin Yu naturally took the driver's seat. Everyone, hurry up and recover your powers. We have a tough fight ahead. The three of them quickly arrived at their main destination, an antique shop in the center of Linchuan City. The shop had many antiques and various cold weapons. Using a wolf-tooth club to deal with early-stage zombies was no problem, but once the zombies evolved into the first stage, the club's effectiveness weakened significantly. She didn't buy weapons through official channels before the apocalypse because the weapons in the antique shop were too expensive, often costing millions, and it was easy to buy fake ones. Although she had 7 million in funds, each purchase required steel blades. After careful thought, Lin Yu decided to wait until after the apocalypse to gather weapons. Along the way, she often saw accident scenes. Occasionally, screams came from corners or malls along the street. Sometimes, zombies would chase after the sound of engines revving, but because of their poor agility, they were quickly left behind by the Hummer. Lin Yu ignored the chaos around her. They kept moving and soon reached their destination. The antique shop's door was wide open. There was a bloodstain on the glass door. Inside, which should have been brightly lit, was now completely dark. It seemed the shop had also been attacked by zombies, but the power outage was unknown. Lin Yu stopped the car about 100 meters from the shop. This way, if zombies rushed out, they would have time to react and avoid being caught off guard. She took out the car key, glanced at the Pei siblings beside her, and lowered her voice.
Follow me.
Be careful. After that, she led the way toward the antique shop with her wolf-tooth club. Pei Yan quietly told Pei Linlang to keep up, subtly quickening his pace. He walked in front of Lin Yu, protecting both of them behind him. At the gas station, he had been bitten by a zombie and fallen into a fever and coma. Now that he was awake and had awakened his supernatural power, he wouldn't hide behind Lin Yu for protection anymore. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of her. Lin Yu paused briefly, then stepped forward to follow. After entering the antique shop, the place was completely dark. Pei Yan suddenly had an idea and summoned a spark of lightning that flickered with electric arcs, illuminating about 2 meters around him. Honestly, Pei Yan's special ability was very useful. Not only was it powerful for attacks, but it could also be used for lighting and later to generate electricity for various devices. The area was fully lit, but Lin Yu remained alert, wary of zombies that could appear at any moment. None of the three spoke. They relied on the lightning to guide their way as they carefully moved forward. The antique shop was large, filled with all kinds of old objects and strange trinkets. Some were real, some fake. Lin Yu ignored the odd items and headed deeper into the shop. They didn't see any zombies or even any people along the way, only heard their tense breathing. When they reached the back of the shop, near a wooden rack holding cold weapons, they heard a chilling chewing sound. Cautiously, they avoided the weapon rack and saw a long spear piercing through a zombie. Underneath, there was a man in a Zhongshan suit, pinned to the ground by the spear that went through both the zombie and the man's abdomen, pinning them together. Zombies are weak at the head. The spear had gone through the zombie's belly but hadn't killed it outright, only slowed it down. The man in the Zhongshan suit had been dead for some time. His face was bloody and torn by the zombie, looking terrifying. Soon he would turn into a zombie too. It was faintly recognizable that the man under the zombie was probably the owner of the antique shop. Pei Linlang had already been frightened all afternoon and had almost caused a disaster because of her compassion. Her mental strength was at its limit. The calm she showed now was only her forced restraint. Faced with such a bloody and terrifying scene, she couldn't hold back her nausea and vomited. After vomiting, she felt a bit better inside. Lin Yu paused her action of drawing her wolf fawn club, tilting her head as if asking, and looked at Pei Yan. Pei Yan glanced at Pei Linlang and then quietly nodded to Lin Yu. Lin Yu handed her the wolf fawn club and said coldly, "Linlang, you go." Pei Linlang had been focused on vomiting and didn't catch what Lin Yu had just said. Once she felt a little better, she asked, "Sister Lin Yu, what did you just say?" Lin Yu was not angry and repeated once more, "Zombies are weak at the head. Use a wolf-tooth club to attack their heads so they will die completely." Pei Linlong's eyes widened.
Me?
Lin Yu nodded. "Yes, you go and kill it." Pei Linling knew that Lin Yu and her brother only wanted to protect her, but she still felt a little scared about killing the zombie. Her body stiffened, and she couldn't help but look at Pei Yan for help. Pei Yan sighed inwardly. He didn't want his only little sister to go through this, but he also knew that in this dangerous world, pretending nothing was wrong and letting her avoid all danger wasn't good for her. Only by facing storms can she grow tall like a big tree. Pei Yan couldn't always protect her perfectly. Some things were better for Linling to experience early. So when Lin Yu looked at him for permission, he didn't hesitate and nodded. Although he thought this, he showed no sign of hesitation and gave her an encouraging look. "Linling, I believe you can do it." Pei Linling took a deep breath, knowing that to survive in this world, she had to change. Being kind wasn't enough. She needed strength. Today's events had taught her a lesson she would never forget. She closed her eyes briefly, then opened them again. Now, she knew it was time to take the first step toward change, starting with killing the zombie. "Keep going, you can do it." She took the wolf-tooth club handed to her by Lin Yu. The 10-pound club wasn't too heavy for her, and she kept encouraging herself silently. Step by step, she moved closer to the zombie. The zombie, pinned to the ground by a spear, smelled the living person's scent the moment they approached. It made excited sounds, trying desperately to turn its head back. Its eyes, sunken and dead, bulged out of its sockets. Its joints kept supporting its body on the ground, as if trying to break free from the spear's control. Suddenly, the lifeless man on the ground moved wildly. His fleshless face showed a dark gray color, and his skin and tissues quickly turned from fresh to rotten. This was a sign that he was turning into a zombie. Pei Linling knew she couldn't delay any longer. If these two zombies broke free from the spear, it would cause them big trouble. She closed her eyes, swung her wolf-tooth club, and struck the two zombies. Although Lin Yu and Pei Yan entrusted Pei Linling with the task of killing the zombies, they still kept a close eye on her. If any unexpected situation arose that she couldn't handle, they could step in quickly. Fortunately, the zombies in the early stage weren't very difficult. The two zombies pinned to the ground with a spear had their heads quickly smashed into pieces by Pei Linling, leaving a mess of red, yellow, and black goo on the ground. Pei Linling seemed unaware of the mess, her hands moving nonstop as she kept shouting, "I'll kill you. I'll kill you." "All right, that's enough. You already killed them," Lin Yu said at the same time as Pei Yan. They called a halt, and only then did Pei Linling stop. She opened her eyes, looked at the messy ground, relaxed her body, and let her wolf-tooth club fall to the ground with a loud bang. Startled by the loud noise, Pei Linling ran to the side and vomited again. Lin Yu didn't mock her. When she first killed a zombie, she wasn't much better. After thinking for a moment, he took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and handed it to Pei Yan, signaling him to go check on her. Pei Linling was still vomiting, tears streaming down her face. A pair of warm, strong hands gently patted her back. "It's okay now, don't be afraid." "You're very brave, Linling," they said softly. Pei Linling looked up with tears in her eyes and called out, "Brother." Pei Yan handed her the water and patted her shoulder. "This is from Sister Lin Yu. Drink it, then come over to choose a weapon." After giving the mineral water to Pei Yan, Lin Yu turned away from the siblings and started selecting a weapon. She looked around and finally stopped at a particular spot. It was a tang sword. The silver-white blade was as clear as ice and snow, shining with a cold light. Lin Yu immediately liked it. Why did she like swords? Because when the sword swung sideways, it looked unstoppable, like a mighty force that could cut through anything in front of it, full of courage and fearlessness. "That's the one." She quickly stepped forward and took the tang sword from the weapon rack. She weighed it in her hand. This sword was much lighter than the wolf-tooth club, but its cutting power was no less, and it was more agile. Later, they planned to find a metal ability user to reinforce the sword, making it extremely easy to use. She took off the nearby sword sheath, closed it, and then tied it around her waist. With her favorite sword in hand, Linyu didn't even realize she was smiling. This is a horizontal sword among Tang swords. Pei Yan arrived beside her without her noticing. Linyu glanced sideways, still smiling, and asked, "You seem to know a lot about swords?" Her eyes were dark and shiny like black obsidian, matching her features perfectly, which made her skin look even whiter. Her delicate features had a touch of youthful innocence, softening her cold aura. Her face looked gentle, and her smile revealed a hint of charm, lighting up the room a little. Pei Yan was dazzled by her smile and paused before awkwardly saying something like that. Then he shifted his gaze away from Linyu and looked at the weapon rack. He finally chose a large, somewhat intimidating sword. Linyu waited for Pei Yan to say more, but he seemed to have no intention of explaining. After choosing the big sword, he fell into thought. Seeing this, she didn't mind. Unbeknownst to her, Pei Yan was just afraid Linyu might notice something. Pei Linling hesitated in front of the weapon rack and softly asked, "Sister Linyu, do you still want to use the Wolf Fang Club? If not, can I have it? I think I handled it pretty well earlier." Since the Wolf Fang Club belonged to Linyu, she should ask her first. Linyu nodded, "Sure. Thank you, Sister Linyu." After getting her approval, Pei Linling felt happy, but also a little regretful. If she had just thrown the Wolf Fang Club farther away earlier, she wouldn't need to pick it out of the rotten flesh now. She pinched her nose and picked up the Wolf Fang Club. Seeing her mixed feelings of love and hate for the club, Linyu chuckled and shook her head. She used her water ability to wash the Wolf Fang Club in her hand. Looking at the shiny new weapon, Pei Linling was delighted. "Sister Linyu, your ability is really useful. We found the weapon, but where should we go next?" "To the pharmacy. Medicine is more important than food and water in the later stages. Stockpiling medicine is like stockpiling gold." After saying that, Linyu pulled out a spear from a zombie's abdomen and searched through the rotten flesh on the ground, but she didn't find what she wanted. The brother and sister noticed her actions and couldn't help but recall the end of the World Survival Guide they had read online. One part mentioned that zombies' heads might contain crystal cores, which could be used to enhance their special abilities. "Are there crystal cores?" Linyu asked slowly. Pei Yan comforted her, "Don't worry. If we find other zombies, we can look again." Linyu nodded softly and quickly calmed down. After all, the apocalypse had only just begun. It would take some time for crystal cores to develop inside zombie heads. If these two zombies already had crystal cores, they would have broken free long ago, probably with a spear, and wouldn't be waiting for Pei Linling to come and kill them. Before leaving, Linyu looked at the other weapons on the weapon rack. She didn't hesitate much. She stored all the knives in her space, so if any of them broke later, she would have spares. As for other weapons like swords and spears, she picked a couple at random, leaving the rest for whoever might need them in the future. After leaving the antique shop, Linyu took out the cars stored in her space. It's understandable she's cautious. These are lessons she learned from being betrayed many times in her past life. In her previous life, to prevent others from stealing her car, she would always remove the fuel from the tank when collecting supplies. Now, it's much easier. She simply stored the entire car in the system's storage warehouse, so she doesn't have to worry about theft. There are many pharmacies in Linchuan City. She saw several along the street when she arrived. When the apocalypse first started, everyone was busy escaping, so not many people noticed her end of the World Survival Guide post. Few paid attention to pharmacies, which is why she didn't stop when she first saw them. Now that she had found the most important weapons, she could safely stockpile medicines, food, and daily supplies. She collected various medicines, hemostatic drugs, cold medicine, fever reducers, frostbite treatment, antibiotics, vitamins, anything available in the pharmacy, storing them all in her warehouse. She planned to split these supplies with the Pei siblings according to their original agreement once she left the city. Along the way, she also entered a clothing store. In her past life, by the time she died, the weather had already dropped significantly. She was worried that the temperature might fall sharply again, so she decided to prepare early. Unfortunately, This season's clothing stores mainly sell summer clothes. However, Linyu still managed to collect some. Luckily, she found a shop owner who was planning to close the store and go back home. The owner was holding a seasonal clearance sale, selling off the leftover winter clothes. Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and she carefully searched around. She didn't see any zombies in the store, so she rolled up her sleeves and started working. Pei Yan and Pei Linlang didn't quite understand why she was collecting so many different sized clothes, but they just followed her instructions. After nearly taking away a quarter of the store's winter coats and down jackets, Lin Yu planned to visit a nearby supermarket. Driving a Hummer at full speed, she quickly arrived at her destination, Wanda's supermarket. The supermarket was in bad shape. The glass doors were shattered into pieces. Outside, a terrible scene was happening. 7 or 8 zombies were on the ground fighting over food. One zombie was holding a chunk of brain matter, stuffing it into its mouth. Blood splattered all over its face, looking like a monster from. When Lin Yu and her group arrived, the zombies were almost finished eating. The humans had been torn apart by the zombies, leaving no chance for them to turn into zombies themselves. They were just ripped into pieces. Occasionally, sharp screams came from inside the supermarket. Even from a distance, the three could hear how terrible the situation was. Lin Yu looked serious. "You'd better be prepared. There might be many zombies inside. Follow me. Don't fall behind." She took a deep breath, opened the car door, and got out. The zombies at the supermarket door smelled the living people and suddenly rushed toward them. Lin Yu noticed that one zombie, which had already eaten brain matter, was much faster than the others. The other zombies she saw earlier also seemed quicker, more coordinated, and more agile. Frowning, she thought these zombies must have killed many people before. The leading one was almost evolving into a higher stage. Lin Yu squinted and suddenly had an idea. She formed a water ball in her palm and poured it over the rushing zombies. Just as she was about to speak, Pei Yan's supernatural power acted faster, hitting the zombies first. A flash of lightning appeared on the zombies' bodies, making their hair, which was already dry and straw-like, turn black and singed. The zombies shuddered from the electric shock and then collapsed to the ground, emitting a disgusting, sour smell. Lin Yu looked at the pile of coke lying on the ground and fell into deep thought. She didn't expect that her special ability combined with Pei Yan's ability could produce such powerful results. She also didn't have time to remind Pei Yan to use his ability before he directed it at the zombies. Their teamwork was simply amazing. Originally, Lin Yu just wanted to impress the future big shot, but after witnessing this scene, she immediately changed her mind. With him around, killing zombies is just too easy. A water blast was poured over the zombies, and Pei Yan threw his lightning-type ability. The zombies all died instantly. And this skill was a wide-area attack, good for groups. She must keep him. She had to keep him. Pei Yan looked at Lin Yu's tightly pressed lips, thinking she was upset because he didn't deliver the final to the zombies. He awkwardly scratched his head. "It was my first time using my ability, so I didn't control it well. But don't worry, next time I'll make sure they leave one breath so you can finish them." Lin Yu. Could she say she was silent because of this? Pei Linlang. At this moment, she was still holding a wolf fang club, ready to fight the zombies. But before she could take a few steps, Lin Yu and her brother had already coordinated a strike. In the blink of an eye, the zombies turned into coke and lay on the ground, dead beyond dead. Pei Linlang held the wolf fang club in her hands, unsure whether to keep it or put it down. Weak, pitiful, and helpless, Pei Linlang hugged her chubby self. After a while, Lin Yu was the first to react, clearing her throat. "Let's go." At this moment, Lin Yu and her group were about 50 meters from the supermarket. Along the way, she kept thinking about what conditions she needed to set to keep this future apocalypse boss. After pondering for a while, she realized he seemed to lack nothing. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in her mind. Right, the safe zone. Pei Yan wouldn't have to worry about his safety, but he would surely be worried about his only sister, right? The system-provided safe zone was unique in this world. Without her permission, neither humans nor zombies could enter. She thought, There probably was no safer place in the world than her home. With this thought, Lin Yu's mood improved, and she was 70% confident she could keep Pei Yan. Pulling her thoughts back, Lin Yu entered the supermarket. When the apocalypse arrived, many people were shopping in the supermarket. Since it was summer vacation, the store was quite crowded. After the disaster, many of the people in the supermarket turned into zombies. They bit anyone they saw, and soon those bitten also became zombies, joining the horde. Only a few people who were in the restroom or in a private room managed to escape. After the three entered the supermarket, the smell of living people triggered the zombies' agitation. Large groups of zombies appeared from all directions and rushed toward the trio. Lin Yu was worried that killing the zombies would make too much noise and might damage the food, so she decided to lure the zombies out and fight them. Lin Yu and Pei Yan used the same methods as before. One splashed water, and the other used lightning powers. This time, Pei Yan controlled his powers carefully to leave some zombies alive. Meanwhile, Li Lang was responsible for observing the zombies' movements. When she saw a zombie's limbs still moving, she used a wolf fang club to disable it completely, waiting for Lin Yu to finish her attack and deliver the final. The strange movements outside the supermarket caught the attention of survivors hiding in nearby shops. Someone quietly peeked through a door to observe what was happening outside. Lin Yu was very perceptive and immediately noticed someone was watching her. However, she was too focused on fighting the zombies to pay attention to others. After 5 rounds of drawing zombies out and killing them, Lin Yu finally managed to stop the zombies from coming out. She drew her sword from her waist and chopped each zombie's head one by one. The system's notification sounds kept ringing in her ears, making her feel very happy.
You have killed 1 zombie.
You have killed 2 zombies. The system's mission was more than halfway complete. She only needed to kill about 20 more zombies to finish. Many zombies still remained, weakened and unable to move after being attacked by her and Pei Yan. With the remaining zombies, she was confident she could complete the task of killing 100 zombies. As for the crystal cores, she found 3 among the zombies. It was quite lucky. Crystal cores are produced when zombies evolve to the first level. First-level zombies are much stronger than those just mutated, and even Lin Yu had to put in some effort to kill them. Water can conduct electricity. With Lin Yu and Pei Yan working together, Pei Yan's lightning-based powers became twice as strong. They easily defeated 3 first-level zombies in the supermarket. Li Hui watched from a clothing store across the street for a long time. When he saw the 3 of them clear out all the zombies they attracted, he didn't rush outside. He was worried there might still be zombies nearby, so he decided to wait and observe further. Li Hui is a man in his 30s. At this age, he still hasn't achieved much. He spends his days at home, relying on others, and likes to read novels, especially those about the end of the world. When he saw people being bitten by zombies, he immediately thought of zombies himself. He quickly reacted, found a store to hide in, and called the police for help. However, the line was busy, so he searched online and confirmed that zombies had appeared in many places. Soon after, his phone ran out of battery and shut down. He didn't find a charger in the store. He didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, he heard growling and thunder outside. When he opened the door, he saw Lin Yu and the others killing zombies. He wasn't planning to go out and take risks, but after seeing Lin Yu and the others go inside for about half an hour and then come out with some items from the supermarket, he couldn't sit still anymore. It seemed they were about to leave, and his good mood was ruined by his curiosity. You're killing people. I will call the police and have you arrested. You can't leave, Li Hui said loudly, acting very righteous. Lin Yu looked at him and his voice dropped several tones. Oh? And what then? Li Hui felt the situation wasn't unfolding as he expected, but he forced himself to speak. I saw you kill people with my own eyes. Lin Yu sneered. Then go ahead and call the police. The police station might be too busy to answer calls right now. Pei Ling almost laughed out loud. She puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, You say they are human? This is the end of the world now. Haven't you seen them eating people? I suggest you go see an eye doctor, uncle. Li Hui knew they couldn't really be considered human anymore. His words were just a fake threat to scare them. Once they were afraid, he planned to make them follow him. After all, these two had awakened special powers. Once he figured out how to awaken his own powers, these three wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Regarding that young girl, she secretly insulted him for being blind. Once he awakens his special powers. Humph. Just wait and see. Thinking of this, Li Hui suppressed the cold look in his eyes. Even now, in this end-of-the-world situation, there are police to handle the eating of people. It's not your place to interfere. Suddenly, Li Hui changed the subject. If you take me away from here, I can pretend I didn't see what happened just now. As soon as he said this, nearby survivors all came out. Exactly. If you don't take us away, we'll call the police and have you arrested. An auntie carrying a handbag looked at him greedily. Young man, you're quite handsome. Can you tell me what that lightning was that appeared in your hand just now? A girl in a white dress, noticing Pei Yan's sharp features and strong fighting ability, ran toward him while holding up her skirt. Shuyu ran to him, clutching her skirt and shouting in a high voice, "Handsome, please take me away from here. In return, I can be your girlfriend." Pei Linlong's face instantly turned very ugly. "Shut up." Pei Yan drew a large sword from behind him, holding it in front of him, and coldly said, "Get lost." Shuyu was still a little scared of the big sword in front of her. She didn't want to face those man-eating monsters. To not miss the chance to latch onto someone powerful, she forced herself to speak again. "Handsome, don't be so fierce. If you take me with you, you won't suffer any loss." Li Hui, seeing this, added fuel. "Exactly, you're so strong. You've already killed all the zombies in Wanda supermarket. It shouldn't be hard for you to take us away from here, right?" Exactly. The nearby survivors also chimed in eagerly. Pei Linlang was furious, who said that the strong must save the weak. These people really had nerve, standing on a moral high ground to criticize her brother. She quickly looked around and pointed at the street. So strange. There are many cars stopped on the street. If you want to leave, just leave. No one's stopping you. Everyone mainly focused on Pei Yan. They didn't pay much attention to the two girls, Lin Yu and Pei Linlang, and hearing her speak made her so angry she was almost boiling. "Hey girl, what are you talking about?" There's an old Chinese saying, "With great power comes great responsibility." Of course, you can't stand by and do nothing when others are in danger. Pei Yan glared at everyone and said in a serious voice, "Maybe you still don't understand your current situation. Zombies are everywhere across the country. The world is in chaos, and Manhwa is too busy to help. Instead of relying on others with your lives and safety, it's better to save yourselves." After speaking, Pei Yan ignored the survivors and looked at Lin Yu and Pei Linlang. "Let's leave here." Since Pei Yan was bitten by a zombie after being pushed at the gas station, he no longer had much empathy. Moreover, among these survivors, many were strong men. There were still some cars parked on the street. Although some were damaged, not all of them couldn't start. This is only the beginning of the end times. If anyone dares to fight, there might still be a chance to escape from Linchuan City. But the problem is, these people haven't thought about saving themselves. They're just waiting for others to help them and enjoy the benefits. Lin Yu had no desire to argue with this group. She hid behind Pei Yan, thought quickly, and took out a Hummer from her space. She sat in the driver's seat and rolled down the window. Pei Yan, Linlang, get in the car. The survivors saw Lin Yu suddenly produce a car out of nowhere. They opened their mouths in shock, forming an O shape. Before they could react, they heard her call them to get in. Some people immediately refused. They can't let them go. Everyone rushed forward excitedly, spitting and shouting, "Don't let them leave. Who told you to go? Even if you want to leave, you must take us with you. Otherwise, no one will leave this place today." Some even lay in front of the Hummer, shouting, "Want to leave? Only if you step over me." Seeing these crazed people, Pei Yan was worried they might hurt Linlang. He whispered, "Linlang, get in the car first." Linlang knew this wasn't the time to hold her brother back. She nodded and said, "Brother, be careful." Once she was safely in the car, Pei Yan's palm suddenly gathered a bolt of lightning, which he threw onto the ground, making a sizzling sound. Visible to the eye, the lightning struck the asphalt at the intersection, creating a flash of electric light. After the ability dispersed, a large hole appeared in the road. Pei Yan held a knife in one hand and pointed at the big hole in the middle of the road, coldly saying, "Anyone who steps forward again, this will be your fate." This move was very effective in intimidating others.
Most people stopped in their tracks.
The woman lying in front of the Hummer still didn't leave. She was sure that the young girl driving the car wouldn't dare hit her. Pei Yan saw that this move scared most people, so she quickly sheathed her knife and got into the car. Only after the car door slammed shut did everyone seem to wake up from their daze. Li Hui sneered and whispered among the crowd, "Don't listen to them. Monsters are everywhere across the country now. We're all going to die, but we're not afraid of him. There are more of us than just 3 guys." His words woke everyone up. Yes, there are at least 20 of us, and only 3 of them. 20 people can't beat 3? Exactly. We're not afraid. Let's fight him, steal his car, and then tie up that little girl who can turn cars into other cars. Let her turn a car for us. Lin Yu found this funny. Yes, they have over 20 people, but instead of working together to leave Linchuan City, they're planning to attack her. They really think she's easy to bully? The woman lying in front of the Hummer shouted, "We'll surround their cars. I doubt they dare to hit us." Lin Yu sneered. These people still think it's like before? She turned her head and looked at the crowd outside, a calm tone in her voice, but it made everyone feel a chill. "Let me remind you, this is the end of the world now." She paused. "Why do you think the rules from before can still control me? So, what if it's the end of the world? If you have the guts, drive over me." She let go of her kindness and respected others' fate. Lin Yu smiled happily.
"All right then."
"As you wish." Her emotionless, light laugh mixed with the sound of the accelerator, sounding like a demon descending upon everyone. The woman heard the engine roar and was genuinely scared. She shakily got up from the ground but refused to leave. Since someone was rushing to die, Lin Yu wouldn't stop her. She pressed the accelerator to the floor and drove straight toward the woman in front. The woman saw she was serious and seemed to have no intention of stopping. She hurried to the side, but accidentally tripped over her right foot and fell flat on her face, a foul smell wafting from her. The woman was so scared she wet herself. She broke out in cold sweat behind her. She was almost hit. She could feel the tire nearly brushing past her shoes. Until the people nearby started to express their disgust, Annie finally realized she had been scared so badly she wet herself. She felt both ashamed and angry, wishing she could dig a hole and hide inside. A few clever people noticed that Lin Yu had driven away and avoided everyone's attention. They looked at the nearby parked cars, tested one, and found it still usable. Then they followed in the direction Lin Yu had gone. They sensed that Lin Yu and her group probably knew something important. Following them seemed like the right choice. When they saw someone quietly driving away, everyone finally reacted. They hurried to find another working car on the roadside, worried that zombies might appear again soon. If that happened, no one would be able to help. Zombies have very sharp hearing. Not only did the crowd at Wanda's supermarket make noise, but there was also the sound of a car speeding away. These sounds attracted zombies from miles around, and they were moving closer. The zombies hadn't appeared immediately because they were still some distance away and moved slowly, about the speed of a normal person walking. It would take some time for them to arrive. No one knew that zombies were approaching Wanda's supermarket. Some chose to follow Lin Yu and leave quickly, while others hesitated and entered the supermarket to gather some food before leaving. Everyone had seen Lin Yu and her group draw waves of zombies out of the supermarket and fight them. The last time they left, there were no zombies behind them, so the supermarket was temporarily safe. But the real danger was approaching them silently. After about 7 or 8 minutes, screams began to echo from inside the supermarket. Lin Yu didn't know about these events since she had already left. She didn't care whether those inside were alive or dead. Inside the car, the atmosphere was tense. No one spoke, only the wind howling outside. Pei Linlang stared blankly at Lin Yu's side profile. Honestly, Lin Yu's expression earlier had frightened her a little. When she snapped out of her daze, her concern for Lin Yu deepened. The apocalypse had just begun, and Pei Linlang found it hard to imagine what Lin Yu had gone through in those few hours after it started, to become the person she saw now. She was worried and secretly observed Lin Yu. She saw her calm face, which revealed nothing, and hesitated to speak, wanting to say something but unsure how. Through the rearview mirror, I saw Pei Linlang looking hesitant to speak. Lin Yu chuckled softly and asked, "Did I scare you just now?" Pei Linlang was momentarily stunned. She nodded, then shook her head. "Yes, a little," she admitted, "but mostly I feel sorry for you, Sister Lin Yu." Lin Yu didn't expect such an answer from Pei Linlang and was momentarily lost in thought. "Feeling sorry?" "Yes," Pei Linlang said, counting on her fingers. "You see, before today, when someone was choking me and threatening to kill me, I still had kindness in my heart for the people in this world. No one is naturally cold-hearted. I feel sorry for you, because I think you've also been through some bad things, but I know you're not that kind of person. Deep down, you're very gentle." She continued, "And those people we met at the supermarket earlier, they're not worth saving. Even I know that when you ask someone for help, you need to show respect. They not only acted aggressively, but also judged us from a moral high ground." Pei Linlang looked serious. Her words made Lin Yu fall silent. She remembered many things from her past life. She used to be kind-hearted too, thinking that since they were all from Long Country, she should help whenever she could. But her kindness repeatedly put her in danger. Her sincerity and good intentions had long been lost amid countless betrayals she couldn't even count. A heavy feeling weighed on Lin Yu. Pei Linlang suddenly felt a bit guilty, as if she had touched a sore spot for Lin Yu.
Lin Yu.
"Sister Lin Yu?" Lin Yu snapped out of her thoughts, her eyes softening. "I'm fine, but thank you for your concern. It's good that you're okay." After saying this, she looked at her dull-looking brother, who was standing nearby, not knowing what to say to comfort her. There was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Pei Linlang glared at him. Pei Yan. He didn't realize that in her eyes, he had gone from being just her brother to being a dull brother. She looked at him with a glare, leaving him speechless for a moment. He wanted to say no, but before he could, Pei Linlang had already spoken. For some reason, Pei Yan felt a strange sense of frustration. His usually caring sister now made him feel a bit upset. But what Linlang said made sense. If she hadn't experienced those bad things, she wouldn't have suddenly changed like this. Pei Yan was a bit curious. The apocalypse had only just begun, so what exactly had Lin Yu encountered in this short time? If you called her cold, it was true, but during these few times collecting supplies, she didn't take everything all at once. Lin Yu didn't say anything, but Pei Yan understood. She was leaving some for others to survive. If you said she was unfeeling, she was harsh to those who caused trouble, driving straight at them without hesitation. She was truly a contradictory person, he thought. As the sky darkened, most of the supplies were gathered. Normally, Lin Yu could return to Qingchuan Mountain now, but the system's mission wasn't finished yet. Also, fewer people lived near Qingchuan Mountain, which meant fewer zombies. After thinking it over, Lin Yu decided to stay overnight in Linchuan City. Once she completed the system's tasks, she could return to Qingchuan Villa later. Lin Yu didn't dare to stay overnight in the city. Linchuan City had several subway lines, and it was obvious that the subway was a major zombie hotspot. If she was unlucky and encountered zombies there, she would be in danger no matter how many arms she had. She drove her Hummer out of the city. On the way, she encountered zombies but didn't even frown. She simply stepped on the accelerator and crashed into them. After a day of reckless driving, the front of the car was dented. Lin Yu was a little worried. If she kept going like this, the Hummer wouldn't last long and would soon be broken. It was clear she needed to find the mutant with the special abilities soon. In the end, Lin Yu chose to park outside a building on the outskirts of the city. The building was dark inside, and the solar streetlights outside cast a faint glow, making the place look a bit eerie and strange. After getting out of the car, Lin Yu didn't rush to store the vehicle in her space. Instead, she opened the fuel tank, connected it to the fuel truck inside her space, and pressed her hand against the tank opening to refuel directly. She had been driving all afternoon in Linchuan City, and the fuel tank wasn't in great shape. Linyu felt it was safer to fill it up completely. What if she ran into an emergency and found out the car was out of fuel?
There would be nowhere to cry.
While Linyu was refueling, the Pei siblings weren't idle either. They were alertly watching their surroundings. The building's door was tightly locked. If all went well, there might be people inside, but it could also be zombies. Once she had refueled the vehicle, she stored the Hummer in the space. Pei Yan drew his large sword from his waist and said, "Stay here. I'll go take a look." Linyu stopped him, saying, "Let's go together. In case of any sudden trouble, they could handle it better together." Pei Yan could observe things, and Linyu could see them too. He didn't refuse her request. Perhaps hearing their voices, there was a banging sound coming from the building. Linyu's expression grew serious. It seems the people inside have turned into zombies. Otherwise, the living inside wouldn't be making banging noises on the door. To be safe, Linyu didn't go forward but gathered her special power from a distance before the building's door. Pei Linling watched as water squeezed into the keyhole, and then with a pop, the door opened. She was stunned. Using water-based powers like that? Water can seep everywhere. Although water powers seem minor, if used well, they can be quite powerful. These skills were developed by Linyu in her previous life. Now, with Pei Yan's lightning powers, she discovered another way to use water powers. Water can carry a boat but also capsize it. If used properly, it's just as effective as other powers. Linyu's way of using her powers inspired Pei Yan and Pei Linling a lot. A sudden flash of insight struck Pei Linling, but the loud screams from upstairs interrupted her thoughts, causing her to miss the white light. She pulled her mind back and knew it wasn't the time to think about that. She clenched her wolf fawn club tightly. "Be careful." After a reminder, Linyu drew her tang sword and led the way inside. The banging was coming from upstairs, but Linyu remained alert. Who knew if there was only one zombie in the building? Caution was best. This was experience Linyu had gained after countless struggles in the apocalypse. Pei Yan gathered his lightning power, illuminating the room instantly. He strode to the light switch and turned it on. The room was suddenly as bright as day. The first thing that caught her eye was a dining table with stairs next to it. One person was manageable, but if 3 people entered the stairs at the same time, they might not be able to handle danger properly. So, the 3 kept some distance from each other while going upstairs. Linyu led at the front, Pei Linlang was in the middle, and Pei Yan was responsible for covering the rear. They safely reached the stairs without incident. Using the same old method, Pei Yan turned on the light, and the layout of the second floor became clear to the 3 of them. However, the living room was a mess, with clothes scattered everywhere. There were no obvious bloodstains on the floor. The banging sound they heard was coming from the master bedroom. As expected, the people inside had turned into zombies. The banging had been going on for a while, and the door frame was starting to, with a large hole forming. Soon, the zombies inside would break through the door. Perhaps the arrival of Linyu and her companions had triggered the zombie inside, making it hit the door even harder. The door frame was on the verge of collapsing. This was a first-level zombie with awakened powers. Otherwise, it wouldn't have broken through the door so quickly while Linyu was refueling the car upstairs. Ordinary zombies couldn't do that. Linyu's expression darkened. This was the first awakened zombie she had encountered today. Zombies are divided into ordinary zombies and those with special abilities. Ordinary zombies haven't awakened any powers. They can become stronger by feeding, but their intelligence remains low, mainly driven by the instinct to eat. Awakened zombies, on the other hand, can use their abilities. As they advance, their intelligence gets closer to that of humans, and they become much harder to deal with than regular first-level zombies. These awakened zombies can control ordinary zombies to attack humans, leading the horde of the undead. If Linyu hadn't stopped here today, this powerful zombie would have quickly advanced and then led the ordinary zombies to attack. That would have been a disaster for the survivors in Linchuan City.
But
is it too early for awakened zombies to appear now, compared to her previous life? She remembered that in her past life, in Yun Province, awakened zombies only appeared on the 3rd day of the apocalypse. Maybe awakened zombies had already existed before, and she was just lucky not to encounter them. She didn't know for sure. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. But whether or not, Lin Yu had already been reborn. She couldn't find the answer, or prove anything. After thinking it through, Lin Yu stopped dwelling on it. She quickly explained the characteristics and weaknesses of the power-type zombie to Pei Yan and Pei Linling, planning to work together to kill it. Pei Yan and Pei Linling had no objections. There was no need for Lin Yu to exert much effort to open the door. It wouldn't be long before this strong zombie would break it down. Everyone stepped back a little. The three of them retreated to a safe distance, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to use their powers. After about a minute, the unstable door finally couldn't withstand the zombies and burst inward with a loud bang, falling toward Lin Yu. Fortunately, the three had wisely hidden in the living room, avoiding harm. Pei Linlong's face was serious. She was already prepared to charge forward with her wolf-tooth club. She was no longer the same Pei Linling who used to be afraid to kill zombies or even vomited at the sight of them. Now, she was Nyogu Lu Lang. Just as Pei Linling was eager to act, Lin Yu used her signature move again. A water ball poured over the strong zombie from above, drenching it completely. But zombies aren't humans. They don't stand still just because their enemies don't play by the rules. After smashing the door, it charged toward the area with a living human scent. Though strong, the zombie's body wasn't very agile. If it were someone else, it might take a lot of effort to kill it, but standing in front of Lin Yu was a future big shot. A strong zombie? Sorry, that was useless. Lin Yu threw a water ball, followed by Pei Yan releasing a lightning strike. The zombie convulsed from the electric shock. It was almost unfair. Lin Yu thought, what sportsmanship? She didn't care about that when dealing with zombies. With the water enhancing her lightning, the power grew even stronger. Together, Lin Yu and Pei Yan's abilities were unbeatable within their level, even capable of counterattacking beyond their rank. Of course, Pei Yan didn't forget his promise to Lin Yu. He controlled his power to leave the zombie alive, giving it a chance to survive. The strong zombie lost its mobility and lay on the ground. The living room was filled with the stench of burnt flesh and rotting meat. Lin Yu calmly drew her tang sword and swung it at the zombie's head. A pleasant system notification sounded in her ear. You have defeated a first-level strong zombie. Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, her resolve to keep Pei Yan with her growing stronger. What surprised her even more was the tang sword she found in the antique shop. With a single strike, it cut through effortlessly, no resistance, as if it were cutting through hot butter. It seemed her trip to the antique shop was worth it. Next to her, Pei Linling stared in shock, then fell into deep self-doubt. Her invisibility ability seemed a bit useless. Thinking of this, Pei Linling suddenly shook her head. No, it's definitely not because her special ability is weak. It's because Sister Lin Yu and her brother's abilities work together in a very powerful way. She hasn't even had a chance to show her strength before the zombie was taken down. Pei Linling looked at Pei Yan and then at Lin Yu, becoming more determined to stay close to her. Lin Yu's ability and her brother's abilities are like a perfect match. Separately, they are a waste. Pei Linling never thought that in this world, not only Lin Yu had water-based powers, but even if others did, in her heart, no one could compare to Lin Yu. In a way, Pei Linling and Lin Yu shared similar thoughts. One wanted to work with Pei Yan to kill zombies, and the other wanted to hold on to her future sister-in-law tightly. But Pei Yan didn't know about these thoughts. No need to think hard. Zombies at level 1 must have crystals in their brains. Just as Lin Yu was about to dissect the zombie's head, Pei Linling stopped her. Let me do it. Pei Linling believed she hadn't contributed much when killing zombies before. Now that she finally had a chance to help, she naturally seized it. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. However, Pei Linlong's teasing expression reminded her of what happened at the antique shop. Her face turned red, and she would never admit that the delicate girl who was so disgusted by the zombie was her. She had seen too little of the world. Compared to the stench of the charred zombies outside Wanda's supermarket, it was nothing. Lin Yu could tell what Pei Linling was thinking just by her expressive face. She was still young, and her feelings showed clearly.
But
She actually liked Pei Linlong's personality. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. Then you come. Pei Linlang rubbed her fists excitedly and swung her stick at the zombie's head on the ground. Worried about damaging the crystal inside the zombie's brain, she didn't hit too hard. At this moment, Pei Linlang didn't realize that in the near future, she would become a tool for extracting crystals. Pei Yan's eyes twitched. If he hadn't seen it himself, he wouldn't believe that the girl with the violent hammer was his kind-hearted, gentle sister. He stared at Pei Linlang for a long time. After a while, a faint smile appeared on Pei Yan's lips. This was no longer a society of strict laws. It might be good that Linlang had a violent reputation as a shield. Before long, a bright orange crystal core appeared under Pei Linlong's tapping. The core was covered with some sticky mixture. Before Pei Linlang could speak, Lin Yu used a water ball to clean the core. Pei Linlang carefully examined the crystal core and exclaimed in surprise, "This is the crystal core." It's hard to believe that such a beautiful crystal core grew from a disgusting zombie's head. It's truly incredible. Pei Linlang couldn't help but sigh. Lin Yu calmly said, "The more beautiful something is, the more danger it might hide, making people afraid to get close." That's true. Pei Linlang nodded in agreement. If it weren't for Lin Yu and her brother, she probably couldn't handle the zombie alone. She'd only have to run away. The energy in a normal zombie's crystal core is several times less than that in a special zombie's core. I wonder if the system sees it the same way. Lin Yu asked the system and found out that a first-level special core with abilities can replace 10 first-level normal cores. A second-level normal core can replace 100 first-level normal cores, and a second-level special core can replace 10 second-level normal cores, and so on. With this core, she could easily complete the system's tasks. But it wasn't just her. Although she really wanted to finish the system's tasks, she had to ask the Pei siblings if they agreed. At this moment, a pair of slender, bony hands handed the core to Lin Yu, and a clear voice sounded nearby. "It's safer to keep the core with you. You should hold on to it first." She reached out and took the core, their fingertips touching briefly. Lin Yu didn't mind and paused before saying, "I need this core urgently. I'd like to borrow your share for a few days and return it later." Pei Yan withdrew his hand and gently rubbed his fingertips in a place Lin Yu didn't notice, as if savoring the warmth from her fingertips. He snapped back to his senses and chuckled softly. "You saved my life. You don't need to be so polite." Pei Linlang nodded in agreement. "You also saved my life. Lin Yu, you don't need to be so polite to us." Pei Yan shot a fleeting glance at Pei Linlang. For some reason, Pei Linlang suddenly felt a chill down her back. Lin Yu didn't notice the siblings' subtle expressions. She really needed the core, so she took it without hesitation. After defeating the strength-type zombie and confirming there was no danger inside, Lin Yu relaxed and took out 3 boxes of self-heating rice and 3 bottles of cola from the space. The 3 of them had been busy all afternoon, and their stomachs were already hungry. The aroma of the self-heating rice made their mouths water. Ignoring the zombie right in front of them, they eagerly enjoyed their meal. Once they were full and satisfied, they gathered some supplies. They found a 50-pound barrel of rapeseed oil, a half-used barrel of jinlongju oil, a bag of rice, some vegetables, seasonings, and other items. Lin Yu took everything without hesitation. When people eat enough, they tend to feel sleepy. Now that it was temporarily safe, Pei Linlang relaxed completely, and overwhelming sleepiness washed over her. Neither Lin Yu nor Pei Yan thought about making her stay awake, so they discussed and decided that Lin Yu would stay on watch during the first half of the night, and Pei Yan would take over in the second half. Pei Yan was worried that Lin Yu might not handle it alone, so he threw the corpse in the living room downstairs and shared the sofa with Pei Linlang to sleep. Suddenly, it started to rain heavily in the middle of the night. The night was pitch dark, and the rain outside was heavy, forming a curtain of rain that woke Pei Yan and Pei Linlang on the sofa. Lin Yu didn't open the window recklessly, but stood silently by the window, watching the rain curtain outside. The room was small, and the single lamp couldn't illuminate the outside view, but Lin Yu's heart sank suddenly. In her previous life, after the apocalypse arrived, there was also a heavy rain 1 month later. During that rainstorm, a zombie virus was present. Anyone who came into contact with even a tiny amount of it would be quickly infected and turn into a zombie. The already mutated zombies would become even stronger after being washed by the rain. This rain brought not only the virus but also polluted all the water in the rivers and lakes. Countless animals and plants mutated overnight, making the environment even harsher for humans. Why was this happening so much earlier than expected? Lin Yu's heart kept sinking. Something must have happened along the way to cause this rainstorm to arrive so early. Thinking of this, a doubt arose in her mind. Could this rain be related to her rebirth? She thought this life would be different from her previous one. Perhaps, at the moment she was reborn, the butterfly had already flapped its wings, deviating from the original path. After this rainstorm, human survival would enter a terrifying mode. This was only the first day of the end of the world. Lin Yu pursed her lips. The warm-colored light shone on her, but did not chase away her surrounding darkness. Instead, it deepened her despair. Pei Yan frowned slightly. What's wrong? It was only when Pei Yan's voice sounded in her ear that she was pulled out of her hopeless state. Lin Yu wanted to smile, but she found she couldn't manage to do so no matter what. She gently shook her head and didn't answer. After a long pause, she finally found her voice and said in a low voice, "When the rain stops, we will leave here." Pei Yan looked out the window at the thick, unbreakable night sky. "This rain has a problem," he spoke confidently. The online end-of-the-world survival guide mentioned there would be a heavy rain in a month, but now it's happening much earlier. "I'm worried there's something wrong with this rain." She immediately calmed her emotions and showed just the right amount of concern on her face, as if the despair she had just felt was only her illusion. Hearing this, Pei Linlong's face paled slightly, clearly recalling an article she saw online. If the heavy rain, which was supposed to come only in a month, really arrived early then, could everyone really survive this disaster? It was important to remember that the end of the world had only just begun less than a day ago. Many people were still unprepared, and only a few, like her, who had awakened special abilities and encountered helpful allies, were ready. Outside, the rain pattered on the roof, rain shelter, and ground, but it also struck their hearts, delivering a heavy. For a moment, no one spoke. "So, I changed my mind. When the rain stops, we'll leave here." Pei Yan nodded. Since he was already awake, he didn't plan to sleep anymore. He glanced at the girl beside him. "You all go rest. I'll stay on watch now. When the rain stops, I'll wake you." Lin Yu closed her eyes and drifted into a light sleep, but Pei Linlang, who was disturbed by the rain, had many thoughts racing through her mind, making her unable to fall asleep. She opened her eyes, looked at Lin Yu's peaceful face, then quietly got off the bed and moved behind the figure standing by the window. Pei Linlang lowered her voice. "Brother, after we leave here, where should we go? If this rain really carried a virus, then where could be safe?" Pei Yan turned around and lightly tapped her forehead with his finger. "Go to sleep. Don't worry. If the sky falls, I'll be the one holding it up." Pei Linlang didn't know what was happening, but her growing unease was suddenly eased by his words. She nodded, tiptoed quietly onto the sofa and lay down. Lin Yu's sleep was light. She sensed something was wrong the moment Pei Linlang got up, but she didn't open her eyes. Instead, she listened to what the siblings were saying. In the apocalypse, she had seen many people do anything to survive. Family, love, and friendship could all be abandoned. At this moment, she truly envied Pei Linlang for still having a caring older brother during the chaos. Meanwhile, in the center of Linchuan City, a couple left a hotel and ran across the street under an umbrella toward a convenience store. After the disaster, chaos spread everywhere in the city, cars crashing on the streets, monsters that ate people, and screams coming from all directions, making everyone feel scared. The couple stayed inside the hotel all day, too frightened to go out. There was no food in their hotel room. They either ate there or ordered takeout. They had just slept until noon when the trouble began. Outside their room, they often heard knocking and crying, so they dared not leave. They hadn't eaten lunch and were starving. If it weren't for the monsters outside, they would have gone out to find food. They drank the 2 bottles of water in the room to survive until midnight. Then, a heavy rainstorm started. Once it subsided a little, they decided to brave the weather and go out for food. Luckily, they didn't encounter any zombies on the way. The umbrella they shared was small, barely enough for 1 person, let alone 2. The boy held the girl close, tilting the umbrella toward her, but the rain was too heavy and they both got a little wet. Just as the girl felt touched, she looked up and saw a pale, grayish face staring at her. Her bag of snacks slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. She only managed to scream before her boyfriend, about to bite her, was struck by a sudden change. Her eyes bulged, her face twisted with veins, and her skin turned gray-white. They both turned into zombies, though the man still held the umbrella in his right hand and had his left arm around his girlfriend. They left together in the rain, only the bag of snacks remaining on the ground. Ignoring their fierce faces, from behind, they truly looked like a model couple. Such scenes happened almost everywhere in Linchuan City. Old 5. Why aren't those zombies chasing us anymore? Why are they suddenly running outward? We're almost out of time, and you still care about whether the zombies chase us or not. Let's hurry up and leave. What if they turn around and chase us? Let's go quickly. So, the group carefully sneaked down another fire escape. Standing at the door, they disagreed. Some suggested waiting for the rain to stop. Others wanted to leave now. Who knows if those zombies will appear again? If you want to stay and wait, go ahead. I just want to leave now. Stay here and wait for death if you want. After saying that, the man took the lead into the rain. With someone leading, others quickly followed, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Lu Guang was among those hesitating. Soon everyone around him left, and only he was left alone. The area was quiet. Lu Guang felt scared but decided to follow the main group. Just as he was about to step into the rain, loud screams came from the rain, startling him so much he pulled back his foot. Ah! Zombies! There are zombies! Someone has turned into a zombie.
How could that happen?
This rain is toxic. It makes people turn into zombies. Run! Soon, the screams were drowned out by the rain. Lu Guang shivered all over. He no longer cared about the zombies inside the building and desperately ran into the room. Between the options of turning into a zombie immediately or waiting a bit longer to turn, Lu Guang didn't hesitate. He chose the latter. Better to survive a little longer than die quickly. Who wants to die? This situation wasn't only happening in Linchuan City, it was happening all over Manhwa and around the world. This heavy rain was global, and human living environments were in danger. On July 7, 2040, the apocalypse arrived, and humanity officially entered a hellish survival mode. The rain continued until 6 a.m. the next morning before stopping. Pei Yan stayed by the window, waiting for the rain to end. As soon as it stopped, he immediately woke Lin Yu and Pei Linlang to prepare to leave. Lin Yu checked the time on her phone, her face darkening. The heavy rain lasted over 7 hours, almost the same as the storm in her previous life. After a night of chaos, it is likely that many zombies in Linchuan City have evolved to the 1st stage, and some may have even reached the 2nd or 3rd stage. There are also mutated animals and plants. For her, who only has 1st stage supernatural abilities, the city is very dangerous, and she could die at any moment. She had planned to visit the farmer's market today to gather large irrigation equipment, but the sudden heavy rain disrupted her plans. Lin Yu decided not to stay any longer. Let's go. Thinking about the possible extreme heat to come, before leaving, Lin Yu collected all usable cotton and bedding from the building. After packing her things, the 3 of them went downstairs. As soon as they opened the door, a dark shadow with a sharp wind rushed toward Pei Yan, who was walking at the front. Be careful. Pei Yan reacted quickly, activating her supernatural power, and threw something at the shadow. The shadow was struck by lightning and fell heavily to the ground from the air. Only then did Lin Yu see clearly that the shadow was a zombie cat. Its fur was patchy and rotten flesh, struck by lightning, emitted a foul, disgusting smell. Pei Yan was surprised. Cats can turn into zombies too? Humans can turn into zombies, so why can't cats? In the apocalypse, zombie animals can sometimes be even more frightening than zombies. They retain animal traits and sometimes even attack in groups, like zombie rats. A large swarm of zombie rats could destroy a city-sized base. Zombie animals are more cunning and sneaky than zombies. They hide in corners and rarely attack openly, waiting for humans to relax before striking and taking lives easily. Fortunately, this was only a first-stage zombie cat. If it had been second stage, it might have been much harder to deal with. This place is no longer safe. We need to leave. Worried about any sudden danger, Lin Yu ignored collecting the zombie cat's crystal core. She quickly stored its body in her space, then took out the Hummer from her space and called her brother and sister to get in. They narrowly escaped danger and got into the car. Just as Lin Yu stepped on the accelerator, a swarm of zombie birds appeared out of nowhere and quickly surrounded the Hummer. They collided with the vehicle without fear of death. Outside the window, countless zombie birds blocked the view, making it impossible to see the road. In just a short time, the windows and windshield were cracked in several places. Lin Yu knew she couldn't let these zombie birds break the car window and fly in, nor could she stop to fight them, or they would be trapped in a difficult situation. The only way was to rush out quickly. Pei Yan's eyes narrowed as she used her psychic power to throw energy outside through the window. But since the zombie birds were close to the Hummer, attacking them risked damaging the vehicle, so she hesitated. Pei Yan's face turned pale, but she forced herself to stay calm and do what she could. She activated her invisibility power, covering the entire car. All scents were cut off, and the Hummer disappeared from the zombie bird sight. But fortune was not on their side. Some zombie birds suddenly lost their target and stood still, but others, due to inertia, continued moving when Pei Yan used her invisibility and accidentally hit the window, alerting them. They then rushed forward one after another. From a distance, it looked like they were crashing into air. If there were no collisions with the zombie birds, they wouldn't even realize someone was nearby when the birds just flew past the car. Unfortunately, her current power level was too low. However, Lin Yu seized the moment created by Pei Yan when most of the zombie birds had lost their target. She made a bold decision and stepped on the accelerator. The Hummer sped out instantly, knocking the zombie birds on both sides of the window behind them. Most of the birds blocking the windshield were scattered, and about a dozen, slowed down by the wind, couldn't continue attacking the glass. Lin Yu finally relaxed and praised Lin Ling. Well done. Encouraged by the praise, Pei Yan's eyes sparkled. Thanks to your driving, Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled but didn't show favoritism. Of course, it also depends on your and Pei Yan's teamwork. Without it, we wouldn't have left so easily. Pei Yan also felt relieved. Where are we going next? To my house. Pei Yan was stunned. To your house? Yes, Lin Yu smiled. You'll like it there. Her home and villa were inside a safe zone, so they didn't need to worry about zombies or mutated animals and plants. Lin Yu couldn't guarantee her house was the safest place on Earth, but she was sure it was the safest place in Linchuan City. Pei Yan frowned but didn't relax because of her answer. Last night's rain made the zombies stronger. The city center is the most crowded and also the most dangerous place. Other areas are not necessarily safer than Linchuan City. Even in the least populated suburbs, you can still encounter groups of zombie birds. Pei Yan doesn't think Lin Yu's home is necessarily safe. After thinking for a moment, Pei Yan asked, "May I ask where your home is?" Lin Yu kept him in suspense. "You'll find out when we get there." Seeing Pei Yan's furrowed brow, she still warned him, "Don't worry, that place definitely won't be attacked by zombies or mutated plants." Pei Yan looked at her curiously. He didn't understand why Lin Yu was so confident. If that place really wasn't threatened by zombies or mutated creatures, then why did she tell him? He thought, if I know this secret, isn't that enough? Pei Yan frowned. The wrinkles on his forehead could kill a mosquito. He suddenly said, "Are you so open with everyone?" Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. Not everyone? Of course not. She brought the Pei siblings home because she believed Pei Yan's special ability could work well with hers, and Pei Linlong's invisibility power could be very useful in critical moments. That was one reason. Another reason was that after spending time with the siblings, she found both of their personalities to be good. They weren't the type to stab you in the back. The third reason was that Linyu was confident she didn't have to fear their betrayal. But she didn't see the need to tell them these reasons. Seeing her fall into silence, Pei Yan realized his question was a bit inappropriate. He cleared his throat and said, "I didn't mean anything bad. I just think no matter who they are, you shouldn't be so open. You should keep some secrets." Pei Yan didn't care what Linyu meant by absolute. Luckily, today she met him. Otherwise, anyone hearing such news would be tempted, and in serious cases, it could even lead to violence or theft. Anyway, you shouldn't be so carefree in the future. Pei Yan looked serious, his eyes clear and free of greed. Every word was heartfelt. Pei Linlang covered her mouth and secretly smiled. Her brother's attitude seemed like he was scolding his wife for not making things easy for him. Ahem. She must be overthinking. Pei Yan's serious expression was actually quite adorable. Linyu couldn't help but chuckle softly. "I promise. There won't be a next time. Focus on driving."
Oh.
Linyu stopped teasing and concentrated on driving. Yesterday, the suburban rest stop was not far from Qingchuan Mountain, only about 10 minutes away. Due to a heavy rainstorm yesterday, it was much harder to get home than to go into the city. There were no major dangers, but on the way back, they kept encountering strange plants and zombie-like creatures blocking the road. This caused Linyu to slam the accelerator to the floor, crashing through anything in front of her, sometimes making sharp 360-degree turns, which made the two in the car turn pale with fear. Pei Linlang held the steering wheel tightly, screaming softly, her face pale with fright. They almost hit something. She couldn't help but feel like she was going to. Pei Linlang felt dizzy and was at her limit. She forced herself to ask, "Sister Linyu, how much longer until we get there?" "I can't hold on much longer." Pei Yan was a little more patient, but still felt her head spinning. Almost there. Linyu had just knocked away a zombie dog in front of the car. She turned a corner, and a villa covered in golden light appeared before their eyes. In a quick glance, she thought she saw something white outside the dark land, and outside the villa's wall, several people were hitting a protective shield, trying to figure out its secret. Since the day the shield was activated, Linyu had expected this kind of situation. She wasn't surprised and had no intention of stopping. The people gathered around the wall, hearing the roar of the car, turned to look. A battered, muddy Hummer with a layer of rotten flesh on it entered their view. Seeing that the Hummer didn't seem to plan to stop, a man around 40 shouted loudly, "This golden light is really strange. It makes us immune to weapons, fire, and water. Don't waste your effort. Let him try," someone else said. "Maybe he can get in." "What is this golden light?" "As long as you stay close to it, the zombies won't come near." "If only we could open the light and go inside to hide." Although no one truly believed that the Hummer could break through the golden shield, they still held on to the hope that maybe it could. Linyu ignored the others. She activated the system's permissions for the two of them and drove the car directly to the villa's gate.
Huh.
Why isn't he crashing into it? The people nearby exchanged looks and all moved closer toward Linyu's direction. Linyu quickly jumped out of the car, not caring about the different looks around her. She took the key to the main door from her space. Pei Linlang followed behind her, staring blankly at the villa bathed in golden light. Pei Yan was also startled by the golden glow, but he quickly regained his composure. He stood protectively, silently guarding the two inside his range. "Where did she get the key?" "Hey, little girl, stop pretending. We've tried, and this golden light can't be entered." As soon as the speaker finished, he saw the key ignore the golden light, passing straight through it and inserting into the lock. Click, the sound of the key turning came, and then the door opened. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, as if in a dream. Linyu didn't care what others thought. She stepped inside confidently. Only after fully entering the safe zone did she breathe a sigh of relief. She thought for a moment and used her water powers to wash away the rotten flesh and blood on the Hummer. Then she stored the Hummer in her space. She looked at Pei Yan and Pei Linling and said, "Come in." Her action of opening the door stunned everyone present. No one noticed when the Hummer disappeared from sight.
Ah?
Oh, okay. Pei Linling quickly caught up with her. The people around were restless, but were held back by Pei Yan's sharp gaze. Pei Yan glared at them coldly. If they misbehaved, he wouldn't mind making them taste the power of lightning. Seeing Pei Yan's intimidating look, the others suppressed their curiosity and decided to wait until he went inside before moving. After both his sister and Lin Yu entered the villa, Pei Yan followed behind. Someone among the crowd whispered, "Let's go in too. Quick, quick. Don't let them close the door." Everyone rushed toward the villa, but before Pei Yan could act, a golden light pushed them back 2 meters. They were stunned and tried again, but they were still knocked back by the golden glow. Zhang Yu, the 40-year-old man who initially told Lin Yu she was invulnerable to weapons and fire, was knocked back twice by the golden shield. Only then did he believe he couldn't enter the villa. His eyes flickered, and he looked up into a pair of eyes that seemed to smile but not quite. Zhang Yu shivered, feeling as if his thoughts had been seen through. He put on a friendly face and said, "Little girl, don't be so selfish. It's not kind to enter the villa alone. Here's an idea. You tell us how to get into the villa, and when the zombies come, we'll have enough people to handle it." Pei Linling knew that she and her brother could get into the villa because of Lin Yu. The person in front of her was pretending to be kind and polite, but secretly, she just wanted to know how to enter the villa. She looked cautious and whispered to Lin Yu, "Sister Lin Yu, we can't let them come in." Of course, Lin Yu wouldn't let them in. She shrugged and smiled innocently. "It's just like I said. Insert the key into the lock. Turn it and the door opens." Pei Linling chuckled, and even Pei Yan's lips curved slightly. Zhang Yu's face changed colors, sometimes pale, sometimes dark, like a colorful palette. "You're trying to trick me." If Zhang Yu had been polite, Lin Yu would have responded politely too. But since he immediately called her selfish, Lin Yu naturally couldn't be courteous. She kept her smile and said, "Only you can call me selfish, but I can't do the same to you? You're really double standard." Lin Yu didn't want to argue about trivial matters. After closing the door, she hurriedly arranged for the siblings to stay in the guest room on the 2nd floor. Then she returned to her own room and opened the system panel. Detected that the host has met the conditions for task submission.
Submit now?
She chose yes. Lin Yu had already discussed the matter of the crystal core with Pei Yan. Without hesitation, she took out the energy-type crystal core from her space and chose to submit it. Task: kill 100 zombies, 100 out of 100. Collect 10 crystal cores, October 10th. Completed. Reward: 200 gold coins, 3 farmland plots. Immediately after, the system panel refreshed with a new task. Current task: quickly trade crystal cores with 10 people. Progress: 0/10. Lin Yu didn't immediately claim the farmland but instead looked at the details of the new task. This task required trading crystal cores with others, and each trade must involve at least 10 cores. The task was not difficult and could be completed without leaving the house. She planned to use the collected supplies to trade for crystal cores. No one would mind if she had enough resources. Lin Yu stared at the system panel, lost in thought. She always thought that this Apocalypse farm system was similar to the QQ farm game she played before, but after doing some tasks released by the system, she realized there were big differences. The system offers many kinds of tasks, including farming, fighting zombies, and even trading with others. She couldn't quite understand the purpose of these tasks. "Host, you'll understand later," the system replied. Lin Yu was confused. She tried to connect the tasks and find a pattern but couldn't think of anything. She decided to set it aside for now. Meanwhile, Pei Linling found Pei Yan. "Brother, what's the deal with the shield outside the villa?" she asked. Pei Yan looked at her for a moment and then shook his head gently. "It's not always good to know too much," he said. She was stunned for a moment, but then nodded seriously. "Okay, brother. I get it. If Sister Lin Yu doesn't want to say, I won't ask." Pei Yan patted her head. "Good girl." Lin Yu didn't know about the siblings' conversation. Even if she did, she had no intention of explaining. She couldn't figure it out, so she decided not to dwell on it. After receiving her reward from the system and grabbing her, she remembered she needed to go through the gate to go farming. The path from the gate to the black land outside wasn't protected by the safe zone. She paused and looked at the wall on her left. Suddenly, she had an idea. Why not open a door in the wall next to the black land? It seemed possible. She acted quickly, transforming a water ball into a thin water blade and slicing toward the wall. It took about 2 minutes to cut a rectangular door, 2 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. She thought she could use the cut wall to smash zombies or enemies, so she decided to store it in her space. Her wall-cutting action not only alerted the Pei siblings upstairs, but also disturbed the group of people lingering outside the villa and a large white goose guarding outside the black land. Lin Yu. Large white goose goo?
Quack.
What the heck? Where did this big white goose come from? How could there be a big white goose outside? One person and one goose stared at each other through the shield. Lin Yu became alert. Could this goose be eyeing her crops? No way. Fortunately, the shield was there. Even if the goose wanted to steal food, it couldn't get in. Pei's siblings hurried over and saw a person facing off against a goose. Then they saw the 8 neatly arranged, square patches of black land in front of Lin Yu. The big white goose is a fighter among the roosters, quick to attack anyone who offends it, with very strong fighting ability. Especially now, in the end of the world, if this big white goose mutates, it would be extremely dangerous. Fortunately, the black land was inside the protective shield, keeping the big white goose outside. Once they confirmed the goose couldn't hurt anyone, Pei Yan finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. Zhang Yu and others, who were outside the shield, heard the noise and came over, but they didn't dare get too close to the big white goose. Zhang Yu looked frightened. Zhang Yu wasn't a resident of the Qingchuan Mountain Villa area. Last night's heavy rain made the world full of danger. He didn't dare stay anywhere for long. While fleeing, he passed near Qingchuan Mountain and was inexplicably drawn to the golden glow of the villa's shield. He thought there might be treasure inside, but he found no signs of mutated plants outside the shield, and zombies didn't come near. Zhang Yu became interested and decided to settle there. He had fled in a hurry and only took 2 bottles of water and a loaf of bread. After eating, he needed to find more food. Just then, the big white goose appeared. The goose spotted the crops inside the shield and repeatedly attacked it, but the shield repelled it each time. The noise alarmed Zhang Yu, and he immediately had an idea. He thought about delicious dishes like goose stew, braised goose, or roasted goose. Though he didn't have any seasonings, that didn't stop his imagination. Perhaps his greedy gaze was too obvious, and the goose noticed. It suddenly flew up and kicked Zhang Yu. Then it rained attacks down on him. If he hadn't run fast, he might have been pecked to death by the goose. Everyone watched as Zhang Yu was pecked helplessly, remembered it, and warned themselves, never think about harming that goose unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, Zhang Yu's fate would be theirs too. So, no one dared to get close to the big white goose. Among these people, 2 are residents of the Clear Spring Mountain Villa area, while the rest are people fleeing who were attracted here by the golden light after passing through the area. Noticing something unusual, they couldn't think of anywhere else to go, so they simply decided to stay here. The large white goose didn't pay attention to those people, but kept a close watch on Lin Yu inside the shield. For some reason, Lin Yu seemed to read a longing emotion in its eyes. Lin Yu shook her head and ignored the large white goose. She narrowed her eyes slightly, quietly observing everyone's expressions. Outside the villa, there were only 6 people, 3 fewer than the number needed for the task given by the system. If she went to find more people to trade with, others might become suspicious of her intentions. Instead, she decided to use these people to spread the word about what was happening. In the long run, whether the trading task from the system was a one-time or permanent event, she would never lose out by exchanging supplies for crystal cores. She could use them herself or for her farm system. This approach saved time and effort, and also gave some people a chance to survive. Lin Yu's gaze paused for a moment before deciding to put aside the idea of cultivating new land for now. She took out a transparent crystal core from her space. Pei Yan was unsure why Lin Yu suddenly took out the crystal core and looked thoughtful. Lin Yu moved through a gap, approaching the front, separated from the large white goose outside the shield, and Zhang Yu by only a thin light curtain. Unlike them, Lin Yu could easily walk through the light curtain, but they couldn't come inside. The large white goose looked at her with confusion. Zhang Yu's eyes flickered slightly as he shamelessly greeted her. "Little girl, have you changed your mind?" It seemed he had forgotten all the unpleasantness just moments before, and his thick skin was truly impressive. Lin Yu ignored Zhang Yu and looked at the other 5 behind him, calmly saying, "The thing in my hand is called a crystal core. It was extracted from a zombie's head. I want to trade with you for some crystal cores using food." She did not specify in the system's task that the number of core crystals must be at least 10. First, because it was unnecessary, and second, because once they tasted the benefits, they would naturally increase their transactions without her prompting. The system farm is Lin Yu's confidence. As the farm's land area expands in the future, she will have a continuous supply of resources, forming a perfect trading chain. She continued, "One first-level core crystal can exchange for a 500 milliliters bottle of water and a pack of instant noodles. After the heavy rain yesterday, which carried zombie virus, 95% of the world's water resources were contaminated. Only the bottled water already produced remained drinkable. Life will become harder for humans in the days ahead. Water and enough food to survive are now the most precious resources. One core crystal exchanging for a bottle of water and a pack of instant noodles is already a good trade." After hearing Lin Yu, the handsome young man, Cheng Xiangbei, was somewhat tempted. After the rain stopped last night, many more zombies and cockroaches appeared where he was hiding. Cheng Xiangbei almost got sick from disgust. In his panic, he ran away without taking anything. Now his stomach was growling with hunger. If he could find a core crystal to exchange for food, it would be a good choice. When he reached Qingchuan Mountain, he encountered 2 zombies blocking the path. Cheng Xiangbei didn't hesitate to kill them, but didn't bother to check if there was a core crystal in their heads. Maybe he should go see now? It's not far from here anyway, and even if there's danger, he could escape in time. Zhang Yu listened and sneered. Is there really such good luck in the world? I don't know what these so-called core crystals are really for, but you little girl are really ruthless. One core crystal only gets you a bottle of water and some instant noodles. And you have to kill zombies to get the core, right? Who can be sure that after risking infection and killing a zombie, there really is a core in its head? I think you're just using the trade as an excuse to send us to die." His words made those who were tempted start to hesitate. Lin Yu sneered coldly. "First, let me clarify, I haven't forced anyone. The trade is voluntary. Whether you go or not is your choice, not mine." She paused here, her tone turning serious. "Besides, in this world, nothing comes without effort. If you want something, you have to learn to work for it. If you don't want to work but still want food, I just want to ask, why is your face so big?" Zhang Yu was speechless after her retort, and his face darkened significantly. Pei Linling carefully observed Zhang Yu and nodded in agreement. "Sister Lin Yu, this person really does have a big face." What she said was true. Compared to others present, Zhang Yu's face was indeed a size larger. No wonder his face was so big. Lin Yu looked at Pei Linling with admiration.
You.
Zhang Yu was already on the verge of anger from Lin Yu's sharp words. Now, even a young girl dared to mock him. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if he wanted to punch their faces until they swelled. But he couldn't break through the shield, so he could only stand there, furious and helpless. Noticing the killing intent in his eyes, Pei Yan gathered a bolt of lightning and shot it toward his leg. It struck his calf precisely. In an instant, Zhang Yu felt a white flash before his eyes, followed by a bone-deep pain that swept through his body. His hair stood on end uncontrollably. Pei Yan's expression was cold. "Leave here, or next time, you'll lose your life." The murderous look in Zhang Yu's eyes made Pei Yan wary. He couldn't let this person stay. Who knew what he might do next? Lin Yu also sensed Zhang Yu's murderous intent. Before she could act, Pei Yan activated his supernatural power and had to hold back, standing aside. Pei Yan's move stunned everyone present. Their eyes filled with awe and fear, which suppressed their mischievous thoughts. Cheng Xiangbei opened his mouth in shock and said, "Is this the supernatural power described in novels?" He had read many post-apocalyptic novels. He originally thought that the supernatural powers in the stories were just the author's imagination. Even if zombies appeared, he didn't consider checking whether their brains had crystal cores. But now, seeing it in real life, he realized everything was true. Cheng Xiangbei's eyes shone brightly as he stared intently at Pei Yan, eager to hear a confident answer. Under his intense gaze, Pei Yan slowly nodded. Yes, it's definitely supernatural power. Cheng Xiangbei couldn't help but show a hint of envy. His eyes caught the golden glow of the shield, and suddenly, a happy thought struck him. That shield is also a supernatural power, right? Thinking about the possibility, Cheng Xiangbei couldn't help but lose focus.
Oh my.
If it's really supernatural power, how strong would that power have to be to keep this light shield working and keep the zombies out? The light shield was a kind of supernatural ability far more shocking than Pei Yan's powers. Cheng Xiangbei was curious about who the owner of this ability might be. After silently observing the three people behind the light shield, he thought it was most likely the short-haired girl. She had the key to the villa's door, and she was the one who proposed the deal. Cheng Xiangbei secretly decided to latch onto her for support. Supernatural power? The others, who didn't read novels, looked at each other in confusion, clearly unsure. Seeing that they couldn't get any useful information from them, he decisively turned his gaze to Pei Yan. Unfortunately, Pei Yan showed no intention of explaining. He only doubted the light shield covering the villa, thinking it was unlikely to be supernatural power. Like Cheng Xiangbei said, if it truly was supernatural, maintaining the shield would consume a lot of energy, so he ruled out that possibility immediately. Pei Yan's eyes shifted to Lin Yu, who responded with a slight smile. Pei Yan also returned a small smile. Whether it was supernatural power or not, what did it matter to him? He thought it was fine just as it was. He decided to treat it as Lin Yu's supernatural ability. After Pei Lianlong's advice, she no longer focused on the shield. Instead, she felt grateful to Lin Yu for giving her and her brother a safe place to live. Not only that, she was also thankful for Lin Yu saving her life. What should she do? It seemed she owed Lin Yu more and more. Maybe she could repay her brother for it. Pei Lianlong glanced nervously at Pei Yan, quickly pulling back her gaze before he noticed. Lin Yu smiled silently and, considering Cheng Xiangbei's politeness, reminded him, there was zombie virus in the rain yesterday. The underground water might be contaminated. It's best not to drink tap water. Underground water is contaminated? Cheng Xiangbei was suddenly alarmed. He felt relieved that he didn't go out last night during the rain. Otherwise, getting soaked might have turned him into a zombie. The others had seen people turn into zombies after getting caught in the rain, but they hadn't thought about rainwater contaminating underground water.
They were also surprised.
Cheng Xiangbei realized how serious the situation was. If the underground water was truly contaminated by that virus-laden rain, water resources would no longer be renewable. In the future, water would become the most precious resource. Lin Yu's proposed trade terms were indeed quite generous. Cheng Xiangbei felt a heavy weight in his heart. He no longer cared about chatting and said seriously, "Thank you for telling me this. I accept the deal. I will leave now to kill the zombies." Besides killing zombies, Cheng Xiangbei also wanted to go out and see if he could gather some supplies. "Be careful. I hope you can bring back a crystal core." "Then I'll take your good wishes," Cheng Xiangbei said with a smile, grabbing some steel bars and riding his motorcycle, which was parked outside the villa, and leaving. The others, fearing Lin Yu might be lying, asked her about some news related to the apocalypse. Some believed Lin Yu's words, others did not, but no one dared to take risks. What if? What if the reservoir was contaminated? Even boiling the water might not eliminate the virus. No one wanted to gamble. After discussing among themselves, they finally decided to cooperate. After all, one person's strength was never enough. Together, they could better face crises and look out for each other. In the end, Everyone left with worried expressions, not caring about Zhang Yu on the ground. The white goose tilted its head, looked at the crystal core in Lin Yu's hand, and let out a gag sound before twisting its tail and leaving. Unknowingly, whether intentionally or not, its large paw stepped on Zhang Yu's face, causing him to scream loudly, like a pig being slaughtered. Pei Yan's lips twitched slightly. The white goose's actions suited Pei Linlong's taste perfectly. It looked so adorable that she almost wanted to clap. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly, feeling that the white goose was perhaps a little too cute. Zhang Yu felt pain all over his body. The mocking laughter in his ears made him furious. He summoned his strength and crawled up from the ground. He cast a deep glance at Lin Yu and the others, lowering his eyelashes to hide the hatred in his eyes, secretly vowing that one day he would make them pay in blood. Zhang Yu hobbled away from the scene. Lin Yu didn't pay much attention to Zhang Yu. Someone like him, who looked down on women and children in the apocalypse, wouldn't survive long. Moreover, he had been shocked by Pei Yan's supernatural power, so there was no need to bother with him. Once everyone had left, Lin Yu first collected the rice she had planted before leaving the villa. Unlike QQ Farm, harvesting crops in real life is not as simple as clicking a one-click harvest button. Instead, you need to follow proper steps. Cut the rice stalks, thresh the grains, and then peel off the husks to get the rice. Everything requires hands-on effort. Fortunately, when I was collecting supplies at the market, Lin Yu also bought a husking machine and a grinder. They are a bit troublesome but work fine. Pei Linling looked at the heavy rice stalks hanging on the branches, hesitant to speak. She was worried that knowing too much, like her brother said, might not be good. In movies, knowing too much can get you into trouble, but she knew Lin Yu was not like that. After some thought, Pei Linling asked, "Lin Yu, are you planning to store these rice grains? Let me help you." When she was in 5th grade, Pei Linling took an extracurricular class helping elderly people harvest rice. Under the teacher's guidance, she experienced the novelty of threshing rice and truly understood the meaning of every grain is hard-earned. She felt a bit sad, wondering how her teacher and classmates were doing now. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow unexpectedly. "You know how to thresh rice?" Pei Linling, being a child, was quick to feel down but also quick to recover. She shyly rubbed her nose. "I took an outdoor experiment class before, so I know a little." Lin Yu didn't plan to be polite. She turned to look at Pei Yan. Pei Yan hesitated under her gaze and nodded. "I don't know how to thresh rice, but I can learn." Lin Yu smiled. "Okay, after we finish threshing, I'll treat you to a big meal." She searched in her space and quickly produced 3 sickles and 3 pairs of gloves, giving 1 set to each of them. More hands make lighter work. In no time, they threshed all the rice stalks. After collecting the husks into her space, a pleasant system notification sounded in her ear. Received 10 jin of rice, 20 gold coins. She carefully observed the expressions of the siblings. They showed no signs of surprise, indicating only she could hear the system's sounds. She let out a small breath of relief. Lin Yu bundled the straw and placed it in the yard to dry. Later, it could be used for fire or as bedding for chickens and ducks. After finishing all this, she took and plowed the fields. After some thought, she decided to plant rice. Lin Yu has farmed several times and has started to notice some patterns. No matter what crop she plants, each plot of land yields about 2 pounds of food each harvest. The land takes roughly 12 hours to mature. The seeds provided by the system are slightly better quality than those bought outside. Lin Yu opened the system shop to check. Some of the seeds in the shop lit up, no longer being in the dull gray state where they couldn't be purchased. She looked through the pages and found that the seeds on the front pages were mostly vegetables like cabbage, radishes, and spinach. These are cheap, costing only 20 gold coins each, and each harvest yields 2 pounds of food. However, they only produce 1 crop. She flipped further back. If it weren't for Pei Yan and Pei Linling being nearby, she almost couldn't hold back her excitement. On the last few pages of the shop, she saw seeds for mutated plants, each with different special abilities. Some are mutated vines that can act as surveillance. Others are mutated willows that can spit fire. There are even mutated poison aloe vera. All kinds of strange and wonderful mutated plants are available, but their prices are very high, with countless zeros, making Lin Yu hesitate. In the safety zone, the abilities of these mutated plants might seem unnecessary, but as her farmland expands and crops mature every 12 hours, she definitely can't manage everything alone. She might need to hire some helpers in the future. With mutated plants assisting in monitoring, she could save a lot of effort. But it's still too early to think about that now. She decided to wait for the future. Lin Yu clapped her hands, took a bag of hot pot base from her space, and smiled at the two. Let's go make hot pot. Pei Linling cheered. Yay. Lin Yu smiled, took out ingredients for hot pot from her space, and then filled a large bucket with water using her supernatural power. The three of them divided tasks clearly, washing vegetables, cutting vegetables, and enjoyed a delicious hot pot meal. After eating, Pei Yan took the initiative to wash the dishes. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing her tan skin and well-defined muscles shining in the sunlight. The hem of her shirt was tucked into her pants, and her long, slender legs looked very attractive. Pei Yan, who is 1.85 meters tall with straight, long legs, always looks noble even in simple black and white outfits. The only flaw is that his white shirt, after a day of intense work, is wrinkled and has a trace of bloodstains on it. Pei Linling sneaked over to Lin Yu and nudged him towards Pei Yan's direction. Is my brother handsome? She whispered. Lin Yu nodded generously. Yes, he is quite handsome. Pei Linling secretly encouraged him. You saved both me and my brother. How about I use my brother to pay off your debt? Lin Yu choked on his saliva and coughed hard, his face turning red. Cough, cough. What did you say? Use him to pay off a debt? Pei Linling put her finger to her lips in a show gesture. Before she could speak again, Pei Yan's sharp gaze turned toward her.
Pei Linling.
Pei Linling looked embarrassed and weakly called out, Brother. Pei Yan sneered. I didn't realize you had such ideas. I didn't mean it.
Don't talk nonsense.
Pei Linling forced a laugh. I have a stomach ache. I'll go to the bathroom first. You guys chat. Pei Yan scoffed. Pei Linling secretly encouraged Lin Yu to ask Pei Yan to accept her brother's debt, but he caught her in the act. She didn't dare stay and quickly made an excuse to leave, claiming she needed to use the bathroom. Pei Yan felt both annoyed and amused. He glanced sideways at Lin Yu, whose face was flushed from coughing. He suppressed his discomfort and said, Linling tends to be playful and mischievous. Don't take her words to heart. I apologize on her behalf. Lin Yu's red face wasn't from embarrassment, but from surprise. He took a sip of water to calm down, and then waved his hand to show he wasn't upset. It's okay. Linling is lively and active at her age. He looked up and saw the bloodstains on Pei Yan's clothes. An idea came to him. He took out 2 sets of clothes from his space and handed them to Pei Yan. I don't know if these will fit, but your clothes are dirty. You should change and wash up. Also, the shower in the bathroom might not work anymore. To be safe, use the water I condensed to boil and take a bath. Pei Yan's gaze flicked over her soft, curly hair at the top of her head. Before Lin Yu noticed, he quickly looked away.
I understand. Thank you.
It took a lot of willpower for Pei Yan to resist thinking about the possibility of his sister's debt repayment idea. Now, he couldn't help but wonder how likely it was. A life-saving favor. Using him to pay off a debt? Pei Yan chuckled softly, lowering his gaze to hide his emotions. Lin Yu didn't notice anything unusual about Pei Yan. After handing him 2 sets of clean clothes, she prepared to go upstairs to check on things and also planned to bring 2 sets of clothes for Pei Linling. Their clothes had some bloodstains and dirt from yesterday's fight, so they needed to change them now that they had the chance. Meanwhile, after Qing Xiangbei left on his motorcycle, he headed straight to the place where he had previously killed the zombies. Luckily, it wasn't far away. When he arrived, the 2 zombies' heads and bodies were still separated and remained in the same spot. Qing Xiangbei let out a breath of relief. He took a steel bar about 80 centimeters long and got off his bike. He poked around inside the zombie's head but found nothing except a pile of broken meat. He felt a little disappointed but quickly adjusted his mood. There was still a zombie nearby. What if the other zombies had contained a crystal core? His eyes shifted to the other zombie. He clenched the steel bar and struck the zombie's mostly intact head with a bang, bang, bang. Soon, the zombie's head was smashed into a mess of meat. He rummaged through the broken meat with the steel bar, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He quickly parted the meat, revealing a corner of a crystal core. Carefully, Cheng Xiangbei lifted it out of the meat pile. He brushed it against the grass nearby to clean off the remaining meat, then examined the crystal core closely. It looked exactly like the one Lin Yu had shown him, transparent, with facets that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. So, this was a crystal core? It was hard to believe such a beautiful crystal core could come from a disgusting zombie. He carefully placed it into his pocket, zipped it up, then stepped onto his motorcycle. He was about to turn around when he suddenly stopped. One crystal core could only exchange for a bottle of water and a pack of instant noodles, and enough for 2 meals, but once they were gone, there would be nothing left. Thinking ahead, Cheng Xiangbei decided to keep moving and see if he could find more zombies. After all, in the early days of the apocalypse, zombies were the weakest. As long as he was careful, he could kill them easily. Gathering more crystal cores would increase his chances of survival in this world. Recalling the golden shield outside the villa and Pei Yan's lightning attack, Cheng Xiangbei couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. He was thinking, if he ate this crystal core, could he also awaken special powers? After all, many stories have main characters who eat crystal cores and then gain abilities. He wasn't sure if the real world was the same as in the stories. Cheng Xiangbei didn't dare to take risks. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to suppress his idea. What if he ate the crystal core and didn't awaken any powers, but instead got infected and turned into a zombie? Just thinking about that scene made Cheng Xiangbei feel cold inside. He definitely didn't want to become a disgusting zombie. He gave up on the idea and decided to ask Pei Yan and Lin Yu, who had already awakened their powers. To be honest, Cheng Xiangbei's decision was very wise. He didn't rush to eat the crystal core, or he might have already turned into a zombie. All crystal cores contain zombie virus. They can't be eaten directly. They must be absorbed using special abilities. Otherwise, the virus could turn the eater into a zombie. This was experience Lin Yu learned from her past life. She specifically pointed this out in the survival guide for the apocalypse, and anyone who read that article knew not to eat crystal cores casually. During those days, Cheng Xiangbei was so engrossed in reading novels that he avoided everything else. He only opened his phone to read stories, so he naturally missed the online discussions about end-of-the-world theories and survival guides. He twisted the handlebar of his motorcycle and sped towards the road outside Qingchuan Mountain. Along the way, he encountered mutated cow tendon grass, with dense spikes covering the leaves. Luckily, he braked in time, turned the motorcycle handle, and sped past the grass patch. Otherwise, his tires would have been ruined. While avoiding the cow tendon grass, he didn't notice a blue-white Pekingese dog hiding among the weeds. Its fur was patchy and decayed, with rotting red flesh exposed. Murky, dark red blood dripped from its mouth. Its dead fish-like eyes stared fixedly at Cheng Xiangbei, searching for a chance to strike. Suddenly, 3 zombies appeared in his sight. Cheng Xiangbei held a steel bar in his left hand and twisted the motorcycle handle with his right, rushing toward the zombies. He wasn't very used to using his left hand, so his attacks were almost off target. But luckily, the motorcycle's speed was fast enough to make up for that. Cheng Xiangbei circled around the 3 zombies on his motorcycle, maintaining a safe distance. He found the right moment and used a steel bar to stab into the zombie's head. He wanted to pull out the steel bar but realized it was stuck inside, so he gave up on removing it. Instead, he simply threaded the remaining 2 zombies onto the steel bar like candied hawthorns. Cheng Xiangbei breathed a sigh of relief, confirming there was no danger nearby. He prepared to get out of the car and remove the zombie skewers from the steel bar. He stopped the car. At this moment, a small dog hiding in the weeds saw his chance and lunged at him. Cheng Xiangbei's pupils shrank suddenly, thinking, this is bad. He instinctively raised the steel bar. 3 zombies were threaded onto the steel bar, and with the weight, it was at least 300 pounds. Chung Xiangbei's arm trembled as he held the steel bar. Facing death, he summoned extraordinary strength. Although his arm was shaking, he still managed to lift the steel bar. He swung it forward, but the small dog was too agile, causing Chung Xiangbei to misjudge. The steel bar only grazed its hind leg. He immediately heard the sound of bones breaking. However, the zombie dog felt no pain. Even with a broken leg, its instincts drove it to charge at Chung Xiangbei fearlessly. Before Chung Xiangbei could attack again, the zombie dog lunged at him instantly. It pressed its tongue against its teeth, and as he loosened his grip, the steel bar lost balance, tilting the other end upward. He quickly adjusted the steel bar, aiming the lifted end at the zombie. The zombie dog couldn't stop and crashed into the steel bar. Because Chung Xiangbei and the dog were too close, the dog's claws scratched his hand, making it burn with pain. The wound from the scratch oozed dark red blood. Chung Xiangbei looked grim. He had been very careful, but still got hurt. Maybe in the next moment, he would turn into a monster like this zombie dog. He didn't want to die. Chung Xiangbei poured all the bottled water he carried onto his hand to wash and disinfect the wound. But the wound kept turning black, even approaching the color of the zombie dog's claws after turning into a zombie. He felt hopeless. Could he really become a zombie? No. He refused to accept this. Chung Xiangbei didn't know who to ask for help in this situation. Suddenly, a pair of calm eyes appeared in his mind. The people living in the villa had awakened special powers. Maybe they had a way to solve his problem? Helping them is always better than helping strangers who don't even know what supernatural powers are. After all, the 2 people living in the villa have awakened their abilities, so maybe they know something. While he still had consciousness, Chung Xiangbei didn't care whether the zombie's brain contained a crystal core. He quickly tied the zombie to his motorcycle along with the steel bars, then revved the engine and sped back in the direction they came from, risking everything. Chung Xiangbei put all his hope on Linyu, whom he had only met once. Using his excellent skills, he made the motorcycle jump over the mutated cow tendon grass. He turned the throttle to the maximum, and the motorcycle roared loudly, matching his heavy and oppressed mood. Hurry up, faster, even faster. Chung Xiangbei felt his body grow hotter and his awareness blur. What seemed like a short distance to others stretched endlessly in his eyes. He didn't know how long it took, but finally, a golden light appeared in his blurry vision. He smiled slightly, wanting the motorcycle to stop, but his hand refused to obey and crashed straight into the shimmering golden shield. As expected, Chung Xiangbei and the motorcycle were bounced away by the shield and fell heavily to the ground with a loud bang. At this moment, Linyu was in the yard dissecting the zombie cat's head. The loud noise startled her, causing her hand to tremble. The zombie cat's head dropped to the ground and rolled twice, covered in dirt. This zombie cat was the one she and the Pei siblings encountered in the suburbs of Linchuan City. Afraid of danger, she didn't have time to check if the zombie's brain contained a crystal core before putting it into her space. Later, she was attacked by a flock of zombie birds, leaving her even less time to dissect it. Now that she finally had time, just as she took the zombie cat out of her space, a loud bang came from outside the villa. Pei Yan and Pei Linlang were also startled by the noise. Pei Linlang hurried down the stairs in slippers, asking, "Sister Linyu, what happened outside?" Pei Yan ran down from upstairs, panting slightly. "What's going on?" Pei Yan had just finished a shower. His hair was still wet and dripping water. Water droplets fell onto his collarbone, and his t-shirt was soaked, clinging tightly to his body, revealing his slim and strong figure. But at this moment, Linyu didn't have time to admire his appearance. She shook her head at the siblings. "I don't know. I'll go check it out." Pei Yan lightly said, I'll go with you." Linyu did not refuse and stood up, heading toward the front door. Pei Linlang followed behind them. When they opened the villa's door, Linyu was immediately stunned in place. She thought someone had come to cause trouble, but she didn't expect to see such a scene. A steel bar about 1 meter long was lying across the ground about 5 meters from the villa. On it, 3 zombies and a zombie dog were strung up, clearly dead beyond life. Looking further back, she saw a motorcycle, and she noticed someone seemed to be trapped underneath it. Because of the motorcycle shadow, Linyu couldn't see what the person under it looked like. Her eyes paused. Not only because there was a person under the motorcycle, but also because she recognized the motorcycle. Chung Xiangbei had been riding this motorcycle when he left. She hurried over and confirmed that the person under the motorcycle was indeed Chung Xiangbei. However, his condition was not good. His face was very red, his eyes tightly closed, and his temples bulged with veins. Even in a coma, he kept murmuring things like, "Hurry up, faster, I don't want to die."
He
had been bitten by a zombie. His state was much worse than Pei Yan's when he fainted at Jelon gas station. Pei Yan looked at him calmly and stated the facts. He was bitten by a zombie. Lin Yu's expression was complicated. Chung Xiangbei being bitten had some indirect connection to her. No matter what reason made him come here and hold on, she couldn't ignore it. She sighed softly. Although she couldn't cure Chung Xiangbei of the poison, she could provide some fever medicine and antibiotics. As for everything else, he would have to bear it himself. If Chung Xiangbei couldn't hold on, she could then peacefully take over the zombies he brought back. To prevent Chung Xiangbei from turning into a zombie during rescue, Lin Yu gathered her powers. Besides his nose, she wrapped his entire body in a water film to restrain him. Pei Yan, Linling, please help me. The 3 worked together to lift the motorcycle off him. Just as Lin Yu was about to carry him into the villa, Pei Yan's eyes darkened slightly. He crossed his long legs over Lin Yu and picked up the unconscious Chung Xiangbei. "I'll do it." Lin Yu was stunned for a moment before reacting. "But, didn't you just finish your shower?" "It's okay, I'll wash it again later." Lin Yu's mouth opened slightly, wanting to say something, but when her gaze fell on Chung Xiangbei's flushed face, she finally kept her mouth shut. She mentally searched through her space, quickly grabbing the fever medicine, antibiotics, towel, and alcohol. She jogged to catch up with Pei Yan. Pei Linling watched her brother's hurried manner and immediately understood. She couldn't help but mumble softly, "What is it?" "Clearly just trying to pay off a debt, but you won't let me say it." After complaining about her brother, Pei Linling followed behind. She asked Lin Yu, then Pei Yan carried Chung Xiangbei into the first-floor guest room. Inside the room, Lin Yu removed the supernatural power covering Chung Xiangbei. After placing him on the bed, she asked Pei Yan to help open his mouth and feed him the fever medicine and antibiotics. Pei Linling peeked in, a bit surprised. "If you take fever medicine and antibiotics after being bitten by a zombie, won't you turn into a zombie?" Lin Yu smiled gently. If the fever medicine and antibiotics truly could cure the zombie virus, there wouldn't be so many people turning into zombies. In fact, fever medicine and antibiotics only have a very weak effect on those infected with the zombie virus. Mostly, it depends on personal willpower. It's more of a small help than a cure.
I see.
Pei Linling nodded, thinking back to what happened at the gas station. All the medicines they collected later were from the pharmacy. Lin Yu didn't have any medicine on her at that time. Where could she have gotten the antidote? Besides, even if there was fever medicine, if her brother's willpower was weak, he would still turn into a zombie. If Lin Yu hadn't come to the gas station at that moment, her supernatural power would have run out sooner or later, and she would have been discovered by zombies. Pei Linling felt grateful and didn't have the heart to look at her with disdain. Thinking of this, Pei Linling couldn't help but smile at Lin Yu. Unbeknownst to her, Pei Yan saw this smile as a silly grin. He found it hard to describe, wondering what her silly smile was about. He caught sight of Lin Yu already wetting the towel.
His gaze paused slightly.
Ignoring his silly sister, he pretended to be casual and said, "Let me do it." He took the towel from Lin Yu's hand and handled Chung Xiangbei's physical cooling himself. Although he didn't want to admit it, he did have some little thoughts. Lin Yu was unaware of this. "You watch him first. I'll go see if there are crystal cores in those zombie heads outside, and I'll also push his motorcycle over. If this person can't handle it, she would take the motorcycle and the zombies. If he wakes up later, then it's a different story." Pei Yan responded happily at the moment. He had forgotten that Lin Yu hadn't actively helped anyone along the way, except for him and Lin Ling. She was very cold to others. This time, she was willing to help Qing Xiangbei probably because she felt her injury was indirectly related to him. That makes sense. Otherwise, she wouldn't have just fed him medicine and then gone out to check the zombie heads for crystal cores. Pei Linlang was worried her brother would hold the debt repayment incident against her, so she decided to go along and help find the crystal cores. Lin Yu searched around the yard and found the zombie cat's body. She carried it out of the villa, ready to dissect all of them outside to save cleaning the yard later. She was too lazy to remove the zombies Qing Xiangbei brought back from the rebar one by one. Instead, she used her supernatural power to form a thin water blade like a cicada's wing, easily cutting off the zombie's head. Pei Linlang didn't know when she took out her wolf fang club. She was eager to try, but Lin Yu's lips twitched, and she quickly stopped her good intention. If she used her wolf fang club to smash the zombie's head, it would turn into a pile of rotten flesh. Doing this outside was fine, but since it was right outside the door, there was no need to make such a mess. Let me do it. Hearing this, Pei Linlang put down her wolf fang club and obediently watched Lin Yu dissect the zombies. In just a few minutes, Lin Yu finished dissecting all 5 zombies. She found crystal cores in all of their heads. Pei Linlang's mouth opened wide, as if in a dream. The chance of getting crystal cores is so high. When we were at Wanda, we killed nearly 100 zombies and only found 3 crystal cores in total. That heavy rain made the zombies stronger. I guess the earliest zombies had crystal cores in their heads, and the zombies we encounter in the future will get stronger and stronger. While speaking, Lin Yu continued her work, using her supernatural power to wash away the bloodstains and rotten flesh from the crystal cores. Her words made Pei Linlang feel a strong sense of danger and a desperate desire to improve her strength. She immediately asked Lin Yu, "Do you know how to make your supernatural power stronger?" There are no explicit or inappropriate scenes in this text. Here is the improved version with simple words. Improving supernatural abilities has no shortcut. It requires constant practice. The best way is to use up all your energy during each practice. Also, the energy stored in zombie crystal cores can be used to enhance your abilities. At this point, Lin Yu showed a hint of apology. As for the crystal cores, Pei Linlang understood what she wanted to say and smiled. "Sister Lin Yu, stop. You don't need to talk about the crystal cores. My brother and I were saved by you. Whatever belongs to us is yours. If you need it, just use it. Don't feel sorry for us. If my brother dares to complain, I'll scold him for you. But I still want to thank Sister Lin Yu for telling me all this. I'll stop talking now and go practice my abilities." Pei Linlang waved goodbye and ran away quickly, afraid that if she lagged behind, she would be caught up. Without hesitation, she handed over the crystal core she just received to Lin Yu. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh and cry. A warm feeling appeared in her eyes. She thought that once she got enough supplies, she would first give the crystal cores belonging to Pei Linlang and Pei Yan to them. Near evening, a figure appeared outside the villa. It first swayed over to the black land to look. It saw that the rice on the branches suddenly turned into tender seedlings. The figure was very anxious and let out a heartbreaking cry. Hearing this sound, Lin Yu knew it was that big white goose. She felt a bit confused. Didn't the white goose leave? Why did it come back? After thinking for a moment, she decided to go see what was happening. The white goose saw Lin Yu coming and looked at her with a look of complaint. Lin Yu was a bit confused. Under the white goose's loud cries, she tentatively asked, "Are you asking where the rice went?" "Just nod if yes, shake your head if no." The white goose nodded. Lin Yu paused, feeling doubtful about life. Has this white goose become a spirit? Seeing that she didn't speak, the white goose got anxious. It opened its big mouth and, like a pea soldier, spat out 8 clear, shiny crystal cores. Lin Yu was stunned, feeling like she had been struck by lightning. If she understood correctly, the white goose wanted to trade the crystal cores with her? Just then, the system prompt sounded in her mind. Yes/no to trading crystal cores with the white goose? Lin Yu. She carefully recalled. Before leaving, the white goose seemed to tilt its head and look at the crystal core in her hand. So, it was checking what the crystal core looked like. It only left to find a crystal core? The fishman was so shocked that he was stunned. So, the big white goose in front of him not only understands human speech, but also actually brought back 8 crystal cores from outside. The white goose must have mutated, but before this, it behaved quite normally, so Linyu didn't realize it had changed. Seeing that she didn't react, the white goose flapped its wings and made a gaw
sound.
The goose's call pulled Linyu out of her thoughts. After confirming the trade, she didn't look at the system panel again but carefully considered the exchange rate for trading with the white goose. Since the goose doesn't eat instant noodles, and judging by its anxious look, it probably wants to eat the rice she planted on the farm. A bag of instant noodles weighs about 100 grams. Based on that, it would take about 5 crystal cores to exchange for 1 gene, half a kilogram, of rice. If the goose wants unhulled rice, then the exchange rate would be 5 crystal cores for 1.5 gene of rice. After thinking for a moment, she said, "I've already stored away the rice from the harvest. If you need it, I can trade 1 gene of hulled rice for 5 crystal cores, along with 2 bottles of water." Food and water are the most valuable items in the end times. Not to mention Linyu's sharpness. If it were anyone else, even with crystal cores, they might not be willing to trade. If it weren't for Linyu activating the farm, having the farm to back her up, and the system issuing related tasks, she wouldn't be able to do this. The white goose raised its neck and thought for a moment before slowly nodding. Linyu didn't mention the unhulled rice because the last batch of rice had already been hulled and stored in her space. Even if the goose wanted it now, she couldn't produce it. It would be better to wait until the next batch of rice matures, keep some for herself, and then propose the trade when the goose comes again. "So, I'll give you all 8 crystal cores in exchange for rice and water?"
Gah.
The white goose nodded, seeming worried she might be attacked. It carefully placed each crystal core it had just spit out next to the shield so she didn't need to come out. She could just reach out and take them. "Thank you." Linyu, impressed by the goose's high intelligence, went from initial shock to now being able to thank it calmly. After taking the crystal cores from the edge of the shield, she retrieved a little over a gene of rice from her space. To make it easier for the goose to eat, she even kindly gave it a food bowl. When she passed through the shield and placed the rice bowl filled with rice in front of the white goose, Linyu clearly noticed the goose's eyes light up for a moment before it eagerly buried its head in the bowl. In less than 2 minutes, the white goose finished eating all the raw rice in the bowl, with not a single grain spilled on the ground. Linyu was amazed. If the white goose wasn't such a big eater, she might even consider raising it herself. Thinking of this, she paused for a moment. Wait, that's strange. She has a farm to fall back on, so why worry about the goose eating too much? She looked down at the goose drinking water and fell into thought. She was curious about how the goose managed to kill zombies and even extract crystal cores from their heads. From the 8 crystal cores it brought back, it was clear that the white goose was quite powerful. Maybe. Linyu's heart, shamefully, started to beat faster. However, the white goose only brought back 8 crystal cores this time, too short of the agreed number. Linyu wasn't in a rush and decided to wait until the task progress reached January 10th before acting. The white goose was completely unaware of her thoughts and lazily drank the water Linyu had provided. After eating and drinking enough, the white goose happily dozed off beside the shield that separated it from the farm. Linyu squinted her eyes and decided to let it be. After all, she was still planning to persuade the goose to stay with her, so she needed to leave a good impression. After completing the transaction with the white goose, Linyu went to Cheng Xiangbei's room to check on him. She reached out and touched his forehead. Although it was still hot, she could clearly feel that his face no longer looked as red as a cooked shrimp. She fed him some fever medicine and antibiotics, then turned and headed to the villa's backyard. Before reaching the backyard, she could hear the crackling sound of thunder from there. Pei Yan and Pei Linlang were practicing their supernatural abilities. They moved the flower pots to the front yard before practicing, worried they might accidentally damage the flowers in the garden. Linyu guessed it was because of the shield that the plants in the villa didn't mutate despite the heavy rain. Otherwise, returning home would mean cleaning up a big mess, which made her feel exhausted just thinking about it. Creak. Linyu looked around and saw Pei Yan but couldn't find Pei Linling. She immediately understood that Linling was using her ability to hide. Hee Linyu Jia, don't look anymore. I'm right here. Pei Linling immediately knew that Linyu was looking for her. She quickly ended her invisibility ability, her figure appearing in the yard, and she jumped and ran toward her. Pei Yan also withdrew his ability, stepped beside her, and silently observed her. Seeing she didn't seem injured, he asked softly, "Did the big white goose leave?" When the big white goose let out a heartbreaking cry earlier, both Pei Yan and Pei Linling heard it. At that time, the siblings wanted to go see what was happening, but Linyu didn't want to disturb their training with abilities, so she refused. The siblings remembered the protective shield over the villa. As long as Linyu stayed inside, she was safe, so they didn't insist on going with her. Talking about the big white goose, Linyu couldn't help but find it a little funny. She shook her head and said, "It didn't attack me. You'd never guess what the big white goose was here for." Pei Yan raised an eyebrow.
Oh?
Pei Linling blinked, waiting for her to explain. Linyu stopped teasing and took out 8 crystal cores she had traded from the big white goose. "It came to exchange supplies with me." Even Pei Yan, who is usually calm, was slightly surprised. "The big white goose came to trade supplies with you?" Linyu nodded. "At first, I was also very surprised. But after I confirmed that the big white goose could understand what I was saying, I believed it really came to trade supplies with me." She briefly told the siblings about how she exchanged supplies with the big white goose. Pei Linling was stunned for a long time afterward. This world was so fantastical. First zombies and the apocalypse, and now a creature as intelligent as a human, the big white goose. Her eyes were full of shock, and her head felt dizzy. If she hadn't heard it herself, she wouldn't have connected the big white goose with trading supplies. Pei Yan was the first to suspect that the big white goose might be a mutated animal mentioned in the post-apocalyptic survival guide. He looked up and said, "The big white goose has mutated." It wasn't a question, he spoke with certainty. After hearing Linyu's recount, Pei Yan was 100% sure that the big white goose had mutated. It definitely mutated. If it hadn't brought back the 8 crystal cores and shown almost human intelligence, you wouldn't be able to tell it was mutated just by looking at it. Pei Linling sighed. "Luckily, it can't come in." Linyu smiled but didn't say anything. She took 6 of the crystal cores from the 8 and handed them to Pei Yan. "I've checked. All 8 crystal cores are attribute-free. You can use them to absorb the energy inside." Linyu only counted the crystal cores from that strong zombie, the zombie cat at Wanda's supermarket, and the zombie with the power type. In total, there were 14 cores. As for the transactions with others, Linyu did not divide those with her siblings. First, because the supplies used in trades were all her own. Second, Pei Yan did not mention this, so she did not act on her own. Pei Yan thought that if he needed crystal cores, he could go out and kill zombies. Using a little material was better than running out of supplies, which collected at Wanda was not enough for a lifetime. So, he had no plan to trade supplies for crystal cores. Pei Yan hesitated and asked, "How can there be so many? Weren't there only 5 cores found in total?" He learned from Pei Linling that the zombie cat and the ones brought back by Cheng Xiangbei had crystal cores in their heads. However, he did not include Cheng Xiangbei's 4 cores or the cores obtained from trading with Linyu and Bai. He only counted the cores from the zombie cat, the power-type zombie, and the ones found at Wanda's supermarket. Pei Linling nodded seriously and said, "Sister Linyu, according to our agreement, you only need to give us 2 crystal cores." Linyu slapped her forehead and said, "Sorry I didn't tell you. Zombie crystal cores are divided into regular cores and special ability cores. Remember the power-type zombie we killed last time? Its head contained a first-level ability core, which is worth 10 regular cores, and so on." She explained the details about crystal cores to her siblings. After listening, Pei Linling nodded and said, "I see." Pei Yan's eyes flickered slightly, sensing something was off. The End of the World Survival Guide only summarized crystal cores briefly. So, how did Linyu know so much about them? Pei Yan sighed softly and said, Lin, it's enough for us to know about the crystal cores. Don't tell others." Although he seemed to be warning Pei Linling, his eyes were actually on Linyu. Pei Linling gasped and patted her chest, saying, "Brother, don't worry. I'm not that stupid." Moreover, after the Liu Xiaozhou incident, she would never do anything her brother or sister Linyu told her not to. From now on, she would be the embodiment of Sister Linyu's little treasure and brother's little treasure. Pei Linling wasn't overthinking. She just thought Linyu was like an encyclopedia, very knowledgeable about the end-of-world events. It seemed like she knew everything she was asked. She attributed this to an article posted online. Linyu didn't feel guilty at all, and let him look her over without trying to explain. If Pei Yan asked, she would just blame the reincarnator, saying that after the reincarnator was exposed, many details about the apocalypse came out. Pei Yan only saw a partial survival guide afterward, so even if he suspected, he couldn't verify it. Linyu was ready, but Pei Yan had no intention of asking questions. He patted his sister's head and said, "It's good that you know." Then he turned to Linyu and said, "You're not in a rush to use the crystal core, right? You can wait a few days. The power-type crystal core I have is enough for me now." Pei Yan didn't refuse this time and accepted the core. "Thanks for storing the supplies in your space. It's no problem. If you and Linling want to eat or use anything, just tell me. I can take it out from my space," Linyu said with a smile and shook her head. Pei Yan nodded slightly. After giving him the crystal core, she turned and left the backyard. She needed to improve her supernatural ability. Her body was like a container. She had to keep increasing its capacity. Using her powers until they were exhausted and then restoring them was the best way to expand the container. While increasing her capacity, she could also fill the water tanks in her space. Before the apocalypse, she had been collecting water. But 7 days wasn't enough to fill hundreds of tanks, and she wasn't always at home. She planned to gather water slowly before the underground water was completely polluted. However, a heavy rain that was supposed to happen in a month arrived early, ruining her plan. Linyu placed a bunch of water tanks in the front yard. Once a tank was full, she stored it in her space. The system's storage was unlimited, and time inside was frozen, so she wasn't worried about the water spoiling. Around 8:30, a system notification sounded in her ear. "The rice has ripened. Please harvest it promptly." Linyu stopped using her powers and took her sickle and to harvest the rice. Her appearance startled the big, white goose. The goose watched quietly for a while, a bit puzzled. She had said she already stored the rice, so why was she harvesting again? Unable to speak, the goose could only watch silently. After watching for a while, the big, white goose decided to give up. Anyway, when the time comes, she will give her the crystal core, and she will bring food for herself. The big, white goose happily lay down, feeling at ease, while Linyu still asked the system anxiously, "System, can't this farm be like QQ Farm, where I can plant, harvest, and with one click?"
No.
The system paused and replied, "Host, you just need to complete the tasks quickly to upgrade the farm and expand its size. Then you can hire people to farm." Linyu sighed and resignedly picked up the sickle to continue working. That night, the moon and stars were sparse, and a cool breeze blew. The quiet spring water mountain was occasionally filled with the howls of zombies. Above the villa, layers of mist intertwined, and a golden light shielded in the darkness looked very striking. A figure stepped out from the golden glow, looked back at the villa, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. After confirmation, Linyu realized that the crops on the farm mature every 12 hours. By 8:30 the next morning, when she went to harvest rice, the big white goose was gone. She guessed it had gone to fight zombies and dig for crystal cores. Even in her dreams, she never thought her first trading partner would be a big white goose. She opened the system panel. Current task: please the host to trade crystal cores with 10 people as soon as possible. Current progress, 0/10. Linyu looked at the task list and fell into thought. Since the mutated big white goose could be a trading partner,
Then,
Pei Yan and Pei Linling could also be trading partners. She currently had enough crystal cores. She wasn't sure if the 6 she gave to Pei Yan were useful. If not, she could give him 4 more to trade, then return the other 6 to him. Just as Linyu had this idea, The system emitted a sharp sound. Host, do not bug the system. Otherwise, the task rewards will be cancelled. Lin Yu. The 6 large exclamation marks on the system panel and the warning about canceling the rewards made her abandon the idea of bugging the system. She thought for a moment, maybe I can trade normally with Pei Yan and the others?
Yes.
Lin Yu let out a breath of relief. Suddenly, oh my god. Standing on the outdoor platform on the 2nd floor, Pei Lileng couldn't help but gasp, Sister Lin Yu. She was a bit speechless. It's not surprising she was so shocked. The scene before her was too incredible. She remembered that the rice in Hei Tudi had just been harvested yesterday morning, yet overnight, it had grown back into a bright golden field. Pei Lileng couldn't help but question her own mind. Did I really harvest rice with Sister Lin Yu and brother yesterday? Was it all just a hallucination? Lin Yu looked up at her and smiled. Lileng, come down and help. Pei Lileng snapped out of her daze and quickly replied, coming. With Pei Lileng's help, Lin Yu's rice harvesting became much faster. During the work, Pei Lileng kept glancing at Lin Yu, wanting to ask something but hesitating. She was very curious about how the rice could mature in just one day. Every time she wanted to speak, Pei Yan's words echoed in her mind. Knowing too much might not be a good thing. Pei Lileng felt a bit uncomfortable. She had heard that curiosity can be dangerous. She thought for a moment and finally suppressed her curiosity completely. Seeing the changing expressions on the young girl's face, Lin Yu found it somewhat amusing. She knew Pei Lileng wanted to ask why the rice matured so quickly. Last night, when she was harvesting, Pei Lileng and Pei Yan had fallen asleep. If they knew that these crops only took 12 hours to mature once, they might be even more shocked. But she was a bit surprised that Pei Lileng managed to hold back her curiosity. Since the Pei siblings lived in a villa, the farm's almost supernatural growth speed would eventually be noticed. That was unavoidable. Moreover, even if they didn't notice, survivors near Qingshui Mountain would be attracted by the golden glow emitted from the safe zone, and they would eventually realize something was wrong. Lin Yu never intended to hide anything. She understood clearly that all schemes and tricks are meaningless in the face of strength.
So,
improving her strength was the most important thing. She gently pinched Pei Lileng's cheeks, which were flushed red from holding back, and smiled. All right, don't think too much. This is part of my supernatural ability. Hurry up and harvest. After we're done, we'll go out and kill zombies together. Supernatural ability too? Then you must be. Pei Lileng suddenly widened her eyes. A 3-element ability? No, and there's also the golden glow surrounding the villa.
So,
Sister Lin Yu has a 4-element ability. Her mind was struck hard, and she was so shocked she couldn't speak. Lin Yu simply smiled without replying. Actually, that wasn't wrong. The system is also part of her special ability, but this ability is a bit different from ordinary ones. Pei Lileng struggled to open her mouth, and after a long moment, she managed to say 4 words. Totally crazy. Who do you think is crazy? Pei Lileng instinctively replied, of course, it's you. She turned her head and realized that the person speaking wasn't Lin Yu. Brother, you're awake?
Huh.
How did you come back from outside? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Did you go out? She smelled the blood on Pei Yan's body, along with the foul stench of zombies. Brother, when did you go out? Why didn't you tell us? Pei Lileng didn't notice that her brother had gone out. Now, with zombies everywhere outside, she felt scared just thinking about it. What if something happened? Last night, Pei Yan replied simply. He wasn't planning to hide anything. After speaking, he took off his black hiking backpack, unzipped it, and revealed a clear, shiny crystal core. The transparent core shone brightly in the sunlight. Pei Lileng's eyes narrowed. She didn't pay much attention to the crystal core in the bag. Her gaze was like radar, scanning him for any injuries. Seeing no wounds on him, she finally relaxed a little. You scared me to death. After saying that, she glared at Pei Yan angrily, like a pufferfish. Stinky Pei Yan, next time you go out, remember to tell me and Sister Lin Yu, or we'll be so worried if we find you gone. Pei Yan nodded slightly to show he understood, and then turned his gaze to Lin Yu, handing her the backpack. Lin Yu looked confused. What's this? Living expenses. Pei Yan's eyes were deep. He understood the value of the golden shield surrounding the villa. He knew very well how precious it was to have a safe place in the apocalypse, free from zombies and mutated plants or animals. He couldn't ignore it. Lin Yu was still their lifesaver. Moreover, Pei Yan chuckled softly. Aren't you short of crystal cores? There are 50 first-level crystal cores here. I think it should cover part of my and Lin Long's living expenses. Lin Yu lowered her eyelashes. Honestly, she never thought about charging Pei Yan and Lin Lang for staying at the villa. She brought the siblings back partly because Pei Yan was a future big shot, partly because she trusted his character, and partly because his ability worked well with hers.
But
Since Pei Yan voluntarily offered to pay for the accommodation, Lin Yu naturally saw no reason to refuse. However, she asked the system and learned that this did not count as a bug, so Lin Yu nodded with a smile. All right. Pei Yan raised an eyebrow, still thinking about what method he could use to persuade her to accept the crystal cores if she refused them.
it seemed he didn't need to worry about that now.
Honestly, he quite liked Lin Yu's straightforward and honest personality. Pei Yan smiled slightly and said, "These crystal cores might still be far from enough for it, but I will keep killing zombies and bringing back crystal cores for you." Lin Yu clearly understood what it referred to in Pei Yan's words. No one knew better than her the value of the safe zone. If someone in her past life had told her that she only needed to pay 50 crystal cores to live in a completely safe place, free from zombies and mutant animals or plants, she would have been willing to pay not just 50, but 100 or even 1,000 crystal cores. Pei Yan not only offered to pay for the accommodation but also suggested paying extra. Lin Yu couldn't find any reason to refuse. She slightly curled her lips and said, "Of course, no problem. But I hope you and Lin Lang can give me the crystal cores according to the way we agreed." Agreement? Pei Yan looked thoughtful. "You mean the trade you mentioned with those people before?" "Yes, but the difference is that I exchange supplies with them for crystal cores, while with you, I am trading accommodation for crystal cores." "I understand." Pei Yan nodded. He took half of the crystal cores from his backpack and handed them to Lin Lang. At the same time, 2 system notification sounds rang out one after the other in her ears. Yes/no to trading crystal cores with Pei Yan? Yes/no to trading crystal cores with Lin Lang? Lin Yu chose yes for both options. In the next moment, the system's notification sounded again. Trade progress, 2/10. Once the big white goose retrieves the crystal cores, the trade progress will become 3/10. She just didn't know if the people outside the villa yesterday had found any crystal cores. Lin Yu withdrew her scattered thoughts and stored all the accommodation fees given by the 2 into her space. She picked up her sickle, ready to continue the unfinished work from earlier. Pei Yan was stunned. Only then did he notice the rice still unharvested nearby. Even he, usually calm, was shocked by this small patch of golden rice fields. He only felt his throat was a bit dry. "This is..." Lin Yu smiled slightly. As you can see, in the sunlight, the girl's features seemed to be bathed in a glow, appearing cold and mysterious. "Brother, Sister Lin Yu has a special ability." Pei Linlong's words woke up the somewhat flustered Pei Yan. At this moment, he suddenly understood what Lin Lang meant when she called the situation really abnormal earlier.
But
Is that really a special ability? Can someone really do this at the first level? Pei Yan pondered silently. After staring at the dark land for a while, he withdrew his emotions from his eyes. Whether he believed it or not, his tone was calm. "Yes, it's really impressive." Pei Yan didn't say anything more. He just took a sickle and joined the rice harvesting team. Gained 16 gene of rice, 32 gold coins. Lin Yu thought about trading with the big, white goose. This time, she didn't shell the rice, but directly stored it in her space. After planting another batch of rice, she went to the first-floor guest room to check on Chung Xiangbei. She found that his high fever had improved a lot. He had passed the most dangerous time, and he might wake up soon. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She wondered if, after waking up, Chung Xiangbei would also awaken a special ability like Pei Yan. After all, being bitten by zombies doesn't always mean you will awaken a special ability. Lin Yu fed him medicine once. then returned to her room. Besides Cheng Xiangbei's 4 crystal cores, she took out all her other crystal cores, totaling 56. These crystal cores were all neutral, produced by ordinary zombies, and could absorb any type of ability. Detected that the host has reached the required number of crystal cores to unlock the farmland on the farm. Once unlocked, the farmland can be unlocked using a mode that costs crystal cores and gold coins. Would you like to spend 50 crystal cores to unlock it? Lin Yu. So, the 50 crystal cores she just got had to be used right away before she even warmed them up. She originally planned to absorb their energy to enhance her abilities, but as soon as she took the cores out of her space, the system sneakily prepared to take them away. However, speaking of which, the conditions to unlock farmland in the end-of-world farm are not very different from QQ Farm. But why can't I harvest or plant with just one click like in QQ Farm? It's okay for now, but once the farmland expands and crops mature every 12 hours, just thinking about that scene makes Lin Yu feel suffocated. Fortunately, the system doesn't require her to do everything alone, or she would be exhausted. After hesitating for a moment, she finally chose to unlock it. Farmland unlocked can be expanded. Each expansion costs 10 crystal cores. When the total farmland reaches 100, each expansion costs 100 crystal cores or 1 second-level crystal core. Lin Yu. Just a moment ago, Lin Yu still felt rich, but now she suddenly feels very poor. She sighed and absorbed the remaining 6 crystal cores. 1 minute later, the 6 attribute-less crystal cores in her hand turned into a pile of dust. She spread her hands and could clearly see that her water ball had become much thicker. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiangbei's eyelashes twitched. He felt as if he was submerged in water, suffocating, with a foggy mind, struggling to breathe. His eyelids fluttered even more. Suddenly, Cheng Xiangbei opened his eyes, staring fixedly at the white wall above, with fear still lingering in his pupils. After a long while, he finally pulled himself out of the panic. He supported himself on the bed and looked around. Where is this? I didn't die. And I didn't turn into a zombie? His breathing quickened suddenly. He hurriedly reached out to check his wound from the zombie dog attack, which was still bleeding, but the blood was no longer the dark red that looked hopeless at first glance. Overcome with excitement, Cheng Xiangbei lost control of his strength. His previously bleeding hand instantly turned golden, and the gold color spread along his hand and up his arm. He was stunned. Holy! Did I awaken an ability? Cheng Xiangbei, having seen many things, knew clearly that his body had changed because of the abnormality on his hand. Watching the spreading gold, he couldn't help but smile. When the zombie dog grabbed him, he thought he was doomed. But unexpectedly, he not only survived but also awakened an ability. The relief after surviving the disaster enveloped Cheng Xiangbei. Because his immune system had just gone through a tough battle, his body was already weak. Plus, Cheng Xiangbei was so excited that he couldn't control his supernatural power, which led to a sudden turn of bad luck. When the golden light spread to his elbows, Cheng Xiangbei's face suddenly changed. He felt weak and dizzy, and everything around him spun. This is a sign of his body being overexerted. Cheng Xiangbei felt a wave of despair. He thought, I shouldn't have been so proud. I probably didn't die from the zombie virus infection, but instead, my supernatural power drained me to the point of turning me into a dried-up corpse. Click! He heard the sound of the door lock turning. Before losing consciousness, he heard a cold voice whispering nearby. Gold-type supernatural power? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, surprised as she looked at the golden glow on Cheng Xiangbei's arm. It seems he was lucky and awakened a gold-type supernatural power. Thinking of the muddy off-road vehicle in the space, battered by zombie attacks, Lin Yu smiled slightly. She was planning to find someone with a gold-type supernatural power to help strengthen the vehicle. Now, she had found one. She quickly assessed Cheng Xiangbei's condition. Though she was speechless, she also found it a bit funny. If she hadn't happened to hear Cheng Xiangbei's voice when she went downstairs, he might have been the first person in this world to be drained into a dried-up corpse by his own power. She formed a small water ball about the size of a marble in her hand. With a flick of her finger, she hit his wrist. Instantly, the spreading golden light stopped. Lin Yu, in a rare good mood, covered him with a blanket. She placed a note on the bedside table, then pressed a book on the note to keep it in place. After that, she quietly left the room. Initially, Lin Yu planned to go out today to hunt zombies and clear the zombies near Qingchuan Mountain. But when Chung Xiangbei woke up and awakened a gold-type power that could enhance anything, she changed her mind completely. She didn't plan to go far for now. Lin Yu only wanted to clear the zombies around Qingchuan Mountain to avoid worries when going out or returning home. It would also greatly ensure the safety of those coming to trade crystal cores with her. As for collecting supplies from farther away, Lin Yu decided to wait until Chung Xiangbei woke up and helped strengthen the off-road vehicle and the Tang sword. Thinking for a moment, Lin Yu went to the backyard to find Pei Linling, who was practicing her supernatural powers there. Pei Yan had hunted zombies all night, helped Lin Yu harvest rice, took a quick shower, and then went to sleep. So now, only Pei Linling was practicing her powers in the backyard. Pei Linling was a bit surprised. "Sister Lin Yu, are you here to practice your supernatural powers with me?" Lin Yu shook her head. "I'm here to clear the zombies near Qingchuan Mountain. I want to ask if you'd like to come with me." Pei Linling felt excited and wanted to agree immediately, but she remembered that she had just told Pei Yan that sneaking out alone to kill zombies wasn't good. In just a short time, she had become more like her brother. She nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at rice. "Sister Lin Yu, wait a moment. I'll go tell my brother." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Not wanting to wake her resting brother, Pei Linling left a note for him and grabbed her wolf Fang club before heading out with Lin Yu. After practicing for a few days, Pei Linlong's invisibility power improved a lot. Before, she could only stay invisible for about 20 minutes, but now she could last around 25 minutes. Of course, the duration of her invisibility changed depending on how many people were with her. Don't underestimate these few extra minutes. If she faced a dangerous situation, those 3 extra minutes could help her escape safely. Lin Yu didn't take Pei Linling too far. They moved in a straight line, clearing the way from the villa's entrance. During the apocalypse, it was the hottest part of the day, so few people were outside, which meant there weren't many zombies in Qingchuan Mountain. Most of the zombies were either inside other villas or had been cleared by Yi and Pei Yan. They only encountered 7 or 8 scattered zombies. Lin Yu noticed these zombies had already evolved to the first stage. They were more agile and could do high-level movements like running, jumping, and bending. In the early stages, zombies' joints were stiff, and they could only walk slowly, which anyone could kill. Compared to that, running and jumping were quite difficult for early-stage zombies. Since the system hadn't assigned Lin Yu a new zombie-killing task, she didn't insist on delivering the final to the zombies. Because there weren't many zombies, Lin Yu decided to practice her sword skills. She held a Chinese sword and swung it broadly at the zombies. From initially being unskilled with the sword to suddenly drawing it so quickly that her figure was almost impossible to see, Lin Yu's skill amazed Pei Linling. Slices, cuts, flicks, chops, picks, cuts off, pushes, stabs, slides, stirs, collapses, points, pulls out. Each of her strikes was as swift as a startled swan, her figure as graceful as a swimming dragon. The moment she drew her sword was like a thunderclap from the sky, powerful and unstoppable. Lin Yu wielded a Tang sword, weaving through the zombies quickly. Soon, she chopped off their limbs, causing their bodies to twist on the ground like twisted ropes. Their rotting mouths opened and closed as they desperately tried to bite her, emitting the scent of living humans. She didn't kill every zombie. She just cut off their limbs to remove the danger. The rest she left to Pei Linling to handle. Zombies don't feel pain. Even if half their bodies are turned into blood mist, they can still move. Losing just a hand or foot doesn't stop them. Though limbless, the zombies still crawl on the ground, looking like soft-bodied worms. Pei Linling felt disgusted but focused, swinging her wolf Fang club precisely at the zombie's head. Their teamwork became more natural. Every time Lin Yu cut off a zombie's limbs, Pei Linling took the chance to hit the zombie's head with her club. Bang! 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 The zombie's head burst open in a shower of blood and flesh. If you ignore the splattering blood and flesh when the zombie's head is smashed, the sound is quite like fireworks blooming. Pei Linlang rubbed her aching wrists, her eyes shining with excitement. She loved this violent way of fighting zombies. She was glad she didn't wake Pei Yan, because if Lin Yu and her brother's special powers worked together, she wouldn't be able to kill zombies even if she wanted to. With water and electricity working together, she could only stand aside. Thinking for a moment, Pei Linlang asked, Lin Yu, can you leave one zombie for me to try killing? I want to give it a shot. There's no need to worry about danger. It's fine to stay behind her and let her use her club to handle the immobilized zombie, but Pei Linlang knew she couldn't always hide behind Lin Yu and her brother for protection. She wanted to improve herself, to keep up with them. And she also wanted to fight alongside them. Lin Yu swiftly chopped off the head of the zombie on her right, then she sheathed her sword, kicked aside the zombie falling toward her, and dodged another rushing zombie by moving to the right. Now, only one zombie remained. Alright, try it. She quickly moved aside, exposing Pei Linlang's figure to the zombies. She couldn't understand why Lin Yu dodged, but then fresh flesh appeared before her eyes. The zombies didn't bother to chase after her and instead focused on the new prey. Most of the zombies Pei Linlang had killed before were unable to move, so this was truly her first real attempt at fighting zombies. Naturally, she was nervous. She forced herself to stay calm and clenched her wolf-tooth club tightly. She knew her strengths and weaknesses. Pei Linlang didn't rush forward recklessly. Lin Yu stepped back to the side. Although she let the zombies be handled by Pei Linlang, she couldn't truly relax. Her supernatural power was ready to be used at any moment, prepared to rescue if needed. It seemed like a long time had passed, but actually, not even a second had gone by. As the zombie got closer and its rotten claws nearly reached her, Pei Linlang pursed her lips and activated her invisibility ability. All her scent was cut off, and she disappeared from the view of the zombies and Lin Yu. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately understood Pei Linlang's plan. She smiled slightly clever. The zombie froze for a moment, unable to understand why the living person's scent suddenly vanished. It turned around, its eyes turning bright red, and lunged toward Lin Yu behind it. But just as the zombie turned, a wolf-tooth club appeared out of nowhere and struck it on the back of the head. Afraid one hit wouldn't be enough, Pei Linlang kept hitting until the zombie's head fell to the ground. She finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. Big sister Lin Yu, I really did it. Her eyes sparkled, looking like a small hamster waiting for praise. Fortunately, Lin Yu wasn't disappointed. Yes, Linlang, you're amazing. Keep it up. All the zombies had reached level 1, and each had developed a crystal core in their brains. Lin Yu used her Tang sword to carefully extract the crystal cores from the zombie heads. There were 8 in total. After washing them with clean water, she divided 3 according to the initial agreement with her brother and sister. Since Pei Yan wasn't here for this zombie hunt, only Lin Yu and Pei Linlang participated. Pei Linlang took the crystal cores without hesitation. Both of them used their physical strength, not their supernatural powers, to get the cores. After extracting them, they rested for a while before continuing their journey. Around 12:30 p.m., the big white goose, having finished the zombie hunt, appeared outside the villa. It took a different route from Lin Yu and missed her, as she was killing zombies on the other side. At this moment, it didn't know that Lin Yu was not at home. It went as usual to check the rice field, then nodded human-like. With its big mouth open, a pile of crystal cores like small hills was scattered all over the ground. If someone saw this scene, they would be so surprised their eyes might pop out. The white goose didn't care if anyone saw it. It looked up and quacked, gaga. After a while, when it didn't see the short-haired girl, it thought she didn't hear its call. The white goose opened its mouth again, slightly louder.
Gaga, gaga, gaga.
But all it got in response was silence. The white goose widened its eyes and had a scary thought. Could it be that the girl was hiding because she didn't want to trade food with it? GA. The white goose flapped its wings, showing human-like anger. Its expression seemed to say, "You broke your promise." GA. 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 The white goose's calls grew louder and louder. On the bed, Cheng Xiangbei frowned, feeling annoyed by the noise. Why was it so loud? It disturbed his sleep. The sounds kept getting more intense, and he couldn't help shouting in his sleep, "Shut up." Suddenly, he woke up. Chung Xiangbei sat up in bed, scratched his head, and immediately remembered the foolish thing he did after waking. He was about to go outside to see what was making that loud noise, but when he turned around, he saw a note under the book, "Don't run around after you wake up. I went out to kill zombies. I'll be back soon." The handwriting was strong and bold, suggesting the note's owner was a determined and strong person. Chung Xiangbei remembered the familiar voice he heard before losing consciousness. He had some guesses. He put down the note. When he went outside, he saw Pei Yan awakened by the white goose's loud calls. Chung Xiangbei was surprised and immediately realized he was saved by someone in the villa. His eyes showed gratitude. "Bro, thank you for saving me. You're awake?" Chung Xiangbei and Pei Yan spoke almost at the same time. Pei Yan shook his head and said, "It wasn't me who saved you, it was Lin Yu." Chung Xiangbei was stunned for a moment, but quickly understood, since Pei Yan had no reason to lie. "Anyway," he said, "thank you both. By the way, what was that loud noise outside?" After being awakened by the white goose's increasingly loud and sharp calls, Pei Yan saw the note left by Pei Linling. "I can roughly guess what happened to the big white goose, but he isn't planning to interfere." Pei Yan is worried about Lin Yang and Lin Yu. When he saw the note, he immediately strapped on a big sword and prepared to go out. He then ran into Chung Xiangbei, who was also awakened by the loud cry of the white goose.
Pei Yan shook his head.
"Don't worry about that goose. I need to go out for a bit. You stay here and don't run around." "Are you planning to go find Lin Yu?" Chung Xiangbei looked to the side. "Wait a moment," he said, quickly walking back to his room to pick up the note Lin Yu left. After reading the note, Pei Yan fell silent. He didn't know how long they had been gone. He felt a bit worried. He returned the note to Chung Xiangbei and strode outside. Chung Xiangbei hesitated for a moment, then hurried after him. "Bro, wait for me. I'll go with you. Didn't Lin Yu tell you not to run around after waking up? And you're not in a good state to be running around now." Chung Xiangbei, feeling much better after a nap, knew Pei Yan was worried he might slow him down. He quickly said, "I awakened a special power, a metal-type ability, and I can help." Pei Yan paused, then without thinking, said, "Follow me." Chung Xiangbei looked around but couldn't find his steel rod. Seeing Pei Yan walking away, he clenched his teeth and finally grabbed a stainless steel mop from the corner to chase after him. The white goose called sadly for a long time, and when it finally saw someone come out, it flapped its wings excitedly, its cry clearly more lively than before. But unfortunately, Pei Yan wasn't planning to pay attention to it. He just left a sentence, "Lin Yang went out to kill zombies," and walked away. The white goose was stunned, its eyes showing a hint of awkwardness. It seemed all its fuss was for nothing. Lin Yang wasn't home. Chung Xiangbei didn't care why Pei Yan was explaining things to a goose. He immediately saw the motorcycle parked in the yard. He quickly checked it and confirmed it was fine, then hurried to catch up with Pei Yan at the door. "Bro, get on the bike." Pei Yan didn't hesitate. He swung his long leg over and sat on the motorcycle. Chung Xiangbei wasn't sure which direction Lin Yu went to fight zombies. "Bro, which way should we go?" Pei Yan thought for a moment. "Go straight." On the note left by Pei Linling, she mentioned her plan to clean up the nearby zombies with Lin Yu. Considering Lin Yu's intention to make a trade with someone, Pei Yan instinctively thought they wouldn't go far, and the most likely path they would take is the road leading outside Qingspring Mountain. Chung Xiangbei suddenly accelerated, and his motorcycle shot forward like an arrow, quickly disappearing from the sight of the big white goose. The big white goose's eyes rolled, and its beak swiftly pecked at a small mountain of crystal cores on the ground. Its speed was so fast that it seemed to leave a residual image behind. After collecting all the crystal cores, the big white goose flapped its wings and followed in the direction the two had gone. Chung Xiangbei had fought zombies himself and knew better than anyone how terrifying they could be, especially animals infected with the zombie virus. As a man, he found it difficult to handle, not to mention the seemingly less powerful short-haired girl. He didn't believe Lin Yu. after awakening a nearly supernatural shield ability, could awaken other powers again. Lin Yu was his lifesaver. He hadn't had the chance to thank her yet. He didn't want anything to happen to her, so he pushed the throttle to the maximum. The motorcycle sped extremely fast. The modified engine roared loudly, raising the speed to 90 kilometers per hour in a short time. When Cheng Xiangbei was escaping from the city, he lost his helmet. The wind blew his hair wildly. He glanced at the rearview mirror and suddenly saw a white shadow in the mirror. The shadow was moving too fast for him to tell what it was. The white shadow chased the motorcycle relentlessly, its speed increasing and gradually surpassing the motorcycle. Cheng Xiangbei's eyes widened suddenly. What the heck?
What is that?
Perhaps understanding Cheng Xiangbei's words, the shadow quickly closed the distance to the motorcycle, almost level with it.
Gah!
Pei Yan instantly recognized that the shadow was the big white goose. His face grew serious. If he hadn't seen it himself, he wouldn't believe that a big white goose could match the speed of a nearly 100 km/h motorcycle. The goose's rough, yet slightly proud cry stunned Cheng Xiangbei. His hand trembled, and the motorcycle nearly veered off the road. The motorcycle tire screeched as it rubbed against the ground, leaving a long black mark. Cheng Xiangbei suddenly slammed on the brakes, controlling the bike to drift sharply. Pei Yan was suddenly jolted forward by Cheng Xiangbei's abrupt stop. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have fallen off. He twitched his mouth and said, "Don't startle me when you ride your bike." "Sorry." Cheng Xiangbei scratched his head, a faint blush appearing on his handsome face.
He was very surprised.
His motorcycle was going nearly 100 km/h when he opened the throttle fully. Yet, in such a situation, that big white goose, which had been far behind them for a long distance, surprisingly caught up to the motorcycle. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe a goose could reach such speed. The world is so mysterious. Since the apocalypse broke out, each event has continued to challenge his understanding of this world. Cheng Xiangbei glanced at the big white goose that had also stopped nearby. Luckily, the goose didn't seem hostile. Otherwise, he suspected he might already be on his way to meet the Grim Reaper. Feeling somewhat relieved but also confused, he asked, "What is it doing?" Pei Yan paused, looking a bit helpless.
It
is also going to find Lin Yu. Cheng Xiangbei almost thought he had heard wrong. Before confirming the safety of Lin Yu and Lin Lang, Pei Yan didn't try to explain. He looked straight ahead and said, "Let's keep going." Cheng Xiangbei suppressed his curiosity and continued to move forward quickly. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, whom Cheng Xiangbei thought was not very strong in combat, was fighting zombies at the fork between Qingshuan Mountain and the highway. The highway, which had been relatively clear before, was now quite congested. This was probably because survivors fleeing the city during the recent heavy rain had driven here. Maybe their cars ran out of fuel, maybe they were attacked by zombies, or perhaps someone on the vehicle hid that they had been bitten by zombies, leading to a complete disaster. Lin Yu was busy clearing zombies from the highway and her car, checking the fuel tank. If there was still fuel, she would transfer it into her space for storage. After the apocalypse, she only managed to bring a fuel truck into her space. It looked like a lot, but it was really not enough. The heavy rain had disrupted her plans. Otherwise, she would have stayed longer in Linchuan City and wouldn't have only collected a single fuel truck's worth of gasoline. Following the principle of not wasting, she stored all undamaged vehicles into her space. These cars have low chassis, which makes it easy for zombies to get their wheels stuck. Lin Yu doesn't plan to drive. Instead, she intends to use these cars as a group to smash enemies if she encounters something she can't handle alone in the future, then them up. Even if she can't kill them all, it can slow them down. Any cars that haven't been blown up, she puts into her space. Anyway, better than nothing. There are quite a few zombies on the highway, and some vehicles block the view, making it hard to see clearly. Lin Yu is worried about unexpected dangers and doesn't let Pei Linling fight the zombies alone. Since she has already gained some experience on the road, she just tells her to follow behind and help gather crystal cores. Pei Linling knows her own strength and doesn't cause trouble for Lin Yu. She obediently follows behind, helping to gather crystal cores.
Roar.
The zombies inside the car instantly become aggressive when they smell a living person, struggling and banging their heads against the already broken glass. Their rotting flesh-covered arms reach out wildly toward Linyu. She opens the car door, wielding her sharp knife. With one swift cut, she slashes the zombie in the front passenger seat, leaving a smooth wound as if cut by laser. The body splits in two and slowly slides down, with internal organs and blood spilling out onto the road, staining the ground dark red. Linyu pulls out the gasoline, removes the half-dead zombie bodies from the car, then stores the car in her space. After clearing the zombies from the red Audi, Linyu decides not to continue cleaning. She takes out the Hummer from her space, ready to call Pei Linlang into the car. Suddenly, she hears a loud engine revving. Linyu pauses, quickly puts the Hummer back into her space, and calls out Linlang. Pei Linlang immediately understands. She uses her supernatural power to cloak herself and Linyu in invisibility. The two of them stare intently in the direction of the sound. I hear zombies roaring. They should be right below. Chung Xiangbei turns a corner, but apart from the scattered zombie remains on the ground, he sees no sign of anyone at the intersection of Qingshuan Mountain and the highway. He pauses in surprise, then becomes more anxious. Where are the people? Why is no one here? I clearly heard fighting just now. Pei Linlang quickly sees Chung Xiangbei's face and the figure behind him, Pei Yan, then immediately cancels her invisibility. The two figures suddenly appearing in front of her startled Chung Xiangbei greatly. He stammered, You too. Linyu raised an eyebrow slightly. She wasn't surprised that Pei Yan came to find Pei Linlang, but she wondered what was going on with Chung Xiangbei and the big white goose appearing here. Why did you come? The big white goose also let out a gag, and Linyu guessed its purpose was to find her. Chung Xiangbei scratched his head. After I woke up, I saw the note you left. When I went out, I happened to meet Pei Yan preparing to look for you. I was worried you couldn't handle the zombies alone, so I thought if I awakened my powers, I could help. So, I came along. On the way here, he had already learned Pei Yan's name, so now he could say it. It seemed she hadn't saved the wrong person. Linyu nodded slightly. That's thoughtful. But still, she needed to clarify the matter of the fever medicine and medical expenses with him. By the way, I took care of the 4 zombies you killed earlier. They all had crystal cores in their heads. Also, when you were bitten and had a fever, I used a box of fever medicine and a box of antibiotics. Consider those 4 crystal cores as your medical fee. She paused and continued. The deal I mentioned before still stands. Also, I want you to use your metal element powers to help strengthen the off-road vehicle and weapons. Of course, I will pay you for it. After hearing this, Chung Xiangbei quickly waved his hands to refuse. Medical expenses are deserved. If it weren't for your help, I'd probably be a zombie now. Don't bother with strengthening anything. If it means giving my life, I'd do it. Pei Linlang clearly noticed her brother's face turning darker. She didn't think much and instinctively hid behind Linyu, thinking it was her fault. Linyu was unaware and momentarily lost in thought, recalling a scene from her past life before death. She had saved Bai Yan many times. Several times, she almost died from zombies trying to attack her while trying to save Bai Yan. But Bai Yan didn't appreciate her efforts. She took everything for granted and even bit her back in the end. Bai Yan had also lived with her day and night for 3 years. Linyu lowered her lashes. Only Chung Xiangbei, who had only a superficial relationship with her, was worried enough to follow Pei Yan to find her, fearing she couldn't handle the zombies. Pei Yan and Pei Linlang didn't abandon her because of the zombie horde either. Perhaps, in her past life, her death caused by Bai Yan was partly due to her own foolishness, but more so because Bai Yan was inherently a trash person. Thinking of this, Linyu felt somewhat relieved. At this moment, she didn't want Bai Yan to die in Yun province. She more wanted her to experience the pain of a broken heart herself. Pei Yan's eyebrows furrowed slightly, showing concern for Linyu's current state. Chung Xiangbei reached out and waved in front of her eyes. Linyu, are you okay? Linyu snapped back to reality, calming the coldness in her eyes, and said calmly, I'm fine. Pei Linlang hadn't noticed earlier. She looked up and could only see Linyu's peaceful face. Sister Linyu, are you tired? Maybe we should go back. If she hadn't seen the worry in Pei Yan's expression, she probably wouldn't have realized the situation. Her brother was probably upset because Cheng Xiangbei said, "I'll give you my life," not because she secretly ran out to fight zombies. She felt a bit disappointed that Cheng Xiangbei had beaten her to it. How could he have done this first? Seeing her gaze, Pei Yan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. He looked at Pei Linling lightly, as if saying, "You'll get in trouble when we go back." Linyu nodded. "Let's go back first." After she took out the Hummer, Pei Yan volunteered, "Let me drive." Having fought zombies all morning, Linyu was indeed a bit tired, so she didn't refuse. Space ability? Cheng Xiangbei looked shocked. He had lost count of how many times he had opened his mouth along the way and was exhausted. Linyu simply responded with a "hmm." Just as she was about to open the car door, Pei Linling grabbed the handle. Before she could speak, she seriously said, "Sister Linyu, you're tired, right? The passenger seat is more comfortable for resting, so you should sit there." Linyu was stunned. She wasn't stupid and quickly sensed her intention. She looked at Pei Linling with a half-smile. Pei Linling felt guilty under her gaze and forced a nervous laugh. Pei Yan's lips curled slightly, but he quickly returned to his usual expression. He softly scolded, "Pei Linling, stop messing around." Having figured out her subtle hints, Pei Linling secretly rolled her eyes in her mind. Her brother was happy too, but she always ended up hurt alone. Pei Linling sighed softly. Forget it. For her brother's happiness and her future sister-in-law, a little pain was nothing. Under her watchful eyes, Pei Linling finally withdrew her hand. She didn't want to be disliked by Sister Linyu because of this. If it weren't for Pei Linling mentioning the debt repayment matter last time, Linyu probably wouldn't have thought in that direction. But now, she clearly senses that she plans to matchmake herself with Pei Yan. As for Pei Yan, she doesn't have any romantic feelings for him, and she doesn't think Pei Yan has any feelings for her either. Right now, Linyu just wants to survive well in the apocalypse and run her farm properly. She paused, then smiled lightly at Pei Linling. "I'm not a passive person. If I have any ideas, I will take the initiative." Pei Yan unconsciously tightened his grip on the steering wheel but quickly relaxed again. Does not taking the lead mean he doesn't like her? Pei Linling glanced at Pei Yan from the corner of her eye, worried about his current state. Unfortunately, his face looked no different from usual. It seems she has messed up. Pei Linling looked downcast. "Sister Linyu, I understand now, and I'm sorry. Actually, if you really want to repay kindness, just gather more crystal cores for me. There's no need for such extreme gestures." After speaking, Linyu moved to the other side of the off-road vehicle and sat in the passenger seat. She felt that sitting or not sitting in the passenger seat didn't matter much to her. She had a clear conscience either way. Cheng Xiangbei didn't expect to hear gossip on this trip. He just thought earlier how Pei Yan's face looked a bit dark. Turns out it was because the big white goose looked at this and that, confused but impressed. Pei Linling, feeling very disappointed, got into the car, deeply regretting her impulsiveness. Her heart felt uneasy, as if she had put Sister Linyu in a difficult spot. Sitting in the passenger seat or not, neither felt quite right. Cheng Xiangbei wisely turned the motorcycle around and didn't join in the commotion. The big white goose jumped onto the car before Linling closed the door. It was a bit tired and didn't want to walk back, preferring to take the ride home. Normally, she might be surprised, but now she had no energy to care about much. The atmosphere inside the car was quiet. No one spoke. Linyu really felt a bit exhausted. After fastening her seatbelt, she closed her eyes for a quick rest. After parking, Pei Linling and the big white goose got out of the car one after the other. Pei Yan kept his back straight, his slender hands resting on the steering wheel without moving. After Linyu unfastened her seatbelt and saw that he didn't seem to plan to get out of the car, she paused for a moment and then said, "Don't take what I just said to heart. I think you probably don't want to be matched with Linling blindly." Her face was very calm when she said this, with no signs of emotion, so calm that Pei Yan couldn't tell if she was pretending or truly so composed. "What if I give you my life too?" Pei Yan's voice was very soft, so quiet that if you didn't listen carefully, you wouldn't hear what he was saying. Lin Yu wondered if she had heard him wrong and asked uncertainly, "What did you say?" Pei Yan turned his head and looked directly at the young girl's delicate features. His deep eyes carried an emotion Lin Yu couldn't understand. He licked his dry lips, nervous enough to sweat slightly on his palms. "I said, I'll give you my life." Linling mentioned paying off a debt. "Do you want to think about it?" Lin Yu's eyes widened, her pupils full of surprise. Only children make choices like this. You can have both the crystal core and a person at the same time. I mean, do you want to consider it? Consider me? Even though Pei Yan appeared calm and indifferent, he still felt very nervous inside. His body tensed up unconsciously, waiting for her answer. Honestly, Lin Yu never expected that the future leader of the base would say such a confession to her. To be honest, if she didn't have feelings for Pei Yan, she might have been tempted to accept his tempting offer. People were secondary. She was really eager for the crystal core.
But
Lin Yu was curious. She had only known Pei Yan for a few days, so what exactly did he like about her? And she seemed to have no special behavior around the siblings. Lin Yu was puzzled and hesitated. "Are you joking with me? We just met not long ago. Love at first sight? That's impossible." Pei Yan's lips pressed into a thin line, his voice hoarse. "Why do you think it's impossible?" Lin Yu didn't speak. After a moment of silence, she looked at Pei Yan with an apologetic expression. "If I hurt you earlier when I talked to Linling, I want to apologize. Of course, you don't need to feel guilty about saving me. I saved you because you're Pei Yan. If you feel bad about it, just give me the crystal core. But if you really want me to consider your words, I'm sorry, I don't have those feelings for you." Lin Yu imagined 3 thoughts in Pei Yan's mind and answered the question accordingly. She truly didn't overthink things. Lin Yu is straightforward in matters of love. If she likes someone, she shows it. If she doesn't pretend. She can't settle for less. If she really likes someone, she would take the initiative and gently decline Pei Linlong's matchmaking attempts. Of course, her help to Pei Yan was just literal, simply saving her. As for the last possibility, Lin Yu instinctively felt it was unlikely. Love at first sight? That sounded too far-fetched. She genuinely believed Pei Yan might be upset because she politely refused Pei Linlong's matchmaking, and because of their life-saving relationship, she said such things. But regardless of Pei Yan's true feelings, Lin Yu was clear. She firmly and directly rejected her. Lin Yu opened the car door and saw Pei Linling, looking like a guilty little wife, curled up at the villa entrance. When Lin Yu got out, she almost started crying. She nervously spoke, "Sister Lin Yu, Lin Yu chuckled softly. "I was just trying to tell you not to meddle in others' relationships. If both sides like each other, that's fine. But if there's no mutual feeling, and someone notices and finds out, wouldn't that be awkward for you?" Pei Linling nodded. "I won't do that anymore." Lin Yu gently ruffled her hair. "All right, let's go inside and see how many crystal cores we collected today." Pei Linling glanced at Pei Yan still in the car. Because of the windshield, she couldn't see his expression, but she somehow felt he wasn't in a good mood. She didn't know what her brother and Lin Yu had just talked about in the car. She looked up at Lin Yu with calm eyes, unable to tell what she was thinking. She sighed softly. No matter what they discussed, Pei Linling decided she wouldn't try to matchmake anymore. Going with the flow was better. After thinking it through, she quickly adjusted her mindset and decided to treat Lin Yu better in a way she liked. For example,
crystal cores.
She responded, "Let's go inside." Pei Linlong's voice sounded much more energetic than before, which eased Lin Yu's mind greatly. Seeing Cheng Xiangbei standing quietly nearby, Lin Yu called out, "What are you just standing there for? Hurry up and ride the motorcycle in." Before she spoke, Cheng Xiangbei hesitated inside. After all, the shield outside the villa could protect them from zombies. He didn't move earlier because he was unconscious, and he wasn't sure if Lin Yu would still let him in when he woke up. So he stayed at the door without action. Hearing Lin Yu speak, he quickly replied, "Oh, okay, coming." The big white goose waddled behind them, trying to enter the villa. But as soon as its head touched the shield, an invisible ripple pushed it back. The big white goose looked confused as it got up and quacked, "Gah." Hearing the goose's cry, Lin Yu suddenly remembered she had forgotten about it. Since she planned to keep the big, white goose around anyway, even though it followed Pei Yan and others to find her to exchange food, it still showed she was worried about her. Maybe the goose's concern was exaggerated, but Lin Yu didn't care. She was actually thinking of using the goose. Since it came to her willingly, Lin Yu saw no reason to let it leave. She activated her system and granted the big white goose permission to enter and exit the safe zone. She turned to look at the guilty-looking goose and smiled. "All right, try now. You shouldn't be pushed out." The goose hesitated, then put one paw into the shield. When it felt no resistance this time, it excitedly flapped its wings and ran into the villa. Lin Yu's eyes were deep. From now on, the big white goose was hers. Well, her goose. Thanks to the distraction of the goose, the tense atmosphere eased a bit. Cheng Xiangbei looked at her strangely. "This big white goose is really incredible." I pressed the throttle of my motorcycle to the max, and it still managed to catch up and keep pace with the bike, even when it was falling behind. Lin Yu was surprised. After confirming with Cheng Xiangbei again, she felt she had found a great treasure. Remember, this was only the early stage of the apocalypse. Whether it was the 8 crystal cores the goose brought back last time, or its ability to match the motorcycle's speed, it all showed the goose was very powerful. It seemed she had indeed chosen the right treasure. Pei Linlang was so shocked she couldn't speak. Was this world too fantastical, or was there something wrong with her ears? "Are you serious? You're not lying to me?" "Of course. If you don't believe me, ask Pei Yan." "My goodness." The three of them and the goose chatted and laughed as they entered the villa one after another. Only Pei Yan was left standing there. He stared ahead thoughtfully, lost in his thoughts. After a long while, a faint bitter smile appeared on his lips. He had only known Lin Yu for a few days, and the idea of liking her might be impossible for her to accept. But the truth was different. He truly fell in love with her at first sight. Pei Yan would never forget the moment he woke up and saw that scene. Under the sunset, on the road outside the car window, there were fierce-looking zombies. The girl driving was calm, and the sunset's glow cast a soft light on her face. It was at that moment that Lin Yu's shadow was imprinted in Pei Yan's heart. Maybe love just happens without reason. Lin Yu. These 2 words kept swirling in Pei Yan's mind, stirring his heart. After a while, Pei Yan chuckled softly, a dark light flickering in his eyes. "It's okay, I'll take the initiative." He drove the car into the villa. When he got out, his expression was back to normal, as if nothing had happened. Pei Linlang saw this, and let out a small breath of relief. She proudly showed him the crystal cores she had just counted. "Brother, look. Today, Lin Yu and I cleaned up zombies nearby and found 75 crystal cores." She didn't mention this before, but once she did, Pei Yan remembered the note she left before rushing out to kill zombies. He gave her a sidelong glance, indifferent. Pei Linlang felt a little guilty under his gaze, but after thinking carefully, she realized that Pei Yan hadn't told anyone before rushing out to fight zombies, while she had left a note to inform him. The 2 situations were different. Thinking of this, she straightened her back proudly. "This isn't double standards. I left you a note too." Under her brother's watchful gaze, her confident attitude instantly faded. She even stammered a little. "Well, next time I go out, I can just call you to come with me, okay?" Pei Yan nodded, reluctantly accepting her excuse. Seeing that Pei Yan's expression was normal and that he could still outsmart her, Lin Yu felt relieved. She quietly withdrew her gaze. Lin Yu divided the crystal cores she deserved with Pei Linlang. Suddenly, she felt the white goose gently bump her leg with its head. She looked down and saw the goose spitting out a bunch of crystal cores from its mouth. Soon, the cores piled up into a small mountain. Lin Yu was stunned. She wasn't the only one with this expression. Cheng Xiangbei, Pei Yan, and Pei Linlang all looked like they had seen a ghost.
Wow.
This is too crazy. It's beyond ridiculous, completely over the top. It has been a day and a half since Cheng Xiangbei last ate. When he woke up, he learned that his lifesaver had gone out to fight zombies. Worried, he didn't feel hungry at all. Maybe he was too excited. As soon as he finished speaking, his stomach made a noise. Gurgle. The three of them and the goose looked at Xiangbei at the same time. His face turned red. Before he could speak, Lin Yu took out 2 bags of whole wheat bread, each weighing 200 grams, and a bottle of mineral water from her space, handing them to him. Eat first. If it's not enough, tell me. Xiangbei swallowed hard, unable to find words to refuse. He took the bread and started eating eagerly. They say eating well gives you strength to work. Lin Yu saw this as an early payment for Xiangbei helping to reinforce the hammer and the tang sword. After wolfing down the bread, Xiangbei still felt a bit unsatisfied. The biggest thing in the world is food. He had no shame and decisively asked Lin Yu for another bottle of water and a bread. Having many lice doesn't make you itchy. He owed Lin Yu enough already, and now that he had awakened a metal element ability, with its help, zombies would be easier to defeat. When he found the crystal cores, he would return them to her. The white goose ignored Xiangbei and continued spitting out crystal cores outside. Once all the cores in the space were spat out, it looked up at Lin Yu. Ga. Lin Yu immediately understood what it meant. She counted the crystal cores and found there were 87 in total, more than the number she and Pei Yan had collected from killing zombies all morning. She fell into silence. This was probably what people meant when they said more than a goose. It was enough to drive someone crazy. Lin Yu cleared her throat and didn't immediately exchange the rice from her space with the white goose. Instead, she squatted down, level with the goose, and gently persuaded. Big white goose, how about you follow me from now on? I won't say anything about food and shelter. You just need to go out every day and help me find some crystal cores. The white goose paused, looked her over, and seemed to consider how likely this was. Lin Yu's eyes flickered slightly, adding weight to her words. All right, follow me. You can eat whatever you want every day. I won't interfere. You just need to protect me and bring me crystal cores. Pei Yan, Pei Yan, and Xiangbei looked stunned. But after thinking about it, they felt Lin Yu's plan to trick the white goose was understandable. Xiangbei almost couldn't eat properly, and even considered attacking the big white goose because it was so unreasonable, beyond his understanding of geese. Pei Yan took a deep breath, feeling strangely inferior, as if he couldn't compare himself to a goose. Pei Yan also had this feeling and looked at him with sympathy. On the other side, the big white goose was a bit restless, thinking about being fed and housed. It sounded pretty good. Maybe. It hesitated slightly, but wondered if agreeing immediately would be too shameless. Thinking of this, it straightened its neck, pretending not to be easily bought. Lin Yu's eyes deepened with a smile, stretching her tone. It's not just the rice you've eaten before. I'll also plant some corn, vegetables, and fruits. Of course, if you like fruit, that's fine too. The big white goose's eyes lit up, and vivid images of ripe corn appeared in its mind. It sounded pretty good. It was eager to try the corn, vegetables, and fruit she mentioned. Just as the big white goose was about to nod, Lin Yu suddenly stood up, looking regretful.
Sigh.
It seems you're not very willing. Since that's the case, I won't force the goose. The big white goose was panicked, flapping its wings and desperately nodding, worried she might change her mind. Lin Yu's gaze was calm. So, you agree? The big white goose nodded vigorously. All right, from now on, I'll call you Big White. The big white goose didn't mind the name at all. It only cared about food. Seeing this, Pei Yan couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. She felt that the big white goose's intelligence in front of food was not very high. Unknowingly, she had fallen into Lin Yu's trap. From an angle invisible to others, Pei Yan's lips curled slightly, and her serious way of convincing the goose was quite lively, almost too adorable. Xiangbei was very interested in the conditions Lin Yu offered. Truly, humans are no match for geese. After hesitating a moment, he weakly raised his hand and said, Big sister, maybe you should also consider letting me follow you? If you point east, I won't go west. I wouldn't even frown if I had to risk my life. I don't need the same treatment as Big White, just food and shelter is enough. Pei Yan's brow twitched. If his eyes hadn't been so clear when he spoke, He might have thought Qing Xiangbei was trying to steal his girl. He looked at Qing Xiangbei with no expression, then quickly looked away before Qing noticed. Pei Yan frowned slightly. His eyelashes cast a shadow on his face. When he looked up again, all the emotions in his eyes had disappeared. Pei Linlang looked at the big white dog, then at Qing Xiangbei, and finally at her own older brother. She silently closed her mouth and stayed quietly, watching the scene unfold. Lin Yu was a bit stunned. She had only interacted with Qing Xiangbei to complete a task assigned by the system. Even after he awakened his metal-type ability, she only wanted him to help strengthen weapons. She hadn't thought much beyond that. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yu felt that maybe having him around wasn't a bad idea. Compared to strengthening a weapon once or many times, she preferred the latter. Also, Qing Xiangbei's ability was only at level 1. Once he upgraded, he could further enhance the car and weapons. Plus, he could be a helper for farming. She looked directly at Qing Xiangbei, stared at him for a while, then nodded and said, "No problem." Qing Xiangbei had only asked out of curiosity, not expecting her to really agree. He couldn't help but smile widely, showing his big teeth and grinning foolishly. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and patted his thigh. "Oh, you might not know my name yet. Let me introduce myself. I'm Qing Xiangbei, 25 years old, with a metal-type ability." "Lin Yu," she replied simply. Pei Linlang and Pei Yan also introduced themselves briefly. After exchanging greetings, Qing Xiangbei asked, "By the way, where are we going to strengthen the car? Is it that Hummer?" Lin Yu nodded and then took out her Tang Dao sword. "Let's strengthen the car first." She turned to the two behind her. "Later, Qing Xiangbei will also strengthen your weapons." Pei Linlang thought strengthening weapons was very necessary. The wolf-tooth club was easy to use, but after hitting zombies many times, the steel spikes on it broke. Besides Lin Yu and her brother, she was the first to see others with awakened abilities. Curious, she grabbed her wolf-tooth club and moved closer to Qing Xiangbei, wanting to see how he used his ability to strengthen weapons. Qing Xiangbei finally noticed the wolf-tooth club in her hand. His mouth twitched. He didn't expect that although Pei Linlang looked young, she was so violent. He shook off his thoughts, placed his hand on the car's hood, and tried to channel his ability from within. A golden light suddenly appeared where her hand touched the car's hood. The light continued to spread outward. Qing Xiangbei realized that his special ability could also repair things. As his power seeped into the car little by little, the dents and bumps on the front of the car became smooth again, and a layer of golden light covered it. However, because his ability was still weak, the golden light spread slowly. After about 3 minutes, Qing Xiangbei felt tired. A wave of weakness took over his body. At this time, the Hummer was only about 1/3 reinforced. Lin Yu was not surprised. She knew he had just awakened his ability, so being able to hold on for 3 minutes was already good. Just as she was about to let him rest and recover his power, a system panel suddenly appeared in front of her. "Beep. Please complete the exploration of Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse as soon as possible. When the exploration reaches 100%, a reward will be given." Lin Yu. She suspected the system was targeting her, and she had proof. Otherwise, how could it give her a new task right after she thought about letting Qing Xiangbei recover slowly? The Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse is about 20 kilometers from Qingchuan Mountain, located at the entrance of Linchuan Ring Road. It covers about 10,000 square meters. Almost all logistics in Linchuan City pass through this warehouse. On the day the apocalypse broke out, Lin Yu never thought about going to Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse. First, because it was near the highway with heavy traffic, it was easy to get there, but difficult to clear the vehicles afterward. She had no suitable weapons, so she could easily die on the way back. Second, there were no shops within 10 miles, and the gas station was far away. Because of these reasons, she didn't consider going there. She didn't expect the system to give her a new task. But what is exploration progress? Does it mean she has to visit every part of the Qinglan warehouse? She opened the system panel to check. Doomsday Farm host information. Lin Yu, Water Elemental Power Level 1, Farm Level 0, can expand farmland, number of farmlands, 8 system shop, unlocked, Check details in the shop, gold balance, for 102 current task 1. Trade crystal cores with 10 people. Progress, March 10th. Current task 2. Explore Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse. Progress, 0% per 100%. System warehouse. Unlocked. Check details in the warehouse. Lin Yu's gaze lingered above the words level 0, and she sighed softly. System. What are the conditions to upgrade the farm? The system panel only displayed this information, with no experience bar or similar details. She was curious about how to reach level 1. Complete a certain number of tasks issued by the system to upgrade. Lin Yu. That was almost the same as no answer. After thinking for a moment, she decided not to worry about upgrading anymore. She hesitated briefly and handed the crystal core she found today to Cheng Xiangbei. Just absorb the energy inside the crystal core to restore your powers. Cheng Xiangbei was very touched, but still declined her kindness.
It's okay.
Once I recover my powers, I can continue to strengthen the vehicle. Using the crystal core to restore powers is a waste. Lin Yu planned to wait until he finished strengthening the vehicle and Tang Dao before heading to Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse to avoid difficulties killing zombies later. I need the vehicle tomorrow. Pei Linlang looked a bit surprised. Lin Yu, are you going out to kill zombies tomorrow? She nodded.
Probably, yes.
Then I'll go with you, Pei Linlang said without hesitation. Pei Yan also planned to go, not only worried about their safety, but also wanting to improve her strength. She looked at Lin Yu. I'll go too. Cheng Xiangbei agreed. Take me along. My power can strengthen the body. Woof. Debai symbolically expressed that it wanted to go too. Lin Yu felt warm inside and didn't refuse their kindness. Okay, same as always. I'll take only 10% of the supplies I find, but 60% of the crystal cores. Cheng Xiangbei had no objection to this distribution. After all, free food and accommodation were already good, and getting crystal cores from zombie kills was a pleasant surprise. He was so happy, he couldn't hold back. Cheng Xiangbei no longer nagged. After asking how to absorb the energy from the crystal core, he held the core in his hand, focused his mind, and guided the energy into his body. 1 minute later, the crystal core in Cheng Xiangbei's hand turned into powder. After absorbing one core, he clearly felt his exhausted supernatural power was refilled. He placed his hand back on the car's hood and continued strengthening the Hummer. Once his supernatural energy was depleted, Cheng Xiangbei picked up the crystal core again to absorb more. He repeated this process several times, and he could feel his supernatural power lasted about 10 seconds longer each time. Cheng Xiangbei was very happy and worked even harder. After fully strengthening the Hummer, about half an hour had passed. The Hummer, after being enhanced by supernatural power, looked like it was coated in a layer of gold, shining brightly. Its lines were full and smooth, and under the sunlight, it was very dazzling. The dents and scratches on the body had been repaired, and the wheels and windows had a faint golden glow. If you ignored the flashy gold, it didn't look too bad. Lin Yu tested the strengthened Hummer. If faced with a zombie bird swarm again, it wouldn't be as clumsy as last time. Cheng Xiangbei didn't rest. After restoring his supernatural power, he first enhanced Lin Yu's Tang Dao. Compared to the off-road vehicle, the Tang Dao was much smaller and had no damage. He easily strengthened it without much effort. After the enhancement, the blade also shimmered with a golden glow. Lin Yu didn't care much about the color. If it worked well, that was enough. Once Cheng Xiangbei raised his supernatural power to the 3rd level, the enhanced objects would return to their original colors, no longer shining with gold everywhere. In her previous life, on the way to the Dawn base, their team leader paid a high price to find a 3rd-level gold-type supernatural who could strengthen weapons, which is why she knew so much about it. Cheng Xiangbei spent a few more minutes strengthening Pei Linlong's Wolf Fang Club and Pei Yan's Great Sword. Lin Yu spoke at the right moment. Which one do you want? Knife, sword, spear, whip, or Wolf Fang Club? No one could say for sure what might happen tomorrow. Since they decided to go to Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse, they needed to prepare early and have suitable weapons in hand. Cheng Xiangbei thought for a moment and asked for a machete. Lin Yu focused her mind into the space and found a machete among a pile of items, then threw it to him. Zheng Xiangbei once again feels grateful for his choice. Now, not only is his food and accommodation covered, but he also has all the weapons he needs. After thanking her, he happily picks up the machete and plays with it, reluctant to put it down. Lin Yu gave him the machete and then stopped worrying about it. She stored the car and the Tang sword in her space and turned back to her room. She organized all the crystal cores. After some thought, she used 20 crystal cores and 200 gold cores to expand 2 farmland plots, making the numbers even. She only absorbed 20 of the remaining crystal cores and left the rest untouched, just in case she encounters any unexpected situations when transferring goods at Qinglan Logistics Warehouse, so she won't panic. Meanwhile, Pei Yan took some ingredients out of the fridge to prepare lunch. Pei Linling helped by washing vegetables and doing small chores nearby. On the other side, Dabai, full of pride and energy, entered Lin Yu's farm, curious and looking around with wide eyes. The rice was in the flowering stage, and Dabai knew to be careful, not touching the rice growing in the fields. After inspecting the farm, Dabai was very satisfied. Pei Yan cooked quickly and finished the meal around 1 p.m. He used ingredients from the fridge to make 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup. The dishes included garlic sprout twice-cooked pork, braised pork, spicy and sour potato strips, cold mixed 3 silks, and tomato scrambled egg soup. Each dish looked delicious, with appealing colors and aromas blending together, creating an enticing smell. Pei Linling drooled, saying, "It smells so good. Go call Sister Lin Yu and Brother Chung to eat." Pei Yan smiled and carried the bowls and chopsticks to the dining room. About 5 minutes later, Lin Yu and Zheng Xiangbei arrived. The aroma of the food made everyone's mouths water, and they quickly sat down. Lin Yu took a piece of braised pork, tasting it. It was fatty but not greasy, melting in her mouth. She was surprised by Pei Yan's cooking skills, never expecting that she could enjoy a meal made by him after her hard life. She felt a bit dazed. Pei Yan noticed her state and asked, "Is it not tasty?" Lin Yu snapped out of her thoughts and sincerely praised, "It's very good. I just didn't expect it. I learned a little before," Pei Yan responded indirectly. "Brother Pei Yan, don't be modest. These dishes are really delicious. I'm not exaggerating. I could eat 8 bowls of rice in one go." Since the end of the world, Zheng Xiangbei hadn't had a proper meal for a long time. When he tasted the first bite, he almost cried. It was just too delicious. Pei Linling swung her legs happily and said, "Delicious after lunch." Lin Yu took the initiative to wash the dishes, but was quickly stopped by Zheng Xiangbei, who said it was unthinkable to let the savior do the dishes. Lin Yu couldn't argue with him, so he let him do it, but he reminded him, "Remember, don't use tap water. Use the water I stored in the water tank." Lin Yu planned to digest his food and went into the yard. He saw a white goose outside the farm, looking very hungry and couldn't help but laugh. He walked quickly toward it. The goose's food bowl was still at the farm. Lin Yu used his special power to clean it and then filled it with a big bowl of unhulled rice. "Hey, white goose, time to eat." After eating and drinking enough, the goose refused to leave, staying outside the farm like a greedy old miser. Lin Yu shook his head and smiled, took out some straw from his space, and made a simple nest for the goose. "Gaga! Gaga!" The white goose's eyes sparkled. It immediately liked it and refused to move inside. Lin Yu didn't bother it and went to fetch water from the water tank. Qingchuan Mountain Villa area. After Zhang Yu was chased away by Pei Yan, he didn't know what was happening in the city and didn't dare to go far. Outside the villa area, many zombies were roaming. Reluctantly, he found a villa and broke in to stay. The zombies in the villa he entered were locked in rooms. After fighting hard and killing them, he didn't find any crystal cores in their heads, which made him very frustrated, but he had no other options. Fortunately, he found plenty of food in the villa and decided to stay there. He wasn't planning to leave. He searched the villa thoroughly, planning to gather all supplies together. While repeatedly moving food into the rooms, a small heavy truck covered in zombie blood and flesh happened to stop right outside his villa. 9 burly men in prison uniforms, bald and armed with guns, jumped out of the truck. The leader, a man with a hooked nose, spat and said it. He finally came out. "Brother Chun, where do we go next?" asked the man with the skull tattoo on his right arm, addressing Chun-Hu. Chun-Hu was the leader of their group. After the apocalypse, nearly 1/3 of the people in Linjiang prison turned into zombies. A riot broke out among the inmates, and half of the guards also became zombies. They wanted to control the situation but lacked the strength, leading to chaos in the prison. Chun-Hu found an opportunity at that time and quickly gathered a large group of people. They escaped from Linjiang prison, and the guns they had were taken after killing the guards. Originally, their team had 21 members, but along the way, they lost some on the highway, leaving only 9. Anyone who survives in the end of the world is a tough person, especially since this group escaped from prison. Chun-Hu's eyes were sharp and determined. Without hesitation, he said, "Let's rest in the villa for a while." Zhang Yu, who was carrying food, heard the sound of a heavy truck stopping outside. His heart sank, but luckily he was almost done moving the food. He hurriedly finished, bringing the last batch to the second floor, then turned off the lights, closed the curtains, and locked the door from inside. He hid in a room upstairs, secretly peeking through a corner of the curtain. He saw a few fierce-looking bald men forcefully kicking open the iron door. But that wasn't the most important thing. When his eyes saw the guns at their waists, Zhang Yu's expression changed sharply, and he quickly lowered the curtain in fear. He was extremely scared, trembling all over. His mind was filled with only one thought: they have guns. They must not find out where he was. Although he acted morally superior in front of Lin Yu, giving orders and pointing fingers, he would only shut up when faced with a tough opponent. To him, Lin Yu was just a young girl. If that man hadn't made a move, he could have easily subdued her with one hand. Compared to these rough, bearded men who didn't seem to be good people, Lin Yu looked more harmless. And they also carried guns at their waists, so Zhang Yu didn't dare show himself. He took off his shoes and tiptoed barefoot on the floor, carefully placing everything that could block the door at the entrance. After doing all this, Zhang Yu's back was soaked with cold sweat. He sat on the ground, his heart pounding loudly. This was a sign of a sudden adrenaline rush. He faintly heard the sounds of rummaging downstairs. His palms were sweaty. Honestly, he wasn't sure they wouldn't find him. When he heard the heavy truck stop outside, he was still moving things into the room and didn't have time to hide properly. With no other choice, he had to hide in what looked like a secondary bedroom. As the footsteps grew closer, Zhang Yu knew that the group had gone upstairs, and his heart tightened with fear. "There's nothing to eat in the villa?" The tattooed man irritably kicked over a stool beside him, cursing under his breath. Chun, who looked at all the closed doors on the second floor and made a hand signal to the person next to him. The tattooed man understood immediately, remaining silent as he drew his gun from his waistband. He kicked over everything visible around him, making a clattering noise, using it to cover the sound of approaching footsteps and the chambering of bullets. The others followed suit, mimicking his actions. After about 5 minutes, they finished searching all the rooms on the second floor, except for the one where Zhang Yu was hiding. They exchanged glances and nodded slightly, then surrounded the last unchecked room. The tattooed man tilted his head toward Chun-Hu and asked in a low voice, "Brother Chun?" Chun-Hu nodded and made a break-in gesture. Zhang Yu was trembling all over. Just as he was praying silently that they wouldn't find him, he heard a loud bang.
Bang, bang, bang.
The door was kicked open with increasing force, causing it to shake visibly. Zhang Yu had no doubt that they could break in at any moment. A wave of despair flashed in his eyes. All he could think about was 3 words. "I'm doomed. No, I can't just wait to be caught. They will kill me." Zhang Yu forced himself to stay calm. He grabbed 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of water nearby, then sprinted to the window. He opened the window and looked out. The height of over 3 meters made him dizzy, but just thinking about the guns at their waists gave him a surge of courage. He pressed his tongue against his teeth, closed his eyes, and jumped out, trying to land safely without injury. It all happened so fast. Just as he was jumping, the tattooed man and his group finally kicked the door open. They saw Zhang Yu leap out at that exact moment. Ignoring the food scattered on the ground, Chen Hu shouted angrily and ordered his men, "Hurry up and chase him downstairs." He then quickly ran to the window. Zhang Yu had just managed to get up from the ground when Chen Hu, with a fierce look, aimed a shot at Zhang Yu's calf.
Bang!
The sharp pain from the bullet piercing through his flesh made Zhang Yu's body stiffen. Unfortunately, the place where Chen Hu was shot was the same spot previously scanned by Pei Yan's supernatural ability. Zhang Yu let out a painful cry and felt dizzy as the world spun around him. The pain was just too intense. Zhang Yu felt as if his lower leg bone had been shattered by the bullet. The unbearable pain almost made him faint. He bit his tongue hard to force himself to stay conscious. Maybe if he held on a little longer, there was still a chance to survive. If he fainted now, he would definitely be dead. His eyes were full of hatred, and he quickly made a decision. Soon, a few people led by the tattooed man chased out from the second floor. Seeing Zhang Yu, who was unable to move because of the injured leg, the tattooed man sneered arrogantly. "You little thing, running away? Why aren't you running now?" "Oh, I just found out you got your leg broken." In the end of the world, losing a leg makes it very hard to survive. So, your humble servant, will show some mercy and send you on your way. The tattooed man showed a cruel smile. He raised his hand, and the dark gun barrel was aimed directly at Zhang Yu's forehead. This tattooed man was in prison because of killing people. He had no sense of humanity at all, and now, in the end of the world, he acted even more recklessly. For him, the end of the world was the best time. Watching helpless, weak creatures cry and beg for their lives before dying was incredibly satisfying. He enjoyed the thrill of killing. However, he was furious because this bug dared to hide food from him. This time, he decided not to tease the person anymore and directly pulled the trigger. When Zhang Yu saw the dark gun aimed at him, he felt something was very wrong. Without hesitation, he shouted almost desperately, "I know a place where you won't be attacked by zombies." He spoke almost at the same time as the tattooed man pulled the trigger. The tattooed man froze for a moment. The trigger had already been pulled, and it was too late to pull back the gun. He could only slightly shift the gun's aim upward by an inch.
Bang!
This shot was a complete miss. The bullet nearly brushed past Zhang Yu's hair. The friction from the bullet flying at high speed made him think it would explode right above his head. But the bullet just grazed his scalp and hit the wall behind him. Only then did Zhang Yu relax. A wave of warmth spread from below. Zhang Yu was still shaken and grateful just to be alive. He didn't care about how embarrassed he might be anymore. Chen Hu stepped out of the crowd, his eyes fixed on him. "What did you say?" The tattooed man played with his gun, a strange look in his eyes. "Kid, you'd better think about what happens if you lie." I really mean it. There's a villa nearby covered in a golden light. I checked, and all the zombies won't go near the light. Also, inside that villa, there's only one man and 2 weak girls." Zhang Yu felt his throat dry and his voice trembling, but this was his only hope for survival. He had to seize the chance. Chen Hu carefully looked at him. His confident expression seemed genuine. It looked convincing. But Chen Hu wasn't sure if he was telling the truth just to stay alive. He looked thoughtful. The tattooed man glared coldly. "That doesn't add up. If their strength is so low, why didn't they take over that place? Instead, you're giving us this information? There must be something strange going on." Zhang Yu secretly sneered. If the golden shield outside Lin Yu's villa was fake, how could he have offended Pei Yan and come here just for a meal? If it weren't for Lin Yu, he wouldn't be in this mess. Of course, these people weren't any better. There are so many villas in Qingchuan Mountain, but they chose to come to the one he picked, just to make trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been shot. Zhang Yu hated them all, but he kept a calm face and forced out a bitter smile. That man is too strange. With a wave of his hand, he can shoot out lightning. I can't beat him, so He hinted at some information about Pei Yan with some careful intentions. Let them fight among themselves. If that man was powerful enough, killing them would help him avenge his wound. And if Pei Yan was just a useless ornament, he could use him to kill others. Later, he could figure out the secret of the golden shield and, using the excuse of providing important information, move into the villa. He could then secretly kill everyone there to take revenge. Didn't Lin Yu say the underground water was polluted and drinking tap water would turn people into zombies? Zhang Yu's mind flashed with many thoughts at once, but he pushed them all aside. When he looked up again, all the angry and hateful feelings had disappeared. Lightning? The tattooed man seemed to hear the funniest joke of his life, sneering twice. His eyes turned dangerous again, and he slapped Zhang Yu. Do you think I am a 3-year-old kid? Even though Zhang Yu could endure a lot, he couldn't hide his expression now. It was starting to, and his face looked very bad. I'm not lying to you. They live nearby. If you don't believe me, I can take you there. The tattooed man was annoyed and was about to speak, but Chen Hu interrupted him. Li Jian, go eat something to fill your stomach first. Later, let him take us to see. Li Jian was the tattooed man's name. After Chen Hu spoke, he had to quiet down. He looked at Zhang Yu with a sneaky expression and forced a smile. We'll see how long you can keep fooling us. He gave a look to the person beside him and took Zhang Yu back to the villa. When Chen Hu and the tattooed man started shooting, Lin Yu heard the gunfire. Not only Lin Yu heard it, but almost everyone alive on Qingchuan Mountain heard the 2 gunshots. At this moment, Lin Yu didn't realize that these 2 gunshots might have something to do with her. She was still filling the water tank. She wasn't worried because she had tried before that guns wouldn't threaten her life. Water-based powers might seem useless, but in fact, people who awaken water powers haven't fully studied their true use. If it was a gun, Lin Yu wasn't too worried. Water could block a bullet's speed for a moment. In that moment, she could do many things, like dodging sideways to avoid the bullet or using her powers to kill the gunman, so he couldn't shoot again. She didn't think too much about it. What if someone was just using a gun to kill zombies? But her method was too stupid. Gunfire would attract more zombies. The water in the tank overflowed, and Lin Yu withdrew her scattered thoughts, putting the water tank into her space. Unlike her optimism, Pei Yan looked serious. He reached out and looked down at his palm, feeling a sense of urgency. His current strength was too low. Protecting the people he cared about in this apocalypse was just a dream. Pei Yan kept a stern face and continued practicing his powers. At that moment, Cheng Xiangbei was strengthening his motorcycle when a sudden gunshot startled him, causing his hand to tremble and interrupt his supernatural power. He walked to the door and looked in the direction of the gunfire, but all he saw were rows of neatly arranged villas and endless trees. Nothing else was visible. He scratched his head, thinking about the 3 powerful experts nearby. He decided to continue strengthening his motorcycle. In his eyes, anyone who dared to attack Lin Yu should be prepared. White, moving at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, was not to be underestimated. Whether White's attacks could be seen clearly was another matter. Even Cheng Xiangbei was not worried, so White the goose was even less concerned. The only thing that mattered to it was eating, and now it had a new concern: Lin Yu. Enemies, in its view, were just something to deal with a punch. It threw the gunshot sound behind its mind and patiently waited by the farm, quietly expecting the rice to ripen. About 2 hours later, Chen Hu and the others, having filled their stomachs, arrived outside Lin Yu's villa under Zhang Yu's lead. Zhang Yu had not removed the bullet from his calf. He was afraid the fragments wouldn't come out completely, and he also worried that improper handling might injure his leg. So, he endured the intense pain, his face pale. None of the group knew how to remove a bullet. Even if they did, without Li Jian and Chen Hu's orders, no one dared to risk their safety. Losing their lives over a stranger they didn't know was simply not worth it. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and managed to bring them to the villa's entrance, beads of sweat covering his forehead. Because he didn't fully understand Pei Yan's supernatural abilities, he didn't dare approach the villa directly. Instead, he observed from about 500 meters away. Before they entered, they saw a layer of golden light emanating from the villa, standing out among the surrounding buildings. Li Jian was surprised. There really was a layer of golden light, and it didn't look like anything modern technology could produce. He was a bit shocked. Chun, whose gaze was deep. Are you sure zombies won't approach the shield? Definitely. Those two words took a lot of effort for Zhang Yu to say. His calf throbbed with sharp pain, and he hated Lin Yu, Pei Yan, and Chun Hu even more. Seeing how difficult it was for him to speak, Chun Hu didn't press him further. They had already reached the villas outside. Whether or not it was safe, they could test it now. He has his own judgment and did not believe him just because of a few words. Chun Hu called over a few people and turned to leave. Li Jian was a bit confused. Brother Chen, should we go take a look? Do you want to go in your prison guard uniform? After Li Jian was reminded, he also thought it was not appropriate to go in uniform. Maybe they hadn't yet built a good relationship with them. As soon as they saw his guard uniform, they would avoid him. Chun Hu smiled slightly. Of course, I want to see. But not now. We should go back and prepare first. Zhang Yu didn't understand Chun Hu's thinking. He couldn't believe he wouldn't be tempted by the golden light shield, since it could repel zombies and keep them away. In his mind, once these bald men saw the shield, they would eagerly fight Lin Yu and the others, and he would just watch the show. But the situation turned out completely different from his expectations. His face changed colors, sometimes pale, sometimes red. He looked at the people who had already left, seemingly forgetting about him. After hesitating for a moment, he dragged his heavy left leg and followed them. Li Jian took a few steps forward, then suddenly turned around, seeming to remember something. Zhang Yu sensed something and shivered, stammering, I didn't lie to you. What are you planning to do? Li Jian smirked with a teasing look. Of course. To send you to see the king of. Zhang Yu was so frightened he fell to the ground, trembling and shouting, You promised not to kill me. Li Jian didn't bother to argue with him. He kicked his shin, making his injury worse. Zhang Yu immediately lost consciousness from the pain. Li Jian looked down at him from above and sneered, spitting out two words. Fool. After losing consciousness, Zhang Yu fell into a deep sleep and never woke up again. Chun Hu and the others remained calm. They had seen such things many times since their time in prison and naturally weren't surprised. Li Jian shook his head. Brother Chun, let's go. No one paid attention to the corpse lying in the middle of the road, as corpses were common in the apocalypse. As night fell, the villa emitting golden light became especially eye-catching in the darkness. Several figures a zombie and sped toward the brightest spot of the light. To verify what Zhang Yu had said, Chun Hu decided to clear the area around the villa again. He captured a zombie alive, blocked its mouth and nose, and planned to test it late at night when it was quiet. Relying on their large numbers, a few people were not afraid to go out at night and encounter zombies. When they were about 200 meters from the villa, Chun Hu made a hand signal. Suddenly, two fully armed figures stepped out from the team, took the zombie from Li Jian silently, and headed toward the villa. This was their plan discussed earlier in the afternoon. To avoid alerting the zombies, they planned to throw the zombie outside the villa and quickly leave. They could watch from a distance. Until they understood the enemy's strength, Chun Hu wouldn't act rashly. Who knew if Zhang Yu's words were true? Could he really release lightning just by raising his hand? He scoffed at the idea but had to be cautious. Soon, the two threw the zombie, which was covering its nose and mouth, towards the energy shield. In the next moment, an astonishing scene occurred. The zombie, upon contact with the golden light, was instantly blasted away, and the side of its body that touched the light showed burn marks. At this time, Lin Yu, who was sleeping, was awakened by a system alert. Beep, alarm. Alarm. Zombies are approaching. Lin Yu immediately woke up, putting on shoes while asking the system. System, what's going on? Isn't the safe zone supposed to be free of zombies? Generally, zombies don't usually approach the safe zone on their own. Lin Yu frowned. Could something unexpected have happened? Meanwhile, outside the villa, the two people stared in shock at each other, then quickly ran back in the direction they came from. Fortunately, White had gone out to hunt zombies, or they wouldn't have had a chance to escape. Nearby, Chun Hu, holding a telescope, witnessed everything firsthand. His eyes shone with determination, and his gaze toward the villa was filled with a strong desire to seize the moment. It seemed that Zhang Yu's words were true. Not only was there a protective energy shield, but the man could also release lightning just by raising his hand. He probably wasn't exaggerating. When the two arrived, Chun-Hu lowered his voice and said, "Let's go." Lin Yu grabbed a tang sword and went outside. He saw a zombie at the door, its mouth and nose blocked, and most of its body showing burn marks. If an ordinary person suffered such injuries, they would die without prompt treatment. But for a zombie, these wounds were not painful. Its body was twisted into a knot, as if trying to break free and bite someone. Lin Yu's eyes darkened slightly. She immediately stabbed the zombie, then took out the crystal core from its head. After searching around without success, she asked System, "Did you see who carried the zombie over?" Later, after a few seconds, two men's faces appeared on the system panel. Seeing their faces clearly, Lin Yu was very surprised. She fell into thought. Usually, the only person she had a grudge with was Zhang Yu. Lin Yu thought the zombie was brought over by him to get revenge. But she didn't expect the two men on the system panel to be strangers. She didn't recognize them at all. Frowning slightly, Lin Yu looked at the time. It's already 11 o'clock at night, and it was very dark outside. She thought for a moment and decided not to go out to check. She lowered her gaze, looking at the dead zombie, and her mind gradually became clearer. No matter what their intention was in throwing the zombie over, they had already revealed their clues. She became cautious, ready to defend herself. When attacked, she would fight back. When blocked, she would hide. The next day, after breakfast, the four of them and the goose set out to go to Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse. Honestly, the system was very thoughtful. Afraid she wouldn't know the way, it even prepared a map for her. Pei Yan and Pei Linlang were not from Linchuan City, and Cheng Xiangbei had no map. Without one, he was just a younger brother, so she couldn't rely on him to drive. Plus, only Lin Yu could see the system panel, so the driving was her responsibility. Pei Linlang was worried that Lin Yu would remember what happened before, so she didn't mention the seat again and just sat in the front passenger seat to avoid unnecessary conflict. Near Quanshan, most of the zombies had been cleared. Occasionally, a few scattered zombies appeared but couldn't stop the Hummer from moving forward, especially since Cheng Xiangbei had reinforced it, making it very resistant to collisions. Lin Yu opened the system panel and followed the map provided to guide her. Pei Linlang noticed that Lin Yu seemed distracted and looked worried. "Lin Yu, what's wrong?" she asked. At that moment, the Hummer had only gone a few hundred meters. Lin Yu wanted to speak, but suddenly saw a corpse appear in her line of sight. She felt strangely that the corpse looked familiar. She examined it carefully, and her expression immediately became serious. After carefully checking the surroundings and confirming there was no hidden danger, she turned off the engine. The three people and the goose in the car saw this and also got out. Cheng Xiangbei sat in the back, with limited sight. He didn't see the corpse ahead of him at first. When he looked closer, he was surprised and said, "Zhang Yu." Cheng Xiangbei knew Zhang Yu's name because of his interactions with a few people outside Lin Yu's villa. Pei Linlang was a bit shocked. "Isn't he the person we met the day we came back?" Pei Yan looked at him for a moment. When he saw the wound on his lower leg, his pupils shrank. He squatted down to check his left leg. To confirm his suspicion, he drew a big knife and cut off everything below Zhang Yu's knee. He found some bullet shell fragments in Zhang Yu's lower leg. The facts were now clearly in front of everyone. Zhang Yu's death is probably related to the 2 gunshots we heard yesterday. As soon as he said this, everyone present fell silent. This news was shocking. Last night, Lin Yu had wondered if the zombie at the door was intentionally brought by Zhang Yu to get revenge on her. But today, she saw his body on the street. Thinking about Zhang Yu's personality, it wasn't surprising if he had angered someone. She secretly guessed whether Zhang Yu's death was connected to those 2 men last night. If it was, it meant those 2 men had guns and she needed to be careful. She suspected that last night, those 2 men were testing whether the shield could resist zombies. If they were the same people who killed Zhang Yu, then everything made sense. According to Zhang Yu's character, if he offended someone and wanted to stay alive, he would only reveal this information. Those two men last night were probably sent to verify if it was true. Unfortunately, they encountered someone ruthless. After learning the news from Zhang Yu, he was no longer useful, so he simply killed him. Lin Yu didn't realize that her guess was almost the truth. Incorrect information could cause trouble. She shared her thoughts and what happened last night with everyone, so they would all be cautious. Pei Linlang slept deeply last night and didn't know about this. When she thought about it, she felt a wave of fear and patted her chest. Lin Yu, you should have woken us up last night. Luckily, you didn't go out to check. If those people had been hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity. Pei Linlang was echoing what Pei Yan wanted to say. He added, don't worry about disturbing us. Your safety is the most important. Cheng Xiangbei thought for a moment. Maybe. Let Big White go and deal with them? Big White happily echoed after hearing this, seeming to agree. At this moment, it felt a bit regretful. If only it hadn't gone out to fight zombies last night, it wouldn't have lost its long-term meal ticket. Lin Yu carefully considered and thought this plan might work, but everything should wait until they returned from Qinglan Logistics Warehouse. I understand. If this happens again, I will tell you. As for everything else, let's wait until we come back from Qinglan Logistics Warehouse. Cheng Xiangbei hesitated. What if someone enters the villa while we're not here? Lin Yu sneered. No one can enter the villa without my permission. Really? She smiled but didn't say anything. Thinking about someone lurking in the shadows wanting Lin Yu's belongings, Pei Yan couldn't help but want to eliminate that person. Afraid of scaring Lin Yu, he concealed the cold look in his eyes and said calmly, no matter what they want to do, we will face it head-on. We will defend ourselves. After confirming that the golden light shield really worked against zombies, Chun Hu and others moved overnight to a villa where they could observe Lin Yu's home with a telescope. Now, he and Li Jian were hiding behind curtains, watching a few people in the middle of the road through the telescope. Li Jian's eyes were fierce. Brother Chen, it looks like they want to go out. Should we follow them? He made a gesture to his neck, signaling to silence someone. Chen Hu thought for a moment and shook his head. No need. It's a good chance to take over that villa while they are away. He narrowed his eyes, looking back and forth between Cheng Xiangbei and Pei Yan. It seems Zhang Yu isn't honest. He didn't tell us everything, and there's an extra goose. Fortunately, Zhang Yu is dead, or he would have been furious enough to come back to life. He also couldn't believe that in just a few days, Lin Yu had accepted new team members. Li Jian looked at the big white goose beside Lin Yu and said, raising pets in the apocalypse is just
pointless.
Chan Hu, hearing this, rarely showed a slight smile. I know you're eager for that goose. I remember Xiao Lu is pretty good at cooking. Later, I'll ask Xiao Lu to make a big pot of stew with the goose, and we can add some cornmeal pancakes around the pot. He simply described this, and Li Jian immediately felt extremely hungry. The big white goose probably weighs about 20 pounds. Later, half of it will be cooked in a pot as stew, and the other half will be prepared as braised meat. It just shows that the ignorant are fearless. If they knew that the big white goose could not only kill zombies but also reach an incredible speed of 100 kilometers per hour, they might regret being born with 2 less legs and run away before they could do anything. After Lin Yu's Hummer left, Chen Hu did not rush to occupy the villa. Instead, he waited another half hour to make sure they weren't just fishing for trouble. Then, with a wave of his hand, he called his people to head towards the glowing villa. He drove a small heavy-duty truck directly to the villa's outside and, recalling what he saw last night, his eyes gradually became fiery. To be cautious, he loaded his gun and approached the villa carefully, worried there might still be someone inside. He only stopped when he reached the villa's gate. Chun Hu's eyes burned with intensity. He had only glimpsed the protective shield from afar last night. Now, in the daylight, as he got closer, he was overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. The golden shield shimmered under the morning sun, shining with a mysterious glow. Could this be the shield that can defend against zombies? Just thinking about the shield's function made him feel excited. His gaze grew more obsessed. Let's climb over the wall. The villa's wall was 2 meters high, so climbing over it was not difficult for them. Li Jian licked his lips, a look of greed on his face. He could already imagine their group taking over the villa and dominating the apocalypse. Last night, the two who had sent zombies to test the shield saw with their own eyes that when the zombies touched the shield, it released an incredible amount of energy. No one knew this better than them. Hearing Li Jian's words, the two of them suddenly saw a flash of white in their minds, but it disappeared too quickly for them to grasp. Li Jian, eager to enter the villa, prepared to climb over the wall. As soon as his body touched the shield, a sudden change occurred. He felt a resistance blocking his way, and then his body tingled where it made contact with the shield, as if he had been electrocuted. Then, Li Jian was knocked back and fell heavily to the ground. Perhaps because he didn't use much force, he wasn't thrown very far, only about a meter. This sudden event stunned everyone present. Last night, when the two saw this, they suddenly remembered something they had overlooked. They looked at each other for a while and silently chose not to mention it. A few other prison helpers quickly stepped forward to help him up. "Brotherly, are you okay?" Li Jian grimaced in pain. "This shield has electricity." His expression was fierce. "Brother Chen, Zhang Yu, that dog isn't honest at all. He hid a lot of things and didn't mention this." Chen, who also looked upset. He had thought that after Lin Yu and the others left, the villa would definitely be his. But unexpectedly, such an accident happened. It's a pity Zhang Yu is dead. Even if he regrets it now, there's nothing he can do. Chen, whose eyes darkened slightly. Think of another way. It's not entirely Zhang Yu's fault. He originally wanted to tell Chen Hu that the shield was fireproof and water-resistant, and that only Lin Yu and others could not enter the villa. But he didn't get the chance to say it before he died. Li Jian suddenly felt that breaking Zhang Yu's neck would be too easy on him. He looked around and then pointed to two people in the crowd. "You come over and tell Brother Chen what really happened." The two pointed out were Lu Yuanan and Zhou Ruofei, who had transported zombies last night. They kept their faces unchanged and described everything they saw last night to Chen Hu. Chen Hu pondered for a moment. "Anzi, go try again." Lu Yuanan looked bitter but couldn't refuse. Given Chen Hu and Li Jian's ruthless methods, if he dared to say no, his head would be the next to fall. Although the shield was electrified, Li Jian touched it and seemed fine. If he was careful, he probably wouldn't get hurt. Lu Yuanan cautiously approached the shield, nervously placed his hand on it, and immediately felt a numbness. A pushing force traveled from the shield to his arm, causing him to stagger back a few steps. He sighed in relief. "Brother Chen, the shield does have electricity, but as long as you don't use too much force, the damage should stay within what you can handle." Chen Hu fell into silence, not expecting that this shield not only protected against zombies but also against people. Li Jian tried again out of stubbornness, but as expected, he was still knocked away by the shield. Apart from some electric shocks, he gained nothing. The safe zone mainly targets zombies. Before yesterday, it only had simple repelling functions against humans. Once it was realized that someone wanted to break the shield, Lin Yu had the system upgrade its capabilities. The functions against zombies remained the same, but she added some attack features. Anyone without permission who touches the shield will receive an electric shock. The strength of the shock depends on how hard they push. If it's just a light touch, they'll only feel numbness, with no real harm. If someone tries to attack the shield without understanding its functions, the shield will activate suddenly. Even if they don't die, they'll lose some skin and become wary, unlikely to attack again easily. This is just the basic function of a safe zone. It is linked to the system farm. As the farm levels up, the safe zone will gain more features and stronger protection. Next, Chen Hu had people try various methods, using all the ideas they could think of, but still couldn't get inside the villa through the shield. They even tried digging a hole, but the shield penetrated underground and formed a sphere that covered the entire villa. Interestingly, when they tried to enter the villa, one unlucky person aimed a gun at the shield and fired. The bullet bounced back immediately upon contact. Before he could react, the bullet went through his forehead, and frustrating death. Perhaps even he didn't expect that he was just testing if the bullet could break the shield, but ended up killing himself. At first, the group was confident, but then they grew frantic, especially after that unlucky person shot himself. Chun, whose mood reached its limit. He frowned, looking very grim, almost dripping with anger. He called everyone to stop. Enough, stop trying. Li Jian was unwilling. Are we just going to give up like this? Chun, who smiled slightly. Who told you it's that simple? Go set up roadblocks on their return route, wait for them to come back, and kill the man from Zhang Yu's group first. As for the other man, cut off his limbs. Leave the woman. The big white goose will eat her. Li Jian's mind moved, recalling that cold yet delicate face, and a strange thought arose in his heart. Also, that young girl looks pretty good. When the time comes, capturing her alive and playing with her would be fun. If they take the Ring Road Expressway directly, it would take about 20 minutes from Qingchuan Mountain to Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse, based on normal conditions. Of course, this time is for the usual journey from Qingchuan Mountain to Qinglan Logistics. Now, taking the Ring Road Expressway, they face not only traffic jams but also zombies blocking the road. Clearing zombies takes a lot of time and effort. The usual 20-minute trip could be greatly extended. Besides this main route, other small roads require getting off and walking through a forested area, which might be full of mutated plants, making it even more troublesome. Compared to clearing zombies step by step from Qingchuan Mountain to the highway, Lin Yu thought it was less trouble, since zombies are easier to deal with than mutated plants. Fortunately, she and Pei Linlang had already cleared the zombies blocking the Qingchuan Mountain entrance yesterday. Now, just a right turn and they could get onto the highway. Hold on tight, Lin Yu warned everyone in the car. She wanted to see how much her off-road vehicle, enhanced by her elemental abilities, could be strengthened. Seeing zombies on the highway, she didn't even stop but directly crashed into them. De Bai looked around, then jumped into Cheng Xiangbei's arms, and finally reminded him, "Ga." It seemed to be telling him to hold on tight. Cheng Xiangbei's eyes twitched, one hand gripping the seat handle, the other holding Da Bai. In the next moment, the Hummer collided with the zombies ahead. The zombies were instantly knocked away, but there were no dents or marks on the car's hood. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. On the highway, vehicles were seen driving in the wrong direction. No one wanted to die in the zombies' mouths. This caused many chain accidents. Along the way, there were traces of collisions involving large trucks, small trucks, oil tankers, and cement mixers. The highway was blackened, and the smell of explosions from car crashes lingered for a long time. Debris of car parts and dried bloodstains scattered across the highway, reflecting this decayed, apocalyptic world. Whenever such situations occurred, Lin Yu would get out of the car and use the space to move the debris to the sides of the highway. Pei Yan and others were responsible for cleaning up the zombies left behind on the road. Of course, White also didn't stay idle. It joined the zombie cleanup team. Since the other side of the highway leading out of the city was only separated by a green belt from the side leading into the city, they would occasionally have zombies from the other side run over while cleaning. Therefore, White mainly handled the zombies coming from the other side. However, White paid most of its attention to Lin Yu because he was still its main source of food. It could tell the difference between a full meal and a regular one. Everyone finally saw how White, the goose, fought. Whenever a zombie attacked, it would flap its wings to gain short flight ability. The goose's paws would then use the zombie's body to jump and land behind it. Its beak was like a drill with a locator, piercing directly into the zombie's head and extracting a crystal core mixed with flesh and blood. At this point, everyone noticed that White's beak looked a bit too exaggerated. No wonder it could directly remove the zombie's brain core. Since the zombie's brain was still there, even without the core, they didn't die immediately, just moved slowly, like they had just been infected with the zombie virus. But there was no need to fear. White tilted its long neck and directly knocked the zombie's head off. It was like a small knife slicing through, opening their eyes wide.
Wow.
What the heck is this thing? White's incredible move left Cheng Xiangbei stunned. He instinctively covered the back of his head, feeling a cold chill behind him. Although White didn't peck his head, Cheng Xiangbei already imagined White pecking his skull open, with yellow and white brain matter spilling out.
Ugh.
Just thinking about it was scary. Chung Xiangbei quickly shook off the mental image, sidestepped, and kicked the approaching zombie, then swung his knife. The thunderous sound made Chung Xiangbei turn his head. He saw Pei Yan flick his hand and throw out a lightning bolt. He couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Everyone in the team, except him, was a real freak. White and Pei Yan didn't need to say more. Chung Xiangbei couldn't count how many times Lin Yu used his space abilities along the way. His powers seemed endless, moving blocking cars to the side of the road and bringing others back, with no sign of exhaustion. Moreover, her water element ability had not been used yet. With her hand, Tang Dao easily took down a large number of zombies' heads in one swift motion. On the other side, Pei Linlong's fighting style was even more strange. Chung Xiangbei couldn't see her shadow at all, only judging her position by the floating wolf-tooth club in the air. Each time she passed by, she would kill a few zombies. Fortunately, he initially thought these two young women were weak, but now it was clear he was mistaken. However, the disadvantage of fighting separately soon appeared. Besides the zombies killed by White, the others didn't have time to extract their crystal cores. So they started working together. Lin Yu was responsible for clearing obstacles, while Pei Yan and White protected her like guardians, keeping her safe from surprise zombie attacks. As for Chung Xiangbei, he followed behind collecting crystal cores. Most zombies had already been cleared by White and Pei Yan, so Pei Linlang, who was in charge of the rear, felt little pressure and even had some free time. She took the initiative to mention to Chung Xiangbei that they would take turns collecting crystal cores. He didn't refuse. At first, their teamwork was a bit awkward, but over time, it became very smooth. They had killed countless zombies along the way. Even the powerful Pei Yan used his crystal cores to recover his ability while fighting zombies, since his ability was still at level 1 and couldn't sustain such a long battle. Around 5 p.m., they finally saw the shadow of the Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Since there were only a few cars on the highway, she decided to let everyone get into the vehicles, ignoring the zombies rushing toward the off-road vehicles, and sped toward the warehouse. They didn't know what they would encounter at Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse, but with some distance left, Lin Yu decided to have everyone take out the crystal cores they had collected so far to recover their abilities. Pei Yan didn't hold back and instantly turned dozens of crystal cores into powder. However, his abilities still hadn't fully recovered, so he reached into his backpack and grabbed a handful of crystal cores again. When it is time to save, save. When it is time to spend, spend. We don't know what might happen next, so there's no need to be too frugal with resources. She was worried everyone might feel awkward using the crystal cores, so she hurriedly reminded everyone, make sure your abilities are in the best condition. After we get off the car, each of you take 30 crystal cores with you for backup. Chung Xiangbei grinned and said, got it. Although today mainly White and Pei Yan were the main forces fighting the zombies, a few scattered zombies still occasionally ran over. He and Pei Linlang took turns collecting crystal cores. By the end of the day, they had killed at least a dozen zombies, and he clearly felt his abilities had improved quite a bit. Pei Yan didn't speak, but sped up absorbing the crystal cores. When the vehicle was about 500 meters from Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse, his abilities finally recovered. Suddenly, his eyes flickered slightly as he sensed some unusual activity inside him, as if reaching a critical point. Pei Yan tried to break through that limit but felt resistance. After failing, he had no choice but to give up for now, because Lin Yu had already extinguished her fire. Before she got off the vehicle, Pei Yan called out to stop her. Lin Yu looked back with a puzzled expression and asked, "What's wrong? Not enough crystal cores?" Pei Yan shook his head. "After we get off, I'll go ahead. You follow behind me to restore your abilities." He then shoved his backpack full of crystal cores into her arms, opened the door, and got out first. Since being rejected that day, Pei Yan had returned to his usual quiet state. He didn't say much during the journey. Though it seemed he was fighting zombies, most of his attention was on Lin Yu. He noticed she was frequently using her space ability, but not absorbing crystal cores to recover her powers. Of course, he also kept an eye on Pei Linlang. When she struggled, he would throw a lightning bolt to support her. However, Pei Yan didn't know that Lin Yu didn't need to consume abilities when using her space, or he wouldn't have said what he did. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned, then quietly took a handful of crystal cores and put them in her pocket. She then pretended to absorb energy from the cores to recover her abilities, but in reality, she was secretly storing them in her space. After all, they didn't know using space didn't require energy, and there was no need to tell others. Still, she had to act normal to avoid unnecessary trouble. Once everyone had gotten out of the car, Lin Yu had a sudden idea and quickly stored the Hummer into the space. For some unknown reason, from a distance, they could see many cars parked near the warehouse gate at the transportation depot. At the entrance, aimless zombies were wandering around, making harsh screeches and rushing toward where Lin Yu and the others were. Even though they parked nearly 500 meters away from the warehouse, the noise was still picked up by the zombies gathered at the logistics gate. The scent of living people drove them into a frenzy. Lin Yu quietly said, "Lin Hong." Pei Lin Hong immediately understood and used her invisibility ability to cloak herself, the others, and a goose, completely cutting off their scent. The frenzied zombies suddenly stopped, making impatient haha sounds, as if they couldn't understand why the scent of the living had suddenly disappeared, even though they had been there just a moment ago. Lin Yu raised a finger to his lips, silently signaling everyone to be quiet. After some practice, they knew these zombies could be dealt with, but Lin Yu wasn't sure how many zombies were inside the warehouse. If a fight broke out, all the zombies inside might be attracted out. So, he decided to let Pei Lin Hong use her ability to isolate their scent. With everyone and the goose cloaked in invisibility, Pei Lin Hong's ability couldn't last forever, but luckily they had cleared enough zombies on the highway along the way. They also gained many crystal cores. Pei Lin Hong simply carried a backpack filled halfway with crystal cores on her chest, her hand resting inside, ready to absorb energy from the cores to replenish her ability, so she didn't worry about running out. The group moved carefully toward the logistics warehouse, quickly approaching the group of zombies they saw earlier. Lin Yu quickened his pace, walking to Pei Yan's side, and looked at him for confirmation. After he nodded, Lin Yu gathered several water balls and threw them at the lost zombies. If the zombies had any intelligence, they would realize the water balls seemed to appear out of nowhere. The sound of the water balls hitting the zombies caused the group to stir, but once they didn't smell any living humans, they returned to their dull, sluggish state. After confirming every zombie had been hit by water, Lin Yu nodded to Pei Yan. Pei Yan raised his hand slightly, and suddenly, a series of lightning strikes exploded among the zombies. This was the first time Cheng Xiangbei saw the two of them work together to use this large group attack skill. He was so surprised he couldn't speak. White arcs of electricity moved over the zombies, and soon the zombies emitted a foul smell. Lin Yu and the siblings from the Pei family were used to this smell and looked calm, but Cheng Xiangbei was dizzy from the fumes and almost vomited. He tightly covered his mouth, trying not to make any sound. The zombies struck by lightning fell in groups, turning into charred lumps, their faces unrecognizable. Perhaps the sound of the lightning startled the zombies in the logistics warehouse, because soon everyone heard growling sounds coming from inside. From the sound alone, it seemed there were many zombies gathered in the warehouse. Quickly, a horde of zombies ran out. A rough estimate was about 300 zombies. They moved very fast, like aliens from a movie, mostly first-level zombies. Lin Yu was very glad he hadn't acted recklessly, otherwise they would now be surrounded by zombies. At that time, using water and electricity together for a group attack wouldn't work as well and could easily hurt teammates. He stopped the eager White and followed the plan, forming a huge water ball and pouring it over the zombies' heads. White's fighting power was strong in one-on-one or small group battles, but in front of a large number of zombies, it wasn't enough. These zombies could be called a small tide of the undead. Too many zombies ran out after hearing the noise. At this moment, Lin Yu and his team were in stealth, completely hidden and undetectable. The first wave of zombies didn't sense any living humans. Meanwhile, the zombies struck by lightning still had residual arcs of electricity moving on their bodies, with black smoke rising from them. The sound of the arcs immediately attracted the zombies rushing out of the logistics warehouse, all reaching out to grab. The arcs crackled along the zombies' hands and arms, but because the energy was weak and their nerves were numb, the zombies only shivered from the shock and weren't seriously hurt. Water balls kept falling from the sky. Some zombies jumped up to grab at the water, but once drenched, they froze in place as if their power had been cut off. After several rounds of this back and forth, except when a water balloon fell into the zombie horde and made a sound that caused some zombies to react strangely, the zombies eventually stopped falling for the trick. The first wave of zombies stopped in place and no longer moved. However, the zombies inside the logistics warehouse didn't know what was happening outside. They only heard the sounds and desperately tried to run out. The front group of zombies stopped, but the ones behind were attracted by the sounds outside, causing many zombies to step on each other. The scene of zombies climbing over their fallen comrades was something no one except Lin Yu had ever seen, and it made everyone's scalp tingle. At this moment, a zombie climbing at the warehouse door suddenly paused, then moved aside as if making way for someone. Oh, it's a second-level zombie. Retreat quickly. Lin Yu's face changed instantly, looking very serious. The appearance of the zombie horde suggested there was a second-level mutant zombie capable of commanding others. Sure enough, in the next moment, one zombie quickly climbed to the top of the crowd from the crowded warehouse door. Then it leapt forward, jumping nearly 20 meters in a single bound. Such a long jump was impossible for humans. First-level zombies, whether they're bones or joints, couldn't perform such actions. Only second-level zombies could. Second-level zombies were already quite powerful, and third-level zombies would be even more terrifying. At the third level, especially those with awakened abilities, zombies would gradually develop consciousness and control the horde to attack human bases. Destroying a small or medium-sized base would be easy for them. The distance between the zombies and Lin Yu and the others was rapidly closing. Pei Yan's ability was only at the first level. She thought she could easily hide from zombies of the same level, but if she encountered higher-level zombies, her invisibility wouldn't be enough to hide all her scent, and she would be detected. The second-level zombie in front of them clearly sensed the people in invisibility. Everyone's faces grew serious. No one spoke. They quickly retreated, pulling away from the zombie horde. At this moment, the damaged cars and trucks in the space that Lin Yu had previously received suddenly played a role. Falling from the sky, these vehicles, weighing dozens of tons, instantly crushed the gathered zombies into a mass of flesh. The cars kept falling from above, but the second-level zombie seemed to have awakened a speed ability and always managed to dodge just in time. Lin Yu spoke quickly and arranged, Lin Lang, Cheng Xiangbei, you two use your powers to strengthen the Big White. Later, Pei Yan and I will find an opportunity. Big White will go and fight him. If we can't defeat him, we will retreat quickly. I will detonate those cars. If these attacks can't kill the second-stage zombie, she will decisively choose to up the cars. Compared to the mission and the task, her life is more important. She doesn't care if this will destroy parts of Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse. Cheng Xiangbei and Pei Yan's abilities are too weak against the second-stage zombie. All they can do is try not to hold Lin Yu and Pei Yan back. Their abilities simultaneously enhanced Big White. Feeling that the powers fully strengthened Big White's body, Cheng Xiangbei withdrew his ability. If Pei Yan removes her invisibility ability now, she would see Big White Goose turn into a large golden goose, fully armed. Lin Yu stayed calm and finally aimed a car to fall from the sky onto the second-stage zombie. She predicted the dodge point and the opportunity to change direction. A water sphere instantly drenched its head. Almost at the same moment the water sphere hit the zombie, a lightning bolt struck precisely on its head. The second-stage zombie's defense was much better than a first-stage zombie. After the attack, its body was covered with lightning, but it didn't fall like a first-stage zombie. However, its body paused briefly. At this moment Lin Yu shouted, Big White! Big White! The goose charged out like a cannonball. The others felt a strong wind brush past them. In the blink of an eye, Big White reached behind the zombie. Lin Yu increased her ability output, with several water streams as thick as arms wrapping around the zombie's limbs. Pei Yan's lightning power also threw itself onto the zombie, using water's conductive property to amplify the lightning. Under continuous lightning attacks, the zombie's blood-stained, tattered clothes turned black and charred, and black smoke rose from its body. If she had enough ability, she could grind this second-stage zombie to death, but delaying might cause problems. It's better to kill it early to be safe. Lin Yu saw this and let out a barely audible sigh of relief. She didn't want up those cars unless absolutely necessary. Who knew if destroying part of Qinglong Logistics warehouse would affect the mission? She tried again to create a stream of water that formed a blade, aiming to cut off the zombie's head. At that moment, White's attack also arrived. When its flat beak touched the zombie's head, Pei Yan quickly withdrew her supernatural power to avoid harming her allies. However, lightning flickered in front of the second-tier zombie, ready to strike again at any moment. Roar! White was too close to the second-tier zombie, and the living creature's scent drove it into a frenzy. Its limbs, locked in place, wildly reached out to grab White, wanting to catch it and drink its blood. In the next moment, White pecked open the back of the zombie's head, and Lin Yu's water blade, formed from condensed water, also arrived. As expected, the second-tier zombie's head was knocked off, and White caught the second-tier crystal core from inside its brain. The blue crystal core was covered in a mixture of brain matter and blood, but a clean corner that hadn't been stained reflected a bright shine in the sunlight. The crisis was over, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yu couldn't help but think silently, what a pity. This crystal core was of the speed type, but neither she nor anyone else present had a speed ability. They couldn't absorb it, or else, after absorbing it, their team could immediately gain another second-tier ability. Her gaze suddenly fell on White. Lin Yu's mind froze for a moment. No, just because they can't use it doesn't mean White can't. White's speed was terrifying, capable of producing sonic booms when fully unleashed. She wondered if this crystal core could be used. However, the small zombie horde blocking the entrance to Qinglong Logistics warehouse hadn't been dealt with yet. They should wait until they kill it first. Knowing that Lin Yu was in urgent need of crystal cores, the invisible white goose spat out the bloodied crystal core onto the ground, eyes bright. Meal ticket, take it quickly. Lin Yu cleaned the crystal core with water and then stored it in her space. She calmly said, let's not discuss the distribution of crystal cores for now. First, we need to lure out the zombie horde and deal with them. Everyone agreed, without objection. Following Lin Yu's signal, Pei Linlang removed her invisibility ability, and her human scent spread out in all directions, causing the zombies at the warehouse entrance to stir again. They surged forward, rushing toward the group. When the zombies were about 200 meters away, Pei Linlang once again used her invisibility ability to cloak everyone. The zombie horde, losing its target, suddenly hesitated and began to search wildly. Without the second-tier zombies, this group of first-tier zombies is much easier to kill. The water traces that Lin Yu left on the zombies earlier didn't dry up. As the zombies moved, water continued to drip from them. They also completely moved out of the logistics transfer warehouse area, so there's no need to worry about damaging the warehouse. Lin Yu stopped throwing water balloons at the zombies. The zombies were packed so tightly that they were almost pressed against each other. Pei Yan flicked a lightning bolt, which instantly traveled from one zombie to another. Soon, a sea of lightning formed among the zombies. To outsiders, it looked like they were witnessing a divine lightning storm. Cheng Xiangbei was amazed. Wow! The lightning cleared the zombies quickly. Countless charred bodies lay on the road, packed so tightly that there was no space to step. Cheng Xiangbei was once again impressed by Pei Yan's power and the incredible teamwork between Lin Yulin's water abilities and Pei Yan's lightning powers. This group attack skill was very useful. Cheng Xiangbei couldn't help but feel a little jealous, tears of envy forming in his eyes. He muttered, you two are basically a walking weapon. Wherever you go, you leave nothing but destruction. Lin Yulin shot him a quick look. Stop talking nonsense. Let's strengthen everything below our knees. She was worried that some zombies might not be fully dead, and if they stepped on the corpses without caution, they might get injured or infected. Chung Xiangbei responded, "Got it. But we should move faster. I can't hold out my powers for much longer." Lin Yulin agreed. "Yes, if your abilities aren't enough, use the crystal cores. Don't hold back." After a quick rest and eating some bread to regain strength, everyone set out again. As they headed toward the Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse, Lin Yulin also recalled to retrieve the car she had thrown out earlier. Luckily, the journey was smooth and nothing unexpected happened. They arrived at the warehouse entrance and stopped. Just then, a system notification sounded in her ears. Ding! Host has arrived at the mission location, Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse. Current exploration progress, 1% per 100%. Lin Yulin was a bit surprised, just reaching the warehouse entrance, and the exploration progress was already at 1%. She paused for a moment, then set it aside and entered the warehouse with her Tang sword. The previous attack probably drew all the zombies out of the warehouse. Even if some remained inside, they were likely just a few scattered zombies. As long as she was careful, there was no real danger. The only thing she didn't understand was why so many zombies had gathered here. Including the zombies that were brought out later, the total number definitely exceeded 600. Normally, there wouldn't be more than 600 people working here, and even if people on the highway turned into zombies, they wouldn't all gather here. Lin Yu was puzzled and couldn't understand why so many zombies appeared. She decided not to dwell on it and simply warned everyone, be careful and stay alert. Lin Yu wasn't sure if the exploration part of this mission had reached 100%, meaning whether they needed to check every part of the entire logistics warehouse. Since most of the zombies had already been dealt with, she wasn't sure about the exploration progress and decided to check every corner of the warehouse. While doing so, she also planned to gather all the supplies inside the warehouse. The Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse mainly handles storage, packaging, processing, and delivery for manufacturers, suppliers, and agents. As soon as they entered the warehouse, Lin Yu saw two large trucks parked on the left, 8 x 46.8 meter Hongyan Jeka and a 4 x 26.8 meter Dongfeng heavy truck. Her eyes lit up. Heavy trucks can easily crush a Hummer into scrap metal. There's no comparison between a Hummer and a heavy truck. Lin Yu had long wanted a heavy truck, especially now that someone nearby could strengthen vehicles. She could already imagine how powerful a reinforced heavy truck would be once it hit the road. Any obstacle in the way, whether a vehicle or a zombie, could be pushed aside without stopping, no need to get out and clear the path. Even zombies could be crushed into meat paste easily. Of course, this only applies to first or second-tier zombies. Higher-level zombies might be different. But Lin Yu believed that as Chung Xiangbei's supernatural ability level increased, the reinforced heavy trucks would become even stronger. Imagine if Chung Xiangbei reached the 7th or 8th level. Driving a reinforced heavy truck would make them practically invincible. Plus, heavy trucks are tall, so she wouldn't have to worry about zombies smashing the windows anymore. Just thinking about it made Lin Yu very excited. Unfortunately, her luck wasn't great. The heavy trucks she encountered on the way were either wrecked or had exploded after being hit by other vehicles, leaving a mess of debris. She could only store them in her space, planning to use them later to crush zombies. Now I encountered 2 large heavy-duty trucks and 1 small heavy-duty truck, and I absolutely couldn't let them go. Lin Yu was rarely this excited. After a moment of thought, Pei Yan understood why she was so thrilled and his eyes softened. Can your space hold these trucks? Of course it can. Pei Yan was a bit surprised. Since the day the apocalypse broke out, he had been with Lin Yu. He saw her collect 2/3 of the goods from Wanda's supermarket, along with items from clothing stores, pharmacies, and vehicles she stored in her space along the highway. He thought her space was already full, but it turned out her awakened space could still hold 3 more heavy-duty trucks. Do all people with space powers have spaces this big? Besides Lin Yu, Pei Yan had never seen other space-powered individuals, so he didn't know if everyone's space was similar to hers. He vaguely sensed that even those with space abilities probably couldn't have such a large space. He had some guesses about Lin Yu, but he kept them to himself. Pei Yan wouldn't be foolish enough to ask directly, and there was no need to. In the apocalypse, anything could happen, but curiosity was dangerous. Curiosity kills the cat. Don't try to peek into others' secrets. Moreover, it was fine this way. He didn't want Lin Yu to distance herself from him because of this. Cheng Xiangbei opened his mouth, swallowed hard, and after a long moment, found his voice. So, Sister Yu, can you drive big trucks? Right now, the 3 trucks in the warehouse were still loaded with goods, and some packed boxes were left beside them. Some boxes had bloodstains, and others were crushed, probably caused by warehouse staff hurriedly fleeing during the end of the world while unloading. Lin Yu looked over, confirmed there were no zombies, and didn't bother to open the boxes. She simply waved her hand, and all 3 trucks, along with their cargo, were stored into her space. Hearing Cheng Xiangbei's question, she replied calmly, "Of course I can." "No way. You can drive big trucks too?" Lin Yu looked up a little. "Later, I'll need you to strengthen these 3 trucks, so I can use them to lead the way when I go out." Pei Linlong's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Sister Lin Yu, you're so amazing. You can even drive big trucks?" Nothing is born with all skills. Lin Yu learned to drive through necessity in her past life. At that time, she had no other choice, facing only an out-of-fuel small car and a heavy truck with a horde of zombies behind her. She could either die or drive the heavy truck to escape. With a determined heart and closed eyes, she learned how to drive. Initially, she was unskilled and crashed into many buildings along the way, almost losing her life. Luckily, she finally escaped. After that first experience, she became much more skilled. Since it was the end of the world, all rules had broken down, and no one checked if she had a license. "You're really impressive, little sister." Cheng Xiangbei gave her a thumbs up. In his mind, there was nothing Lin Yu couldn't do. Thinking about the power of the heavy trucks, he felt eager. If the logistics warehouse hadn't been cleaned up yet, just imagining the scene of a truck crushing zombies into meat made him impatient to upgrade the 3 trucks. "But, by the way, why did you think of taking the B2 license exam?" Cheng Xiangbei asked. Lin Yu smiled but didn't answer. Could she honestly say she didn't have any license at all? Cheng Xiangbei was perceptive and didn't press further. Instead, Pei Yan's eyes shifted. "Lin Yu, can you teach me how to drive a heavy truck someday?" Lin Yu looked at him in surprise. "You want to learn?" Pei Yan nodded firmly, his gaze steady, allowing her to observe him closely. His eyes were bright and clear, without any sticky or emotional look. It was obvious he wasn't just making an excuse to spend time with her. A faint, almost inaudible sigh of relief escaped her. Since Pei Yan had said those strange words to her, she had been trying to act normal around him. But inside, she was worried he hadn't truly let go. Now it seemed he had finally understood. She thought for a moment and nodded.
All right.
Then she suddenly remembered something and changed the subject. "But if you're not serious, I won't teach you." Pei Yan immediately knew that Lin Yu's calmness these days was just an act. He chuckled softly and said, "We are all part of the same team. I'm just worried that if we go out and encounter something unexpected, no one besides you knows how to drive a big truck." His eyes showed a deeper smile.
"So,
"Not only me, but I also want Cheng Xiangbei and Linling to learn how to drive a big truck." Linling looked a bit surprised and pointed at herself.
me?
Drive a big truck? She had always been afraid of trucks. Every time she saw a large truck, she kept away from it, and she definitely didn't want to drive one. Does her brother trust her too much? Pei Yan narrowed his eyes. Is there a problem? Suddenly, Lin Lang realized something. Her body stiffened, and she quietly looked between Lin Yu and her brother. She had only agreed to learn how to drive, and with Chunga there, it probably didn't mean anything romantic, right? Her brother's real intention was to let everyone learn to drive, gaining an extra skill. Maybe this skill could save her life in the end-of-the-world situation. Linling thought learning to drive was good, but for some reason, she felt a strange sense of guilt inside. Lin Yu thought Pei Yan's idea was very good and agreed, without much thought. You and Cheng Xiangbei can start learning to drive the big truck with me. As for Linling was only about 12 years old. Usually, kids her age were in school, and driving schools wouldn't accept children that young. Lin Yu suggested, maybe Lin Ling can start by learning to drive a Hummer? Lin Ling nodded. I think that's fine. Cheng Xiangbei had no objections. He was eager to learn more skills to protect himself, so when the opportunity came up, he naturally wouldn't refuse. I have no problem either. So the decision to learn how to drive was made. After storing the heavy trucks into space, the area in front became much emptier. The entire logistics warehouse was quiet, with no zombies coming out. Lin Yu continued walking toward the left side of the warehouse. Meanwhile, deep inside a cold storage room at Qinglong Logistics, the temperature had dropped below -20 degrees. The door was completely blocked from inside, and about a dozen people sat huddled together to keep warm. They had several layers of thick cardboard underneath, and each person was wrapped in multiple layers of clothing. Their exposed arms were covered with short-sleeved shirts or similar, tied around their arms, making them look odd. Several men were wearing skirts, which looked very funny. But no one was laughing. Everyone's faces showed fear and deep despair. 6 thin blankets and 2 heavy cotton quilts covered the survivors sitting in a circle. Despite this, the bone-chilling cold seeped into everyone's hearts. Among the dozen or so survivors, some worked at Qinglong Logistics Transfer Warehouse, while others escaped from the Ring City Expressway to the warehouse, only to be turned into zombies and chased around, finally hiding in this cold storage. At first, there weren't many zombies in Qinglong Logistics Transfer Warehouse. The people hiding in the cold storage would sometimes split into 2 groups when the zombies outside disappeared. One group would search for packages to find warm clothes and food, while the other would turn off the freezer's power. However, the team searching for packages never returned, and the team turning off the power was forever stuck there. Some tried to turn off the power later, but the zombies were too many, and no one could break through their circle. In the end, everyone had to give up. Now, it's the hottest summer of the year. The packages mostly contained t-shirts, shorts, skirts, and similar clothes. Even if they wore more, the environment was so cold that they still felt freezing. Luckily, someone found 2 heavy cotton quilts and 6 air-conditioned blankets among the packages. But there were over 10 survivors, so even 1 blanket per person was impossible, let alone for all of them. As the zombies outside increased, no one dared to open the door to find warm clothes anymore. To prevent zombies from entering, the survivors moved heavy objects to block the door. All their phones had run out of battery, and their food was gone long ago. They didn't know how long they had been in the cold storage or how much longer they could last. Fortunately, there was some frozen meat left. As long as they could be brave, they wouldn't starve to death. No one wanted to eat the frozen meat that hadn't been thawed because the ice on the outside smelled like meat, making them want it before they even tasted it. But in the end, they had to accept it in the face of death. After all, the freezer is just too cold. In extreme environments, the human body needs food to generate heat. People who eat frozen meat might freeze to death, let alone those who refuse to eat anything. All their fussing is insignificant compared to death. No one wants to eat frozen meat, but they have no other choice. When thirsty, they bite into ice chips. When hungry, they bite the outer layer of ice on frozen goods. Once the ice is broken, they can eat the meat inside to satisfy their hunger. The meat has a strong fishy smell. When eaten, it tastes cold and fishy, with no other flavor. The cold, frozen meat has damaged everyone's tongues and mouths. But the situation is much worse. Everyone's body is being harmed by the low temperature in the freezer. Thick ice crystals form on their eyelashes, and frost covers their faces. Their consciousness begins to fade. If rescue doesn't arrive soon, some people might freeze to death in just a few minutes. The man wearing glasses feels his wife's body and his arms turning stiff. He suddenly shivers and wakes up with a start. Meow.
Wife.
Don't sleep. Wake up. The kids are waiting for us to come home. He desperately shakes his wife, but she no longer responds. His body stiffens, and he trembles as he pulls her hand, blowing warm air into her palm and rubbing her hands, trying to warm her up. But her hands keep slipping from his grasp. He stubbornly refuses to give up. He presses his face to hers and keeps whispering, "Meow, Don't sleep. Meow, do you know? Help is coming soon. The baby must be scared because we haven't come back. Meow, why don't you answer?
Meow.
We're going home.
Meow.
I'm here with you. His shoulders shake, and after saying this, he suddenly loses strength. His half-bent body gradually stiffens, but his gentle gaze on his wife shows his love. This scene leaves the survivors in the freezer silent. The already quiet space becomes even more still. After about 10 seconds, a loud shout comes from among the survivors. I can't take it anymore. I'd rather die from a zombie attack than freeze to death in this freezer. Open the door.
I want to get out now.
I can't take it anymore. Open the door. Open it. The man was crying loudly, his voice filled with frantic desperation. Perhaps he had just seen a loving couple freeze to death right before his eyes. His mind finally broke, and he no longer cared if making noise would attract zombies to the freezer. All he wanted was one thing, to get out, even if it meant being bitten by zombies. He refused to die hopelessly in this cold storage. Someone lowered their voice and angrily shouted, "Shut up." Just then, perhaps due to a hallucination before death, the survivors inside the freezer heard the zombies outside seem to be rioting. Their snarling sounds appeared to be fading away. Soon, faint sounds of cracking and popping could be heard. The survivors inside the freezer became excited instantly. Could it be that our rescue message online was seen by the fire brigade? Are they coming to save us? The man who had been shouting to go out became even more excited. He struggled to stand and tried to move the heavy object blocking the freezer door, but he was too weak to do it alone. His eyes looked wild. Come help. Open the door. I want to get out. Everyone woke up from their despair. They listened carefully and realized that the zombie noises outside had indeed stopped. They hurried to help. However, they soon realized with despair that they had been inside the freezer for too long. They had no strength left to move the heavy objects. As time passed, the objects blocking the door became covered in ice, sticking together. Even at their strongest, smashing through that ice would take a lot of effort. And right now, they were cold, hungry, and their bodies were near their limits. Everyone's breathing grew shallow, their faces full of hopelessness. Could it be that they wouldn't die from the zombies but would instead be trapped and freeze to death here? The man who first lost his composure felt unwilling to accept it. He quickly scanned the freezer and, trembling, found a piece of still frozen beef. He frantically knocked on the door with it, making a loud thud sound, hoping the rescue team outside would hear and save them. His action awakened the others. They also picked up frozen meat and pounded on the door and the floor, trying every sound-making object with all their strength, shouting desperately, "Is anyone there? Help us. We're here. Help. I don't want to die here." At this moment, Linyu had already loaded the truck and was heading into the warehouse. Suddenly, she frowned and turned her head to ask Pei Yan, Cheng Xiangbei, and Pei Linling, "Did you hear any sounds?" Cheng Xiangbei listened carefully and shook his head. "I didn't hear anything." Pei Yan frowned slightly. "It sounds like crying?" Pei Linling was confused. She listened carefully and realized she didn't hear any crying either. She looked at the others suspiciously. "I didn't hear anything either." Lin Yu's brow was tightly knit. She exchanged a look with Pei Yan, and they both said at the same time, "Could there be survivors in the logistics warehouse? Someone inside the warehouse?" Thinking about it, it didn't seem impossible. Maybe the survivors had been hiding somewhere in the warehouse and hadn't been found by the zombies. The noise they made when killing the zombies might have been heard by someone hiding nearby. Perhaps they thought rescue teams had arrived, so they sent out a distress signal? Cheng Xiangbei and Pei Linling looked confused. Why hadn't they heard anything? Cheng Xiangbei supported his chin with his hands, deep in thought. Could it be that Lin Yu and Pei Yan's abilities were so powerful that they could hear sounds that Cheng Xiangbei and Pei Linling couldn't? Otherwise, it didn't make sense. Pei Yan glanced to the side. "Should we go save them?" Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. "Let's go see." Anyway, most of the zombies in the logistics warehouse had been cleared. If they could rescue someone, it might be part of the system's mission. Even if it didn't increase the exploration points, she wouldn't lose anything. But if rescuing someone could increase the points and she didn't go, that would be a big loss. Lin Yu led the way. As they moved deeper into the warehouse, the crying grew louder, and Cheng Xiangbei and Pei Linling could hear the sounds clearly now. Along the way, they encountered a few zombies, all of which Pei Yan quickly threw lightning at and cleared out. Finally, the group stopped in front of a metal door covered in handprints, stained with blood and rotten flesh. The distress calls were coming from behind this door. Lin Yu tried to push the door, but it wouldn't budge. "I'll try," Pei Yan said, drawing his large sword. Compared to smashing the door violently, the large sword was more suitable. Lin Yu stepped back. Pei Yan's cold voice echoed through the iron door, reaching the ears of the survivors in the freezer. It sparked a wave of hope in the hearts of those already in despair, and everyone couldn't help but feel excited. "Are the police outside?" "Sniff, sniff, we're saved." "Great. Our efforts weren't in vain." Pei Yan spoke. "Everyone inside, step back and stop knocking on the door. We might accidentally hurt you." "We'll step back now," all the survivors cried happily. After waiting about 10 seconds, Pei Yan confirmed that no one was behind the iron door again. He then drew a large sword and swung it at the door.
Bang!
With the enhanced strength from his metallic ability, he struck several times. The seemingly tough iron door was easily cut open like paper, revealing shelves covered in ice behind it. A cold breeze hit him immediately. Pei Yan quickly realized it was a freezing storage room. He sped up his sword strikes. In no time, the door was completely split open, exposing the icy shelves inside. Pei Linling was amazed at how sharp Pei Yan's sword was. She hadn't expected the weapon, after its enhancement, to be so powerful. The 5-centimeter thick iron door was easily broken. Now she had a clearer understanding of Cheng Xiangbei's metal ability. At this moment, Lin Yu's attention wasn't on the door but on her system panel, checking her progress on the current mission. She needed to verify her thoughts. The system panel cast a faint blue glow on her face, making her look mysterious. However, others couldn't see the panel. To outsiders, she appeared to be stunned by the reinforced sword, which brought her some comfort. Although her abilities still lagged far behind Lin Yu, Pei Yan, Pei Linlang, and the White, the enhanced items made her feel less useless. Lin Yu didn't know this. She looked at the system panel and fell into deep thought. As she explored further into the logistics transfer warehouse, her mission progress, meaning her exploration completion, had reached 5%.
But
that 5% progress was something she had already achieved before arriving here.
So,
does that mean this mission has nothing to do with saving people at all? Lin Yu couldn't help but fall into deep thought, repeatedly recalling every move she made when entering the Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse. Aside from the exploration progress reaching 1% upon arriving at the destination, she didn't notice how the remaining 4% of exploration progress increased. After all, the system only prompted her once she reached the target location, and she didn't constantly check the system panel, so naturally she missed how the additional 4% exploration was gained. Thinking carefully, Lin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Inside the logistics transfer warehouse, besides killing a few scattered zombies, she only collected 3 large trucks into the space.
Could it be?
Is exploration progress not about exploring the entire warehouse, but about collecting supplies from the logistics transfer warehouse? As Pei Yan delivered the final, there were no more obstacles at the door, and the appearance of the freezer was fully revealed to everyone. The 4 people and the goose at the door also clearly appeared to the survivors. The survivors inside the freezer were a bit surprised. Weren't they rescue team members? They were in very bad shape and didn't bother to wonder if the people breaking the door were rescue team members. They hurriedly ran out of the freezer, some so exhausted they had no strength left, crawling out using their hands and feet. They definitely didn't want to stay in this terrible place any longer. The extreme cold made it hard to endure. They decided to wait until they got outside. Once outside, the biting cold disappeared, making everyone feel much better. After Pei Yan cleared the shells at the door, he took a step back, shielding Pei Linlang and Lin Yu in front of him, not lowering his guard just because these people were unarmed survivors. He still remembered the scene where Pei Linlang was choked by an ordinary person, and he wondered whether the survivors in the freezer were truly human or something else. Lin Yu snapped back to her senses, a slight smile appearing on her lips. Whether they are human or not, she would find out after trying again later. She looked up at the dozen or so survivors coming out of the freezer. Each of them was dressed in multiple layers of clothing, with frost covering their eyebrows, eyelashes, and even hair. Their faces were pale, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. While she observed the survivors themselves were also watching the 2 men, 2 women, and a goose in front of them. The man leading the group was about 1.85 meters tall, and even with a cold, stern look, his handsome features couldn't be hidden. Upon closer inspection, the large sword in his hand was surprisingly made of gold, shining with a bright golden glow across the entire blade. Another man looked handsome and neat, and judging by his stance, he seemed to be the leader or the most respected person in the group. The other 2 girls in the team were very pretty. One looked cold and distant, the other cute. However, both were small and thin, making them seem unlikely to have much fighting ability. As for the goose quietly sitting by the short-haired girl's leg, everyone's thoughts only turned to some recipes, and no other ideas came to mind. But the most surprising thing was that the handsome man and the 2 small girls each held a weapon made of gold. The handsome man had a large knife, the short-haired girl carried a tang sword, and the younger girl held a pure gold wolf-tooth club. Earlier, many survivors saw Pei Yan easily cut open a shelf with his big sword, so it's likely that their weapons, made of the same material, could also cut through the metal doors of the freezer like Pei Yan did. Among the dozen or so survivors, 4 of them had eyes flickering with suspicion, but they quickly suppressed their curiosity. Pei Yan noticed the subtle glances from the crowd but didn't understand that the weapons enhanced by Ling Xiangbei's psychic power were mistaken for being made of gold. His brow furrowed slightly. Although they tried to hide it, Pei Yan could sense it. Are they coveting his sword? He sneered inwardly, but his face remained calm. Lin Yu naturally noticed the change in those 4 people's eyes, and her gaze grew more subtle. She didn't close her system panel and kept paying attention to the task progress. Even after all the survivors came out of the freezer, the exploration progress remained stuck at 5%. It was now clear that the system's task had nothing to do with saving people. If anyone wanted to die, she wouldn't mind helping them. Pei Linlang sensed the change in the 2's expressions, becoming alert. Whether it was their psychic powers or the wolf-tooth clubs in their hands, they were ready to attack at any moment. Experiences in Linchuan City made him cautious of everything around him. Besides his brother and sister Lin Yu, he didn't trust anyone else. Chen Xiangbei quietly approached the 2. For a moment, neither side spoke. Finally, the survivor broke the silence first, rubbing his bloodied but still unflowing hands, with gratitude in his eyes. Handsome guy, thank you for saving us. Zhou Xiao is a counselor at a university in Linchuan City. Coincidentally, the students at the school are on summer vacation starting July 5th. She stayed behind to check the dormitory cleanliness and handle some miscellaneous matters. Unexpectedly, when she left the school on July 7th and drove onto the Ring Road highway, the apocalypse broke out. Everywhere along the way, there were eating zombies, and on the highway, there were cars driving in the wrong direction. There were accidents caused by zombies all around. In a rush to escape, she arrived outside the Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse, only to find that the roads in all directions were completely blocked. With no other choice, she had to hide inside the warehouse. Later, she met some survivors, and things turned into what they are now. Pei Yan nodded slightly, but said nothing. Zhou Xiao didn't know how long she had been waiting in the freezer, or what the outside situation was like. She couldn't help but ask him, "Are you from the police? Are you here to rescue us? What's going on outside? Where did those zombies go?" Not only Zhou Xiao, but all the survivors were very concerned about these questions. Everyone looked at Pei Yan, waiting for his answer. Pei Yan shook his head. "We're not from the police." Actually, everyone had already guessed this, and when they heard him say so, They looked as expected. Zhou Zhao's eyebrows furrowed slightly, wanting to ask more, but she had been in the freezer for too long. Plus, after eating some of the frozen meat, her throat was sore every time she spoke. Reluctantly, she could only keep quiet. Lin Yu was eager to confirm her suspicions. She took the initiative to speak, saying, "The zombies in the warehouse have been almost cleared out. You can leave here now if you want." Zhou Xiao wanted to say something, but her throat was too painful. Suddenly, Zhao Feng, the first man among the survivors to break down, said forcefully, "How can you be sure the zombies are all gone? Besides, where can we go after leaving here? The highway outside is full of zombies. We haven't eaten in a long time either. You know what we've been eating during this time? When we're thirsty, we drink the ice from the frozen meat's outer layer. When we're hungry, we eat the cold, bloody frozen meat." The more Zhao Feng spoke, the more convinced he was that this was the truth. His tone was full of resentment. "Do you know how many people have frozen to death in the freezer? Why couldn't you come to save us earlier? This situation could have been completely avoided, and it's all because of you." Lin Yu interrupted him with a blank expression. "So, what does that have to do with us?" Zhao Feng kept blaming them, not expecting Lin Yu to suddenly do this. He was stunned for a moment, then angrily said, "How is it not our fault? Did you see the body in the freezer? If you had come earlier, they wouldn't have frozen to death." Pei Yan had never seen such a shameless person. It wasn't Lin Yu who forced them into the freezer. Instead of being grateful, they blamed them for arriving too late. So, saving someone turned into a mistake? He also didn't think about the fact that if Pei Yan hadn't broken down the door, he might already be with the Grim Reaper. There was no way he would be allowed to act so wildly here. Pei Yan was starting to lose control of his wolf-tooth club. Pei Yan frowned tightly, almost laughing out of anger. Before he could speak, Lin Yu took the lead. "Do you want to die?" Lin Yu's eyes showed killing intent, as if daring Zhao Feng to say yes, which would mean his immediate death. "It's all your fault." "What did you just say?" Zhao Feng was stunned by her words. When he realized what she meant, he became furious. "Say that again." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Feng felt his entire face being covered by a curtain of water. His eyes, nose, mouth, and ears were filled with water, as if he had suddenly been transported from land to the deep sea. His face turned visibly purple, he struggled to breathe, and his brain lacked oxygen. At this moment, he realized that the girl with short hair in front of him was not joking. He reached out his hands to wipe his face, trying to break the water curtain. But no matter what he did, he couldn't remove this all-encompassing water barrier. This unheard of, unprecedented method was truly shocking. Zhao Feng had never felt so close to death before. He struggled to beg for mercy, but couldn't even speak a single word. Lin Yu coldly looked at him. "Since you don't want to live, I will make it easy for you." Zhao Feng's eyes bulged with fear, full of terror of death. His veins on his hands stood out as he desperately shook his head, clutching his neck. Outside, there were so many zombies. Zhou Xiao originally thought about being escorted home by these people. But when she saw this scene, she was shocked and took several steps back in fear. Seeing Zhao Feng's twisted face, she hesitated but couldn't help but try to stop him, saying, "This young lady." Lin Yu suddenly turned her head and fixed her gaze directly on Zhou Xiao. This made Zhou Xiao immediately think of the rebellious students she had taught before, and she felt the urge to lecture them. Zhao Feng. He just saw a loving couple freeze to death, and his mind broke down. So his words might be a bit sharp. "Please try to understand. Besides, there are zombies everywhere outside now. We should stick together, right? And it's not good for someone so young to be so full of anger." Under Lin Yu's murderous stare, Zhou Xiao spoke softer and softer until she finally stopped. "That makes sense." Lin Yu nodded slightly. She looked up at Zhou Xiao and asked, "Or, do you want to be like him?" Zhou Xiao noticed the water ball that suddenly appeared in Lin Yu's hand. Her throat went dry. If she hadn't kept her composure, she might have called her a monster. Her face turned pale, and she began to regret why she had spoken up for Zhao Feng earlier. She licked her dry lips and forced a smile, saying, "I think you might have misunderstood me."
I didn't mean that.
"That's good." Lin Yu looked at her coldly and then withdrew the water ball. Since the end of the world, Chung Xiangbei had only fought zombies and had not experienced the evil of human nature. He was one of the lucky ones. He could kill zombies without feeling guilty, but if he had to kill a person, he wouldn't be able to get past his own conscience because he had never been through such things. However, he agreed with Lin Yu's approach. In his opinion, Zhao Feng definitely needed to be punished. It was one thing if he didn't appreciate those who saved him, but it was another to blame them for arriving too late. Where did such twisted logic come from? Of course, Chung Xiangbei didn't think Lin Yu would really kill anyone. He believed she just wanted to punish Zhao Feng to make him realize the seriousness of the situation and never speak recklessly again, using a lesson to warn others. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yu was indeed considering killing. She had seen many such people in her past life. He was unable to free himself from his difficulties and was saved by others. Instead of being grateful, he blamed everything on those who helped him. A simple warning alone wouldn't make him change. It only made him hold grudges, which eventually caused him big trouble. But as Chung Xiangbei thought, she indeed wanted to use Zhao Feng to scare others. Once her goal was achieved, Lin Yu withdrew her special ability. However, she didn't want to leave trouble behind, so she left a water droplet on him, planning to kill him when he was far from others, to prevent him from influencing the children nearby. Pei Yan. Oxygen re-entered Zhao Feng's body. He gasped greedily, breathing in air. He thought he was surely going to die this time, but unexpectedly, he survived. He lay on the ground, too weak to even move his fingers, filled with resentment. But this time, Zhao Feng was smarter. He didn't dare reveal his true feelings at all. Pei Yan stared blankly at Zhou Xiao, as if she saw her own past reflected in her. When she was in Linchuan City, Pei Yan also suddenly felt a strong desire to help a poor mother. But the other person didn't accept her kindness. Instead, she grabbed her by the neck, trying to kill her. This caused big trouble for her brother and sister Lin Yu. Now, she finally understood a saying, having no ability to match your kindness is just causing trouble. If Zhou Xiao had stronger strength, she could have saved Zhao Feng without fear, just like Lin Yu did now. The same applies. If you can save, you can also kill. Lin Yu could save people and was confident she could handle any surprises during the rescue. Pei Yan didn't think Lin Yu was being overly kind when she helped others if she had the ability. Her kindness had a sharp edge, and that was something worth learning from her. Unconsciously, Pei Yan had come to see Lin Yu as a role model on her path of growth. Lin Yu's move greatly intimidated the survivors in the freezer, making many hold back their impulsive thoughts. After all, no one wanted to be the next Zhao Feng. Lin Yu ignored everyone's expressions and walked straight past the survivors into the freezer. Pei Yan and others followed closely behind. The survivors quickly made way, afraid to block Lin Yu's path, fearing she might say something that would cause them to lose their lives. No one noticed that a water droplet was firmly attached to Zhao Feng's chin. No matter how he moved, the droplet wouldn't fall. Lin Yu seemed to sense something and suddenly paused, raising her eyebrows as she looked at Pei Yan beside her. Pei Yan was stunned for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. He was worried about leaving trouble behind, so he left a faint lightning mark on Zhao Feng. Pei Yan could control the lightning to avoid harming Zhao Feng, and once Zhao Feng left the crowd, a single thought could end his life. But he never expected. He had overthought it. A smile deepened in Pei Yan's eyes. He nodded slightly at Lin Yu, but did not retract the faint supernatural energy on Zhao Feng. Lin Yu believed it was normal for herself to have such thoughts. After all, she had survived several months in the apocalypse in her previous life. Those experiences shaped her current personality. However, Pei Yan's decisiveness and ruthlessness surprised her. Noticing the girl's gaze, Pei Yan turned his head and looked at her with his eyes, asking, "What's wrong?" Lin Yu snapped back to her senses and shook her head. No matter what, Pei Yan was the leader of the Dawn base in her previous life. If he weren't decisive, he wouldn't have become the leader. She refocused her thoughts and took 4 military coats from the space to distribute to everyone. The temperature in the freezer was as low as -20 degrees Celsius. Even for supernatural beings, extreme cold could not be ignored. To avoid colds and fevers, it was better to wear the coats. The freezer was lit up, with frozen meat bearing human bite marks scattered across the floor. Near the door, cardboard was laid out, and a couple, like a husband and wife, were frozen into ice sculptures. The man looked at the woman tenderly. Seeing this scene, Chung Xiangbei felt a strange heaviness in his heart. Although he learned from Zhao Feng that someone had died frozen in the freezer, it was far more moving to see it with his own eyes. Lin Yu's steps paused slightly. She sank her mind into the space and found a white cloth, then covered the frozen couple with it. That was all she could do for them. Pei Linling sighed softly, feeling very lucky. If she had met Sister Lin Yu, perhaps she and her brother would now be like that couple, turned into permanent ice statues. Pei Yan silently watched Lin Yu's back, decisive yet with boundaries, kind yet sharp. Her seeming indifference hid compassion that moved him deeply. He quickly followed behind Lin Yu. Chung Xiangbei sighed heavily, his tone gloomy. I really wish this was just a dream. Outside the freezer, the survivors looked at each other in silence. For a moment, they didn't know whether to leave or stay. They could only wait at the door and watch. Lin Yu didn't care about their gazes. She opened the system panel and kept a close eye on her exploration level. She tried to take some frozen meat from the shelves, and sure enough, her exploration level increased by 1%. It seemed her guess was correct, and Lin Yu let out a small sigh of relief. She no longer hesitated. Besides the frozen meat that the previous survivors had eaten, she took all the frozen meat from the entire freezer into her space. Since the power would go out worldwide soon, if she didn't store the frozen meat in her space, it would spoil and smell bad once the power failed. Leaving it here would be a waste. As for the frozen meat that the survivors had eaten, Lin Yu didn't touch it. When she had the chance, she wouldn't hurt herself. It took about 10 minutes to store all the frozen meat from the freezer into her space, and her exploration level increased from 5% to 10%. Lin Yu's eyes brightened, and she looked forward to the reward the system would give her after completing this task. While placing the frozen meat into her space, she didn't hide her actions from anyone. The survivors watching outside the freezer naturally saw everything. They pointed at Lin Yu, opening and closing their mouths for a long time, but unable to speak.
Who was she?
A ghost? A monster? An immortal? Or perhaps someone with special powers? First, she conjured a water ball out of nowhere, then made all the frozen meat in the freezer disappear. This was beyond what everyone knew about the world. Since the apocalypse began, these survivors had stayed inside the Qinglan logistics warehouse, never contacting others. None of them had awakened any special abilities, so they were naturally shocked. While they were stunned, some couldn't help but feel a bit envious of her powers. Zhao Feng suddenly sat up straight, his eyes fixed on Lin Yu in the freezer, filled with fear and greed. After storing all the supplies at her space, Lin Yu told Chung Xiangbei and the others to leave. The survivors gathered at the door quickly moved aside, watching as Lin Yu and her group left. Some wanted to say they had taken all the frozen meat and wondered what they would eat later, but thinking of Zhao Feng's tragic state, no one dared to speak. Zhou Xiao hesitated for a moment, then jogged to catch up with Lin Yu and the others. The other survivors hesitated a little but, thinking of the terrifying monsters, finally decided to follow. Zhao Feng still sat on the ground without moving, staring intently in the direction Lin Yu had left, lost in thought. Lin Yu, having walked a certain distance ahead, sensed something and exchanged a glance with Pei Yan. Both of them smiled knowingly at each other. At the same moment, they activated their supernatural powers simultaneously. Zhao Feng didn't have time to react before a sharp pain engulfed him. Soon after, he felt his entire head heat up, his mind turning into a muddle, and a smell of burnt flesh filled the air around him. And then, he was headed to meet the king of. Pei Yan had a faint smile in his eyes. This was a secret between him and Lin Yu. Only they knew the secret. The group of survivors who followed Lin Yu didn't notice that one person was missing among them. By the time they realized Zhao Feng was gone, quite a while had passed. Pei Linlang casually glanced back, then quickly walked to Lin Yu's side and lowered her voice. Sister Lin Yu, that group is catching up. Should we drive them away? As long as they don't come in front of us. I don't care about them, Lin Yu replied. Pei Linlang nodded. After leaving the cold storage, everyone's body temperature gradually rose, and they started to warm up. They began removing their outer clothes one by one. However, several people still felt cold all over, with their hands and feet trembling. Two of them, while walking, suddenly collapsed. Zhou Xiao was one of those trembling. At first, he didn't feel cold at the cold storage entrance, but as time went on, after being rescued, his body not only failed to warm up but also started trembling uncontrollably. Zhou Xiao felt a chill in his heart, realizing he was showing signs of hypothermia. He also felt stomach discomfort. If he didn't get help in time and encountered those zombies, he would surely die. The threat of death made him forget the horror of Lin Yu for a moment, and he couldn't help but call out for help. Miss Lin Yu, I am a counselor at Linchuan University. We might have hypothermia. Several people have fainted. Could you please take us to the hospital? Lin Yu stopped and turned around expressionlessly. Hospitals are full of zombies now. Are you sure you want me to take you there? She paused briefly. Moreover, we're not related or anything. I don't have the obligation to take you to the hospital. There are indeed medicines in Lin Yu's space that can help with hypothermia complications, but she won't use them to save any of the survivors. Since rescuing them, only Zhou Xiao has expressed thanks. The others haven't said a word. Why should she save them? Just because they have big faces? They can't provide her any value, and they can't even show basic gratitude. Lin Yu is foolish to bring this burdened group to the hospital. Cheng Xiangbei looked at Zhou Xiao as if she were a fool. If the timing had been right, he would have asked if her mind was out of order. Now zombies are everywhere. She still wants to go to the hospital? Probably, instead of dying from hypothermia, she would end up being eaten by zombies. Pei Linlang looked displeased. Who gave her the illusion that Sister Lin Yu would take them to the hospital? Was it Liang Jingru? Zhou Xiao looked awkward. She wanted to say something but was afraid that angering Lin Yu would make her refuse to take her to the hospital. Suddenly, she remembered something. She tore off her Bulgari necklace and looked at Lin Yu with a pleading expression. This is for you. No matter what, please take me with you. Zhou Xiao saw Lin Yu as her only hope. In her eyes, Lin Yu was so powerful that even if she couldn't go to the hospital, she believed Lin Yu must have a way to save her. Lin Yu ignored her and simply said, "Let's go." Expensive jewelry is useless in the apocalypse. Food and crystal cores are the real currency. Besides, she wasn't short of food. No matter how much reward Zhou Xiao offered, it wouldn't move her. And right now, she only had a useless necklace. Zhou Xiao didn't expect Lin Yu to ignore the necklace entirely and turn away. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She hesitated, biting her lip, and instinctively took a few steps forward, but Lin Yu didn't even glance at her. Zhou Xiao clenched her lips, forced herself to endure her discomfort, and continued to follow. The survivors also trailed behind, afraid to get too close to Lin Yu or too far away. Everyone was tense, worried a zombie might suddenly appear. Lin Yu paid no attention to the group behind her. She walked while collecting packages. Anything she saw, useful or not, she put into her space. After all, there was nowhere nearby to hide. The highway outside was full of zombies. Most people who hadn't escaped were probably already turned into zombies. No one would come here, so she simply collected everything into her space. As for the packages that haven't been sent out yet, Lin Yu didn't open or look at what was inside. She simply stored everything in her space. The survivors behind her saw her wave her hand, and the shelves along with the packages disappeared. From initially being shocked to now calmly accepting it, they had become used to such strange things. Some people, taking advantage of Lin Yu not noticing, tried to open a few packages and put the contents into their backpacks. Seeing that Lin Yu showed no anger, they became bolder. Pei Linlang was a bit worried. "Sister Lin Yu, are you going to stop them?" Lin Yu glanced at her. "They can't take much. Even if they take those packages, Whether they can survive depends on luck. We don't need to waste time. Pei Yan thought for a moment and then nodded. There were many packages in the Qinglan logistics warehouse. During the scavenging, they even found a warehouse filled with winter clothes, with styles for the elderly, children, men, and women. Lin Yu didn't miss any of them and stored all of the clothes in her space. It's worth mentioning that the survivors only took some clothes but didn't go for the winter gear. The weather was so hot that even wearing short sleeves felt warm. No one would bother collecting winter clothes for no reason. Only Lin Yu, who had been reborn, was worried about the coming cold and decided to keep them. The Qinglan logistics warehouse was very large, so it was possible that some zombies hadn't been cleared out. However, the survivors didn't know this. Following Lin Yu while collecting supplies, they saw that they hadn't encountered any monsters along the way. Naturally, their vigilance decreased, and then tragedy struck. A girl looking for packages saw a white fluffy ball in a cage. It's a white cat. Because the cat's back was turned to her, she didn't see its crimson eyes. After the danger was gone, they didn't encounter any other threats, so she relaxed. She reached out to touch the white cat through the bars. Suddenly, the white cat turned its head quickly and bit her hand tightly. The girl's pupils shrank sharply, and she let out a piercing scream. In just a few seconds, the zombified cat chewed off part of her finger, and the crunching sound made everyone's skin crawl.
Help!
No one dared to rescue her. They wished their parents had been less brave, so they could run faster and escape far away from her. Within seconds, the girl's fair skin suddenly turned grayish-blue, her black and white eyes became blood red. She let out a loud scream and chased after the survivor who was fleeing. At this moment, Lin Yu had just finished a snack and heard the system notify her that her task was complete. She only caught the words farm upgrade, and just then, chaos erupted outside. She ignored the system rewards and grabbed her tang sword, walking quickly outside. The survivors saw Lin Yu and her group as if they were saviors and hurriedly ran toward them. Lin Yu frowned, unsure of what was happening. She didn't dare let these people get close, worried someone might hide the truth if a zombie caught them. She shouted sharply, "Stop. Anyone who steps forward will die." Hearing her shout, everyone was both surprised and scared. The howling of zombies was behind them, and the threat of death was very close. They had all seen the girl turn into a zombie, so they dared not stay put. In their minds, Zhao Feng had spoken disrespectfully, and Lin Yu hadn't done anything to him. They thought she was just intimidating them and wouldn't really hurt them. With this mindset, no one stopped. Lin Yu's gaze darkened. Before she could act, Pei Yan flicked out a spark of lightning, throwing it at the two men running the fastest ahead. The two were struck by lightning, their bodies convulsing instantly. Their hair stood on end, black smoke billowed from their heads, and they spasmed in pain. This made them realize Lin Yu wasn't joking. She really might kill them. Ignoring the sudden lightning, they stammered, their mouths emitting black smoke as they spoke. We're not attacking, don't hurt us. Let's talk." Pei Yan had long been annoyed with these selfish survivors and had wanted to deal with them for a while. Now, Pei Yan's action made her feel extremely satisfied. She declared arrogantly, "I told you not to move." This sudden change made the panicked people stop in their tracks, trembling as if walking on thin ice. Seeing everyone freeze, Lin Yu flicked a water blade from her fingertips, taking down the recently mutated zombie. The zombie's head fell to the ground instantly, but due to inertia, its body took 2 more steps before finally collapsing. The recently mutated zombie was not very strong, easily defeated by an ordinary person. However, among so many people present, no one dared to pick up a weapon to protect themselves. After learning the full story from them, Lin Yu decisively drew her knife and killed the zombie cat kept in the cage, then dug out its brain core, about the size of a pigeon egg. She ignored the survivors and told Qing Xiangbei and Yi to watch over them. If anyone mutated into a zombie, they should be killed immediately. Then, taking advantage of the break, she took out 4 boxes of self-heating rice from her space. Pei Yan volunteered to cook the rice, while Lin Yu silently sat on a stool she took out from her space. She seemed to be waiting for her meal, but was actually opening her system panel. Ding. Host has completed exploration of the lawn logistics transfer warehouse. Current exploration progress. 100%. The farm has been upgraded, and the task reward is being distributed. Would you like to claim it? Linyu didn't hesitate and chose yes. Reward is being distributed. Congratulations! You received 10 random seeds, 10 farmland plots, a 10-fold increase in farmland size, 500 gold coins. The farm level has increased to 1. The safe zone has increased to level 1, and the safe zone's protective functions have improved. Farm upgrading. Would you like to pay 1,000 first-level crystal cores to include proportionally expanded farmland into the safe zone? Lin Yu's eyes widened in surprise. A series of system notifications stunned her. The rewards for this mission were incredibly generous. This time is different. This is a farm upgrade mission, so the rewards are naturally rich. The system's response explained her doubts. Just the upgrade of the safe zone's protective functions to level 1 alone was enough to excite anyone. Plus, the farmland would be expanded 10 times proportionally. Originally, one farmland plot was about 50 by 50 centimeters, totaling 25 square meters. Expanding it tenfold would make it 500 by 500 centimeters, or 500 square meters, almost an acre. Just imagining the daily grain output from the farm made Lin Yu feel dizzy with happiness. Even with Pei Yan, Pei Linling, and Qing Xiangbei helping with planting, watering, and harvesting, it wouldn't be enough for them to handle all the work. Just planting for a day was already exhausting, not to mention doing it twice a day. Lin Yu felt both pain and happiness about this reward. When her gaze shifted to the option yes/no to pay 1,000 first-level crystal cores, Lin Yu fell silent. She only had a few hundred crystal cores on her, not enough to pay. If she didn't include those expanded farmland areas into the safe zone, it would be risky if others discovered the special qualities of the black soil and stole it. Lin Yu thought to herself, I currently have over 300 crystal cores. I'll give you 200 first, include some farmland into the safe zone, and save the rest until I gather more crystal cores. Is that okay? The host doesn't need to rush. The farmland can wait until you have enough crystal cores to expand proportionally. Lin Yu exhaled in relief. Soon, she would gather enough crystal cores by extracting them from the zombie heads outside Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse, totaling about 1,000. But that amount still wasn't enough. Since she had already promised to share crystal cores with Pei Yan and others, she couldn't go back on her word. If it weren't for their help, she wouldn't have been able to handle this so easily. Lin Yu sighed. Feelings suddenly broke again. It seemed she would need to kill another wave of zombies after collecting all the supplies from Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse, or she wouldn't have enough. Doomsday Farm Host Information. Lin Yu, Water Element Ability, Level 1, Farm Level, Level 1, Farmland can be expanded, Safe Zone, Level 1, Activated, Number of Farmland Plots, 20, approximately 0.75 acres, System Shop. Unlocked. See details in the shop. Gold balance. 902 current task 1. Trade crystal cores with 10 people. Progress. March 10th. System warehouse. Unlocked. See details in the warehouse. Lin Yu withdrew her gaze and closed the system panel, a sense of urgency to earn more. Crystal cores suddenly rising in her heart. Before long, the self-heating rice with shredded pork was ready, and its aroma spread, tempting many survivors' taste buds. If not for fearing Lin Yu and others' strength, they would have already lost control and eaten it. During these 10 minutes of waiting, none of the survivors turned into zombies, showing that no one had been bitten or scratched by zombies. Lin Yu thought for a moment and decided to let Dabai, Big White Goose, guard her, while Qing Xiangbei came over to eat dinner first. Dabai stared wide-eyed in disbelief at her.
Ga?
No way, you're just going to watch me eat? This goose is hungry too, you know. Faced with the white goose's pleading eyes, Lin Yu cleared her throat and said, I'll give you some strawberries later. The white goose nodded in agreement. Pei Linling smiled with her lips pressed together. The white goose is so clever. Hearing her praise, the white goose puffed out its chest proudly, looking very confident. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile and took out some strawberries from the space. The sweet smell of strawberries instantly filled the air, making Cheng Xiangbei swallow hard. "Big sister, these strawberries are so big," he said. Lin Yu smiled silently, knowing these strawberries came from the farm. No matter the taste, size, or flavor, they were top quality. Since waking up not long ago, Cheng Xiangbei had gone out with Lin Yu to do tasks, so he didn't know much about the farm. Otherwise, he would have been shocked for a whole year. Using her psychic ability, Lin Yu cleaned the strawberries and took out 2 plates from the space, dividing the strawberries into 2 parts. One part was for them to eat, and the other was for the white goose. She also took out a large iron basin to serve as the white goose's food bowl and filled it with a big bowl of unhulled rice. Cheng Xiangbei was very surprised. "The white goose only eats this? No need to peel the rice?" Lin Yu nodded softly. "The white goose likes it very much." Hearing this, Cheng Xiangbei didn't say anything more. They had been killing zombies all along the way. After killing a zombie, they went straight to the logistics warehouse. Their hands inevitably got dirty. Lin Yu reminded them, "Wash your hands before eating." After saying that, she used her psychic ability to make everyone wash their hands. Once their hands were clean, Cheng Xiangbei could wait to pick a strawberry the size of an egg from the plate and put it in his mouth. The juice exploded in his mouth, and his eyes lit up. "What's the variety of this strawberry? It's so delicious," he exclaimed. "You're so full of yourself," Pei Yan said at the right moment. Lin Yu smiled silently. Honestly, she didn't know what variety of strawberry this was. All she knew was that after activating the farm for the first time, the system rewarded her with seeds called strawberries. There was no other name. She picked up a strawberry and happily closed her eyes in satisfaction. Since that heavy rain, all the plants on the surface had mutated. Some evolved to have attacking abilities, while others' fruits turned from non-toxic to highly poisonous, making them unsafe for humans to eat. Rainwater seeped into the ground, polluting not only underground water but also the soil, which was contaminated with zombie virus from the rain. It was impossible to grow any crops. This was how it was in her previous life. When the apocalypse broke out, everyone was busy fleeing and collecting supplies.
Few thought about seeds or scientists.
It wasn't until later, when Dragon Country and some individual groups built bases, that they started to pay attention. But by then, it was already too late. By the time they realized, the seeds and land had been almost destroyed by the virus-laden rain, or they were buried under mountains of corpses. Trying to retrieve seeds from the zombie horde was like a foolish dream. Many scientists died or were injured, and only a few survived. Even if the bases managed to rescue some scientists by chance, without equipment, seeds, or suitable soil, it was still a hopeless dream. This was just about farming. Other industries were no better. Equipment and information were all left in the cities. Cities were full of zombies. Even teams of special ability users risked destruction when they went out, and sometimes their actions could trigger more zombie hordes, causing human civilization to break apart. She died on the way to the Dawn base in her past life. She didn't know what happened afterward, but she could guess some things. As time went on, the living environment for humans only worsened. Once the food grown before the apocalypse was gone, people would eventually starve. It shows how happy it is to be able to eat strawberries during the apocalypse. Lin Yu felt very lucky that she hadn't made the same mistakes again in this life and had the incredible planting farm. But then she remembered something and quickly asked the system, after upgrading, is the farmland still the same? Does each expansion only cost 10 crystal cores? And is the expansion area based on the original 50 by 50 centimeters or the upgraded 500 by 500 centimeters? Yes, each expansion, a piece of land, costs only 10 crystal cores. The expanded area is calculated after the upgrade. She immediately relaxed. Expanding a piece of farmland for 10 crystal cores wasn't expensive for her. Luckily, the price of crystal cores stayed the same, and the area was based on the upgraded size. Otherwise, she would have been very upset. Just as she felt relieved, the system added. However, each expansion also costs 100 gold coins. Please work hard to farm and earn gold coins, host. Lin Yu. System. Can you promise me that next time you speak, you won't gasp so loudly? She was happy for a while, but suddenly the system told her she still needed to pay 100 gold coins. She looked at her gold coin balance, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Total, she could only expand her farmland 9 times. Besides, aside from the generous rewards for completing tasks, each harvest yields only a small amount of gold. When the system unlocked the farmland last time, it also mentioned that after unlocking, she could expand the farmland using a combination of crystal cores and gold coins. At that time, the system only told her how many crystal cores were needed for each expansion and didn't mention the gold coins. She instinctively thought it wouldn't cost much gold. She was so focused on unlocking that she forgot to ask about the gold coins, only to find out she needed an extra 100 coins to meet the expansion requirements. Lin Yu sighed. Please work hard to upgrade the farm. After reaching level 2, you can unlock selling tasks and the ranch.
Ranch?
Lin Yu suddenly became excited. She always thought the Apocalypse farm system was just a simple farm. Who would have thought that after upgrading, she could unlock a ranch? Would she then be able to enjoy fresh cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese? After rebirth, Lin Yu never thought about raising chickens or ducks. First, because the system's warehouse wasn't activated at the start, and second, because she wasn't sure if those animals would turn into zombies during the first wave of the virus. So she didn't consider raising chickens, only buying enough meat to last her a lifetime. Now she was surprised to hear that she could unlock a ranch after upgrading. Although she had bought a lot of meat products, no one would complain about having too much food.
But
this Apocalypse farm system was starting to look more and more like the QQ farm she used to play, just one is an online game and the other is a real farm. She remembered. QQ farm also had a fish pond and other features, where you could raise fish. She wondered if upgrading the farm would unlock a fish pond later. Sorry, the host level is too low. Please upgrade, and ask again later. Lin Yu's eyes flickered with subtle emotion. The system's answer probably meant yes? She calmed her excited mood and continued to ask, System, what is the selling task? Can you describe it to me in detail? This time, the system did not mention the issue of Lin Yu's farm being too low level. It explained to her. After starting the selling task, the host can choose to sell the crops produced by the farm to real people. The money earned from sales can be converted 1:1 into gold coins, and the money remains in the host's possession. Lin Yu frowned slightly, quickly catching the key point. The money in the real world is no longer useful. She was okay with selling the farm's crops to others, but that didn't mean she was willing to exchange her crops for a bunch of useless paper bills, even if those bills could be converted into gold coins in the system. Moreover, the system's idea was that the amount of money sold could be converted into an equivalent amount of gold coins, and the system didn't actually take the money. This gave her some ideas. Lin Yu tried to negotiate with the system. How about exchanging the money for crystal cores? After all, crystal cores will be like money in the future. And look, I need crystal cores to better expand the farmland and increase grain production, which will make me stronger. That way, I can handle the tasks issued by the system more easily. Don't you think? After a long silence, the system finally agreed to Lin Yu's suggestion. After starting the selling task, the host can choose to sell the farm's crops to real people. The number of crystal cores earned from sales can be converted 1:1 into gold coins, and the crystal cores remain in the host's possession. Lin Yu's lips curled slightly, then she asked, What kind of tasks do I need to complete to upgrade the farm to level 2? Complete 10 side quests and 1 main quest, and the farm level will rise to level 2. It seemed the system anticipated her next question and spoke before she could say anything. The next level's tasks can only be unlocked after completing the current ones. Lin Yu thought to herself that completing the exploration of the Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse 100% was probably the main quest for level 0, and the simpler tasks issued by the system were side quests. Compared to that, the level 0 main quest wasn't very difficult, so the level 1 tasks probably wouldn't be much harder. She even guessed that there might only be one main quest at level 0, and the other simple tasks were designed to help her quickly get started with the farm. After figuring out what she wanted to know, Lin Yu closed the system panel, quickly ate the self-heating rice on the table, and shouted to the big white dog at the door, "Dabai, come eat." Pei Yan noticed Lin Yu's excitement. He didn't think much, and simply thought she was happy, because she had just collected a large bag of snacks. He smiled slightly, feeling happy himself. When Lin Yu came over to switch shifts, Dabai didn't leave immediately. Instead, it gently nudged her calf with its beak. She looked down a bit confused, and asked, "What's wrong?" Dabai shook its head. It seemed to remember something and tentatively asked, "Do you want to wash your hands like us?" "No. Wash your mouth before eating?" Dabai nodded, showing a look of human-like praise, as if it was complimenting her for being smart and understanding what it wanted to say. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh and cry. She guessed that Dabai saw them wash their hands before eating and decided to do the same, wash thoroughly before eating. Otherwise, it didn't make sense why Dabai didn't wash its mouth when eating outside the villa, but now it insisted on washing before eating. She felt a bit helpless. "Open your mouth." Hearing this, Dabai obediently opened its mouth and looked at her quietly. Surprisingly, it looked quite obedient and cute this way. Lin Yu used water to rinse its entire mouth from inside to outside, making sure no dirty water went down its throat. She watched as Dabai's neck slightly drifted into a daze, doubting how it could fit that small mountain of crystal cores inside. Could it be vomited from its stomach? She immediately dismissed this possibility without thinking. Even if Dabai mutated, it couldn't be completely immune to the zombie virus. If it accidentally swallowed a crystal core contaminated with zombie blood and flesh, it would instantly become infected and turn into a zombie goose.
Could it be?
Does Dabai also have a space? Otherwise, she couldn't think of any reason why Dabai wouldn't get infected after swallowing a zombie crystal core. It was probably very close to the truth. She didn't dwell on this for long and patted Dabai's head gently. "All done, go eat."
Dabai apili responde, "Ga."
Pei Linlang looked down at Dabai, who was busy eating, then looked up at Pei Yan, who had a blank expression. Her eyes showed some subtle emotion. Maybe Pei Yan didn't expect himself to be outdone by a big white goose. Not only did Lin Yu wash its mouth for it, but Dabai's actions and tone were very gentle. It easily gained something her brother had been dreaming of. This made Pei Yan feel a bit annoyed. Perhaps sensing her gleeful gaze, Pei Yan slightly turned his head and said calmly, "Eat." Although his face looked perfectly normal and his tone was gentle, Pei Linlang somehow sensed a warning in his words. She forced a light laugh, gave up on the idea of eavesdropping, and focused on eating her rice. Dabai didn't care about the tension between the siblings and ate his meal quietly. He was very fast, finishing a large bowl of unpeeled rice in just a few minutes. Then his gaze shifted to the strawberries on the left. After eating one, his eyes lit up. Long-term meal tickets really didn't lie. Strawberries are truly delicious. The other portion of strawberries Lin Yu brought had already been divided among the others. Seeing Dabai eat so happily, Qing Xiangbei couldn't help but swallow nervously. He never thought he would one day envy a white goose. He also wanted to eat a strawberry alone. But as soon as he thought of Dabai's terrifying speed and its beak like a power drill, he gave up the idea. He didn't want to risk having his head pecked open by Dabai. Maybe because they hadn't eaten fruit for a long time while stuck in the freezer, the survivors could smell the strawberries from far away, and their swallowing sounds echoed one after another. It was such a waste. Such good strawberries were being eaten by a goose, and no one was willing to share. If not for the fear of Lin Yu's unpredictable abilities, someone would have already tried to them. Lin Yu didn't care what the survivors thought. She just kept a cold stare on them, preventing them from getting close. Since being rejected by Lin Yu, Zhou Xiao secretly resented her. Her condition was worsening. She couldn't stand up at all and could only weakly lie on the ground. Despite being wrapped in many layers of clothing, she still felt cold. Seeing her, she would rather share her strawberries with a goose than send herself to the hospital. Her anger almost seemed to turn into tangible energy. If looks could kill, Lin Yu might have already died 10,000 times over. Lin Yu squinted slightly. When her gaze met Zhou Xiao's, Zhou Xiao felt guilty and hurriedly looked away, afraid to meet her eyes. Lin Yu let out a cold laugh. She didn't need to make a move. Zhou Xiao would die from hypothermia complications anyway. But to prevent accidents, she still left a drop of water on Zhou Xiao. After all, Zhou Xiao had openly shown her hatred, and she might do something desperate if pushed too far. It was better to keep control of the situation herself. Once White finished eating and took a short rest, Linyu continued searching the logistics transfer warehouse. Although she had already completed the tasks assigned by the system, there were still many areas she hadn't explored. Linyu didn't want to leave these supplies unattended. Because the warehouse was so large, even with 4 people, it took them 3 full days to search the entire Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse. It is worth mentioning that Zhou Xiao died. She was unlucky. During the 3 days Lin Yu was searching the warehouse, nearby zombies caught the scent of living people and entered the warehouse, biting and injuring 3 survivors. She was one of those 3. After she turned into a zombie, Lin Yu used the water beads on her to form water blades and cut off her head. Lin Yu didn't hesitate to kill her, especially since she didn't want to scare the children. Killing zombies, however, was no problem for her. 2 other survivors were bitten by zombies while searching for supplies, and in the end, only 11 survivors remained. But Lin Yu and her group didn't care about this. They spent another half-day digging out the crystal cores from the heads of the zombies that had been dead for a long time outside the warehouse. After collecting everything into her space, Lin Yu took out a Dongfeng heavy truck and looked determined. "We're going home," she said. Lin Yu was eager to return to Qingchuan Mountain Villa to see what the upgraded safe zone looked like. After removing all the crystal cores, she didn't want to stay even a second longer and wished she could arrive home immediately. Pei Yan paused briefly, then looked at Lin Yu with a subtle expression. Quietly, he chuckled. Yes, we're going home. Where she and Lin Lang were, that was home. During the past 2 days of rest, they had just casually placed some cardboard under themselves, taking turns on watch. Lin Lang also missed her soft, warm big bed at Lin Yu's house. Her eyes showed tiredness, but she couldn't hide her excitement. Finally, we can go home. Cheng Xiangbei also missed his own big bed and nodded in agreement. While they were talking, suddenly a few stumbling figures appeared in their sight. Zombies? Lin Yu no longer hesitated and called everyone to get in the car. Although most of the zombies outside the Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse had been cleared, Lin Yu stayed inside for a few days. Still, some aimless zombies wandered over from nearby. Just when Lin Yu took a moment to retrieve the heavy truck from the space, a few zombies headed toward them. Ah! Before Lin Yu could act, a scream suddenly came from the crowd behind him. It seemed they were frightened by the zombies. Pei Yan suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Shut up if you don't want to die." Was he shouting so loudly because he was afraid the zombies on the highway wouldn't hear? Was this loud scream meant to attract all the zombies? It's really dangerous to have bad teammates. Better to face enemies than to have teammates who are selfish and cowardly, sticking to you and not letting go. The man who was yelled at looked at Pei Yan and felt a cold shiver in his heart. Under the watchful eyes of the other survivors who blamed him, he looked embarrassed and dared not make a sound. Pei Yan didn't hesitate anymore. He decisively threw a few lightning bolts at the zombies. His supernatural power was very close to reaching the 2nd level. Fighting a few first-level zombies was almost like killing them instantly. The zombies quickly fell to the ground. Pei Yan retracted his powers, looked down at his slender hands, and felt a faint premonition. If he fought a few more times, his power might break through that critical point and successfully reach the 2nd level. But now wasn't the time to think about that. He withdrew his thoughts and looked at Lin Yu. Let's go. If nothing unexpected happened, the noise they just made would soon attract zombies within 10 miles. Since they were at the deepest part of the warehouse, even if they made some sounds, it wouldn't reach the zombies' ears because the layered buildings blocked the sound. Plus, when they entered the warehouse, they had already cleared most of the nearby zombies. It would take some time for zombies farther away to wander here. That's why they didn't attract many zombies while searching for supplies inside the warehouse. The survivors at Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse heard they were leaving and felt uneasy. But when they saw the large truck beside her, they felt a little calmer. The truck's cargo space was so big, there was plenty of room to accommodate more than 10 people. Would she take them along? Although she had cut off the little fingers of several people, she probably wouldn't be that heartless, right? Thinking of this, everyone felt a bit less worried. After all, from the perspective of the survivors, helping out was just a simple gesture. Lin Yu wouldn't lose anything, and instinctively, everyone believed she would take them away from this terrible place together. Lin Yu didn't realize that the survivors truly believed she would take them away. Otherwise, they would have laughed at the idea. She was the first to open the car door and get in. After fastening her seatbelt, she tilted her head slightly towards the three outside the window, signaling them to come into the driver's cabin. The cabin was very spacious. Besides the driver and passenger seats, there was a single bed at the back, enough for 3 people to sit comfortably. White, being small in size, took up hardly any space. Adding one more person would be no problem at all. Although it was a simple action, Lin Yu did it very coolly, making Pei Yan swallow hard. Seriously, a girl who can drive a big truck is super cool. If the timing had been better, she might have even whistled in admiration. Pei Yan quickly moved to the other side. Since it was inconvenient to carry her spiked club onto the car, she simply threw it onto the passenger seat. After getting in the car, she picked up her weapon again. Her spiked club was something that made her feel safe. No matter where she went, she always carried it with her. Chung Xiangbei was thinking about Pei Yan's words that she wanted to learn how to drive a big truck from Lin Yu. Sitting in the passenger seat, he saw a good chance to learn from her during the ride back. The second person to get in was Pei Yan, who followed behind and sat on the single bed at the back voluntarily. Pei Yan glanced sideways at White, seeming to understand what he wanted to do. White immediately took a few steps back, then ran with a burst of speed, flapping his wings and flying into the cabin. Pei Yan. Pei Yan. Wow, White really is a big, strong ox. Chung Xiangbei's eyes widened in surprise. You can do that too? At this moment, the survivors also hurriedly approached the big truck. Seeing that everyone in their group, except Pei Yan, had already gotten into the vehicle and that Lin Yu didn't seem to plan to open the back compartment, they became anxious. They hurriedly said, "Miss, please open the back so we can get in. If the zombies come, we won't be able to leave. Maybe I can squeeze in front with you. Girl, please don't mind what happened earlier. We already scolded the person who screamed. I promise he won't shout loudly next time." Someone was so anxious that their lips started to blister. "Miss, if you really can't, why don't you throw us the key to the back truck? We can open it ourselves." Pei Yan looked at them with a shocked expression, completely surprised by how shameless this group was. Lin Yu leaned against the car window with her left hand, watching ahead silently, not saying a word as they argued. She was waiting for Pei Yan to get on the car. She didn't want to waste words on them. If these survivors had better morals and could help her, she would have saved them since it was easy to do, and she could use them to complete the crystal core trade task. But this group of survivors was simply too difficult to deal with. Not killing them would be considered mercy. Asking her to take them away? In short, don't even think about it. Not feeling grateful to those who saved her was one thing, but they didn't even say a simple thank you. When Zhao Feng jumped out to criticize them for arriving too late, no one responded. Several even looked like they agreed with him. The zombies they had killed hadn't even been dealt with yet and were left outside the Qinglan Logistics transfer warehouse. Today, while digging for those crystal cores, many of them were copying the same action. If they had killed the zombies themselves, it wouldn't be a big deal. Lin Yu wouldn't get angry over 1 or 2 crystal cores. But those cores had been from zombies killed by Lin Yu and a few others before they could be processed inside the warehouse. Some even argued confidently, it's just unclaimed property. Whoever gets it owns it. Despite repeated warnings, no one listened. Lin Yu then cut off a small finger from each of them with her water blade. Anyone involved in digging for crystal cores and ignoring warnings was not spared. She didn't let anyone go. Perhaps she was worried that the small finger might accidentally touch zombie blood and cause infection, turning them into zombies, so she made them give up that idea. Because of this, Lin Yu truly didn't want to bother with them. Pei Yan quickly got into the car and slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Some people wanted to try to open the door, but Lin Yu's ruthless act of cutting off their little fingers had deeply frightened everyone. No one dared to try, fearing she might turn violent and kill them all. Even those who had their little fingers cut off dared not openly show their hatred for Lin Yu. They buried all their anger in their hearts and only dared to encourage others to criticize her from a moral standpoint. You cut off her little fingers. We don't ask for much, just for you to let us leave here. Isn't that a reasonable request? Young girl, being ruthless and cruel is not good. Saving a life is more important than building a 7-story pagoda. Girl, please throw down the key. Lin Yu sneered, too lazy to argue with them. Just then, the engine was fully warmed up. She quickly pressed the clutch pedal to the floor and shifted gears. The big truck sped past, leaving behind thick exhaust fumes. Even as she was leaving, she kept honking the horn wildly. The loud honking echoed across the highway, reaching far and wide. The zombies that had been wandering aimlessly several miles away suddenly became agitated and headed toward the sound. This change stunned all the survivors present. Watching the big truck disappear into the distance, everyone was momentarily stunned. After reacting, they couldn't help but curse loudly.
Idiot.
F you. Having superpowers is not impressive. You'll be dead in front of the zombies soon. Various harsh words followed one after another, but unfortunately, Lin Yu and her group, who had already driven far away, couldn't hear their curses. She had already guessed how they would react before doing this. But that wasn't her concern. Pei Yan never expected Lin Yu to leave such a move before departing. Just thinking about what those people might face made him want to laugh. He hadn't known Lin Yu for long, but in these few days, he had roughly understood her personality. If they hadn't pushed her to the limit, she wouldn't have done this. Before rescuing the person from the cold storage, Cheng Xiangbei initially felt pity and sympathy for the survivors. But later, their actions disappointed and chilled him. When they even tried to the crystal core from Lin Yu, his heart grew cold. He just thought that those survivors brought this on themselves. After some thought, Cheng Xiangbei praised her. Big sister, well done. It's about time they learned their lesson. Lin Yu simply responded with a soft hum. This time at the Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse, everyone saw the evil side of human nature, serving as a warning to all. Actually, it was mainly a warning to Cheng Xiangbei because Pei Yan and Pei Linlang saw the true nature of people on the first day of the apocalypse. From this, Cheng Xiangbei clearly realized that not everyone in the end times is like Lin Yu, honest and kind, and many are selfish like them. Pei Yan glanced at Lin Yu's calm side profile, not wanting everyone to dwell on this, so he changed the subject. If possible, can you tell me the basic steps for starting the big truck? Lin Yu knocked away a zombie rushing at him, smiling warmly. Of course. Next, Lin Yu roughly explained how to start the big truck. Pei Linlang and Cheng Xiangbei listened carefully, which made everyone forget about the unpleasant things that happened at the logistics warehouse. The cars blocking the highway had already been cleared when Lin Yu came, and even if there were zombies blocking the road, the big truck easily crushed them into meat pulp. This made their return trip much easier. Fortunately, the crystal cores inside the zombies' heads were very hard, so even a 10-ton truck couldn't crush them into powder. Lin Yu thought for a moment, and then stored the meat pulp and crystal cores into his space. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and the system is a big collector of crystal cores. Lin Yu didn't want to miss any. The system's warehouse has an absolute storage function. Once items are stored inside, whether powder or meat, they stay in a lump, and when taken out, they're still a lump. Nothing spills everywhere. This prevents zombie blood and flesh from contaminating the space. When needed, just wash them with water. Compared to the several hours it took to get there, the return trip was much smoother, taking only about 40 minutes to reach the fork between Qingchuan Mountain and the highway. Lin Yu took a turn, and the big truck headed onto the road leading into Qingchuan Mountain. The road was wide enough for 3 cars to pass side by side, so the big truck fit easily. The sound of the truck's engine could be heard from far away. Chun, who looked through his binoculars and saw Lin Yu's cold face through the window.
Go.
Chun, whose lips curled slightly as he made a gesture. After about 2 minutes, The big truck turned another corner, and the golden light from the protective shield outside the villa came into view. Pei Yan's eyebrows suddenly furrowed. There's someone lying in the middle of the road ahead. Before he could speak, Linyu noticed it too. Creak! Suddenly, Linyu slammed on the brakes inside the car. The tires skidded, leaving a long black mark on the road. The car tilted forward and shook violently before finally stopping steadily. In the sudden stop, Big White, with its strong body, stayed firmly in place. Meanwhile, Pei Linlang and Cheng Xiangbei, startled, bumped into the front seats. Pei Linlang rubbed her forehead and looked ahead. What's going on? Cheng Xiangbei, tough and thick-skinned, didn't feel pain. He turned his head and looked out through the windshield. When his gaze touched the girl in the middle of the road, he frowned instinctively. Why is there a girl lying in the middle of the road for no reason? At this moment, the big truck had already stopped. Gaga. Big White spread its wings and let out a few rough calls, its eyes alertly fixed on a spot outside the window. This was a sign it was ready to attack. Pei Yan's eyes darkened slightly, sensing something unusual.
Something's not right.
Linyu narrowed her eyes and saw clearly the person lying in the middle of the road, a young girl with messy hair, eyes tightly closed, lying about 10 meters in front of the truck, unconscious and unaware of her life or death. She was wearing a long white dress that reached her ankles, revealing unnaturally white skin, looking extremely fragile. Linyu paused, realizing this was probably a scam. But she wasn't sure if the girl in the middle of the road was the same person as the two men who had brought zombies to the villa earlier that night. Thinking of this, her expression darkened. Cheng Xiangbei leaned out to get a better look and asked Linyu for opinion. Should we go down and check? Pei Linlang instinctively felt something was wrong. As soon as Cheng Xiangbei spoke, she blurted out, Brother Cheng, be careful. There might be a trap. Linyu looked at Pei Linlang with some surprise, apparently impressed by her quick progress in such a short time. A hint of praise appeared in her eyes. Unlike Cheng Xiangbei's instinct to go and see, Linyu shook her head naturally. First, use your supernatural power to strengthen the most important parts of our bodies. If the power isn't enough, absorb energy from the crystal cores. Also, don't stop using your powers unless I tell you to. Linlang, act accordingly. After speaking, he took out 2 crystal cores from his space and threw them into the 2 people's arms. Cheng Xiangbei was slightly stunned. He always felt that Linyu's tone carried a hint of hostility. Knowing that Linyu had her reasons for doing this, he didn't ask to get out and check. He moved 1 step to the left, then both palms pressed against Linyu's and Pei Yan's arms, increasing the flow of his supernatural power. In about 5 seconds, he completed the body enhancement at their heads, necks, and hearts. In the next moment, their exposed heads and necks shimmered with golden light, resembling small golden figures, an oddly amusing sight.
Everyone was used to this by now.
Moreover, in such a serious situation, no one had the energy to think about trivial things. After leaving supernatural power on their bodies, he no longer needed to keep his hands on them to transfer energy. Cheng Xiangbei turned to also strengthen Pei Linlang and Dabai's vital areas, with himself being the last. Once all enhancements were done, his face suddenly turned pale, and a wave of weakness spread through his body. He quickly unzipped his backpack, pressed his hand against it, and absorbed the supernatural power. The 3 crystal cores in his backpack instantly turned to powder, and his complexion improved slightly. Just a small delay, and 8 men with short hair rushed out from the roadside, each holding a Type 54 pistol. Seeing the faces of 2 of them, Linyu's eyes paused, and she immediately understood. They were accomplices of the people from that night. All their guns were loaded and ready to fire. Li Jian licked his dry lips, sneered, and fired a shot into the sky.
Bang!
Everyone in the car, get out immediately, or we will shoot the truck. Cheng Xiangbei's heart trembled. Feeling extremely lucky, he listened to Linyu's instructions. If he had gotten out so unprepared, the consequences could have been terrible. Linyu's gaze was calm, and she lowered her voice so only those in the driver's cabin could hear. Don't waste time talking after you get out. Act immediately and seize their guns. Pei Yan nodded nervously, her hands sweaty as she held her wolf-tooth club. It was impossible not to be afraid. After all, they had guns. But if fear was useful, would the group below the car let them go? The answer was obvious. They wouldn't.
So,
Pei Yan took a deep breath, forced herself to stay calm, and suddenly used her supernatural power to cover all their weapons. Lin Yu's tang knife, Pei Yan's great sword, Qing Xiangbei's machete, and her spiked club all entered a state of invisibility. Only they could sense their weapons. To others, they appeared transparent. Lin Yu smiled slightly, then lowered the car window. Her cold voice reached outside. "Let's get out of the car." Li Jian looked enchanted. Hearing Lin Yu's voice, he thought she was extraordinary. He was eager to taste what she was like in bed. But he remained alert, keeping his pistol aimed at the driver's door. When they stepped out and saw a golden glow on their faces, everyone froze in surprise. "What is that thing?"
stop.
"I told you to stop." "Freeze." But what responded was a loud, rushing sound, almost like a burst of air. Li Jian felt a sharp pain in his wrist in less than a second after he spoke. Suddenly, his 54-style pistol disappeared into thin air. He let out a painful scream, his face full of shock. He saw a big hole in his left wrist, with muscles and tissues clearly visible. He was terrified and almost fainted. What kind of power is this? The man who can shoot lightning just by raising his hand, as Zhang Yu said? Ignoring the fear, he forced himself to shout, "Brother Chen, shoot. Fire now." Because the white giant was too fast, so fast that before Chen Hu and others could react, Li Jian lost all ability to move. The other men with buzz cuts saw this, and their pupils shrank. They felt a wave of fear. Unknown things are the scariest. Until now, they hadn't seen the shadow that caused the blood hole in Li Jian's wrist. In just a few seconds, another person's wrist appeared with a blood hole, and their gun also vanished. Chen Hu shouted fiercely, "What are you all hesitating for?
Shoot."
They forced down their fear, aimed at Lin Yu and the other's shoulders, and fired several shots. But these men had never learned systematic shooting, and in their panic, hitting the target was almost impossible.
Bang!
Chen Hu felt a surge of joy. He thought, "I hit them." Before he could finish, he saw Qing Xiangbei shot in the heart, acting as if nothing had happened. His scalp tingled with shock. What kind of monsters are these? They can't even be pierced by bullets? Although bullets can't change Xiangbei's enhanced body, the pain caused by high-speed spinning is something he cannot escape. Ultimately, his supernatural ability level is too low. In pain, Qing Xiangbei grits his teeth and notices Chen Hu's shocked expression, as if he's seen a monster. He feels a bit proud inside and smiles at him. Chen Hu is so startled that he keeps retreating. They have no weapons, yet the short-haired girl leading the group simply steps close to him. With a slight raise of her hand, his head would fall to the ground. Qing Xiangbei and the others behind her don't hesitate. With quick strikes, some heads are cut off. The few people whose faces glow faintly gold look like evil spirits to Chen Hu and the others. In this moment of distraction, the group has already approached Chen Hu. In just over 10 seconds, only Chen Hu and the girl lying in the middle of the road remain. Chen Hu's hand holding the gun trembles, and at this moment, he finally sees the elusive figure clearly. It turns out to be a big white goose. A big white goose? This is something Chen Hu could never have imagined. He feels a bitter taste in his heart and regrets provoking them. Those two men didn't even need to summon lightning with a wave of their hands, so they clearly don't rely on their strongest tricks.
Step, step, step.
Lin Yu's steps are slow, and the sound of each step feels heavy, like a pounding in Chen Hu's heart.
His throat feels dry.
Watching Lin Yu approach him step by step, Chen Hu hears himself trembling as he asks, What kind of ability is this?" Unfortunately, Lin Yu won't answer him. He forms a water blade with his fingertips, stopping it at Chen Hu's neck. If Chen Hu moves, the water blade will cut immediately. Though water is soft, Chen Hu feels the water at his neck is razor sharp. Lin Yu uses his ability to restrain Chun Hu's right hand and the gun in it with a cold look in his eyes. I ask, you answer. Are there more guns? Chun Hu dares not refuse to answer. He hesitates for just a second before feeling a cold water blade enter his neck slightly. He can smell blood. Chun Hu considers himself ruthless, but compared to Lin Yu, he's not even close. He can't understand how such a woman exists in this world. The scent of death surrounds Chun Hu. He quickly shouts, I'll tell you, but after I do, you can't kill me. Lin Yu looked up and said, you are not qualified to negotiate with me. When they threatened her with a gun, she already saw them as dead men. If she hadn't been strong enough today, she would be the one controlled by others right now. Anyway, whether Chun Hu agrees or not, it doesn't matter. At worst, it will cause some trouble later. White Tao will sweep the entire Qingshan villa, and if there are still guns and bullets, she will find them. Chun Hu also thought of this. With their abilities, finding those guns wouldn't be hard. He paused, then smiled bitterly and said, when I die later, I want to go out happily. Soon, Chun Hu revealed the location of the guns and bullets. Having learned everything she wanted, Lin Yu decisively gave him what he asked for. As she guessed, these people came for the safe zone. Zhang Yu wanted to stay alive, so he used the villa's information to exchange for his life, but he didn't expect these people to be real monsters, and in the end, he lost his life. If she had acted earlier, would today's tragedy have been avoided? But maybe not. As the farm upgraded, the safe zone would eventually attract others' greed. Moreover, if Zhang Yu hadn't helped pass messages, Lin Yu might have taken longer to get these guns. Good and bad are intertwined, making it hard to say clearly. She looked sideways at Cheng Xiangbei and said, all right, now you can stop using your powers. Cheng Xiangbei withdrew his abilities and saw the scattered heads on the ground. He suddenly realized he had killed people and fell silent. Even Pei Linlang was quiet. Pei Yan wasn't new to killing. He felt nothing. But he turned to look at Lin Yu, a pain in his eyes that he hadn't noticed before. Even Cheng Xiangbei, who had survived the apocalypse, found it hard to accept killing. What about her? What had she gone through to remain so calm? He wasn't afraid of Lin Yu's fierce side, just worried about her. After a moment, Pei Yan sighed softly, took a few steps forward, and gently patted Pei Linlong's back, silently comforting her. Lin Yu didn't care about the heads on the ground. She kept her expression normal and picked up the gun Chun Hu had dropped. When she reached the two silent people, she paused. If they don't die, then we will. Leave the sentence. Lin Yu then walked straight toward the direction where Chun Hu and the others had just fired blank shots. The bullets they fired left behind shell casings. If Cheng Xiangbei hadn't been nearby, Lin Yu might have given up, but since Cheng Xiangbei was there, she wouldn't miss any of the shell fragments. The metal ability not only strengthens various objects, but can also repair them. With him around, as long as she remembers to collect the shell casings later, they would have infinite bullets. Just thinking about it makes her feel very happy. After his ability enhancement, if they face a second-level zombie, they wouldn't be so helpless. Except for speed, metal, and mental-type zombies, a single shot can kill a second-level zombie. Pei Linlang and Cheng Xiangbei both knew Lin Yu was right. Those people wouldn't die. Only themselves would. They all understood this logic, but they felt a little uncomfortable about killing others. After all, they lived in a society governed by law, and their upbringing made it hard for them to accept it immediately. Pei Linlang bit her lip and ran to catch up, explaining, Sister Lin Yu, I just feel a bit upset. Lin Yu put the bullet fragments back into her space, stood up, and patted her head. She didn't say anything about how such things would happen often in the future. Her tone softened. I understand. If you're upset, why don't you help me pick up the shell casings? Focusing on this task would help them stop thinking about other things. Lin Yu made up her mind to give the rice-cutting task to the somewhat upset Pei Linlang and Cheng Xiangbei after they returned to the villa. Neither of them knew her sinister plan. Curious, they asked, why do we need to pick up the shell casings? Lin Yu smiled. Of course, it's useful. Come and help, I'll tell you more when we get back. Pei Linling nodded and called Pei Yan and Cheng Xiangbei to help. Cheng Xiangbei also nodded and joined in collecting the shell casings. For a moment, no one paid attention to the girl in the white dress lying in the middle of the road. Jiang Yue's eyelids fluttered slightly as she hesitated, unsure whether to pretend to be dead or to act as if she was coerced by Chun Hu. She had just witnessed everything that happened. If she hadn't desperately tried not to make a sound, she might now be in the same situation as Chun Hu and the others. After much hesitation, she still didn't open her eyes. She prayed silently in her heart, "Please don't notice me. Don't notice me. Whatever you do, don't notice me." Pei Linlang and Cheng Xiangbei believed they had killed someone. At this moment, they felt very upset, especially Cheng Xiangbei, who had completely forgotten that he was the one who initially suggested, "Should we go down and check?" His mind was entirely focused on picking up bullet casings. Not to mention, this trick was quite effective. As they kept collecting the casings, they felt less upset. After gathering all the bullet casings around, Pei Yan squinted and walked over to Lin Yu, looking coldly at the road center. What do you plan to do?" When they were in the car, he didn't look very carefully. After getting out, he saw that the ropes binding the girl were tied with a slip knot, and they were quite loose. She could easily escape with a gentle tug. Maybe she thought she was acting well, but from Pei Yan's angle, he could see her eyelids trembling slightly and a strange flush on her face. She was clearly awake, but pretending to be unconscious. This shows she was working with those people. Lin Yu straightened up and looked deeply at the person in the middle of the road.
She didn't speak.
Pei Yan didn't lower his voice intentionally while talking. Jiang Yue, lying on the ground pretending to be dead, naturally heard his voice. She pricked up her ears to listen. But she didn't hear Lin Yu speak for a long time. She felt a little anxious. She slightly opened her eyelids to observe their positions. However, as soon as she opened a slit, her gaze collided with Lin Yu's expressionless eyes. In that instant, she felt as if her whole body's blood was freezing. She hurriedly closed her eyes. Jiang Yue's heart was pounding rapidly, almost jumping out of her chest. At this moment, Pei Linlang had finished collecting the casings and was walking toward her. She glanced in the direction of Jiang Yue along Lin Yu's gaze and hesitated. "Senior Sister Lin Yu?" Lin Yu shook her head. "Let's get in the car." "What about her?" "She likes to pretend to be unconscious, so just let her." Jiang Yue's heart skipped a beat, almost jumping up from her spot. What does this mean? Did they see through her disguise? Pei Linlang was confused, not fully understanding. Until they got into the pickup truck, she saw Lin Yu step on the gas pedal and drive straight ahead, seemingly not planning to stop. Her eyes widened suddenly, realizing what Lin Yu's words truly meant. She firmly believed Lin Yu would never act without reason. There must be a purpose behind this. In her mind, many thoughts flashed, and she started to make guesses.
Could it be
she's working with the group of armed bad guys just now? Pei Linlang quickly looked at Pei Yan, asking for confirmation. "Brother?" Pei Yan understood what she wanted to ask and nodded slightly. Jiang Yue saw that the big truck didn't seem to plan to stop, and she cursed inwardly. She quickly rolled to the left several times to avoid the roaring truck. Still shaken, her face darkened almost to the point of dripping water. She instinctively reached for the pistol hidden under her skirt. A cruel glint appeared in her eyes as she aimed the pistol at the moving tire of the speeding car. "Go to." Before she could pull the trigger, a flash of electricity and a water blade almost at the same time struck her. The combination of water and electricity created a dazzling firework on her body. At this moment, Lin Yu also stopped the car and turned to look behind. Big White. Big White responded instantly, jumping out of the car window with a swish. In just a moment, Big White retrieved the pistol from Jiang Yue's hand. However, it wasn't the time to clean up the loot, and the car's interior was too narrow. Lin Yu decided to go back and deal with it later. Cheng Xiangbei silently swallowed, peeking at Jiang Yue, who was still smoking and seemingly beyond help. Hesitating, he looked at Lin Yu. "Little sister, did you know this all along?" Lin Yu shook her head slightly. She only knew that Jiang Yue was probably working with Chen Hu, but whether she was coerced or not was hard to say. She also didn't know Jiang Yue had a gun. Cheng Xiangbei was surprised. Then you. Lin Yu smiled without answering. She wasn't a saint. She was just testing whether Jiang Yue would attack them. If she didn't attack, Lin Yu would have no reason to deal with her. But instead, Jiang Yue pulled out a gun, seemingly intending to out the tires and make the truck slip at high speed. Perhaps the driver would panic and cause a crash, possibly death for everyone involved. If it were someone else, they might really fall into her trap. But Jiang Yue underestimated the power of a supernatural. Lin Yu was never someone who liked to leave trouble for herself. She had prepared 2 plans, so she could kill Jiang Yue when she drew her gun. She didn't expect Pei Yan to also take action. She turned her head slightly to look at the man sitting in the passenger seat. Pei Yan nodded slightly at her, meeting her gaze.
Thank you.
Pei Yan chuckled softly. You're welcome. Lin Yu did not go directly to the place where she hid the gun in Chen Lake. Instead, she drove the big truck straight back to the villa. Before she reached the villa, she could see the golden glow emanating from the safe zone from afar. She wasn't sure if it was just her illusion, but she felt the golden light from the safe zone seemed brighter, and the area it covered was larger. What used to be visible only from about 200 meters away now could be seen from over 500 meters away. Is it because the safe zone has been upgraded? Just as she thought this, the system kindly responded, yes, as the safe zone continues to upgrade, its functions will become more diverse, and the golden glow will become even more dazzling. Hearing this, Lin Yu squinted her eyes slightly. She had never understood why the system issued other tasks unrelated to the farm, but with the upgrade of the safe zone, those seemingly unrelated tasks now seemed connected by a thread. She began to understand a little. Could the system be trying to get her to build a base and develop her own power? But Lin Yu had a strange feeling that there was more to it. She tried to wake the system, but it remained silent, pretending to be a quail. She sighed and decided not to think about it anymore. She pressed the accelerator, and soon the pickup truck stopped at the villa's gate. Perhaps because the safe zone had been upgraded, there were no people outside a few days ago when she left, but now about 20 people were standing behind the door she cut out with her water blade, behind the farmland. They had green light in their eyes and looked at the rice bending the branches, seeming eager to approach, but also afraid to do so. These people looked unfamiliar. Lin Yu had never seen them before. They were probably survivors who had escaped from other places. Looking at the dazzling golden glow of the safe zone, Lin Yu fell into silence. Honestly, after rebirth, she hadn't thought of anything else. She just wanted to repay kindness, avenge her enemies, and survive well in the end times. Lin Yu was initially overjoyed by the farm upgrade reward. But when she calmed down and thought carefully, she realized that neither the tenfold expansion of the farm fields, nor the more eye-catching safe zone after the upgrade, nor the system-issued tasks, nor the unopened selling tasks seemed to lay the foundation for attracting more people to Qingchuan Farm. All of this went against her original idea. Lin Yu sighed softly. Whatever she gained, she also had to give something in return. If the system truly intended to guide her in that direction, she couldn't refuse. So she decided to go with the flow. She got out of the car and stored the truck into her space. The villa's door wasn't tall enough for the truck to pass through, so she had to store it first and take it out after entering.
Her move stunned the people nearby.
They whispered excitedly. Wow, am I seeing things? Where's that big truck? It just disappeared suddenly. Did you see the truck? Or is it just my eyes playing tricks? Are they mutants? What's a mutant? Don't you know? I once saw someone who could throw fireballs. He threw one at a zombie, and the zombie caught on fire. It was crazy. I asked him about it, and he told me the fireball was an ability awakened by a powerful person. People with similar powers are called mutants.
Wow.
How do you awaken a mutant ability? I don't know. I just wonder who's stronger, these people or that fire ability person. What are they planning to do? Seeing Lin Yu and the others bravely walking toward the villa, the young man Liurzhua, who was explaining what mutants are, quickly shouted to stop them and kindly warned, "Hey, miss, don't go any closer. Do you see that light shield?
Touching it will attack you.
You might regret it later.
I advise you not to.
Before he could finish, they saw a group of 4 people and a fat white goose step into the glowing area. They went in. They actually entered?
Wow.
Luozhua was shocked. This group of people had escaped from Linchuan City and passed through this area. When they saw the golden light shining from a mountaintop, someone suggested that since there was nowhere else to go, they might as well come and take a look. They then discovered the mysterious light shield outside the villa. Someone tried to enter, but found that touching the shield would trigger an attack. The strength of the attack depended on how much force was used to touch it. Everyone was deeply shocked. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe such an object existed in the world. Later, they noticed that zombies near the villa were very few, and even in places with the golden light, there were no zombies or mutated plants and animals. So, they decided to stay outside the villa and refused to leave because it was definitely safe here. Over the next few days, no matter what methods they tried, no one could get inside the villa. Of course, their attempts were made with the silent approval of Chen Hu and others. The 3 ordinary men thought they could learn how to enter the villa. However, they didn't show themselves. Instead, they stayed inside the villa and observed the group through telescopes every day. If they could find a way to get inside, everyone would be happy. At this moment, Linyu was not inside the villa. If someone could figure out how to get in, they could enjoy it without fighting or risking lives. But these people turned out to be useless and ineffective. Just when Chern, who was about to lose patience, Linyu returned. He immediately stopped paying attention to the useless group. Unexpectedly, Linyu's strength was beyond normal understanding, and he ultimately died at Linyu's hands. Outside the villa, everyone tried everything but couldn't get in. They were all afraid after being electrocuted by the light shield's electric shocks. No one dared to try again. After so many failed attempts, suddenly someone appeared in front of them. He took out a key, ignored the shield's attacks, and directly opened the door. It was impossible not to be shocked. Qin Ling, hidden among the crowd, flickered with a sharp look. Watching Lin Yu and his group's back, he began to have some plans. Luo Erzhua had some guesses in his mind. Could they be the owners of this villa? Just as this thought arose, the people around him suddenly rushed toward the villa, eager to follow and enter inside. Erzhua opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but suddenly he was pushed aside by someone behind him. He almost lost his balance and fell to the ground. Faced with the crowd rushing over, Pei Yan, Pei Linlang, Cheng Xiangbei, and even the big white face showed no sign of panic. Instead, they looked like they were watching a good show. Erzhua was pushed to the back and saw through a layer of golden light the expressions of the people inside. His heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. He quietly stepped back several paces, planning to give these people some space. Sure enough, in the next moment, someone let out a scream, and they were all knocked away by the force of the light shield's rebound. At first glance, it looked like a cannonball being fired. Erzhua chuckled softly and hurriedly stepped back a few more times. He was glad he was pushed away by others. Otherwise, he might have been caught in the chaos himself. Thud! Thud! One after another, people were knocked flying by the light shield, falling heavily to the ground, some still smoking, looking very miserable. But what made everyone feel even more upset wasn't just that they were knocked down, but that the annoying big white goose was making gagaga sounds while they were flying through the air. The sound was strangely hypnotic, almost like mocking them. It was the first time Pei Linlang saw dozens of people being knocked away by the shield at the same time. It looked hilarious, and she couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Her laughter mixed with the gagaga of the big white goose, spreading into everyone's ears and making their faces flush with embarrassment. People's postures varied. Some rubbed their butts as they got up, others just lay on the ground, not getting up. Aside from some awkwardness on their faces and curious looks in their eyes, no one was as shameless as Zhang Yu had been earlier. Although they really wanted to enter the villa, everyone knew the light shield outside was strange after so many failed attempts. Plus, Lin Yulu's move had also scared everyone. No one dared to act rashly. Looking up at the 4 people and the goose inside the shield, everyone realized they were the owners of this villa. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense why they had the key and why the shield didn't reject them at all. Without much hesitation, the first few people to make a quick purchase from the shop immediately got up from the ground and apologized to the four inside the villa. "Sorry, we didn't mean to offend." Lin Yu was a bit surprised, but then thought that those outside who knew the situation avoided many troubles. As long as others didn't seek trouble, Lin Yu was quite easy to talk to. After a brief pause, considering that the crystal core task issued by the system, trading with 10 people, was still incomplete, she kindly reminded everyone, it's best not to touch the shield casually. In the next moment, a transparent crystal core appeared out of thin air in Lin Yu's hand. To make it easier for people outside to see the crystal core clearly, she stepped out of the safe zone and said clearly, "This is a crystal core, taken from a zombie's head." She paused for a moment before continuing. One first-level crystal core can exchange for a 500 milliliters bottle of water and a pack of instant noodles. If anyone is interested, you can hunt zombies to trade with me, or if someone already has a crystal core, they can choose to exchange it for food now. Pei Yan looked thoughtful. Did Lin Yu really need so many crystal cores? His eyes darkened slightly, indicating that it might be a bit more difficult for him in the future. Lin Yu didn't pay attention to Pei Yan's expression. After saying this, she turned and left. Pei Linlang and others followed closely behind. Only a few people outside the villa were left staring at each other in surprise.
Everyone was talking about it.
Can crystal cores be exchanged for food? It sounds like a good deal. Some doubted. Are you brave enough to go kill zombies?
Who do you think you're talking to?
Anyone who has survived this long has killed zombies before. After saying that, he raised his arm and shouted, "Does anyone want to team up with me to kill zombies?" The crystal cores will be divided based on the contribution percentage. Unexpectedly, several men in their early 30s agreed to go out with him, which surprised those who initially doubted. This isn't hard to understand. Zombies are everywhere now. No one can guarantee that the food in their backpack will last a lifetime. Every time they go out to find food, they risk encountering zombies. To survive, since they're going to kill zombies anyway, why not take the initiative? Some of them had seen people turn into zombies after drinking tap water, so it's clear how valuable Lin Yu's exchange conditions are. And with so many people, as long as everyone is careful and takes proper precautions, the worst outcome is that each person can get a crystal core, enough to fill their stomachs comfortably. After thinking through the risks and benefits, many people agreed when Zhou Ran called for action. Lierzuo stood at the edge of the crowd, instinctively putting his hands in his pockets. When he felt two sharp-edged objects, he relaxed a little. So that transparent crystal was actually a crystal core? When he used a fire axe to smash a zombie's head, he was surprised by the clear crystal in the rotting flesh because it looked so beautiful that he instinctively picked it up. He never expected it could be used to exchange for food. He tried hard to hide his happiness, keeping his face calm so no one would notice. Qin Ling's eyes flickered with curiosity. He looked up at the villa. Trading crystals for food? Seeing the excited crowd, a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes. Crystal cores can be used to boost special abilities, but only fools who don't understand those powers would think trading them for food is a good deal, maybe even a profit.
But
since that woman said so, she probably isn't lacking food. Qin Ling's curiosity was hard to hide. He stayed in place for a long time, waiting until most of the survivors had left before slowly following behind them. Lierzuo saw that most people had left. Only a few middle-aged women remained near the villa. Just as he was about to speak outside the villa, he suddenly realized he didn't even know the owner's name. Noticing the subtle glances from around him, Lierzuo hesitated. In the end, he chose not to exchange with the owner right now. Instead, he grabbed his fire axe and turned to follow the others. After Lin Yu entered the villa, she immediately arranged tasks for everyone. The rice on the farm had been ripe for several days, but she wasn't home at that time, so she couldn't harvest it. Luckily, the crops wouldn't wither just because they weren't picked for a while, or she would have felt very upset. Cheng Xiangbei noticed the farmland outside the villa and looked surprised. How is it possible to grow rice here? I thought rice needed to be planted in water fields to grow? Lin Yu simply said it was related to her special ability. Before Cheng Xiangbei could ask more, She quickly took a sickle and a pair of gloves from her space and handed them to him.
Come and work.
Chung Xiangbei opened his mouth, feeling itchy like a cat scratching, but when he saw Lin Yu's indifferent attitude, he had to keep all his curiosity inside. After a while, he finally said, "Oh." Following the principle of not wasting any resources, the capitalist Lin glanced at Dabai and cleared his throat. "Dabai, you come too." Dabai immediately froze in place, with small eyes full of confusion.
Ga? What did you say?
Did I hear that right? Lin Yu nodded seriously, looking very stern.
We all need to harvest rice.
It's not good for a goose to just stand around doing nothing, right? Pei Yan. Pei Limling. Chung Xiangbei.
Dabai.
Listen to this. Does that sound like human speech? Lin Yu narrowed her eyes slightly. In her view, since Dabai's sharp beak could kill zombies, it could also pluck rice heads. With its help, the harvest would be much faster. Under Lin Yu's gentle but firm gaze, Dabai stiffened and nodded, secretly thinking, living in a place that provides food and shelter isn't as good as I thought. Because Lin Yu's crystal cores weren't enough to reach 1,000 yet, she couldn't expand the farmland by 10 times and include it in the safe zone for protection. So far, there were still only 10 pieces of farmland. Actually, after adding the crystal cores from digging later, the total reached 1,000, but Lin Yu didn't immediately decide to include the farmland in the safe zone. Most of these crystal cores belonged to Pei Yan, Pei Linlang, Chung Xiangbei, and Dabai, since they all contributed a lot to the logistics transfer at Qinglan warehouse this time. They also needed the crystal cores to improve their abilities. This was part of their initial agreement. Lin Yu couldn't just use all the crystal cores without permission. Originally, only the Pei siblings had a deal with Lin Yu, but after Chung Xiangbei and Dabai joined, the proportion of crystal cores was naturally shared among them. However, Dabai simply exchanged all the crystal cores for food. They only kept the crystal cores with her for safekeeping. If she kept taking others' crystal cores repeatedly, she was worried she might get used to it, and they might feel uncomfortable about it too. Therefore, Lin Yu plans to finish all her chores first, then call Dabai to go out alone and kill zombies. All the crystal cores she gains will belong to her. Helping Dabai only requires 1 bowl of rice. With Dabai's help, the rice harvesting was much faster. The 4 of them and a goose finished harvesting in about 20 minutes. After shelling all the rice and storing it in her space, the pleasant system notification sounded in her ear, gained 20 gene of rice, 40 gold coins. Lin Yu ignored the system prompt and took out rice seeds to plant again. Then she took out the heavy trucks stored in her space and neatly arranged them in the yard. Fortunately, the villa's yard was large enough to hold 3 trucks. Seeing him bring out the trucks, Chung Xiangbei had a bad feeling. He turned to see Lin Yu smiling happily. She said seriously, "The task of upgrading the trucks is now yours." She seemed to remember something and added, "By the way, don't use crystal cores to restore your abilities this time. Not only will it strengthen the trucks, but it will also improve your abilities." After speaking, she patted Chung Xiangbei's shoulder and said, "I believe in you." Chung Xiangbei's face went pale. It took him half an hour just to upgrade 1 Hummer, and that was with crystal cores restoring his abilities. He looked up at the trucks and felt like crying. But what made him want to cry even more was still to come. Lin Yu looked at Dabai and signaled it to spit out the pistols it had collected earlier. Dabai obeyed. In no time, 4 pistols appeared on the ground. Lin Yu handed all the pistols and shells stored in her space to Chung Xiangbei. "Don't forget these." Chung Xiangbei. The wheel of fortune turned. Just now, he was happily teasing Dabai, and now it was his turn to suffer. He had no time for sadness anymore. Since returning to the villa, he had been busy non-stop. Every day, he used his abilities to upgrade the trucks. When his abilities ran out, they recovered. After recovery, he continued upgrading the trucks. It was basically upgrade, recover, upgrade, eat, recover, upgrade, sleep, repeating this cycle for over a month. Of course, that's a story for later. After instructing Chung Xiangbei, Lin Yu counted and distributed the crystal cores to everyone. Unexpectedly, Pei Yan and Pei Linlang both shook their heads and refused. Pei Yan looked at her with serious eyes and said, "These core crystals can be considered as payment for our 1 month stay. You don't need to pay us." Pei Linling nodded in agreement. Chung Xiangbei also did not accept the core crystals. "Didn't I owe you some before? Let's consider these as repayment. Any extra crystals can be used for the accommodation fee. As for the core crystals, I think we should wait until we can work together again to discuss sharing." Linyu could tell they were eager for the core crystals and worried she might feel burdened, so they used accommodation fee as an excuse, which warmed her heart. However, she also really needed the crystals, so Linyu couldn't refuse. She nodded and said, "All right, let's talk about it next time. As for the accommodation fee, I'll give you a discount. Each person pays 100 first-level crystal cores per month." The three agreed without objection. Although 100 first-level crystal cores seemed like a lot, in their eyes, someone willing to spend thousands of cores might not be willing to let others stay in the villa. Honestly, they were the ones who benefited the most. Perhaps hearing their conversation, the system panel lit up again and displayed, "Would you like to pay 1,000 first-level crystal cores to expand the farmland proportionally and include it within the safe zone?" Linyu had no hesitation and immediately chose yes. At that moment, the 1,000 crystal cores in space vanished instantly, leaving only one second-level wind-type core and about 10 first-level cores. It was as if everything had returned to the way it was before. But it was all worth it. "Please wait. Ding, farmland is expanding. Congratulations. The farmland has been expanded tenfold proportionally and included within the safe zone." The expansion of the farmland, including the outward extension of the safe zone, was completed silently. However, Pei Yan and the others were standing in front of the door cut out by Lin Yu's water blade. Only someone blind would not notice what was happening before their eyes. Since the people outside the villa hadn't all left, they were gradually pushed back by the expanding protective shield. They weren't hurt, but their hearts were undoubtedly shocked. "What's going on? Gaga gaga?" The big white dog inside the villa quickly turned to look at Linyu, eyes full of surprise. Pei Linling opened her eyes wide, so shocked she couldn't speak. Chung Xiangbei was stunned. Even Pei Yan, usually calm, couldn't stay composed. He turned his head and asked, "What is this?" Four pairs of eyes immediately looked at Linyu, full of curiosity. Linyu slowly replied, "My supernatural ability has upgraded." Pei Yan thought about the crystal core she had just refused earlier and started to have some guesses. Maybe the expansion of the light shield is related to those crystal cores. But he didn't expose Linyu. Instead, he helped cover for her and said, "My supernatural ability is also about to upgrade." When he was moving supplies at Qinglan Logistics Warehouse, he had already reached a critical point. After many days of fighting, he was just one step away from upgrading. As expected, once he said that, Pei Linlang and Chung Xiangbei immediately focused on what Pei Yan had just said. They said in unison, "You're also going to upgrade?" Pei Yan nodded slightly and then became serious. "Don't slack off on improving your supernatural abilities, both of you. Stop standing here and go upgrade your abilities. I'll cook dinner. When it's ready, I'll call you." Pei Linlang opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but under her brother's intense gaze, she had to hold her words back. "Why are you still standing here? Hurry up and go." With Pei Yan's encouragement, the two naturally didn't dare to say anything more. Especially Pei Linling, who had been with Linyu since the day the apocalypse broke out. Although everyone started at the same point, Linyu had even advanced her abilities to the second level first, thanks in part to the crystal cores. Pei Linling believed that even with crystal cores, if she didn't work hard to improve her abilities, she wouldn't reach that level. Even Pei Yan, who awakened his abilities later, was about to upgrade, but she was still stuck in place. Pei Linling couldn't help but reflect. Had she been too lazy about improving her abilities?
No.
She had already made up her mind to keep up with them, so she couldn't let her abilities fall behind. A strong sense of urgency filled her heart. She no longer cared about the sudden expansion of the light shield. At this moment, Pei Linlang didn't realize she had been completely fooled by her brother. After she started practicing her abilities, she sensed that something was wrong. But she couldn't quite put her finger on what was wrong, so she let it go naturally. As for Chung Xiangbei, after Pei Yan's reminder, he suddenly remembered that 3 large trucks were waiting for him to upgrade. Just thinking about the weakness he felt when his abilities ran out of energy made him shiver involuntarily. But who asked him to take on this task assigned by Lin Yu? Even if it kills him, he must finish what she asked him to do. After a quick exchange, the two of them went to handle their own tasks. As for Dabai, upon learning that everything was due to the upgrade of the meal ticket's special ability, he ran into the farm to explore. Pei Yan easily handled 2 curious kids. When he turned around, he saw Lin Yu's eyes, which seemed to see through everything, fixed on him. He didn't look embarrassed for being caught. Instead, he smiled gently at her. "I'll go cook now." Pei Yan looked up at the enlarged shield in front of him, its golden light shining on his face, making it hard to see his expression clearly. "As for the extra farmland, if you're not in a hurry, you can wait until I finish cooking and then we can plant together." Lin Yu silently observed him, noticing that his face showed no unusual expression. It seemed that his words earlier were just to encourage Pilanlang and Chung Xiangbei to improve their abilities, with no other meaning. She hesitated for a moment, wondering if she was overthinking. After a short while, Lin Yu nodded. "If the ingredients in the fridge run out, just tell me. Also, I've already filled the water tank in the kitchen." Pei Yan nodded slightly. "I'll call you when the food is ready." Compared to her surprise when she first tasted Pei Yan's cooking, Lin Yu was now used to it. After all, he cooked so many times afterward that she had become accustomed to it. When Pei Yan left, Lin Yu passed through the door cut out by water blades and entered the farm, which had been expanded 10 times. The soil was still black, soft, and looked very fertile, especially since it was produced by the system. Right now, the farmland was empty, with no crops planted, making it look vast and empty. Looking out, she couldn't see the edge. The 0.75 acres might seem small, but when she was actually in the farm, she truly felt how wide that number was. Staring at the endless black land, Lin Yu felt her head buzzing. The farm was so large that if she caught Dabai to work as a laborer, planting seeds across the entire land would take at least an hour, without counting the time to dig holes for the rice seeds or harvest and thresh the grains later. Fortunately, she had prepared and bought a sheller machine, or the time spent would have been even longer. Rice is easier to handle. If she switches to fruits like strawberries, harvesting would require picking each one individually, which takes more time. The farm's crops mature every 12 hours, regardless of the seed type. This means Lin Yu needs to harvest twice a day. With such good growing conditions, she doesn't want to waste time. However, doing this would leave her with almost no free time besides farming, which doesn't match her goal of becoming stronger. She misses the one-click planting and one-click harvesting buttons from QQ Farm and asks the system again, "Can I just plant everything with one click?" "No, you can't." Lin Yu feels very disappointed. Suddenly, she has a bright idea. She realizes she might be overcomplicating things. If she can't do all the planting herself, she can hire someone to help. She just needs to pay them wages. But she needs to be careful about who she hires. It's more serious if they steal food or damage the soil. Thinking this way, Lin Yu starts to form a rough plan. She just needs to refine the details before she can start. She looks around the farm and finally finds Dabai near the edge of the safe zone close to the fields. Right now, she can't afford the many special plants in the system shop, so she plans to let Dabai supervise the planting. She originally recruited Dabai because of its strength, and it turned out to be a good decision. Dabai can fight zombies, help with farming, and supervise work, all for just a bowl of rice and some extra fruits. It's a very good deal. Dabai, Lin Yu waves at Dabai from a distance, trying to sound gentle. Dabai is running wildly in the farm when it hears Lin Yu call. It its wings and flies over, looking confused. "Gah?" Lin Yu clears her throat, takes out a second-level speed crystal core from her space, and offers it to Dabai. "Can you use this?" The plan to make Dabai supervise the work starts with bribery. Ahem. Although she originally intended to keep this crystal core for Dabai, it's okay to give it now. White did not hesitate and immediately nodded, as if something had occurred to her. She looked at him with some disbelief and asked, "Eh? Is it for me?" White was not disappointed. Linyu nodded and said, "Yes, it's for you." In her previous life, Linyu had encountered mutated animals, but because she died too early, she wasn't sure if the way mutated animals advanced was the same as that of ability users. She wondered if they could absorb energy from crystals of the same attribute or from neutral crystals to improve their rank. She wasn't sure if White could use this crystal, and at that time, she was busy collecting supplies at Qinglan Logistics Warehouse, so she didn't think much about it. That's why she waited until now to mention it. When she learned that White could indeed use this second-rank speed-type crystal, Linyu felt happy. She handed the crystal to him and said, "Since you can use it, go ahead and absorb it." White is a very principled goose. After all, he and Linyu had already made an agreement. She provides him with food, drink, and a place to stay, and he is responsible for protecting her and providing crystals. Usually he would do so. Since he agreed to her conditions, when he found this second-rank crystal, he gave it to Linyu without hesitation. Now that he heard she was willing to let him use the crystal, the goose was completely shocked. At the same time, he felt touched and thought he might have misunderstood Linyu before. She was so kind to him, helping with planting and other chores didn't seem like a big deal anymore. White's face turned slightly red. Seeing how kind she was, he decided to help her a bit more in the future, even if it was a bit reluctant. Linyu didn't realize that at this moment, White was having many thoughts in his mind, even considering helping her more actively. If he knew, he would definitely laugh out loud. She watched White's eyes change expressions as he looked at her, then she handed the crystal forward again and said, "If you don't like this crystal, I can give you other crystals later." She hadn't finished speaking when White quickly snatched the crystal from her palm and disappeared into his mouth with a few bites. It seemed he was worried about hurting her, as the force when White's flat beak brushed her palm was very gentle. Thinking about White's space, Linyu was not worried. He probably stored the crystal in his space rather than swallowing it directly. Unbeknownst to her, White was actually haunted by a shadow from the past. Last time, he hesitated for a moment, and Linyu looked at him with a regretful expression, saying she was unwilling to wait. White is really worried that if she stays calm a little longer, she will have to put away the crystal core and have nowhere to cry. But speaking of which, Linyu is genuinely curious about White's current strength and what level it has reached, as well as whether its nearly terrifying speed is due to awakening a special ability related to speed. She wanted to ask, but unfortunately, White can understand what Linyu is saying, while Linyu can only guess and speculate. In the end, she managed to learn some things. White is now at level 2. As for whether her speed is because she awakened a special ability, White shook her head and gestured for a long time, but Linyu couldn't understand her. Later, Linyu lost hope and decided that knowing White's current level was enough. Thinking about the location of the guns hidden as revealed by Chun-Hu, Linyu didn't disturb anyone and took White out for a trip. They found 5 guns and over 70 rounds of bullets on the ceiling of a villa. Chun-Hu obtained these guns from the prison and the guards. They had been used during their escape to fight, so many bullets were spent, and their stock was naturally running low. However, Linyu felt very satisfied. With Chung Xiangbei, who can repair and strengthen items like a bug, every time she finishes shooting and retrieves the shell casings, it's almost like having unlimited bullets. There's no reason to feel regretful. When they returned to the villa, Pei Yan had already prepared dinner. It was still 4 dishes and 1 soup. Sweet and sour pork ribs, sour soup with beef, stir-fried lettuce with meat, tiger skin green peppers, and cabbage tofu soup. Her cooking skills are obvious, and the plates were so clean they looked even cleaner than her face. After dinner, they rested for a while. Linyu then took and went to the farm. Pei Yan, Pei Linling, and White all went to help. As for Chung Xiangbei, Linyu didn't call him. Originally, without using the crystal core to restore his abilities, strengthening a heavy truck would take a long time. If she kept bringing him to farm every day, it would be impossible to upgrade a big truck anytime soon. When she returned, Chun-Hu also reminded her that while big trucks aren't afraid of zombies, if someone set up roadblocks on their usual route, like puncturing tires or shooting them with a pistol, they could lose control or even explode during high-speed driving. That's why she didn't drive straight past when she saw a person lying in the middle of the road on her way back to the villa. She was worried there might be a trap set to puncture the tires. Lin Yu's current special ability is not strong enough to withstand the damage caused by an explosion of a large truck, so strengthening the truck is very necessary. Also, she cannot guarantee that the system won't assign her outdoor missions in the future. The most urgent task is to strengthen the truck first. In the afternoon, the team that went out with Zhou Ran to fight zombies returned. From their excited expressions, it's clear they had a good harvest. Including Zhou Ran, all 9 people who went out with him have returned. Not only did no one get hurt, but each person also received a crystal core. Initially, Zhou Ran wanted to continue fighting zombies, but some team members were worried that Lin Yu might be deceiving them, so they decided to come back first to see if they could exchange for food. If it was a lie, they would stop in time. When they stood outside the villa, everyone couldn't believe their eyes. In just the time it took to fight a zombie, why did the protective shield suddenly expand outward? The original spherical shield surrounding the villa now had an added rectangular shape. From above, the shape looked like a spoon on a flat map. Zhou Ran couldn't help but want to poke the golden shield, but his reason quickly took over, and he hurriedly held his hand back. He didn't want to experience being knocked away by the shield again. While shocked, Zhou Ran also grew more respectful of the villa's owner. He couldn't understand what kind of great power was needed to make the shield expand several times in just one afternoon. His teammates, who went out with him to fight zombies, were now asking others for news. Soon, a tall, thin man returned to the 9-person team. Faced with everyone's curiosity, he didn't hide anything and shared all the information he had gathered. After hearing the tall, thin man's description, Zhou Ran was a bit stunned. Did the villa's owner's shield suddenly expand shortly after harvesting the rice? From the tone of the tall, thin man, it was clear how terrified those outside the villa were of the moment the shield expanded outward, feeling an unstoppable force pushing them away. The tall, thin man, full of fear, said, "I heard them say that when the shield expanded, it didn't attack those it touched, it just pushed people away. Otherwise, it could have caused serious harm." He had been knocked back by a light shield and electrocuted before. Naturally, he knew very well what kind of damage this seemingly harmless light shield could cause once it was touched. Is this the legendary supernatural power?
It's so terrifying.
I wish I could awaken some kind of special ability too. At least I wouldn't be so helpless now. But none of this was what Zhou Ran cared about most. He lowered his eyelashes and looked at the crystal core in his hand, suddenly remembering something. Do you guys know the name of the girl who said she wanted to trade food for the crystal core earlier? The team members widened their eyes, looking confused. I don't know. The tall, thin guy was stunned. Then how do we find her to trade for food?
Follow me.
Zhou Ran left a quick word and strode toward the left side. The others hurried to follow. People who had never left the villa before also saw what was happening and followed Zhou Ran's group, planning to see if the crystal core could really be exchanged for food and water. If it was true, they should start acting too. Led by Zhou Ran, everyone bypassed the light shield and reached the villa's gate. As soon as they touched the golden light shield, it would attack based on how much force was used. Zhou Ran didn't dare get close to the shield. He just stood about a meter away from the villa door and shouted loudly inside, "Is anyone there? We've brought the crystal core, as promised." I wonder if the thing you mentioned earlier about exchanging the crystal core for food and water still counts? He was afraid the people inside the villa wouldn't hear him, so he almost shouted at the top of his lungs. After finishing, he felt his throat a bit sore. In the current water-scarce situation, he didn't dare drink water like before. He would hold it in his mouth for a few minutes before reluctantly swallowing. He drank only a little water each time, and the food in nearby villas had been mostly taken by survivors. In Linchuan City, zombies and zombie animals were almost everywhere. Zhou Ran was just an ordinary person and dared not go into the city to find food and water. He could only try to conserve supplies as much as possible. Almost everyone in their group had greasy hair. Since the apocalypse began, no one had showered or brushed their teeth. They all smelled bad, but there was nothing they could do about it. So when Linyu said they could trade food and water for the crystal core, Zhou Ran immediately gathered people to go kill zombies, hoping the result wouldn't disappoint him. He was very nervous inside, afraid that Linyu was just playing tricks on them. The group behind also looked eagerly at the villa's door. After a few seconds, they heard a click sound, and then the door opened from inside, revealing a clean and fresh face. Everyone finally noticed that Linyu's face was surprisingly clean, her hair fluffy and neat, not at all like someone who hadn't washed for days. They carefully examined her fingers and saw that her nails were pink and spotless. When they sniffed closer, they could even smell a faint scent of body wash. She must have just taken a shower. This made everyone realize she definitely wasn't lacking water. Before returning to the villa, Linyu had just been through a fierce fight. Plus, she had spent several days at Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse and hadn't had time to take care of herself. So, when she returned, she looked quite disheveled. After dealing with those matters, she used her special ability to take a cold shower. As soon as she stepped out, everyone noticed her. Zhou Ran didn't want to take a shower, but now survival was almost impossible, so staying alive was more important. He licked his dry lips and thought that since she could afford to take a luxurious shower, her claim that she exchanged crystal cores for food and water must be true. Inside the villa, Linyu heard Zhou Ran shouting and nodded slightly to the crowd. "Not just now, I always keep my word. As long as you can bring crystal cores in the future, I can exchange them for food and water." Zhou Ran was happy and, after realizing what she said, his breathing became heavy. What did she mean? As long as someone could bring a crystal core, they could keep exchanging it for food and water? He was deeply shocked. How much food and water had she stockpiled to speak so confidently? If she kept trading with others, wouldn't she risk not having enough to survive someday? Not only Zhou Ran doubted this, but everyone present also had similar questions. As for others, no one dared to think too much. Just the thought of a glowing shield was terrifying enough, let alone the power of its creator. They must be crazy to think about such things. Do they think their lives are too long? Joining a team to hunt zombies not only provides great safety, but also guarantees their basic needs. Although going out every day to fight zombies and find crystal cores is a bit tiring, at least this way I can feed myself without worrying about offending the villa owner. Thinking of this, even the people who had stayed near the villa without leaving started to feel tempted. Those who received a positive answer, like Zhou Ran and the tall, thin person, quickly took out their crystal cores. "We'll trade water and food with you." As soon as they finished speaking, the system's prompt sounds kept ringing in their ears. Trade crystal cores with Zhou Ran? Trade crystal cores with the tall, thin person? Trade crystal cores with times. The system's prompts sounded 9 times before stopping. Linyu felt very happy. She only needed to trade with 7 more people for 10 crystal cores, and the task of trading crystal cores would be complete. Then she could unlock the main and side quests for level 1 farm. Finishing the task early meant she could upgrade the farm to level 2 sooner, unlocking the selling feature to sell crops outside. This way, she could earn crystal cores and gold coins at the same time, speeding up the farm's expansion. Later, she could plant more crops manually, earning even more crystal cores and gold, creating a perfect cycle. But she didn't immediately choose yes. Instead, she asked everyone, "How many crystal cores do you have in total?"
9.
Zhou Ran answered instinctively. Linyu frowned, realizing she was too happy too soon. It might still take some time to complete the crystal core trading task. Zhou Ran had been watching Linyu closely. When he saw her frown, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly became nervous again. What's wrong? Not enough food and water to trade? Hearing this, everyone's enthusiasm cooled down a bit, and a faint smile appeared on their lips. Sure enough, were they overestimating things? Food and water are so precious. Who would be willing to keep trading crystal cores for them? The villa owner was just pitying them, so they came up with this idea. Everyone felt both touched and sad. However, no one believed that the girl in front of them was the villa owner, mainly because she looked too young. In everyone's subconscious, women are often seen as the weaker side. They think perhaps the owner of this villa doesn't want to deal with these chores, so the beautiful girl in front of them is presented as the villa's owner, like a manager figure. She does have the ability to make objects disappear out of thin air, but everyone instinctively feels she probably can't have multiple powers at once. If one of the 4 people entering the villa in the morning is definitely the owner, they believe it is the tall man, 185 centimeters, with a stern and cold expression, who is more likely to be the owner. Lin Yu's expression was strange. She couldn't understand what they had imagined in just a few seconds. Her face quickly changed from cheerful to worried, and her dramatic change of expression amazed her. She twitched her eye and calmly said, "That's not true." For some reason, Zhou Ren suddenly sensed a hint of disdain in her calm tone. Lin Yu didn't care what they were imagining. She thought it would be too troublesome for them to gather 10 crystal cores one by one, so she looked at Zhou Ren and said, "All right, you tell them to give you all the crystal cores. I'll give you 9 packs of instant noodles and 9 bottles of 500 milliliters drinking water.
You can split them yourselves."
Although Zhou Ran didn't understand why she was doing this, as long as there was enough food and water, it didn't matter how the process went. He discussed with his team, and soon 9 crystal cores were in his hands. At this moment, the system's notification sounded in his ear. "Do you want to trade crystal cores with Zhou Ran?" Thank goodness. This time it was only Zhou Ran. Lin Yu chose yes and took out 9 packs of instant noodles and 9 bottles of mineral water from her space, handing them to Zhou Ran. She didn't pay attention when grabbing the instant noodles, just took 9 packs from the storage area. Only after she took them out did she realize one of the packs was flavored with old altar pickled vegetables. This brand of instant noodles had previously been reported to contain pickles made with foot stomping, but Lin Yu didn't think it was a big problem. In her past life, when she lacked food, she ate anything she could get. Even after rebirth and activating the farm system, she cherished her food and never wasted a single bit. The person who received the pickled vegetable flavor noodles didn't feel upset about it. Come on, in the apocalypse, having something to eat is good enough. Why bother being picky? By the way, remember to put the bottled water in a good place. Next time, just come to me, and I will give you water directly. Although the task only requires making deals with 10 people, Lin Yu still plans to trade with others after completing the task. She hasn't collected many bottles of water, only about 50,000 bottles. If each time someone comes to exchange water, she gives them a new bottle, she will run out eventually. To avoid running out of bottles later, it's wise to remind everyone. Zhou Ran thought she was talking about tap water and looked terrified. He hurriedly asked, "But the underground water is already polluted. Drinking water from the pipes will turn people into zombies." Lin Yu smiled slightly, raised her arm a little, snapped her fingers, and immediately, a clear, bright water sphere appeared at her fingertips. "I mean this water." Zhou Ren swallowed hard and asked, "This water?" Lin Yu controlled her powers to bring the water sphere to her mouth and took a sip, then nodded at him. "Yes, you can drink it. After drinking, you won't turn into a zombie." Zhou Ran stammered, not really asking if drinking the water would turn him into a zombie, but more curious about how the water sphere at her fingertips was formed. After demonstrating, Lin Yu retracted her powers and continued speaking. "Of course, the crystal cores can be exchanged for more than just instant noodles. You can trade for fresh vegetables, fruits, meat, rice, and even quick meals like snail noodles. The prices might be a bit higher, though." She smiled warmly at everyone, looking like a clever fox. "I'll make a price list when I get back and post it. If you want to try different flavors, it's best to prepare more crystal cores." Zhou Ran's attention was successfully diverted from the water to the fruits, fresh vegetables, meat, and rice. Everyone, including Zhou Ran, initially didn't believe it. The virus-laden rainstorm destroyed all plants on the surface. How could there still be fresh vegetables? It seemed fake. Everyone couldn't help but doubt her words' truthfulness. But at the same time, a flicker of hope arose in their hearts. Fresh vegetables, fruits, and meat. It's fake to say they don't want to eat. They had been eating dry rations for several days, and because they were reluctant to drink water in large gulps, their mouths felt even drier, and some even suffered from constipation. Everyone couldn't help but look up at Lin Yu, wishing it were true. Lin Yu's lips slightly curled into a gentle smile, not wanting to excite everyone too much. How could she earn more crystal cores? She didn't bother to care about what everyone was thinking. Turning around, she headed into the villa. It seemed she remembered something and paused her steps. Next time someone calls my name when they find me, just do that. My name is Lin Yu.
Lin Yu?
From now on, she would probably interact with her quite a lot. Everyone silently remembered her name. Zhou Ran hurriedly called out, "My name is Zhou Ran." Lin Yu looked back and nodded slightly, indicating she remembered his name. Then she called out to the big white dog beside her and went into the villa together. In that brief moment, the scene inside the small courtyard was briefly visible. It just so happened that people outside the villa saw 3 heavy trucks parked in the yard through a gap. Next to the trucks, a handsome young boy was pressing his palm against a tire, with a faint flash of golden light flickering from his hand. Everyone didn't understand what he was doing, but seeing this scene, they felt a bit envious. They not only envied Qing Xiangbei, who could enter the villa, but also envied the villa's owner for having such heavy trucks. If any of the 3 trucks were driven onto the road, not to mention cars stuck in traffic, even zombies wouldn't be a problem. Just step on the accelerator and crush through. Imagine that scene. It would be incredibly satisfying. But unfortunately, everyone could only think about it. At this moment, the villa's door had already closed from inside, and the outside crowd couldn't see anything. However, it seemed no one remembered that heavy trucks had been parked in the courtyard before. After all, the villa's wall wasn't very high. Although they couldn't see the courtyard details from outside, if there were trucks parked inside, they should have been able to see part of a truck's cargo bed. But before Lin Yu and the others returned, no one had seen any trace of truck beds outside. Someone mentioned it, and Lin Yu could make vehicles disappear with a wave of her hand. This remark reminded everyone. After thinking carefully, they suddenly realized and looked surprised. Are you saying that Lin Yu's ability to make large trucks disappear is a storage function?
Probably.
I just saw a large truck in the yard that looked like the one they drove back. She's amazing. She can make 3 big trucks disappear at once. However, I am not sure if that is the case. Everyone was talking excitedly, and their curiosity about supernatural powers reached its peak. Zhou Rand did not join their discussion. Instead, he handed out instant noodles and bottled water to the team members. He silently tore open the packaging, crushed the noodles, sprinkled the seasoning, and started eating. He couldn't afford to use water to cook the noodles. Drinking the soup would make him feel very thirsty later, and he didn't have hot water anyway. So, he simply ate them as they were. The tall, thin person imitated others and approached Zhou Ran with a bag of instant noodles. "Brother Ran, are we going to fight zombies next?" Without hesitation, Zhou Ran replied, "Yes."
Why not?
The tall, thin person hesitated and asked, "Do you really believe what that girl said? Does she have vegetables or anything?" Zhou Ran was silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "What choice do I have?" Lin Yu was encouraging Ku Haha to strengthen the large truck, then she went upstairs. She found paper and pen in the study and quietly started planning food prices. Fortunately, when the apocalypse broke out, she had been shopping at Wanda Mall. She took away about 2/3 of the items from each store, including blackboards and chalk. She first drafted a price list on A4 paper, then planned to transfer it onto the blackboard and place it at the villa entrance for those coming to exchange supplies to check. The prices for instant noodles and bottled water remain the same, 1 crystal core per item. For foods like river snail noodles, 5-grain fish noodles, and spicy sour noodles, she temporarily set the price at 2 crystal cores per pack, since these are much tastier than instant noodles. How to cook or prepare these foods would be up to others. She couldn't provide free cooking methods. For vegetables, she only listed bok choy for now. Since the land has been polluted, vegetables are the most precious food in the apocalypse, almost like a luxury item. She planned to set the price at 10 crystal cores per gene. Rice was priced at 5 crystal cores per gene. As for meat, she only listed pork for now. Pork would be priced at 20 crystal cores per gene, doubling the original price. Counting the days, the time for a nationwide blackout is approaching. When the power goes out and the weather is so hot, all the frozen meat in the markets will spoil, except for preserved foods like dried meat or dried fish, which last longer. The rest will rot within 2 or 3 days. Animals on Earth are either mutated or infected with zombie viruses, so this price is not expensive at all. As for daily supplies, Lin Yu only wrote about soap and bath soap. In the end of the world, people don't care so much. One piece of soap can be used for hair, face, and bathing. It costs 5 crystal cores, and the price is fair. After a short while, Lin Yu filled an entire page of A4 paper with notes. She and her pen cap felt very satisfied. If everyone works a bit harder, she can quickly earn a lot of crystal cores. She can also use trading with others to check their character and start arranging for people to help with farming. Lin Yu took out a blackboard from her space, clearing the A4 paper content onto it. Since there was so much, she needed 2 blackboards to write everything. One blackboard mainly recorded the prices of cheap, filling foods, while the other listed items like bok choy, pork, and soap, which are more about comfort and enjoyment. Not wanting to make multiple trips, she simply put the blackboards into her space and only took them out when she reached the villa entrance. She thought for a moment, then took out some nails from her space. Her water element ability transformed into an iron hammer shape, hammering the nails into the wall. Not long after hanging the blackboards, Qin Ling returned. He squinted and looked at what was written on the blackboards, his eyes full of shock. He called out to stop Lin Yu. "Do you have all the supplies written on the blackboard?" Lin Yu's gaze was calm as she glanced over him. She sensed the fluctuations of his ability. Qin Ling thought he had hidden his ability well, but he had just used it while killing zombies, so Lin Yu noticed it. After withdrawing her gaze, Lin Yu nodded and asked, "Do you want to trade for any supplies?" "I want to trade 4 buckets of spicy and sour noodles, a pack of instant noodles, and a bottle of water first." "Okay, that will be 9 first-level crystal cores in total." Hearing her casually mention first-level crystal cores, Qin Ling's eyes showed a hint of surprise. "How do I tell the different levels of crystal cores?" "Just like this. Crystal cores from zombie heads of different levels are classified accordingly." "I see," Qin Ling said thoughtfully, taking out 9 first-level crystal cores. Suddenly, "Do you want to trade crystal cores with Qin Ling?" Fish Lin chose yes, thinking she was just 1 crystal core away from completing 10% of the task progress. She casually said, "If hot water is needed, just give me 1 more crystal core." Qin Ling nodded in response. He paused and, seemingly casually, glanced at the villa. "Should I go in with you to get hot water?" Fishlin immediately realized he probably had some ideas about the safe zone. She looked deeply at Qin Ling. She wouldn't refuse a deal that was handed to her. But if someone wanted to risk their life, she didn't mind helping them do so, even if he had awakened special abilities. She gave him the food he needed and smiled meaningfully. "Just wait here." For some reason, Qin Ling decided to pay with that 1 crystal core. The system notified her that she had completed 10% of the progress. After about 5 minutes, Fish Lin came out of the villa carrying 2 electric kettles. Since she didn't provide any containers for hot water, Qin Ling could only brew 4 bowls of spicy and sour noodles together. Soon, the aroma of the noodles spread out and reached the noses of the crowd. Several hesitant people saw Qin Ling, who brought back a crystal core, had changed the food written on the blackboard. Plus, the tempting smell of the noodles made their mouths water. If they weren't afraid that making a move to the food would anger Fish Lin and cause the villa owner to refuse to exchange food again, they would have already rushed to grab it. They pressed their tongues against their back teeth and, like Zhou Ran, started calling out to others to go zombie hunting. Quite a few people joined the zombie hunting team. Fish Lin was pleased to see this. Seeing that no one seemed to have any more crystal cores, she decided to head back to the villa. Fishlin thought for a long time and finally decided to plant only rice in the farm, as rice was a staple food. Although 1 gene of rice was priced at 5 crystal cores, it could cook about 2 gene of rice. If eaten sparingly, 1 person could survive 5 days on it. Since rice would likely be in high demand later, she planned to grow more rice first. Once she accumulated enough, she would consider planting other foods. At this moment, Pei Yan was about to upgrade his special abilities. Fish Lin didn't disturb him and instead called Pei Linlang and Bai to help with farming. Pei Linlang came up with a clever idea. She decided to help plant rice while in stealth mode. This would improve her abilities and also assist Fish Lin, achieving two goals at once. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared. Grain seeds fell from the sky into the hole that Big White had pecked out with his beak. People who saw this might think they had encountered a ghost. Luckily, everyone outside the villa was out killing zombies, so no one witnessed the scene. Linyu was digging a hole with a well, sighing. No matter what the crops need to grow, such as environment or temperature, any crop planted on the farm can mature without needing specific conditions. It's like rice, which normally needs to be planted in water, can still produce fruit in dry fields. However, one thing to note is that simply scattering seeds on the dark soil surface won't make them take root and sprout. Seeds must be planted in a hole, covered with soil, and then they can root and sprout, maturing once every 12 hours. Otherwise, Linyu's work will be much easier. Fortunately, the dark soil on the farm is quite soft, so digging holes doesn't require much effort. Otherwise, just digging holes for the seeds would be exhausting. She decided to keep going. About half an hour later, Pei Linlang was exhausted and had used up all her mental energy. She appeared from her invisibility, collapsing onto the ground in a clumsy way.
She was clearly too naive.
While invisible and planting, it sounded good, but once she started, she realized how tiring it really was. From now on, Pei Linlang decided not to use her abilities anymore and just focus on farming honestly. She reached out to fan herself, her small face flushed from the effort. Sister Linyu, wait for me to rest for 5 minutes. Linyu, amused, handed her a bottle of water. Drink some. Pei Linlang took the water, opened the cap, and drank greedily. She looked a bit puzzled and asked, Sister Linyu, do you think the weather is getting hotter now? Linyu looked up at the sky, which was tinged red by the sunset, and pursed her lips. In her previous life, 21 days after a heavy rainstorm filled with viruses, the temperature in Yun province, which usually stayed around 20 degrees Celsius year-round, suddenly rose significantly, maintaining around 30 degrees Celsius. It was hot, but bearable. It should have been winter, yet many people still wore short sleeves. The temperature was quite unusual at that time. Everyone was worried about extreme heat, but for some reason, the extreme heat never arrived. Later, on the way to the Dawn base, the temperature started to drop. Linyu died at that time, so she didn't know if extremely cold conditions would appear later. The rain on the day the apocalypse broke out confirmed that Linyu's past experiences no longer provided accurate information. She wasn't sure if things would develop the same way as before. Her heart felt heavy. If extreme heat really arrives, melting glaciers could cause tsunamis, flooding many cities. If bottled water in supermarkets and warehouses gets soaked, it could turn into deadly poison. Currently, all underground water, reservoirs, and water from water plants are contaminated with zombie virus. Mixing this with meltwater from glaciers flowing into cities could have unpredictable consequences. The scariest part isn't even that. It's the possibility that sea creatures infected with the zombie virus could be carried onto land by tsunamis. If it's truly zombies plus natural disasters, it would be a terrifying, hellish scenario. She thought for a moment and quietly asked the system, can you predict the weather in the future? Please upgrade the farm as soon as possible. The system replied without directly answering, which made Linyu feel uneasy. There's no point worrying about whether the extreme heat will come now. The best thing to do is to improve herself quickly. Linyu thought for a moment and reminded Pei Linlang, later, continue using your powers while farming.
Huh.
Pei Linlang looked stunned, frozen in place. Pei Linlang looked up and saw Linyu's serious face. She immediately swallowed her words and nodded. Okay, I'll listen to Sister Linyu. Linyu patted her head. If natural disasters really happen in the future, the stronger her power, the better her chances of survival. She hoped Pei Linlang could live well. Linyu narrowed her eyes and sped up her work, not stopping for a moment. After she and Bai finished digging the soil pits, Pei Linlang used her powers to turn invisible, then planted seeds into the holes. The planting was light work, and even after her powers ran out, she felt she could hold on. It took them 2.5 hours to plant rice in all 20 plots of farmland. When they finished, it was getting dark, and the group of people who had been killing zombies was returning. Some people looked happy, while others appeared upset. It was easy to see who had found the crystal core and who hadn't, or who had been caught up in fighting zombies with others. Linyu didn't mind. Soon, she heard someone outside the villa calling her, probably to trade food for crystal cores. Maybe her conversation with Zhou Rand earlier was overheard by others outside, so the person looking to trade food chose a leader among themselves. They combined all the crystal cores into groups of 10 to trade for food and water. This saved her a lot of talking. In the end, she counted over 60 first-level crystal cores. This meant the long-standing task of trading crystal cores could finally be completed. This good news eased Linyu's worries, and she finally smiled a little. Do you want to trade crystal cores with Li Er's table? Yes/no. Do you want to trade crystal cores with? The pleasant system voice sounded in her ear. Linyu chose yes for all options. Beep, please trade crystal cores with 10 people. Current task progress. October 10th. Task completed. Rewards, 300 gold coins and 3 random seeds. The system detects that the farm system level has increased to level 1. Main task and side tasks are now active. Would you like to claim your rewards now? The system kept prompting her. Linyu sped up her actions, recounted her food and water supplies once more, and confirmed everything was correct. She handed them over to the team leader she had recommended, and then hurried into the villa. Perhaps because the farm had upgraded, she received only a small amount of gold and seeds this time, unlike before when she was rewarded with farmland. But it was better than nothing. The rewards were not her main concern now. Linyu was more interested in the main task and 10 side tasks needed to upgrade the farm to level 2. She opened the system panel. Doomsday Farm Host Information. Linyu, Water Elemental Ability Level 1, Farm Level, Level 1. Farm can be expanded. Safe Zone. Level 1, Activated. Number of farmland plots, 20, covering approximately 0. 75 acres. System Shop. Unlocked. See details in the shop. Gold balance. 1222 System Warehouse. Unlocked. See details in the warehouse. Her eyes quickly scanned the basic attributes, then moved to the newly added quest bar. When she read the main quest description clearly, Linyu was stunned. Main quest, please build a base. The minimum number of ordinary people should be 500, and the minimum number of ability users should be 10. Current progress. Ordinary people, 0/500. Ability users, April 10th. Side quest 1. As a good farm owner, you should have a large farmland. Please expand the farmland to 50 plots. Current progress, 0. Side quest 2. How can the farm not produce food? Please quickly produce 2,000 gene of rice, 1,000 gene of wheat, 200 gene of vegetables, and 100 gene of fruits. Side quest 3. As a responsible farm owner, you shouldn't do everything yourself. Recruit 10 people to work on the farm. Tasks include planting and harvesting. Side quest 4. The host should improve the ability level to level 2. Side quest 5. Rescue 100 survivors. Current progress, 35 out of 100. Side quest 6. Collect 1 ton of supplies from Linchuan City. Note: no restrictions on the type of supplies. Side quest 7. Make more people aware of the name Qingchuan Farm. Side quest 8. Kill 10 second-tier zombies in Linchuan City. Current progress, January 10th. Side quest 9. Clear zombies within 10 miles of Qingchuan Mountain to create a safer farming environment. Side quest 10. Obtain 1,000 first-tier crystal cores. Note: the host's current progress has been reset to 0. It will restart after accepting the main quest. Linyu's mouth was slightly open, speechless for a long time. Since the moment she was reborn, she had never been as surprised as she was now. At first, she only guessed that the system's tasks were just guesses, but upon seeing the main quest, she was certain. The system clearly wants her to build a base. Perhaps there is a hidden desire within her to act as a savior. After all, These tasks seem unrelated at first glance, but if you look closely, all the side quests appear to be preparations for something. As for what they are preparing for, she already has an answer in her heart. She fears that the natural disasters she worries about might really happen. Just a natural disaster, which could be devastating to the entire Earth, not to mention that it might include zombies. If a natural disaster causes a nuclear plant to leak or explode, and zombies are exposed to nuclear radiation, they could turn into terrifying monsters. Her heart sank completely. Is this meant to destroy the Earth?
No.
Maybe it's just about wiping out humanity. Lin Yu's eyelashes lowered, casting a shadow on her cheeks. Thinking about the possible natural disasters, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Even with her powers at level 10, she might not survive such terrifying events. Yet the system seems to want her to build a base. Lin Yu bit her lip and slowly walked to the window, looking up at the golden protective shield, a rare hint of confusion appearing in her eyes. Lin Yu always thought that the Doomsday Farm system was just like its name, probably just a farm where she could grow crops. Before the farm reached level 1, which is level 0, it was pretty much as she imagined. But she seems to have been too happy too soon. After the farm upgraded to level 1, the veil was lifted, revealing its true nature. No wonder there are those incredible rewards. Now it seems that if natural disasters really occur compared to them, those rewards are insignificant. She looked at the long list of tasks on the system panel and fell into deep thought. Lin Yu doesn't oppose building a base, but if she's expected to be a savior, she feels she can't do it. She doesn't have a saintly heart that can tolerate everything and willingly sacrifice for the world. If a natural disaster really happens and humanity is on the brink of extinction, she would choose to save people within the safe zone. But if those people don't appreciate it and take everything for granted, thinking they're justified in their selfishness, she might even kill them if pushed too far. Host, please rest assured, the system has no intention of making you develop in the direction of a savior. It just wants to preserve the last spark of humanity. Lin Yu's gaze narrows slightly. She isn't sure if it's her imagination, but after the farm's upgrade, it seems the system has become more lively. However, what does the system mean by fire of life? She wants to ask more clearly, but the system stops speaking. Lin Yu ponders, wondering if could her rebirth be related to the system? But no one can answer this question, not even herself, because she doesn't understand how she was reborn. She takes a moment to organize her confused feelings and quickly comes to a conclusion. Even if the system's development plans differ from her ideas, so what? Can she really refuse? After all, the system is linked to her, and there's no clear way to disconnect it. Even if there were, she wouldn't be foolish enough to do so. As the saying goes, you have to give up something to gain something. Since she can't live comfortably, she must change herself. She thinks for a moment and then asks, "System, you may not want to tell me everything, but you should at least tell me about the base building task, right? Are there specific requirements for building the base? Does it have to be inside the safe zone?" Her questions are not without reason. The villa area isn't large enough to accommodate hundreds of survivors living inside. It would be even more unrealistic for those survivors to eat, drink, and sleep in the farm. Sure enough, as long as she doesn't touch on topics the system is unwilling to discuss, the system is happy to explain things to Lin Yu. The host can choose to build the base inside the safe zone or outside it, and pay a certain amount of crystal cores to split off a sub-area from the main safe zone. Lin Yu looks confused. What is a sub-area? The host can check the safe zone's functions. After upgrading, not only does the shield's attack power increase, but it also gains some very practical features. She recalls that she should have checked the safe zone functions after upgrading the farm, but her attention was focused on expanding the farmland at the time, so she naturally overlooked the safe zone. She opens the safe zone menu and sees that both attack and defense capabilities have greatly improved. Originally, a level 0 safe zone could only repel third-tier zombies. After upgrading to level 1, it can repel and drive away fourth-tier zombies. Similarly, this applies to mutated animals and mutants. Regarding those mutated plants, no matter how powerful they are, once they enter the safe zone, they must bow to the rules. Dragons crouch, insects lie low. After all, the system is called the Doomsday Farm System, and it naturally suppresses plants. Additionally, after upgrading, the safe zone gains a new feature. Spending 10 first-tier crystal cores can unlock a 1 square meter subdivision next to the main safe zone. Since the main safe zone is only level 1, the subdivision cannot be higher than the main zone, so its level is 0. Only when the main safe zone reaches level 2 can a level 1 subdivision be unlocked, and the required crystal cores will increase several times. But all of this is in the future. Even at level 0, the protective functions are quite good. Perhaps only military bases have security features that surpass these subdivisions. After all, she cheated her way through. But Linyu suddenly thought of something. "Commander, have you overlooked something? We have a safe zone, but how will the survivors' housing be arranged?" The system mysteriously replied, "There's nothing in the world that crystal cores cannot solve." Linyu looked confused. Detected that the host's total gold assets have reached the condition to unlock the building material shop. Would you like to unlock it? You can get building materials or buy finished houses directly from the shop. Yes/no. Linyu. Can someone tell her why a farm system has all sorts of shops, even ready-made houses? It's crazy. Linyu was completely stunned. Compared to that, having diverse system functions is normal. The host doesn't need to be surprised. Whatever system you want or can imagine exists.
And,
compared to other systems, mine is quite weak. Does she have to be so boastful? Is it really that weak? She realized the key point in the system's words and felt her throat go dry. She couldn't help asking, are there other systems too? As soon as she said this, the system realized it had revealed something. It chuckled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. After unlocking the building materials shop, the host only needs to pay 1,000 gold coins, use 10 second-tier crystal cores, and add 1,000 first-tier crystal cores to unlock a residential building. Linyu narrowed her eyes, instantly sensing the system was shifting the topic, probably involving some secrets, like the origin of the system. But she didn't press further. Deep down, she felt that this was not something she could understand now. Unlock. Linyu no longer hesitated. After unlocking, a new icon resembling a hammer appeared on the system panel. Linyu clicked to browse and indeed found the finished houses the system mentioned, but the prices were ridiculously high. But anyway, in the end, the cost was borne by the buyer. Linyu decided that in the future, survivors joining the base would pay with crystal cores. If there were no crystal cores, she would grow crops to pay off the debt. Yes, it was perfect. After browsing the building materials store and confirming that she couldn't afford anything there, Linyu simply exited. Her gaze shifted back to the task list. Reading carefully, she became curious. Master, what is task 5 about? She didn't remember ever saving 35 people. Host, have you forgotten? At Wanda Plaza entrance, and after killing zombies at Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse, you indirectly saved a group of people.
So, it counts as a task.
Of course, Linyu hadn't forgotten. She hadn't expected that killing zombies could also count as indirectly saving people. But at that time, her farm hadn't upgraded yet, so the side tasks weren't unlocked, right? And task 8 was the same. It probably included the second-level zombie she killed at the Qinglan Logistics Transfer Warehouse entrance. Logically, if actions taken before upgrading her farm could count towards tasks released after upgrading, then the crystal cores she previously obtained should also be included, right? Why did they reset to 0? To encourage the host to clear more zombies, this creates a safer environment for the farm. Linyu pondered thoughtfully, then accepted the main and side tasks for upgrading the farm to level 1. Main task accepted, side task accepted, no time limit for completion. Her eyes fixed on the words, no time limit. Although the system didn't require her to complete the tasks within a few days, Linyu couldn't really afford to take her time. She quickly scanned the long list of tasks on the system panel and spent a few minutes sorting out that tasks 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, and 10 were the easiest to complete. Therefore, Linyu decided to prioritize these 7 side tasks, while the main tasks and other more difficult ones could be tackled gradually. Thinking about the rice planted in the farm this afternoon, it will be ready for harvest in just a few hours. To avoid wasting food, Linyu decided to focus on completing main task 3 first. That is, recruiting workers externally. Fortunately, there are dozens of people outside the villa, so hiring 10 workers is more than enough. But who exactly should she hire to farm the land? She already had a few candidates in mind. Linyu paused, then turned to go outside. She first found Big White and explained that it would be in charge of supervising starting tonight. Big White nodded and made 2 clucking sounds, seeming to tell her to wait. Then it quickly ran off and soon brought back a large iron basin, placing it in front of Linyu. Big White pecked at the edge of the basin with its flat beak, as if saying, "If I don't eat enough, how can I work well?" Linyu's mouth twitched. Big White really had become quite clever. She thought for a moment. "Big White, I remember you have space, right? I'll put 50 jin of rice in there. You eat it first, then tell me when you're done." Big White made 2 clucking sounds, with a look that seemed to say, "Not enough. I also want fruit. You promised me." Since Linyu couldn't stay at the farm 24 hours a day to supervise the workers, she had other things to do. Using some grain to exchange for free labor was a good deal. She looked into her space and took out 2 Ningxia melons she had collected before the apocalypse. Together, these 2 melons weighed about 50 or 60 jin, enough for Big White to eat for a while. Thinking about Big White's sharp, drill-like beak, Linyu decided not to help cut the melons into pieces. Instead, she just told Big White to eat the red flesh inside. Big White nodded in satisfaction, and its flat beak gently touched the melons. Instantly, the rice and melons disappeared from sight. Linyu couldn't help but ruffle Big White's head. Its feathers felt very smooth. Big White's neck twitched, seeming a bit uncomfortable with the touch. It wanted to move its head away, but the warmth from above made it feel quite comfortable. Big White's eyes rolled around. Maybe it should let Fondian pet it? Although it was very comfortable, its technique was just okay. Unaware of Big White's thoughts, Linyu asked, "I'm going out to pick some people. Do you want to come with me and take a look?" Before Big White could nod, they saw a bright white light burst from behind the villa, followed by a loud rumble. A person and a goose looked towards the backyard together. Linyu had a suspicion in her mind. Could it be that Pei Yan's ability level has increased? She squinted and looked in the direction of the white light, thinking it was very likely that Pei Yan's ability had improved. The good news of Pei Yan's ability enhancement dispelled the dark cloud of an impending disaster that seemed to be looming over Linyu's heart. Suddenly, she felt a sense of relief. Instead of checking the backyard, Linyu confidently headed toward the front door. While it was great that Pei Yan's ability had improved, completing the task was the most important thing now. Dabai looked a bit confused.
Ga?
It thought Linyu would go see that man. Seeing that she didn't seem to plan to turn back, Dabai also forgot about the soaring white light and followed behind Linyu with big paddling feet. Everyone outside the villa saw the white light shooting up from the yard. They were all surprised and couldn't help but look toward the villa. What's going on? Did something explode? It doesn't seem like it. Did you guys notice? The sound just now was very much like thunder. Is that so? Everyone looked at each other uncertainly. At this moment, they heard the sound of the door lock turning from inside. Creak. When a person and a goose appeared in sight, everyone felt a bit nervous. Why was Linyu coming out at this time?
Could it be
she was here to chase them away? Everyone's hearts tightened, and they stared closely at Linyu's lips, afraid she might say something that would make them leave. After discovering that the light shield seemed to have the ability to repel zombies, everyone mostly stayed near the edge of the shield during rest. Here, they didn't have to worry about zombies at all, and no one wanted to leave. But if the owner of the villa truly disapproved of them borrowing the shield, honestly, would they really want to leave? Seeing everyone's different expressions and looks, Linyu paid no mind and instead looked at Zhou Ran on the field. Compared to others, she talked more with Zhou Ran, and he was the first to go out hunting zombies after hearing that crystal cores could be exchanged for food. Moreover, he was also the first to bring back crystal cores with his team. Linyu appreciated people who could seize the opportunity.
So,